Mr. Reaper, please read the agreement terms and sign it to complete the deal, Magnus said, showing Alex a holographic contract. They are not going to charge any money first 18 life serum treatments. Alex was surprised after reading the terms of the contract. The Golden Eagle Guild will still benefit more from this deal even after this discount. Alex thought as he understood that Magnus bought the legacy at market price, which was a great deal as it was impossible to buy an S-rank legacy at market price in normal circumstances. He understood that Magnus gave him free life serum treatments to make him feel indebted, so if he lucked on something good in the future, he should consider their guild first to gain benefits exclusive to Golden Eagle Guild. Alex read the contract, and after finding no mistakes, he signed it without worrying about his real identity getting exposed. The agreement was under the complete management of AI0, and Alex could sign it with any signature, and it still would be registered in his name. And as AI0 protected all player information, Alex had no fear of getting his identity discovered by Golden Eagle Guild. Mr. Reaper, if you want to buy any services of the Golden Eagle Guild, you could always look for me, Magnus said. I will keep that in mind, Alex said with a forced smile, knowing that Ymir was looking at him. The government healthcare website will be updated in a few hours, and after that, you could get the life serum treatment in any big hospital in the country, Magnus said as he placed 2 big golden magic bags in front of Alex. Alex took the magic bags, putting them in his inventory, and instantly his coin balance increased by 20,000 white flame coins. Elder Magnus, it was a pleasure doing business with you, Alex said as he stood up from his chair to leave. After exchanging some pleasantries, Alex left the room, leaving Magnus and Ymir alone. Ymir, I want to know everything about this situation, and don't try to lie because I know something is wrong after seeing your reaction when Reaper offered to sell the S-rank legacy, Magnus asked right after Alex left the room. First Elder, please help me, or the second Elder will make my life a living hell, Ymir said, scared as his whole body shivered. This bastard is good at acting but looks genuinely scared this time, Magnus thought, seeing Ymir's reaction. You need to first explain the whole situation to me if you want help from me, Magnus said as he threw a fireball at Ymir, making him stumble backward and fall. Fireball helped you control your fear. I don't have all day to waste, so quickly tell me the whole story about Reaper, Magnus said, creating another fireball out of thin air but much bigger than the last one. This whole guild is made up of psychopaths, Ymir thought as he started explaining the whole situation of Alex. So Raymond wanted to acquire the instance dungeon entry tokens from Alex secretly, but his plan failed because Alex had already sold all of them for money and this S-rank legacy. Alex won't tell the name of the guild he sold the tokens to because of the heavy penalty agreement, and as a last resort to get the life serum treatment for his sister, he gave his only treasure, Magnus asked after hearing the explanation. Yes, First Elder. I feel a little bad for taking a great opportunity from a newbie, but at least he gained what he desperately wanted and enough money to live a good life in both worlds, Magnus thought as he played with the legacy ring. Ymir, I will handle Raymond for you, but you need to forget about ever meeting with Alex, Magnus said with a bright smile. Why? Yes, First Elder. Ymir replied with his head down as his body was shriving from fear. While Magnus was scheming something, Alex was happily sitting in his hotel room. The plan was a success, and I even got 20,000 white flame coins and 18 free life serum treatments. Alex thought, there are only 3 hours left before dark, and I can't do anything meaningful in such a short time. I can spend some time with my family, and after finding a good opportunity, I could tell them about Sophia's condition. Alex thought he got comfortable on his bed and logged out from the game. After leaving the game, Alex convinced his mother that their whole family should go to a luxury hotel for dinner, as he planned to tell them about Sophia's condition, but make it sound like a grand opportunity for her. I think this should be the perfect time to tell them about Sophia's condition, Alex thought, seeing his mother and father talking in hushed voices as they had already finished their meal. Alex and his family were sitting in a private room in a luxury hotel he had booked for dinner, and as he had hoped, his mother and father were delighted and enjoying their time, creating a perfect opportunity for him. Mother, father, I want to share some great news with you, Alex said. Mother, I had a meeting with Dr. Elmer in the morning, and he told me that Sophia's MRI scan showed some abnormalities, Alex said intentionally, making it sound like bad news. Alex, what came wrong with Sophia's MRI scan? Alex's father asked. It is nothing to be concerned about but great news for Sophia. Sophia is a natural genius as her brain activity is way greater than a normal human, but her body needs to use a lot more energy to handle the greater brain activity properly, Alex explained vaguely, leaving every consequence out. What would happen when Sophia's body could not provide enough energy for her abnormal brain activity? Alex's father asked. The doctor said Sophia just needs to eat high-calorie food to solve that issue and have her health checked once every month for safety, Alex said. Alex, the brain activity could be because of other reasons. We must get Sophia's health checked by the best doctors. Alex's mother said worriedly. Sophia, you saw the hotel menu card. Tell me the second food dish on the fourth page of the menu, with its optional ingredient names as well. Alex didn't answer his mother, but asked a question to Sophia. It's the Italian pasta al tonno with mousse cheese and white truffle, Sophia replied without taking any time to think. Sophia has developed an almost perfect photographic memory, and it's because of her abnormal brain activity. Dr. Elmer has told Alex to check on Sophia's memorizing ability to see if any changes have occurred to get an idea at the rate her brain was developing, and to his surprise, Sophia could remember every word just by looking at it once. After Alex asked Sophia when was the first time she started remembering things by seeing them once, and just as he believed, it only happened less than a month ago. Sophia was still developing her photographic memory, as she could only remember things for a couple of days before some of them became blurry, but it was getting better with every passing day. Sophia is no danger, but we can ask the doctor to do all additional health checks just to make you less worried, Alex's father said. Mother, Dr. Elmer has asked me to come to the hospital tomorrow with Sophia for a detailed checkup, so you don't need to worry. Alex knew his mother would be worried, until she heard that Sophia was in no danger from some trustable doctor, and that's why he had already talked with Dr. Elmer to help him convince his mother. After reassuring his mother that Sophia was in no life-threatening danger, Alex left the room, knowing his father wanted to talk to him privately. Alex, I know Sophia's situation is not as simple as you make it appear, but I trust you wouldn't make any stupid decision that can affect our family, Alex's father said in a serious tone, not asking him for any explanation. Father, I will not disappoint you. Alex had the plan to convince his father about his story, but he scarped it and replied with the truth. We should stay outside the room and give your mother some time alone with Sophia. Alex, when will you appear on some famous host show or news? I see so many youngsters they call rankers get on the news and popular shows these days. I am not interested in popularity. I want to live a fulfilling life, but if father wants to appear on news, I can help you reach there. Alex knew his father was changing the topic, and he was happy doing that. I want to appear on news for being a great and respected businessman, not as the father of a hidden organization boss. After hearing his father, Alex burst into happy laughter, knowing it was a joke, but the funny thing to him was that his father didn't even know he had just guessed his plan for the future. After eating some fancy dessert and enjoying their time, Alex and his family left the hotel, completing their day with happy family moments. The next day, as planned, Alex, Sophia, and his mother visited the hospital, and without facing any problems, the life serum treatment was completed. Dr. Elmer did many health tests to get the most accurate data, and after discussing Sophia's condition with many good doctors at the hospital, he prescribed Sophia a detailed diet that she needed to follow. Dr. Elmer also helped Alex with keeping the complete truth from his mother by telling her all the good benefits Sophia would get from her condition, making her way less worried about Sophia's condition. After spending close to 6 hours in the hospital, Alex left the hospital with Sophia and his mother in very happy mode, as he had just stopped the worst nightmare of his previous life from repeating. The night cycle should be completed in the ancient world by now. Alex thought, ready to return to the game world. I forgot all about the auction after my first meeting with Dr. Elmer. Alex thought after he tried to think about things he wanted to complete before searching for his legacy. Do I want to join the private auction happening in a few hours? Alex questioned, knowing there would be hardly any good items at the private auction, and those items would sell for more than their actual value. A duke is holding the auction, and it is guaranteed to have most items he doesn't want for himself, but there should be some rare items he placed to auction to attract wealthy nobles. Alex knew that the auction could have something valuable, but with no knowledge of the items being auctioned, the whole trip to another kingdom on a chance to acquire a useful item could end up with a lot of wasted time. My chances of buying a valuable item in the auction would be meager with my small fortune. Alex knew that he was wealthy compared to most players, but his wealth was just chump change compared to real nobles, and if an item that he wanted to buy got an affluent noble interested in it, his chances of acquiring it would be zero. I need to visit the Gold Kingdom to acquire the SS rank Assassin's Legacy, so attending the private auction is not a problem. I will go to the auction just to experience what it feels like to attend a private auction for only noble. Alex decided to go to the auction. The auction will start in a few hours, which should be more than enough for me to obtain the second SS rank legacy. After deciding in which order he wanted to complete things, Alex left his room, and after eating his meal, he left the hotel toward his first destination on the day, the Adventurer Guild. I hope the Adventurer Guild branch head gives me a reasonable price for the legendary forging metal, Alex thought, standing outside the Adventurer Guild. Alex came to the Adventurer Guild to buy 2 items, and to buy them, he needed a lot of merit points which he didn't have, but he also didn't want to waste time doing missions for a month to get the necessary merit point. So Alex decided to sell the legendary forging stone he got as an additional reward for completing Bevel's quest to the Adventure Guild branch head in exchange for merit points. Alex needed merit points to buy his SS rank legacy from the adventurer shop, which was selling for a meager price of 6,000 merit points. The price was so low because nobody knew that it was a SS rank legacy item, as the owner listed it for sale as a 3-meter giant heavy shield that was sealed using many rank 5 sealing magic spells with no other information. The legacy shield was sealed, and to unseal it, one would need a peak grade rank 5 consumable unsealing scroll that would cost 25,000 merit points, 4 times the original shield amount. Nobody was mental enough to gamble a rank 5 unsealing scroll to unseal a giant hunk of metal just to try their luck, hoping to get a treasure. In Alex's previous life, the shield was bought by a player named Prince, a Saudi royal prince with unlimited money who liked spending money without care. One day, Prince bought the shield to appease his curiosity, and after unsealing it, he hit the jackpot, a real tank category SS rank legacy. After getting this legacy, I would have 2 leaving me with the easiest legacy to acquire, and then I could complete the deal gaining real wealth. Alex thought as he walked into the Adventurer Guild building. After entering the building, Alex approached the elf receptionist to ask for a meeting with Branch Head after admiring her breathtaking beauty. "Greetings, Miss Elf. I want to use one of my golden tickets to meet with Branch Head," Alex said as he placed his adventure card on the desk. "Sir Hidden One, you have 2 golden tickets. Do you want to use one of your golden tickets to meet with Branch Head?" the elf lady asked after checking Alex's adventure card. "Yes, please arrange it as fast as possible because it is urgent," Alex replied. "Sir Hidden One, I suggest you delay your meeting with Branch Head or use your golden ticket to ask for help from the Adventure Guild to solve your problem. The Branch Head is in a terrible mood for some reason, and it is very likely he won't even listen to your request, and you would end up wasting your precious golden ticket," the elf lady advised, explaining why meeting with Branch Head was a terrible idea. The golden ticket was a scarce currency in the Adventure Guild that was nearly impossible to get, as the easiest way to get 1 golden ticket for a guild member was to increase their adventure rank. A guild member will get 1 golden ticket after every rank increase, and as increasing the first 2 adventure ranks is the easiest, most adventurers would only get 2 golden tickets in their whole life. The golden tickets could be used in multiple ways, but their most basic use case was to use them to get help from the Adventurer Guild. An adventurer could use a golden ticket to request a meeting with any guild member, including all high-ranking adventurers. The Adventure Guild will ensure that the golden ticket user meets with the requested adventurer, but after that, the guild is not responsible for anything, as the other party is only obliged to hear the ticket user's request, but if he wants to accept it or not will completely depend on his decision. In most cases, the high-ranking adventurers will never accept the ticket user request, and even if they accepted the request, they would demand an absurd amount of payment for their service. The best and also the intended way to use the golden ticket was to ask for help from the Adventure Guild, and the guild will do its absolute best to help you solve your problem. The branch head is obliged to hear my request, and if he wants to reject it after hearing it, I have no complaints, so please arrange a meeting with branch head, Alex replied, knowing the branch head would be happy to buy a legendary grade forging metal. After hearing Alex's answer, the elf lady didn't give any reply and took a message crystal near her mouth and said something in a very low voice. This is quite a primitive version of a mobile, Alex thought, seeing the elf lady using a communication crystal. Sir Hidden One, branch head has agreed to meet you and hear your request, the elf lady said after she got a response from the transmission crystal. Please go to the building's 2nd floor and give this badge to the guard on the 2nd floor stair. He will lead you to the branch head office. She gave Alex a black badge and his adventure card back. Alex took the badge and quickly left toward the 2nd floor, and within a few minutes the guard led Alex to the branch head office. Adventurer, a friendly piece of advice: if the branch head rejects your request, peacefully leave the office, the guard said as Ale was about to enter the office. Do I look like an idiot? Alex thought after hearing the obvious advice but didn't reply and entered the office. After entering the branch head office, he looked around in the giant room to find the person he came to meet, but he saw no person inside the room other than fancy walls covered with different weapons and a table in the middle of the room filled with stacks of papers. Adventurer, state your request. You have 1 minute to summarize it before I kick you out of my office. Alex heard a heavy voice from his side. I wasn't expecting a warm welcome, but this is blatant disrespect, Alex thought, looking at the branch head. Veros Edigar, a half-giant, half-dragon. He looks more intimidating than I thought. but it's only natural as he is a rank 5 warrior with the bloodline of the two most superior species on this planet. Alex thought after seeing the giant of a man from up close. The branch-head Veros stood at 9 feet tall with steel-like muscles covering his body with two crimson-black horns protruding from his skull, making him an intimidating person. "If you think I am joking, keep wasting your 1 minute," Veros said, staring straight into Alex's eyes. "The way he is talking, I don't think I could get any information I wanted from him. I was thinking of giving you a discount to make a good first impression and acquire some information, but now I have changed my mind. Sir Veros, if you don't want this piece of space adriudium, then I can leave before the 1 minute end," Alex said as he took out the pitch-black glistering rock. "Now, this is a good start." Alex thought after seeing Veros didn't show any emotion after hearing the stone's name, but without even him realizing, he took the black stone from his hand. After observing the stone for a few seconds, Veros' emotionless face was replaced by a big toothy grin. "What do you want in exchange for this small piece of space adriudium?" Veros asked. "We can discuss a price, but let's talk while we sit on those comfortable chairs," Alex said, as he didn't like bending his neck back to see Veros eye to eye. "Mr. Veros, the space adriudium price is 200,000 merit points," Alex said after getting comfortable on his chair. "A space adriudium of this size is at most worth 100,000 merit points, and you are asking twice that amount," Veros said in an emotionless tone. I can't tell if he is angry or just questioning my sanity. "Mr. Veros, you don't need to buy it if you think it's not worth my asking price," Alex replied, making his intention clear not to lower the price. Alex planned to give Veros a little discount, but after the greeting he received, he wasn't in the mood to get acquainted with him. Alex was not worried about space adriudium price, as the metal supply was non-existent, so finding one at the market price was nearly impossible. "I will pay 170,000 merit points, and if you think it's low, you can keep your stone and leave my office," Veros said, not showing a hint of emotion. "The price is a little lower than what I would like, but if I pushed my luck and he didn't buy the space adriudium, things would become troublesome for me, and it would be a headache finding another buyer in a short time. That could give me this many merit points." If Alex wanted to sell the stone for money, he could find hundreds of buyers in a few short hours, but he needed the merit points to acquire the second legacy. "If I get stubborn on the price, he may outright reject the offer, leaving me with a wasted golden ticket, and my chances to meet him in the future would be close to zero." "Mr. Veros, I will take 170,000 merit points for the space adriudium stone," Alex said after considering how much trouble he would need to go through to sell the forging metal to some other high-ranking adventurer. "I have transferred the merit points to your card," Veros said as he vanished from his chair, leaving Alex alone. If he treats every player like this, I don't even know how that guild got the legendary chain quest from him. Alex thought as he stood up to leave the room. Alex picked Veros and not any other high-ranking adventurer to meet and sell the space adriudium, because he was hoping to find some clues to acquire a legendary chain quest from him that would give very lucrative rewards. Alex didn't know much about the quest, as the guild who completed it didn't release much information other than the NPC who gave them the quest and some of the rewards they got after completing it. "I would have more than enough time after I acquire my legacy to find a way to get the quest," Alex thought as he left the room. Alex was so interested in this quest, and not other legendary quests he knew from his previous life memory, because one of Veros' quest's rewards was necessary to acquire one of the most broken SSS rank legacies in the whole world. After reaching the building's ground floor, Alex navigated his way to the bar in the building, as he needed to wait for his purchased item to arrive at this adventure building for him to get them. Alex knew after he bought the shield and scroll, it would take close to an hour before they got delivered to the Adventure Guild, and the bar was the best place to waste time hearing other people gossip. "I could buy the Summon Plague Master and Formless Sword style skill right now, but as I am not going to use them, it would be a waste buying them right now by spending all my merit points." After deciding not to spend all his merit points, Alex only bought the shield and the unsealing scroll, and as there was nothing more to do, he decided to do some research on the private auction he planned to join in a few hours. The auction will start in 2 hours, and the item list is still unknown. Alex could find the exact time the auction will start with the help of the game website, as AI Zero updated the list of the available auction on the whole human continent every few hours. There should be some information on the forums. Alex searched the forums to get at least some information about the items appearing in the auction, as he didn't want to go blind. After spending more than an hour in the bar, hearing other adventurers gossip, and finding some valuable information on the private auction, Alex left the bar toward the collection counter to collect his items. After collecting items from the collection counter, Alex left the Adventurer Guild toward the teleportation building. "I could unseal the shield after reaching the Gold Kingdom capital Quivira," Alex thought as he entered the teleportation building. The Ice Kingdom only has one big main teleportation building, with hundreds of rooms with different preset teleport destinations. Of all the available places, one could teleport in the whole Ice Kingdom. Alex didn't stop at any room and went straight to the highest floor, as it had special teleportation rooms that could teleport him to any place on the human continent. The highest floor was less crowded than the other floors, as this floor only had 3 rooms with teleport destinations to the White Flame Empire and the Two Kingdoms. After reaching the floor, Alex walked straight to the VIP counter, as he didn't have time to wait for the Gold Kingdom teleportation room to reach total player capacity. As there was only one teleportation room for each kingdom, the rooms needed to reach a certain number of people before they get mass teleported to their destination. How much for a VIP teleportation ticket to the Gold Kingdom capital city Quivira? Alex asked the cat demi-human lady at the VIP counter. Sir Adventurer, please show me your travel permit. The cat lady replied in a sweet voice. The travel permit is a genius way for every kingdom to earn free money and controls the player population in each kingdom. The travel permit was a primary requirement to travel to other kingdoms, and getting one was easy as a lifetime permit to any of the 2 kingdoms only cost 300 gold coins. There were 2 other ways to reach the other kingdoms without a travel permit, one traveling through dangerous roads or being a D-rank adventurer. As both alternatives were more troublesome to achieve than earning 300 gold coins, most players would spend 300 gold coins to get a travel permit rather than choosing other options. The White Flame Empire didn't require any travel permit, but the player needed to complete his second promotion quest before he could travel to the Empire. Does having a beautiful woman at the expensive counter bring more sales, or do they appoint such staff to give the rich customer more eye service? Alex thought as he handed his adventure card. Sir Adventurer, the price of a VIP teleportation ticket to the Gold Kingdom capital city Quivira is 2,500 gold coins. The cat lady said as she returned Alex's adventure card. Before being sent back in time, I could never have even dreamed of spending 2,500 gold coins just to save a few hours of my time. Alex thought as he took out 25 white flame coins and handed them to the cat lady. After Alex got the VIP ticket, he didn't waste any time and used it to get immediate access to the teleportation room, and within a few minutes he was teleported to the Gold Kingdom capital city. The air in this city feels so fresh. Alex thought, standing in the Gold Kingdom's capital city Quivira, outside the teleportation building. I should rent a hotel room for a few hours to unseal the shield, as there is still more than an hour left before the auction starts. Alex was already in the city's inner circle, so it didn't take him much time to reach the nearest hotel and rent a room. This shield looks like a giant hunk of metal with a hideous appearance right now, but will its appearance change after getting unsealed? Alex thought, looking at the 3-meter shield. Only one way to find out. Alex thought as he took out the rank 5 unsealing scroll. Alex unfolded the scroll and placed it on the shield, and after using the required mana to activate the stored magic spell on the scroll, he stepped back to let the scroll do its job. The scrolls were made to be used by any person with just a small amount of mana, because after the scroll gets activated, it would automatically start gathering the mana from the surrounding area to activate the spell. After doing the required steps, Alex created a few feet distance from the scroll as he knew after the magic circles drawn on the scroll got activated, the area around the scroll was not going to be safe. This is going to be an epic experience. Alex thought, sensing the increasing mana in the room. Alex knew that a rank 5 scroll would create a small phenomenon as it gathered the required mana to activate all the magic circles before it did its intended work. Hopefully, it gets the job done before any strong NPC notices the unusual mana activity. Alex thought as he watched the plain scroll getting filled with complicated circles. This is getting out of hand. Alex thought, standing in the farthest corner of the room, creating maximum distance from the scroll as the mana gathering around it was overwhelming. The city guard should be alerted by now and will be coming here any moment. Alex thought, seeing the blunder he had created. The whole room was a mess, with all the furniture already being destroyed as the wooden floor was getting wretched by the raging mana around the scroll. The scroll was still gathering mana, not showing any sign of slowing down, and by each passing second, it was making things worse. I should have researched rank 5 scrolls before using it like an idiot in such a crowded place. Now I know why scrolls above rank 4 are prohibited from being used in any public place. Alex knew a peak rank 5 scroll would need a large amount of mana, but he thought things would be alright as he didn't want to go through the hassle of renting a secured chamber to use the scroll. The secured chambers were protected places in every kingdom for people to use their high-ranking scroll and test their magic by paying an hourly fee. Alex had no problem paying the secured chamber fees, but it would take at least 2 days before he got his turn, and to save time, Alex decided to do it in a hotel room. Alex had used many rank 4 scrolls in his previous life, and based on his experience with them, he thought a rank 5 scroll would be at a similar scale, and the little commotion it would create wouldn't be a problem. I just hope my noble title could save me from getting thrown into jail. Alex knew that the city guards would be reaching his room any moment and would not treat him nicely after the blunder he had created. I think the scroll has stopped pulling mana from the environment, Alex thought, seeing the raging mana storm in the room getting smaller with each passing second. After a few seconds, all the mana in the room was sucked into the scroll as the multiple complicated magic circles on it shined like bright stars. After multiple intricate mana lines connected all the magic circles, the scroll started to disintegrate, and within a few seconds it completely turned to dust. This could have been an incredible experience if I had done it in the right place, Alex thought as he quickly walked toward the giant shield. The moment Alex touched the shield, it started to crumble, revealing a pristine, wonderful-looking black shield. Now, this looks more like a SS rank legacy item. Alex thought as he picked the new shield, which was much smaller than its previous size and also looked way more pleasing to the eyes. The shield's new size was close to 4 feet, with its appearance completely changing from ugly charred black metal to transparent glass with a swirling black portal inside it. This is the best-looking shield I have ever seen, Alex thought, looking at the memorizing swirling black portal inside the glass shield. The shield was made from unknown material as it looked like glass from its outer transparent appearance, but in reality, it was strong enough to take even the highest level spells without even getting a scratch. Let's check its stats before the guard arrives. Reward, Chaos Paladin Legacy Class. Description, first quest to prove that you are worthy of receiving the Chaos Oculus Paladin Legacy. Accept yes/no, Badger will be happy after getting this legacy, Alex thought as he placed the shield into his secured inventory. The guards are a little late, Alex thought, sitting on the destroyed floor, not planning on escaping using the invisibility skill, because his escape would only cause him more problems, as he registered the room with his adventure card. As Alex was thinking about leaving the room to talk with the hotel manager to settle this mess by giving him some compensation, he heard a loud boom, and when to looked up, he saw the room door a couple of feet away from crashing into him. BOOMMM, did he purposefully aim the door at me? Alex thought as he jumped to the side to avoid getting hit by the hardwood door. BOOMMM. I don't know if you're delusional or smart for not trying to escape. Alex heard a booming voice as a 2-meter muscular man wearing golden armor entered the room. What the hell is a royal guard doing here? Alex thought after recognizing the armor of the man who entered the room. This hotel doesn't belong to any royal family member, so a fully armed royal guard presence in this hotel could only mean one thing. Alex came to a horrible conclusion after quickly connecting the dots. I need to handle this situation carefully, or this bastard will put me in jail, which will mess up all my preparation until this point. Alex has a massive deal with Badger and Ravinglade's guild that he needs to complete within a few days, and if he is thrown in jail, it will create a big mess for him. If Alex got put in jail, he wouldn't be able to message anyone, and when that happened, the deal would not be completed on time, destroying the splendid reputation he had built for his fake organization. I think we could solve this situation by having a friendly talk, as this is just a big accident, Alex said as he took out his guest Nobel badge to calm the situation down. If he doesn't want to talk and use brute force to subdue me, I will run away using the invisibility skill. Alex thought, ready for the guard's response after seeing his guest's Nobel badge. Alex didn't use his Nobel authority to demand respect from the royal guard, as he knew it would only piss the royal guard off because he had more authority than him in the Gold Kingdom. All royal guards have authority equal to noble marquis and can even deny the orders of a duke if they have a valid reason, so Alex being an earl was nothing to the royal guard. A guest Nobel badge that gives you authority equal to that of a noble earl in the Gold Kingdom, but did you think this could stop me from catching a criminal like you? The royal guard said, not changing his tone after seeing the badge. I am willing to pay for all the damage and more compensation for any trouble I have caused to the hotel guests, Alex replied, fully ready to run the moment the guard moved a step toward him. Adventurer, I applaud you for having accomplished great achievement to get a guest noble badge, but you need to come with me as you are suspected of trying to assassinate the royal prince, the guard said calmly, not moving from his position. When did I try to assassinate a royal prince? I don't know what he is talking about, and I am not planning to ask for an explanation. Adventurer, I will not recommend you try to run away because even if you somehow left this room, 40 guards with strength equal to mine are circling this hotel, waiting to welcome you, the royal guard said, standing at the door entrance blocking the only exit. I don't plan on going to jail today, Alex thought as he sat on the floor with his hands in the air. We both know the scroll I used was not an attack type, because the mana it gathered was enough to destroy this hotel and all the other nearby buildings, Alex said to divert the attention of the royal guard. Adventurer, you need to decide whether you want to come willingly or you want me to drag you out with force, the guard said, still standing at the room entrance. This encounter would serve as a good life lesson for me. Alex thought as he clenched his fist with all his strength and smashed them on the almost destroyed wooden floor. BOOMMM. The wooden floor was already on the brink of collapse, and after a powerful slam by Alex, it collapsed without any resistance. BOOMMM. Alex, with the destroyed wooden floor, crashed into a VIP room on the second floor, and without looking around, he quickly ran toward the door using the dash skill. After exiting the room, Alex instantly used the invisibility skill, and as he sprinted through the corridor, his body slowly turned invisible. I should have told him about Lady Fiona. The royal guard Alex left behind mumbled as he turned around and left the messed-up room, not chasing after Alex. This whole hotel is filled with royal guards, Alex thought as he carefully walked toward the hotel exit. Mr. Hidden One, you insult the royal family if you think you could leave without getting caught by using such a low-level illusion. Alex heard the alluring voice of a female as he was about to leave the hotel. At least I tried, Alex thought, looking at the breathtaking beauty standing at the hotel entrance looking at him. She could be a fox demi-human with her uncanny charm, Alex thought as he canceled the invisibility spell. I think the price wants something from me, so please lead the way so we can have a face-to-face discussion, Alex said as he walked toward the lady. After seeing the royal guard, Alex knew he was in big trouble as a prince must have sensed the disturbance caused by the unsealing scroll and sent his guard to capture him to get the item he unsealed. The disturbance caused by the unsealing scroll was a big trouble beacon guaranteed to attract the attention of strong NPCs, and in the ancient world, where strength was above everything, strong NPCs robbing players of their good items was not anything unusual. Mr. Hidden One, you are such an intelligent person, the lady said with an excited voice. The prince is not even in the hotel, Alex thought, seeing the lady exiting the hotel. Alex used the cloak to hide his face before leaving the hotel because he knew a group of players was bound to be gathered after seeing the commotion caused by the royal guards. After Alex left the hotel, he saw a massive crowd of NPCs and players circling a luxury carriage that 6 royal knights were protecting. It can't be an ordinary prince if 6 of these anomalies are his bodyguards, Alex thought, seeing 6 royal knights with red and golden armor. All royal guards were personal bodyguards of royal family members, but royal knights were different as they were the best warrior of the royal family and only deployed for very important tasks. I hope he is a member of the gold family. Let's meet this prince, Alex thought as he walked toward the carriage right behind the lady. Who is that player? A random player from the crowd said, seeing Alex walking toward the carriage and no royal guard stopping him. He must be a big shot. I can't even see his name using appraisal skill. What did he do to make a royal family member personally come to meet him? Someone asked. Big brother, please let me come with you. I will give you 2,000 gold coins. A girl shouted out loud to attract Alex's attention. Idiot woman, you think a player like him, who a royal family member came to meet, will need 2,000 gold coins. A player ridiculed her. Alex didn't pay any attention to the shouting players as he was busy thinking of a plan to get out of this mess without losing the SS rank legacy. If the prince is not from the gold royal family, things could get troublesome for me to handle. Alex didn't know if the prince had good intentions or bad, and brainstorming for a plan was useless without knowing his motives. The prince is waiting for you inside the carriage. After getting confirmation from the lady, Alex entered the carriage without saying anything, as he wanted to deal with the unwanted situation quickly. I was hoping for the prince to be a member of the gold family, but this is the best-case scenario, Alex thought after recognizing the prince. Mr. Hidden One, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Darius Gold, and I am the first prince of Gold Kingdom. Darius proudly introduced his name. The first prince has a handsome appearance with long golden hair and a natural king-like aura that most people will get intimidated by when meeting him. Alex was delighted to meet with the first prince as he was one of the best prince he could meet in such a messed-up situation. I was planning to meet the Gold royal family after acquiring their ancestor legacy, but using that plan right now is a good decision. Alex had a plan for the Gold royal family in the future that he decided to use right now to get out of his present messed-up situation and still gain the plan benefits. If I handled this situation right, I would get out of this situation and still gain the benefits I want from the royal Gold family, Alex thought as he revised the plan in his mind. I think you are intelligent enough to know that you are in a tough situation, and if you don't act according to my wishes, this tough situation will become terrible for you, Darius said with a non-threatening smile. He is as cunning as I remembered from my previous life. Alex thought as he remembered some of the achievements Darius had accomplished in his previous life. The first Prince Darius is a genius both in the magic and business world, making him one of the most recognized people on the whole human continent. He's a cunning man that will do anything to achieve what he desires, and because of that, he doesn't have a good reputation among players, but he's still the best prince Alex could meet in this situation. Darius was the best prince to meet because he was reasonable and not self-centered like some other royal princes that Alex knew about. The gold family, silver family, copper family ruled the Gold Kingdom from ancient times, and in every generation, the best talent among the younger generation from the three families was chosen and groomed to be the next king. The three merchant families had a common ancestor who established the Gold Kingdom many centuries ago, and to this date, the royal families have never fought for the kingdom's throne because of the rules made by their founding ancestors. The Gold family ruled the Gold Kingdom from the day it was established, but never once in history did they break the tradition of choosing the best talent from the three families as the king. The Gold family never needed to break the tradition set by their ancestor, as they produced the best talent among the three families every generation, making them the reigning supreme family that ruled the kingdom every generation. In this generation, the Gold family's sovereignty was broken as the third prince of the Silver family was the best talent among the younger generation, making him the chosen candidate to be groomed as the next king of the Gold Kingdom. Even though Darius was the first prince with the best talent in the Gold family, he was still not next in line for the kingdom throne, but it was not a problem for him as he was far more focused on something more important than the kingdom throne. Darius was obsessed with his ancestors' legacy, and Alex knew how to acquire the legacy, and he planned to use the legacy to get out of this situation. Mr. Hidden One, place your hand on this crystal and tell me why you used a rank 5 unsealing scroll, Darius said as he took out a golden crystal from his space ring. I was expecting a truth crystal, Alex thought as he placed his hand on the truth crystal, not showing any resistance. Let's hope he won't be stubborn and accept my offer without creating unnecessary trouble for me. I used the unsealing scroll to unseal a SS rank legacy item, Alex replied truthfully. Darius was shocked for a moment, but after seeing no reaction from the truth crystal, his expressionless look was replaced by a wide smile. Mr. Hidden One, I am not a thief that will threaten you with your life to give me your treasure for free, so demand a price that you are willing to take for your SS rank legacy, Darius said in a friendly tone. He just threatened to kill me permanently in a friendly tone. What a cunning bastard, Alex thought, clearly understanding the underlying meaning of Darius' friendly words. The players could respawn after dying, but there were many ways to kill a player avatar permanently, and one of those methods was being burned to death by elemental flame. The elemental flame was a unique flame that 4th rank warriors or creatures would use to help refine their body and turn it into a mana body. If the elemental flame was used on a player who hadn't reached the 4th rank, it would slowly burn the player's body, killing his game avatar permanently. Prince Darius, the SS rank legacy is already sold, so it had no price, but I can offer you something better than a SS rank legacy. Mr. Hidden One, you should seriously consider my sincere offer, Darius said in a serious tone. Prince Darius, I know how to acquire the legacy of your ancestor, the first king of the Gold Kingdom, Archmage Goldfridus, Alex said, starting his plan. After hearing Alex's bold statement, Darius was surprised, but his surprise quickly changed to anger. You know the potential consequences of your lie, Darius said with a blank face as purple lighting crackled around his body and purple flames started manifesting on his hands. I knew he would react like this, Alex thought, seeing the abrupt change in Darius. Prince Darius, I think you forget I am holding a truth crystal, Alex said, showing Darius the unchanged golden truth crystal. After hearing Alex's reminder, Darius looked at the truth crystal, and not seeing any color change on it, his angry face turned to genuine shock, and the lightning and flame around him vanished instantly. After calming down, Darius took the truth crystal from Alex and mumbled something in a very low voice, and immediately the truth crystal's color changed from golden to red. Mr. Hidden One, please repeat your previous statement, Darius said as he gave the truth crystal back to Alex. I can acquire the SSS rank legacy of Archmage Goldfridus. Alex repeated his words, knowing his words being true alone were more valuable than a SS legacy to Darius. Alex was willing to offer a SSS rank legacy to Darius because it was of no use to him, because only the blood descendant of Archmage Goldfridus could inherit his legacy. In Alex's previous life, the Olympian Guild acquired the Archmage Goldfridus legacy, and after finding the restrictions to use it, they happily gave it to the Gold Kingdom. The Gold Kingdom king generally gave the Olympian Guild 3 chances to make a demand from their kingdom, with minimal restriction as their reward for finding the legacy. Alex planned to do the same as he needed 2 items from the Gold Kingdom royal treasure, but because of his current circumstances, he decided to make some changes to his plan to get out of his troublesome situation and still gain the plan benefits. Darius kept looking at the truth crystal, and after seeing no reaction, he dropped his head back and started laughing as if he had just heard the biggest joke of his life. I am not surprised that he is laughing as the situation is genuinely funny, Alex thought, knowing the reason behind Darius' reaction. It is amusing how an immortal adventurer like you know how to acquire my ancestors' legacy, which my family has been looking for the past 6 centuries, but have not even found solid clue that if it even exists in this world, Darius said with an angry tone. Why the hell is he angry when he should be celebrating? Alex thought, seeing Darius being way angrier than before. Your planning was immaculate, but you should have chosen a more believable lie. I will only ask this once who send you, Darius growled, releasing a tremendous amount of killing intent as his hands got covered in purple lightning. Capture him alive, Darius said to someone telepathically. This bastard has some loose screws in his head. Alex knew Darius didn't believe his words even after not seeing any reaction from the truth crystal. I think he believes I am an assassin sent to kill him, and this meeting was a planned setup, not an accident. Alex thought as he felt the full brunt of Darius' killing intent. Alex knew Darius believed that he was hiding his true strength, and in disguise, he was at least a rank 4 warrior here to assassinate him. Prince Darius, I am willing to sign a watcher contract with your chosen condition to prove that I am not lying, and this is just a big misunderstanding, Alex said with both hands in the air, not moving from his position. Alex knew if he said anything else that could sound like he was trying to buy some time, Darius would definitely mess him up badly. A watcher contract was an agreement between a player and an NPC, with AI-0 being responsible for implementing the agreed conditions and punishing the person who broke the agreement. Darius, I don't think the kid is lying as I feel no threat from him, someone telepathically said to Darius. Rolos, do you believe he knows how to acquire the legacy of my great ancestor? Darius asked, fully convinced that Alex was lying. I want to believe he is telling the truth, but it's just too good to be true. Rolos, we both know he is lying and I will give him a miserable death for his crime, Darius said, really pissed at Alex. Well, this is interesting. Rolos said after hearing Alex's proposal about the watcher contract. Darius, the kid just gave you the solution. Accept the contract, Darius said after a few seconds of intense staring at Alex. Watcher contract. Party A Prince Darius Gold. Party B Player Hidden 1. Conditions. 1. If Party B strength is above first rank, this will be deemed a breach of contract, and the agreed punishment will be in effect immediately. 2. If Party B lied to Party A at any moment in the next 10 minutes, this will be deemed a breach of contract. Punishment, permanent death. Except yes, no, the punishment is tricky, but to avoid that, I just need to consider any words I speak from now. Alex thought as he accepted the contract after reading it a few more times to ensure he understood all the details. I can acquire the SSS rank legacy of Archmage Goldfordus. I am still not dead, Alex said, giving Darius a cheeky smile. After hearing Alex's words and not seeing him receiving the punishment, the bloodlust and intense lighting around Darius was gone as he looked toward Alex with a big smile. Mr. Hidden One, I hope you understand the reason for my intense reaction, as the things you claim are quite unbelievable, Darius said with a friendly tone. I understand that Archmage Goldfordus' legacy is quite a sensitive matter for the royalty of the Gold Kingdom, Alex replied. There were many rumors about Archmage Goldfordus, and one of the most widespread rumors was that Archmage Goldfordus didn't leave his legacy to his descendant because he didn't deem any of them worthy enough to be his successor. This rumor, correct or not, was a direct humiliation to all 3 royal families of the Gold Kingdom, and the worst thing was they couldn't even defend themselves. Rolos, seal the space in this carriage, Darius said to his shadow guardian telepathically. Mr. Hidden One, how trustable is your source of information about my ancestors' legacy? Darius asked the most important question, as Alex's information could be a hoax. Darius was not an idiot to blindly believe Alex's words just because the system and truth crystal didn't detect it as a lie. The truth crystal and system only detected what Alex was telling, and anything he believed to be true would be considered accurate, but if the information he believed to be true was correct or false, that is a different thing. I can trust my source of information with my life, Alex replied, knowing what Darius was concerned about. Alex knew that the Gold Kingdom royalty should have met many people in their search for their ancestors' legacy who believed they knew how to acquire the legacy, but in the end, it was nothing more than a hoax. Mr. Hidden One, I am willing to buy all the information you have about my ancestors' legacy. If your information helps me progress toward the legacy, I promise you rewards you can't even imagine in your wildest dreams. Darius' words made it clear that Alex was not getting any rewards until his information was proven right. I was planning only to demand the 2 items I need from the Gold Kingdom Royal Treasury, but now I am considering increasing the price. Alex thought after hearing Darius' bold offer. I can't give you the information because obtaining the legacy would become very troublesome if the Gold Kingdom royalty gets involved, Alex said, telling the truth as lying will get him permanently killed. Alex didn't lie about anything, as acquiring the legacy would be nearly impossible if the Gold Kingdom royalty got involved, because a major part of the legacy was in the collection of a person that hated the Gold Kingdom with every fiber of his being. The Archmage Goldfredus legacy was bound to his treasured magic grimoire, an item of mythical quality that was broken into 3 books, and one of those books is owned by a wealthy merchant who hates the Gold Kingdom. Alex would rather collect all 3 books himself than give the information to the royal family, who would flip the whole human continent to get their ancestors' legacy and may mess things up in the process. Mr. Hidden One, if the Gold Kingdom royal family can't get involved, what do you suggest we do? Darius said, not angry at Alex's refusal to share information. Prince Darius, I could acquire the legacy of Archmage Goldfredus in less than 6 months, Alex replied. Mr. Hidden One, you need to set some realistic goals in life not to meet disappointment, but I respect your confidence and will give you a chance at your terms, Darius said, not taking Alex's words seriously. I can acquire the legacy in less time, but I have more important things to do in the next few months. Prince Darius request SSS. Objective Archmage Goldfredus Legacy. Time 6 months. Rewards Failure Penalty Permanent Death. Description Find Archmage Goldfredus Legacy within 6 months. Accept, yes, no, what a cunning bastard. Alex thought, seeing the quest window. Alex knew Darius wanted him to get scared by seeing the punishment, as the quest would only get clear after he acquired the legacy, and if he failed to obtain the legacy in 6-month time, he would permanently die. Darius wanted Alex to give him all the information he knew so he could get it validated quickly and find its actual value. This will scare even the most confident players, but it will not work against me. Alex was confident in acquiring the legacy because he completely trusted the information from his previous life, as he got it directly from the Olympian Guild. If you share the information about my ancestors' legacy, then you don't need to accept this request, but if you can't, this is the only option left for you. Mr. Hidden One, before you select any option, if you accept my request, then this meeting will be over, and we will only meet after you acquire the legacy, so consider both options very carefully. Darius made it clear that Alex needed to choose at least one option, and if he decided to accept his request, he would be responsible for the consequences. Prince Darius, how should I meet you after 6 months to get my reward? Alex said as he accepted the quest. When you acquire the legacy, use this badge to contact me and drink this potion before leaving the carriage, Darius said as he gave Alex a gold badge and a small potion bottle with a starry silver liquid inside. A signal badge and an invisibility potion. Alex thought after seeing the item Darius gave him. Prince Darius, I will be taking my leave, Alex said after drinking the invisibility potion. After a few seconds, the potion took effect, making Alex invisible, and being free to leave, he quickly left the carriage. Fiona, make sure nobody is following him, Darius said after Alex left the carriage. Alex knew Darius didn't believe his information to be valid, but he couldn't take any risk, so he bound Alex to himself by giving him an impossible quest with the death penalty at failure. If Alex found the legacy, it would be great for Darius, and if he failed to acquire the legacy, he would get killed by AI-0, and Darius will lose nothing. Alex was sure that if he didn't find the legacy in 5 months, Darius would meet him again to get the information he had, and depending on the information, he would either release Alex from the quest or leave him to die for giving him false hope. I need to run fast, or the auction entry will be closed, Alex thought as he sprinted at full speed toward the capital city's inner area. Alex didn't want to miss the auction because he found some rumors online that rare beast companions and high-ranking beast eggs would be available in the auction. Alex didn't know how accurate the rumors were as they were from players and not from some noble NPC, but he still didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to get a high-ranking beast companion and regret it later if it turned out to be true. Alex could join another high auction with guaranteed beast companions for sale, but it will consume too much time, and acquiring a good beast companion with his funds would be nearly impossible in a brutal bidding war. After sprinting for a few minutes, Alex reached the core area of the capital, and after showing his guest noble badge at the checkpoint, he was allowed entry without facing any problem. This is my first time in the core area of the capital city Quivira. Alex thought as he walked toward the location of the private auction. The location of the private auction was Duke Brithen's mansion, as he was responsible for the auction, with most items in the auction being his property. In the Gold Kingdom, majority of the nobles were merchants, and Duke Brithin was no different, but he was not just good at earning money as his strength was peak rank 5, and he was also a collector of exotic and rare items. Duke Brithin had a collection of the most bizarre and rare items in the Gold Kingdom, and every time he held a private auction, it was to clean some of his unwanted items. The items may be unwanted by Duke Brithin, but most of those items were treasures for low-ranking nobles and guilds. Hence, many nobles and small guilds would participate every time he held a private auction. After walking for some time, Alex reached the Duke's mansion, and after going through an identity check, he was successfully registered as an auction participant. After entering the mansion, a guard led Alex to the main hall, where many players and NPCs were gathered. This looks more like a party than an auction, Alex thought, seeing players and NPC nobles drinking and enjoying their time. The big hall had many NPC waiters who served drinks and food items to nobles and players, and in the middle of the hall, 3 beautiful ladies were showing their elegant dance moves on the big stage, garnering everyone's attention. Let's look around for some faces I could recognize and hear if these people are talking about some auction item. Alex started causally strolling through the hall to gather any useful information. There are some big guilds representatives here, which means the bidding will be very competitive, Alex thought, recognizing many players from the big guild. The auction should start in a few minutes, but I don't see any of these people going to some private place, Alex thought, looking at nobles and players casually chatting, not showing any concern about the auction. I can't do anything about the auction, so let's just wait and eat these free dishes in the meantime. After waiting for a few minutes, Alex got his answer as to why everyone was standing in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is time we start the auction. A man entered the hall wearing a butler's suit and said out loud, garnering everyone's attention. After garnering everyone's attention, the butler vanished from his position and appeared on the stage in the middle of the hall. I will explain the auction rules while my helper makes this place more comfortable, the butler said slowly with a professional smile and started explaining the usual auction rules. Now, this is something I was not expecting, Alex thought, seeing close to 100 guards entering the hall with one-person luxury sofas. All the waiters left the hall, and 10 or so maids cleaned the hall using magic within a few minutes, while the guards neatly placed the sofas in front of the stage. The sofas were placed around the stage in a semi-half circle, with every following line having more seats, and as the stage was 4 feet high from the ground, even the person sitting in the last line would get the perfect view of the stage. What the hell are they doing? Alex was confused, seeing some players and nobles going to the back seats, while some rich-looking nobles were taking the front seats. Now that I look carefully, the front row's sofas are fancier than the one at the back. Alex was very confused by what the hell was going on. Hey brother, you look confused by how everyone is selecting their seats. Alex heard a heavy voice from his right side. Alex looked to his right, and it was a level 180 player named Anger, who was jacked like a bodybuilder with a thick beard covering half his face. Yes, it is my first time joining Duke Brithin's private auction, Alex replied to get the correct information, as he didn't want to get embarrassed for sitting on the wrong seat. You should have noticed that the number of seats on the front and back is completely different, Anger said, pointing uneven number of seats in every row. Front seats are for Marquis rank nobles, and the next row of seats are for the Earl's rank noble, and every following row is for following rank nobles. You should sit in the row according to your noble rank, as there are a set number of seats for the auction participants in each row, Anger said, clearing Alex's confusion. Brother, I appreciate your help, Alex replied, as Anger had saved him from getting embarrassed because he was planning on sitting in the back not to gain any unnecessary attention. You should go to your seat. Cedric is almost finished with explaining the auction rules, Anger said as he left to take his seat. Alex quickly walked toward the second row and took the last empty seat, and as Alex took his seat, he got many surprised looks from other players as he was the third Earl player in the hall. The players were surprised because the other 2 Earl players were from the major guilds and had some popularity, but Alex was just a ghost, and nobody had any clue about his identity. They can only see my name, so it's all right, Alex thought, not minding the stares and focusing on auctioneer Cedric. Alex knew something like this could happen, so he had already used the mask to hide his level, but that was all he could do, as the person who checked his noble identity had already told him that he couldn't use any mask or appearance-altering item while participating in the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you can ask right now, because after the auction starts, it is not polite to disturb the auctioneer, Cedric said after explaining a bunch of rules. The rules Cedric explained were mostly advice to the new participant not to do anything stupid, or they will get banned from ever joining the auctions held by Duke Brithin. Butler Cedric, I heard rumors of there being a companion beast of rare epic quality in today's auction. A noble Marquis asked the question that the majority of people in the hall wanted to ask. Marquis Francis, if a companion beast of rare epic quality is on the auction list, it should come for bidding at some point in the auction, Cedric replied, neither confirming nor denying. I believe the rumors are true because if they were not this, many high-ranking nobles wouldn't have joined this auction. Alex believed that rumors were true because all the high-ranking nobles who joined the auction were wealthy merchants with very low personal strength, and they all came here with only one goal of acquiring the rumored beast companion. If they could get a beast companion with high potential, they would spend their wealth to nurture him, turning him into a loyal, strong protector that they could truth with the protection of their life. If nobody has any questions, I will start the auction, Cedric said as he took out a full body cloth armor displayed on a crystal mannequin. Name Holy Priest Set Light Armor. Equipment 5-piece armor set. Restriction Healer Class. Qualities Unique Middle. Grades 3rd rank Upgradable. 1 effect Increase light element damage by 40. Increase dark element resistance by 22 effect. Increase the effectiveness of healing spells by 50. Decrease all light element spell cooldown by 25 3 effect. Increase vitality by 70. Increase stamina by 40. 2 armor pieces set effect, wide area heal skill will be usable. 3 armor pieces set effect, light lance skill will be usable. 4 armor pieces set effect, Holy Judgment skill will be usable. 5 armor pieces set effect, Bane of Undead skill will be usable. Description: a cloth armor set made by the Grand Master Blacksmith Thradek using the hide of a phantom leopard. This magnificent armor set is today's first item for auction. The armor base price is 20,000 gold coins, and the minimum bid increment is 1,000 gold coins, and after every 10 bids, the bid increment price will get double. Let's start the bidding, Cedric said calmly, not showing the enthusiasm of an auctioneer. This armor is good, but with the restriction of only healer type class, it is at best worth 65,000 gold coins, Alex thought after checking the armor. A middle-quality unique armor, at minimum, would cost around 45,000 gold coins, and the best middle-quality armor could cost up to a little over 100,000 gold coins. I will wait for some real items worth bidding on. Alex knew this armor was just the opening item, and good stuff would come late in the auction, so with no interest in the armor, he decided to enjoy the bidding war between the players and the nobles. There were more than 30 participants interested in buying the armor, making the bidding competitive but not hectic, as every interested participant only raised their hand to place their bid. Congratulations, Marquis Francis, on buying the first item of today's auction, Cedric said, placing the armor and crystal mannequin back into his space ring. After the first item was successfully sold, Cedric took out 7 more armor sets, one by one, of low epic to low unique quality, and not a single one piqued his interest as every one of the armor sets was useless compared to his Yeti King armor. Butler Cedric, I think it is time for you to take out some good stuff on which we can have a healthy bidding competition, Marquis sitting next to Francis said. Marquis Asdar, I think the next weapon should meet your expectations, Cedric replied. This noble name is Asdar. Alex was surprised to hear the name. If there are no other noble named Asdar in the Gold Kingdom, then he should be one of the traders. I need to research Marquis Asdar to find out if he is the same noble who was a baron 6 years ago. The list of traders Alex got from the Senior Lucius diary contained the name of 14 nobles, and 4 of those traders belonged to the Gold Kingdom nobles. I wonder how many noble presents here have become demon slaves over the past 6 years. The Gold Kingdom had close to 150 official NPC nobles, and Alex was confident that at least 20 of that number belonged to traders. The people I recognized from the trader list have all gained tremendous power over the past 6 years, and most of the trader nobles have gained higher authority in each kingdom. Let's just enjoy the auction right now, as worrying about the demonic cult will only add stress to my life, Alex thought, seeing Cedric setting up a stand to display the next item. These knives look familiar, Alex thought, seeing Cedric displaying 2 long black throwing knives on the stand. I think everybody understands the true value of this set of throwing knives, Cedric said after seeing all nobles looking at the set of throwing knives with bright eyes. This set of throwing knives could be a part of a legacy item, but I have no solid evidence to prove that claim, Cedric said. Butler Cedric, can you please start the bidding, Francis said, interrupting Cedric from explaining anything further about the throwing knives. The throwing knives set price is 100,000 gold coins, and the minimum bid increment is 10,000 gold coins, and after every 10 bids, the bid increment price will get double. After Cedric confirmed the price, all the nobles and players started a bidding war to acquire the throwing knives, while Alex was conflicted about making a tough decision. I am not 100 certain, but these knives look exactly like the 6 knives of doom. Alex searched his memory, trying to remember anything about these 2 knives, but other than a few blurry short memories, he could not remember anything else significant. At the rate these ignorant idiots are bidding, the price will reach more than 1 million gold coins, and buying these throwing knives for more than 10,000 white flame coins would mess up my chances to acquire any other valuable item. If these 2 knives belong to the 6 knives of doom set, then buying them at any price would be a jackpot. But then again, I don't know where the other 4 knives are to complete the set. Alex was so obsessed with the 6 knives of doom set because it was one of the very few items in the game that broke the balance of common sense and was desired by every player without exception. The 6 knives of doom set was a unique item set made from 3 completely different knife sets, each set of 2 knives representing a completely different element. On their own, those 3 sets of knives were useless compared to other similar quality items, but after being owned by the same owner, those 6 useless knives became one of the most broken item sets in the game. I may be wrong and waste a lot of money buying some random useless throwing knives, but if I don't get them, I will not be sleeping well for months thinking about missing a game-breaking item. Alex decided to acquire the knives even though he was not certain if the knives belonged to the 6 knives of doom set. Alex didn't have much information on the 6 knives of doom set, but what he knew about them was enough for him to take small gambles. The price has already reached 610,000 gold coins, and these 4 idiots are still bidding without slowing down. Alex didn't start bidding as he was waiting for the bidding war between the one player representing a major guild and 3 Marquis nobles to get a little calmed down, but not a single one of them was ready to back down. I am joining this bidding war. Alex raised his hand, and Cedric immediately increased the price from 700,000 to 740,000 gold coins. After Alex placed the bid, his fellow player looked at him, and after a few seconds of thinking, he decided to quit the bidding war as he had no information about Alex, and the item was already getting out close to its maximum value. 740,000 gold coins, Alex bid. 780,000 gold coins. 1 million gold coins. 1.2 million gold coins, Alex bid. My max budget is 3 million gold coins, and if these 3 keep on betting, it would be spent on this speculative item. Alex originally came to the auction to get a good beast companion, and at the rate the bidding was going, his chances of getting any other item in the auction were dwindling. 1.25 million gold coins. These 3 know I want these in throwing knives, and they want me to spend maximum money to acquire them. Alex thought after seeing Asdar looking at him for a moment with a cheap smirk. You 3 don't know my budget, so let's see if you can play this game with me to the end. Alex thought 1.55 million gold coins. Francis bid 1.55 million gold coins going once, twice. Francis had an ugly expression seeing Cedric ready to announce him as the bid winner. He won't be bidding now. Alex raised his hand at the last moment, but his expression was hesitant. 1.6 million gold coins, Alex bid. After hearing Cedric announce Alex's bid, Francis sighed visibly and looked at his fellow Marquis, not with a happy expression. I was expecting them to bid once more, but it looks like these 2 don't want to risk their money, Alex thought, seeing the other 2 Marquis not showing any sign of raising their hands to bid. 1.6 million gold coins going once, twice, sold. After Cedric announced Alex as the bid winner, he could hear chuckles from the 3 Marquises and other participants. All the participants believed that the Space Phantom throwing knives were only a part of an unknown legacy and knew their actual value was a maximum of 1 million gold coins. Congratulations, Earl Hidden One, on buying the Space Phantom throwing knives set for such a low price, Asdar said, giving Alex a cheeky smirk. I will personally kill this traitor bastard, and if I can't buy a good mount with my remaining funds, I will add some torture before killing him. Alex thought, giving Asdar no reaction to his cheap taunt. After Alex bought the Space Phantom throwing knives, he didn't bid on any other item for the next 2 hours, patiently waiting for the companion beast to start getting auctioned. I have a little over 15,000 white flame coins, 1.5 million gold coins, and I would need 500,000 to buy the last SS rank legacy and the final part of the key to the Monarch tomb. I hope I can buy a flying type beast companion with 1 million gold coins. Alex thought, enjoying the crazy bidding war between a Marquis and an Earl player. I wasn't expecting the Duke to place a rank 3 forging flame in the auction without doing any publicity to get the best price. Alex thought, looking at the light yellow flame on the stand inside a clear glass cube. All forging flames were rare, but finding one above rank 2 was very hard as they were produced in nature, and it was impossible to create a forging flame artificially. The bidding for the forging flame continued for some time, and in the end the player purchased the flame at the price of 2.2 million gold coins. The guild should be desperate to get a rank 3 forging flame to spend twice the market price to buy it. Alex thought, seeing the player smiling ear to ear after buying the flame. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the final segment of the auction, Cedric said. After hearing Cedric's words, all the players and NPC nobles got fully focused as they knew the last segment of the auction would consist of only beast companions. The final segment of today's auction will only have 12 items, and as most of you heard the rumors, the final 12 items are all beast companions, Cedric said, and immediately 2 guards entered the hall with a small cage covered in black cloth. This beautiful little ibex goat buck is today's first beast companion with the astonishing natural potential of peak rank 3. Cedric explained some more things about Diamond Horn Ibex, while most participants excitedly waited for him to start the bidding. Diamond Horn Ibex Rare Elite. Nature Tameable. Condition Calm. Description: a cub of a diamond horn ibex with the natural potential to reach peak 3rd rank. It is a nice tameable beast with good potential, but I want a flying type beast, Alex thought. In the ancient world, the mounts and beast companions had completely different specialties. The mounts would only help a person travel fast, while a beast companion would be a loyal companion who would help its master in many different situations. In the ancient world, beast companions were very rare as most wild monsters were not tameable, with only a few exceptions, such as the Wandering World bosses. Taming Wandering World bosses was possible, but doing it was nearly impossible without overwhelming strength and resources, as the beast at that level was intelligent and would rather be killed with pride than become a human slave. The only way normal people without strength and resources could get a beast companion was by making a blood bond with a newborn cub of a strong wild beast. Alex was not interested in the first beast companion, but most participants were salivating, looking at the tiny goat cub. The Diamond Horn Ibex cub base price is 50,000 gold coins, and the minimum bid increment is 5,000 gold coins, Cedric said, and immediately intense bidding started. This Ibex buck should sell for close to 300,000 gold coins, Alex thought, seeing close to 40 participants bidding for the Ibex buck. The beast companions have different classifications that decide their price in the market, but the natural growth potential of the beast was always the main deciding factor of its value. All beast cubs have the natural potential to reach a certain rank of strength as they reach adulthood, but they will only reach their full potential if they get proper care and an ideal environment to grow without being restricted. The natural potential of a beast cub didn't decide its future strength because a beast could evolve and reach a higher strength level. The process of a beast evolving was very hard as the beast needed high bloodline potential and a large number of resources to break its natural shackles. Any person, NPC, or player could only do a blood bond with a beast companion once, and if their beast companion dies, they will not be able to make another blood bond with a different beast. There was only one solution to this problem, and that was to increase one's own strength, as one will be able to make one new blood bond after every successful rank promotion. For example, a rank 3 warrior could make up to 4 blood bonds with 4 different beasts. As most people, NPCs, or players would never cross the limits of the 3rd rank, they would select the best beast companion to cover their possible future weakness. I think I should settle on buying a beast companion with low natural potential, Alex thought after seeing the Diamond Horn Ibex cub selling for a whopping 520,000 gold coins. These people are more desperate than I thought, and if I didn't get a beast in the first half, my chances to acquire the ones at the end would be 0. Alex knew that if a non-carnivorous beast cub like Diamond Horn Ibex could sell for 520,000 gold coins, then his chances to buy a flying category beast companion would be close to 0 with his current funds. After the first beast cub, 3 more came with similar natural potential, and without fail, all sold for more than 500,000 gold coins, 2 being bought by players and the other by NPCs nobles. Ladies and gentlemen, the next 4 beast companions will belong to flying-type beasts, but all 4 of them are special, Cedric said, as 2 guards entered the hall with a cage with no cloth hiding the bird fledgling inside the comfy cage. I will be taking this money burner, Alex thought after seeing the bird fledgling inside the cage. Poisonous Vulture Rare Elite. Nature Tameable. Condition Hungry. Description: a poison vulture, innate-born predator with deadly poison running through its blood with the natural potential to reach peak 3rd rank. The poisonous vulture fledgling looked beautiful with dark green soft feathers covering its little body, making it resemble any beautiful bird, but Alex knew what this cute little thing would turn into when it reached adulthood. Alex had seen the adult version of this thing, and it was hands down one of the creepy birds he had seen in his previous life. fully grown rank 3 poisonous vulture had a wingspan of close to 20 meters and could travel at a breakneck speed, and with its poisonous beak and claws, it was a vicious predator that hunted its prey with speed and its deadly poison. A rank 3 poisonous vulture was a treasured beast companion if it reached its full potential, but even in Alex's previous life, he had only seen a few players with a peak rank 3 poisonous vulture as their beast companion. It was an arduous task to raise a poisonous vulture as a beast companion because its diet only consisted of poisonous animals, and as its size grew, its appetite grew as well, making it a companion for only wealthy people. The poisonous animal carcasses were already higher priced than normal monster carcasses, which made raising a poisonous vulture a money-burning task. This little thing will turn into a creepy dinosaur when it reaches adulthood, but it could provide me with many advantages, so it is worth buying at the price of 1 million. The flying-type beast companions were more expensive than ordinary beasts, and as this vulture was one of the best among the flying-type beasts, its price was also close to double compared to normal beasts with third-rank natural potential. Alex knew that all the rich participants would not bid after the price reached 1 million gold coins, because they were all saving their funds for the last 4 companion beasts. Before making any bids, Alex decided to wait and see how many participants were interested in buying this money-burning giant. This little emerald fledgling bird is one of the fastest and deadliest predators on the same strength level, and it also has the potential to reach the first high rank with its natural talent. Cedric started explaining more information on poisonous vulture that Alex already knew, and he could see that Cedric was trying to hide the drawbacks of having a poisonous vulture as a beast companion. He doesn't act like an auctioneer, but he knows how to sell the item for the maximum price. Alex thought, seeing Cedric explaining only the best things about having a poisonous vulture as a beast companion. The poisonous vulture fledgling base price is 100,000 gold coins, and the minimum bid increment is 10,000 gold coins, Cedric said after convincing all the poor nobles that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can try to buy this, but 1 million gold coins would not be enough, Alex thought, seeing all the nobles without actual information on poisonous vultures bidding as if their lives depended on it. If I bid aggressively, my chances should increase, and maybe I could get my first beast companion at a little over 1 million gold coins. Alex decided to use his image to get the vulture. Alex quickly thought of a plan, knowing this could be his last chance to get a beast with good potential with his current funds, and if he couldn't get one from this auction, then he would need to delay some of his plans. Alex was so hell-bent on buying a flying beast because he had many plans after acquiring his legacy, most of which involved high-danger places that required a flying mount to reach. Please start the bidding, Cedric said, and immediately all the nobles started raising their hand, showing their interest in buying the poisonous vulture. Alex didn't place any bid and waited patiently for the beginning crowd to lessen, and after a few minutes, the starting 60 participants dwindled to only 11. I will need to spend a little over 1 million, Alex thought as he raised his hand, raising the current bid to 550,000 gold coins. After Alex raised the bid, a few participants took notice, but they did not react and focused back on Cedric, who was calmly announcing the current bids. Alex kept increasing the bid after anyone else raised the bid, and just as he had planned, the 11 enthusiastic participants turned to only 2 after the price reached 860,000 gold coins. The aggressive bidding worked like a charm. Alex thought as he raised his hand to increase the bid to 940,000 gold coins before Cedric could even announce the newly increased bid. The 2 remaining bidders were both players with the noble title of Viscount, and just as Alex hoped, both players didn't increase the bid, and after a few seconds, Cedric announced Alex as the winner. Congratulations, Earl Hidden One, on buying the poisonous vulture as your companion beast, Cedric said with a bright smile as 2 guards came and took the vulture cage away from the stage. I spent most of my wealth, but I got what I wanted. Alex thought as he relaxed on his comfy sofa, not interested in any other following companion beasts. After Alex bought the poisonous vulture, the auction continued smoothly, and as Cedric said, 7 more companions beasts got auctioned. The last of these 7 companions beasts was a golden eagle with the natural potential to reach rank 4, and as Alex expected, Marquis Asdar bought it at the price of 6 million gold coins. After the auction concluded, Alex followed Cedric's instructions and paid the price of his purchased item, and without wasting any time, he left the auction with a costly set of knives and a small hungry green vulture fledgling. I should choose a good name for him, but I can't think of anything good right now, so let's make a blood contract to make him my first beast companion. Alex was sitting in a new hotel room he rented to make the blood contract, as he couldn't carry a poisonous vulture iron cage with him through the city. SHHRRIIKKKKK vulture sound. I know you are hungry, but you must wait for some time, and then you could eat the best meal of your life, Alex said, looking at the innocent vulture fledgling sitting on the bed. Let's complete the contract and go to the black market to acquire the last SS rank legacy and final piece of Monarch Tomb key, Alex thought as he took out one of the Space Phantom knives from his inventory. Now that I have this throwing knife in my hand, I don't see any aura like the space distorting knife from my memory. Who cares if they are real or fake? I will find out eventually, as now they belong to me, Alex thought as he used the knife to cut his palm. At least it is sharper than it looks. Alex used his blood and mana to start drawing an intricate magic circle on the room floor, which he would need to complete the blood contract with Vulture Fledgling. The person who wants to make a blood contract with a beast would need to draw the contract magic circle using his own blood and mana. The blood contract uses the user's blood and mana to place a seal on the beast's core, which, over time, slowly changes the beast's natural mentality and makes him recognize the contract owner as his absolute master. I think I need to practice drawing mana circles, but this contract circle should do the job, Alex thought, looking at the messy contract circle he drew. Little buddy, in a few seconds, we will become lifelong companions, and don't worry, I will treat you with the best treatment possible, Alex said as he picked the small vulture fledgling and placed him in the center of the contract magic circle. After placing the vulture fledgling in the magic circle, Alex placed his hands at the edge and started releasing a constant stream of mana. After a few seconds of absorbing mana, the magic circle began to shine, and then it started to shrink slowly and cover the vulture in the middle. The vulture fledgling looked curiously as blood symbols crawled on his body and quickly vanished, and within a few seconds, the entire magic circle got absorbed into his body. Congratulations, player, Hidden 1. Blood contract successful. Beast companion acquired, poisonous vulture. Little buddy, now we are lifelong companions, and don't worry, I will turn you into the strongest poisonous vulture this world has seen in centuries, Alex said with a wide smile. Alex knew of many high-quality beast evolution material locations from his previous life, and those materials were more than enough for him to evolve tens of beast companions. SHHRRA vulture sound. It's time for you to sleep, Alex said as he used the system to send the little vulture into the beast companion space. The beast companion space was very useful as the beast companion placed into it would be put to deep slumber by the system until it gets summoned back by its master. After acquiring this last legacy, I should quickly complete the deal with Badger and Hecate before going to the Forbidden Land to get my own legacy. Alex left the hotel and navigated his way to the outer area of the capital city, and after traveling toward a set destination, he reached a small shack that looked no different than any other house in the near vicinity. No one will believe that this rundown shack is the entrance to the human continent's biggest black market, Alex thought as he walked toward the normal-looking wooden shack. Adventurer, you should leave this place. Alex heard a voice just as he touched the shack door. This should be enough to give me entry, or do you also want to check if I have money to spend? Alex said as he took out his royal guest badge. Esteemed noble Earl, I apologize for wasting your time. Alex heard the voice again after a few seconds. The black market was a very special place, not just because it was the biggest illegal market on the human continent, but because it was mostly run and owned by non-humans. Humans entirely dominated the human continent, as even if some areas were in control of non-human species, they still were under the rule of the human empire and gave yearly tributes for safety and protection. The black market was not different as it was allowed to exist by the permission of the White Flame Empire because it provided many benefits to the human continent while doing little to no harm doing its illegal and legal business. Black market was a restricted place, with many guardians keeping watch on every entrance, only allowing people with enough strength and money to enter. The black market had such strict rules not because the market didn't want to do business with weak people, but because an average person would die before even reaching the location of the black market. I should be all right for 2 hours with my current strength, Alex thought as he entered the shack and walked toward the underground wooden stair that led to a tunnel. The black market was located deep underground, and the only way to reach there was by using one of the few known tunnels. After reaching the underground tunnel, Alex walked a small distance and reached a big clearing with more than 40 magic travel carts stationed on cart tracks. I should choose a comfy magic cart, Alex thought, and after a quick look, he selected his ride. The area had many carts, and they all had the same purpose of taking people to the underground black market, with the only difference being comfort and price. The area had no managing person as the whole cart system was designed to run automatically by high-rank magic. All the magic carts were easy to control as they only had 2 levers, one for starting the cart and turning it off while the other for stopping the cart when needed. After entering his cart, Alex started his short journey, and after traveling for a few minutes at a moderate speed, he reached his destination. This sight always amazes me, Alex thought, standing at the tunnel's exit, looking at a bustling underground city. Adventurer, first time seeing the city of Sunken Diamond. I can arrange a guide for you if you pay a little extra. The officer that collected the rent for the magic cart asked Alex with a friendly tone, showing Alex his sharp, toothy grin. I can handle myself just fine, Alex replied, having enough knowledge and experience not to trust anyone inside the black market. Alex left the area and walked straight toward the city to quickly acquire the item he came to buy, as he could only stay underground for a limited time because of the high-density mana presence. The whole underground area had at least 10 times the normal mana density, which was amazing for any strong person, but it was nothing less than a slow poison for an average person. The minimum requirement to stay in the Sunken Diamond City for a long time was to be a 3rd rank or above warrior, because anyone with less strength would die because of mana poisoning. The strength requirement was only for humans, and not the city inhabitant demi-humans, who ruled the city and owned most of its businesses, because they were not affected by the large quantity of mana and lived without any fear of getting mana poisoning. Sir Adventurer, please show your identity. The weasel demi-human guard at the city entrance asked Alex. The guard knew that with Alex's strength, he shouldn't be here, but his presence here only meant his identity wasn't normal. You don't need to worry, I will leave the city in 2 hours, Alex said, showing the guard his noble badge. Sir, I could be of great help if you need some information, the guard said with a bright smile after seeing the noble badge, knowing he had just avoided making a big blunder. I don't need any help, but buying his favor for just a few gold coins is a great deal. Alex knew the guard would try his best to be on his good side. I want to know where I could acquire the meat of a high-ranking poisonous beast. Alex asked for the information that would benefit him the most. Alex knew it would be impossible to check all the secret stores he knew in just 2 short hours, as they were all over the city, and going to every one of them would need a whole day. He knows something interesting, Alex thought, seeing the guard looking around, checking all directions before getting near Alex. Sir, there is a rumor going around in the city that Zame Butcher Shop has received a complete carcass of a rank 5 beast. This is the Black Market City. There should be quite a few shops with rank 5 beast carcasses for sale, Alex said, clearly unpleased with the guard. I was going to give a good tip as I am feeling generous, but this bastard is trying to rip me off by selling an unconfirmed rumor. Sir, the rumor is true, and the special thing about the rank 5 beast is that he is a mutated chimera, the guard said slowly. I don't think he is lying, and if he is lying, then he is very good at it and doesn't fear the consciousness. Alex believed the guard's words because his noble title gave him enough authority to beat the crap out of even a baron for a valid reason, and the kingdom would not blame him. The guard knew an Earl noble authority very well and knew if Alex reported him for scamming, he would get thrown inside a dark jail cell for the remainder of his life. Keep this, and if your information is correct, I will give 10 times this amount before leaving the city, Alex said in a serious tone as he gave the guard a white flame coin. Sir, I wouldn't lie to you, the guard said, not accepting the coin. If your information is correct, then there is nothing to worry about, Alex said as he tossed the coin toward the guard. After asking for the shop address from the guard, Alex quickly left the city entrances as he now needed to visit 4 different places in less than 2 hours. If I could gain some meat from the rank 5 chimera tail and feed it to my little vulture with other evolution materials, he may gain some good mutation after his first evolution. Alex thought of the best ways he could make his companion beast benefit from a mutated rank 5 chimera snake tail with one of the deadliest poisons. I could only know which complementary evolution material I need for a safe and suitable evolution after seeing the chimera body, Alex thought as he walked straight toward a big area next to city entrances with many carriages ready to get rented. Mana buff gained. Increase mana regeneration by 200. My 2-hour timer has started. After getting this buff, Alex's body would constantly absorb mana, and in 2 short hours he would die from excessive mana poisoning. I need to visit 4 different corners of this city, Alex thought, sitting inside the carriage he rented. Alex first planned to visit 3 shops in the city to get the SS rank legacy and the Monarch Tomb Key final part, but after knowing about the mutated chimera, he didn't want to miss out on getting some of its meat. The items that Alex wanted to buy were in 4 different shops far from each other, making the trip to each of them in 2 hours very challenging. Coachman, you should make these horses run fast if you want a 100 gold coin bonus. Alex gave the coachman an enticing offer as he knew that if the carriage kept traveling at its current speed, there would be no time left to visit the Zame Butcher Shop after going to the first 3 shops. Sir, the guards will fine me 50 gold for driving fast and creating havoc in the city, the coachman said, not rejecting the offer outright. I will give you 200 gold coins if you could take me to the first 3 shops in less than 1 hour, Alex replied, knowing that the coachman would be fined if he drove recklessly, and if he crashed the carriage or injured someone, he would be thrown into the jail. Sir, we have a deal, the coachman said, and the slow-moving carriage speed reached more than double in a few seconds. I hope no guard stops the carriage before we at least reach the second shop, or the plan to acquire the chimera meat would need to be cancelled. Alex wanted to visit the 4 shops in 2 hours because he couldn't return for the next 24 hours after leaving the city. If he revisited the city before at least 24 hours, it would only result in his quick death because of the excessive mana inside his body from his previous visit. This bastard is a crackhead, Alex thought while holding his seat with both hands tightly, ready for the next impact. Alex was in such a situation because the crackhead carriage driver was not driving the carriage but flying it as the horses were running like they were on some miracle drug, making the carriage bounce on the road. Sir Adventurer, we have reached the first shop. These few minutes were very unpleasant, but at least I reached my first shop in less than half the intended time, Alex thought as he exited the carriage while stumbling. Sir Adventurer, the guard will not come to this remote area, so you should take your time to select a suitable item, the coachman said with a toothy grin. Alex didn't give him any reply and walked toward the small run-down shop with a catchy name, the Hidden Merchant. I got scammed by this bastard in my last life, but I will take my revenge this time, Alex thought as he walked inside the shop. Filbert should come out once I select some item I am interested in, Alex thought after not seeing the shop owner. Filbert is just a natural-born con artist, Alex thought after seeing the tidy and clean shop with amazing-looking weapons covering the shop walls. The shop inside was nothing like its outside appearance, and there was a lot of incense smoke in the air, giving one a refreshing feeling. This shop was a scam run by a fox demi-human, and everything about it, from its name to its appearance, was made in such a precise way that it gave the shop a very mysterious vibe. In Alex's previous life, many players got scammed by the owner, and he was also one of his victims as he got tricked by the owner into buying a worthless wand with no actual use. I don't have much time, so let's quickly get the dagger and leave for the next shop. Alex knew that Filbert would make his entry after seeing him select an item he was interested in buying, so he quickly chose a peak epic sword after checking a few swords displayed on the shelf. Adventurer, you have very keen eyes. Filbert, the F-ing piece of shit. Alex immediately recognized the middle-aged fox demi-human. I really want to beat him to a pulp just like I did in my previous life, but I don't want to spend 7 days in prison like I did last time, Alex thought after hearing one of the voices he hated the most from his previous life. I want to buy this peak epic sword, Alex said, knowing what reply he would receive from this crafty fox. Adventurer, I see my younger self in you, and in good conscience, I can't let you buy this useless sword. If you want a real weapon that could give you a life-changing opportunity, then I could show you my treasured collection that I collected in my younger days of adventuring. I know you can't trust a stranger like me, but it will cost you no money just seeing my collection, Filbert said in a friendly tone, offering Alex a deal where he loses nothing. I wonder how often he practices talking bullshit in one day, Alex thought, pretending to look surprised after hearing the offer. Sir, I will be honored if you show me your collection, Alex replied, as the item he wanted was inside Filbert's fake collection. Adventurer, this will be the best decision of your life, Filbert said as he walked to his shop counter. After unlocking some hidden compartments, Filbert took out 8 weapons and very carefully placed them on the counter for Alex to check. These are just a few of the weapons I collected in my younger days that I think could benefit you. Why is he showing me normal items and not the fake legacy items? Alex thought after checking the 8 items. Shop owner, these weapons are good, but I don't think any of them could give me more benefits than the sword I have selected, Alex said. Filbert didn't say anything and one by one placed 4 more weapons on the counter. These 4 are my most prized weapons, and I don't think they need any introduction, Filbert said with a broad smile. I wonder how he would react if he knew one of these 4 fake legacy items is a real SS rank legacy item. Alex thought, looking at the 3 fake and 1 authentic legacy item that he came to buy. Filbert scammed people by selling them fake legacy items, and the way he create those items was by using rank 2 sealing scrolls. There was an effortless way to check if a legacy item was fake or not just by the mana around it, as the real items would always gather mana around them. In contrast, a regular item will not, and as most people don't have this information, they can't tell the difference between a fake and a real legacy item. Shop owner, these 4 legacy items are for sale, Alex asked, acting very surprised. These 4 legacy items are for sale, and as a gift I will give a 20% discount if you buy any of these 4, Filbert said with the same calm and friendly tone. What is the price of this dagger? Alex said after pretending to think for some time. I thought you wanted a sword. I am a sword user, but I don't have enough money to purchase this sword, and I also don't want to miss out on this opportunity, Alex replied, lying with a straight face. 200,000 gold coins with the 20% discount, Filbert replied with a smile. If you think the dagger is not worth the price, then there is no need to overthink it, as my offer is always available, and you could return any time to buy this sword legacy item. The simplest trick to manipulate someone, Alex thought. Alex knew Filbert was playing mind games with him, as he first gave him a choice to make, and by not giving him any time to decide, he was forcing him to make a decision. Most people in this situation would get flustered about missing an opportunity and decide without thinking about it, and Filbert wanted Alex to do the same and buy the dagger without considering the possibility of it being a fake. "Shop owner, I will buy the dagger," Alex said in an excited tone after pretending to thinking for a few seconds. "Adventurer, fate has brought you here, and it is because of fate that you have acquired this legacy item. I do not doubt that you will find the secrets of this legacy item and acquire the true legacy," Filbert said with a broad smile. "Shop owner, after I find the true legacy using this item, you will definitely know about it," Alex said with a wide grin as he placed a magic bag with 2,000 white flame coins on the counter. After getting the dagger, Alex quickly left toward the next shop to get the second dagger that would complete the SS rank legacy. "Sir Adventurer, we have reached the Fantastic Artifacts shop." The second shop was in a crowded area of the city, but the coachman didn't drive slowly, and the best thing was that even though he created a lot of mayhem, he didn't crash into anyone. "I need to quickly buy the dagger before the city guards arrive to capture this crackhead," Alex thought as he left the carriage and quickly entered the shop, ignoring the NPCs who were shouting at him while ignoring the coachman. The dagger should be on some special display, Alex thought as he looked around the shop to search for the dagger. "Adventurer, welcome to my humble shop. Please browse my items and let me know if you need help," the shop owner, a bunny demi-human, said after seeing Alex enter the shop. Alex didn't engage in a conversation with the shop owner and started looking at the display shelf, and after a quick look, he found a white dagger he wanted to buy. "Shop owner, I want to buy that white dagger," Alex said, pointing at the unusually shaped dagger displayed high up on the wall. "Adventurer, you have very keen eyes. This dagger is very special," the shop owner said as he pointed at the dagger, and it floated toward him like being carried by an invisible hand. Little party trick to impress newbies, Alex thought, knowing the shop owner was using minor telekinesis, a skill one could develop after reaching the 4th rank. The dagger is only of peak epic quality. What is so special about it besides having a weird shape which should only lower its value? Alex questioned like a normal person, but already knew what special thing the owner was talking about. "Please hold the dagger, and you will understand its value," the owner said, handing Alex the dagger with a confident smile. "Mana buff gained. Increase mana regeneration by 50. Health buff gained. Increase health regeneration by 50. This is, without a doubt, the real dagger," Alex thought, looking at the dagger with genuine surprise. The dagger in Alex's hand has no qualities of being a legacy item, but it was unusual compared to all other peak epic quality items as it gives 2 incredible passive buffs. All legacy items were just clues left in the world by the true legacy owners so that a fated person could use the legacy item to acquire their legacy. All legacy items were connected to some legacy in the world, but finding it was only possible with luck or, as most people believed, fate. "Adventurer, do you now believe this dagger is special?" the owner said, happy with Alex's reaction. "How much do you want for this dagger?" Alex asked as he didn't have much time before the guard took his fantastic carriage driver. "This dagger belongs to my ancestor, and it has no price for me, but I will sell it to you just because I see you are very sincere," the owner said with a fake depressed look. "If you want to sell the item, tell me the real price or I will leave and you can have your dagger," Alex said, knowing he was bullshitting with him. "The price is just 100,000 gold coins," the owner said seriously, knowing Alex was not buying his emotional talk. "I am not paying the full price even if it is worth it." A peak epic item with similar passive buffs would sell for close to 30,000 gold coins, but as they were scarce, some could go as high as 50,000 gold coins, but that was the limit. "I know this dagger will be worthless after rank 3, so ask a price worth its value, or I am leaving your shop," Alex said with a deadpan expression. The people without this information would believe that these crazy buffs without any cooldown would work at any level of strength, and to sell their item at the highest price, the shop owner would never tell this critical information. "Adventurer, I can give a discount of 40, so the final price of this magnificent dagger is only 60,000 gold coins, the owner said with a wide smile. 20,000 gold coins, Alex said, intending to save every gold coin he could. "The lowest I will go is 45,000 gold coins, the owner said, taking the dagger from Alex's hand using minor telekinesis. "This is my final offer," Alex said as he threw a magic bag with 350 white flame cons toward the shop owner. "Adventurer, it was a pleasure doing business with you," after checking the magic bag, the owner said as he returned the dagger to him. "Let's complete this legacy item." Alex thought, sitting in the carriage holding the complete white dagger. Alex took out the first dagger he bought, and with both daggers in his hands, he immediately received the system notification he wanted to hear. Congratulations, player hidden 1. Legacy item completed. Description: first quest to prove that you are worthy of receiving the Shadow Harvester legacy. Accept yes no, I should complete the deal with Badger and Hecate at the same time. Alex thought as he placed the daggers into his secured inventory. After a few minutes of traveling, Alex reached the third store, and without much trouble, he bought the Monarch Tomb Key final part at the price of 150,000 gold coins. If I had time, I could have bought this item for less money. Alex thought, looking at the round, crystal black disc with scratches covering its whole surface. I have more than 2,000 white flame coins, which should be enough to buy a large quantity of the meat of Chimera Snake Tail. Alex thought as he checked his remaining funds. Alex had no clue how much a rank 5 Chimera meat would cost him, as he had never bought such luxury meat to feed his companion beast in his previous life. Sir Adventurer, we have reached the Zame Butcher Shop. I should give him some tip and tell him to leave, Alex thought as he exited the carriage. You should leave and go to the guard office to pay your fine, Alex said as he gave the coachman 3 white flame coins. Sir Adventurer, if you need a fast ride in this city, I am always available, the coachman said happily, looking at the 3 white flame coins. If you could stay out of jail, I would like to hire you again, Alex said as he tried to sense the mana around his crackhead coachman. Just as I thought, he has no mana around him, Alex thought after confirming one of theory. The carriage driver was a human, but Alex didn't think much at first, as any human who has visited the sunken Diamond City for some years could develop high resistance to rich mana and won't die from mana poisoning. Alex first didn't assume the coachman to be a rank 4 or above warrior, because anyone at that strength level would not drive a carriage to earn chump change, but after noticing some unusual things in the last hour, he was forced to reconsider his opinion on this weak-looking middle-aged man. The few things that Alex noticed in the last hour were minor but very suspicious, as the carriage was not stopped at any point, even though he saw some guards patrolling the streets. The 2 horses that pulled the carriage always looked energized, even after running at amazing speed through the whole city, and only a few NPC yelled at them for driving the carriage recklessly while all the others minded their business like they saw nothing. He could be an old carriage driver who always drives like this in the city, and as he drives so well, people don't mind his reckless driving, but he could also be a person with a hidden story, Alex thought, itching to find the truth. How should I look for you in this big city? Alex asked, seeing the coachman ready to leave. My name is Burton, and you could find me at the carriage station or the mart bar, the coachman said. I do not have any information on an NPC named Burton, but I will try to find information on him the next time I return to the city, Alex thought as he walked toward the Zame Butcher Shop. This kid is interesting. He has the natural aura of death around him, and at such a low level of strength, he could use minor mana sense, Burton thought while peacefully driving his carriage. She should be able to help me, Alex thought, seeing the bunny demi-human lady at the front desk. Beautiful lady, I want to meet a person with high authority in this shop, Alex said as he placed his guest noble badge on the counter. Alex knew the shop was not selling the chimera meat to anybody with money, so he decided to use his noble authority, which was more than enough to get him privileged benefits. Noble Earl, do you want to meet with the shop manager or the owner? The bunny lady asked as she stood up from her seat with an alarmed look. I would appreciate your help if you could inform the shop owner about me, Alex replied. Please sit on this chair and wait for a few minutes while I go and inform the shop owner of your presence, the bunny lady said, clearly not used to talking with any nobles. After seeing Alex sitting on the chair, the bunny lady walked toward the stairs leading to the second floor with quick steps. He should be the owner, Alex thought, seeing a fat man wearing ornate clothes walking down the stairs in a hurry. Noble Earl, how can this humble shop owner be of any help to your esteemed self? The man asked while trying very hard to control his heavy breathing. He must be on this building's highest floor and ran all the way to reach here quickly, Alex thought, seeing his condition. Shop owner, we could discuss my request, but before you should calm down, your rough breathing, Alex said, seeing the man's face turning red with every passing moment. Noble Earl, my name is Yanrick, and how can I help you? The owner asked. My name is Hidden One, and I heard your shop has a complete carcass of a rank 5 mutated chimera for sale, Alex asked. Sir, your information is correct. My shop has a carcass of a mutated chimera, but there are a few small issues. The carcass is not complete as its lion and goat head are already sold, but I can sell you the remaining body at a discounted price, Yanrick said, visibly calmer after hearing the demand. I never planned to buy the whole body, but getting a discount would only save me money, so who cares? Alex has researched on the forums about how much a rank 5 beast meat would cost, and the price was as ridiculous as he expected. A single gram of a rank 5 beast's meat would cost 2 silver coins, which was not much, but a rank 5 beast has a giant body. Its total weight would easily cross a few thousand kilograms, making the whole carcass meat worth more than 1 million gold coins, and that was the price of a normal beast, because if the beast was a variant, the price would only increase. I want first to see the chimera's body, and then we could discuss whether we will have a deal or not, Alex said in a dissatisfied tone, clearly showing he wasn't happy with the information Yanrick told him. Sir, if you are not dissatisfied with the smell of some blood, I can show you the chimera body right now, Yanrick said. Lead the way, Alex said. Yanrick led Alex to the shop basement, which was massive in size, with its floor covered in blood and the basement air carrying the thick smell of rust and an incredible amount of mana. This beauty is the mutated chimera you heard about, Yanrick said as his magic ring flashed, and a giant body of a monstrosity got teleported on the floor. How the hell did someone kill this monstrosity without seriously injuring it in battle? Alex questioned, seeing the 70-feet body of the chimera without any visible injuries. The chimera has the body of a pitch-black lion, with its hind legs being that of a goat, and they were at least 4 times more muscular than its front legs, which helped the creature become agile even with his massive body size and weight. The chimera front legs were thin compared to its hind legs, but they were still massive, and both of his paws had 4 sharp blades like claws and a massive red and purple snake at its tail. The chimera's head was missing, but even then its body looked nothing less of a natural wonder, and the mana gathering around its dead body was overwhelming, making the very air around it suffocating to breathe for Alex. Yanrick, can you tell me which elemental ruler killed this chimera? Alex asked, knowing anyone with a lower strength level would never be able to kill a rank 5 chimera without destroying its body. Alex came to such a conclusion because an elemental ruler was someone who had achieved the legendary 7th rank and had created his beginner elemental domain, and only a person at that level could kill a rank 5 chimera without leaving a scratch on its body. A 7th rank warrior could easily kill anyone with the strength of 6th rank or below, as there was a great chasm between the 6th and 7th rank. The power system in the ancient world was divided into 9 ranks, and these 9 ranks were separated into 3 different sections. The first 3 ranks were called the mortal ranks, with the following 3 being the elementalist ranks, and the last 3 ranks were called the element ruler ranks. Sir, this poor chimera didn't die at the hands of a noble elemental ruler, but he killed himself with his foolishness. We believe this chimera died while he was trying to build a connection between his elemental core and heart to make a forceful evolution. This beast tried to link his elemental core with his heart, and because of his failed attempt, the elemental core destroyed his heart, giving him a painful death. Yanrick briefly explained how the chimera's foolishness to gain more strength and do a forceful evolution took his own life. What a cheesy way to lie, Alex thought after hearing Yanrick's explanation. Alex believed Yanrick's explanation to be a big lie because everyone with a beast companion knew that a beast successfully linking its elemental core with its heart had an abysmal chance of success, and link failure would guarantee a painful death. Alex knew rank 5 beasts have intelligence like humans, and every beast at that level of strength and intelligence would know this information, so finding a beast willing to gamble a guaranteed death for his evolution was close to 0. Who cares which elemental ruler killed this chimera? Alex thought as he walked toward the creature to have a close look. I like to know if I can buy this whole tail with the money I had on me, Alex thought, seeing the massive snake tail of the chimera. What is the price of the chimera tail, including the snakehead elemental core? Alex asked after walking a full circle around the chimera carcass. The majority of the beast would only develop 1 elemental core after achieving rank 5, but there were few exceptions, and Chimera was one of them who developed 3 different elemental cores for each of his heads. Sir, the poison element core of the snake head is damaged very badly, so it is not worth any value, but if you wait for some time, I could arrange a poison element core, Yanrick replied with a forced smile. I didn't say anything about his blatant lie before as it does not affect me, but now he is just taking me as an idiot. I will buy the damaged element core, so give me a price, Alex said and waited for Yanrick to come up with a new explanation. Sir, if you are interested in the damaged core, then you can have it as a gift, and next time you want to buy some high-ranking beast body parts, please remember to contact me, Yanrick replied, not bothered by Alex's demand. This is interesting, Alex thought, seeing the opposite reaction to what he was expecting from Yanrick. Sir, we should go upstairs and have some nice tea while we wait for my workers to cut the chimera tail into smaller pieces, Yanrick said and waited for Alex's reply. How much time would your workers take to remove the snake hide without destroying it and clean and cut the meat into smaller portions? Alex asked the crucial question as he was short on time and would rather leave the city with the entire snake tail and pay extra to some other butcher to complete the job. Sir, my worker would complete the job in the same time it would take us to drink some refreshing tea. If your worker can't complete the job in 15 minutes, then ask someone to cut the tail cleanly and I will take the entire thing, Alex replied, not buying his sweet talk. Sir, 15 minutes should be more than enough time. He clearly wants to talk about something. I don't have much time, so ask your workers to work fast, Alex said as he walked toward the stairs. Alex could tell Yanrick wanted to ask him about something, and he decided to hear it because if he could make a good relationship with a butcher who could provide him high-ranking beast meat at a discounted price for some help, then it was a great deal. This tea was quite flavorful and refreshing. Mr. Yanrick, if you want to say something to me, you should do it quickly because I am leaving your shop after 10 more minutes, Alex said as he put the empty cup on the table. If your request is not too time-consuming, I will consider it. Sir, I want you to help buy a shop in the inner area of the capital city Quivira using your noble authority, Yanrick slowly said, and then waited for Alex's reaction to his request. You are a beastman. Alex asked such a question because Yanrick's request was something only a beastman would make from a noble. In the human continent, the beastman race people required the backing of a noble with an earl or higher authority before they could get qualified to buy any land in their name and do business. The black market was the only place where the beastmen could do business without getting jailed, as the city of Sunken Diamond was free from those laws that banned them from doing business on the human continent. The laws against beastmen were created a few centuries ago, right after the White Flame Kingdom destroyed the only beastman proxy kingdom and united the whole continent, establishing itself as the only empire and naming it as the human continent. The laws that banned humans from owning land and ever becoming a noble on the beast continent were created first, and to show no weakness, the newly established human empire established the same laws. Yes, I have a member of the Taurit clan, Yanrick said hesitantly. He is a member of the Taurit clan. Alex was surprised after hearing the Yanrick clan name because Taurit was one of the 14 royal clans that ruled the beast continent. He should be a member with a very low bloodline purity. After thinking for a moment, Alex came to a conclusion that made the most sense to him. In all beastmen royal clans, every member's future potential and status depended on the purity of his bloodline. If the bloodline purity of a clan member was not up to the clan standard, he would only be a royal clan member in name and nothing more, as he would need to leave the clan and make his living. The beastmen were just intelligent creatures who could switch to human and pure beast form as they wished from their birth, and that was the only difference that separated them from the savage beast wandering the jungles. You don't have any characteristics of a real beastman, Alex asked because he knew that even in human form, beastmen have prominent features that separate them from humans and even the demi-humans. The demi-humans were not descendants of humans and beastkins, but they were a completely different race, with their origin dating back to the earliest known record. There is not much information about demi-humans, but it is believed that they are an ancient variant species of beastmen race who have evolved more toward the human and have lost the ability to change into their pure beast forms. My father is a pure-blood beastman, and my mother is a demi-human with a very high purity bloodline of moon werewolf. My parents controlled tremendous strength, but I am a failure who inherited nothing from my father nor my mother's bloodline, Yanrick said in a sad tone. My friend, we don't control our destiny, so be happy with what you have and enjoy your life while you can, as things will never stay the same. Alex said what he felt right as he was the same in his previous life, living with the constant reminder of what he could have achieved if things were only a little different. But after losing everything in his previous life in just a few years, he regretted not protecting what he had and chasing after what he couldn't change. Sir, I appreciate your gentle words, and believe me, I am very happy with my life and thankful to God for giving me a much better life than many other unfortunate people in the world, Yanrick said with a genuinely happy smile. If only I had understood and believed these words in my previous life, many things could have been much better, Alex thought, understanding the deep wisdom in Yanrick's words. Sir, I am willing to complete any reasonable demand of yours if you could back me do business on the human continent, Yanrick said, giving Alex the right to make his demands. Yanrick, you understand that my noble authority will be revoked if you do anything illegal on the human continent. Alex asked the critical question that made it almost impossible for beastmen people to convince any noble to risk their titles for them. There were close to 0 nobles with the title of earl or higher who were willing to take the risk to earn some profits that they gained from some other business without risking their noble authority. Sir, I am willing to take a blood oath that I will never do any illegal business intentionally that could harm you, Yanrick replied quickly to Alex's question. A blood oath would be a nice safeguard to keep him in check, but it would only stop him from doing things I want him to do. Blood oath was a promise that, if broken, would immediately kill the oath taker in a very painful way. I don't need you to take any blood oath, but I have a few demands. I want you to give me the first right to buy the best high-ranking beast meat and evolution ingredients that you would get from the beast continent or any other source at the market price. Alex stated his demand and waited for Yanrick to digest the information. The beast continent was filled with high-ranking beasts and rich in deposits of beast evolution ingredients, and because of that, their price on the beast continent was 10 times lower than the human continent. The ingredients on the beast continent were very cheap, but an outsider could only purchase high-ranking ingredients in minimal quantity, and that is if one even could travel to the beast continent. The only continent available to players right now was the human continent, and going to any other continent required particular circumstances or very high authority. The source of smallcapis content is NVI.net. Alex made Yanrick such an offer because, as a beastman, he just needed to pay the teleportation fee, and he could travel to the beast continent, and using his clan influence, he could travel back to the human continent without any problem. Yanrick was a noble clan member, and using that, he could purchase rare and high-ranking ingredients in bulk quantity from his clan without any restriction on the amount of the ingredients. Alex didn't care if Yanrick did some illegal stuff which caused him to lose his noble authority because he knew more than enough methods to gain noble authority easily. Alex understood if he could get a large quantity of rare beast-related ingredients at a meager price while risking the noble authority that he could gain with little effort, then it was a great deal for him. Yanrick, you don't like my offer? Alex asked, seeing Yanrick looking at him with a blank face, not showing any emotion of being excited or displeased after hearing the offer. I am waiting for your other demands, such as how much profit I need to share with you and some other demands you could have, Yanrick asked. He is willing to share profits he would make with me. Alex questioned himself and looked at Yanrick's expression to see if he was being sarcastic. Alex didn't even consider asking for a share in the profits Yanrick would make in the future because he believed his first demand was excessive enough. Alex's first demand required Yanrick to work as a free agent for him and sell him all the best ingredients he would get while making negligible profits. If he wants to give free money, who am I to deny that? I will let you decide how much value me being an earl in all three kingdoms has to you, Alex said, leaving the decision to Yanrick, knowing he would try his best to make and that he couldn't deny. Sir, you will allow me to do business in all three human kingdoms using your noble title, Yanrick asked, surprised by the statement. Alex could play it safe and only let Yanrick do business in the Gold Kingdom, as if things did go wrong and his nobility did get revoked. It would only happen in the Gold Kingdom, not affecting his nobility in the other two kingdoms in the Empire. Alex first planned to do that, but after hearing that he would get a share of the profits, he changed his mind. I have no problems with you doing business in all three human kingdoms, but I have one condition. I want you to hire only Watcher-contracted people as workers at any position because I can trust you, but I can't trust the people you hire for work, Alex replied. Sir, all my workers are bound with a Watcher contract with few exceptions, and those exceptional people are who I trust with my life, Yanrick replied quickly, finding no problem with Alex's demand. I think he didn't understand my demand correctly. I should make it clear, Alex thought, seeing Yanrick agreeing to it quickly. I want you to make a Watcher contract with every worker you hire, with the contract condition being that if they ever tried to betray you in any way, the punishment is instant death, and I don't want any exception to this demand. We have no deal if you can't complete my demand. Alex stated his demand and waited for Yanrick to digest the information. Alex was going to make this demand even if he wasn't getting any share of the profits, because if Yanrick didn't use contracted people for work, the business would be closed in less than a month, which would be a waste of an excellent opportunity for him. Alex wanted to get cheap resources, but he was smart enough to learn from other players' mistakes from his previous life, who used their nobility to make partnerships with beastmen and try to build a big business. The businesses built by players and beastmen partnerships always have a poor end for both parties because human NPC merchants, who controlled a significant part of the beast meat and ingredients market, don't like someone messing with their high profits. The complete use of contracted people as a workforce would not be enough to protect the business from those greedy merchants. But it would give Alex enough time to earn significant authority on the human continent, making it very difficult for those merchants to mess with the business. Sir, I agree to your demands, and I am willing to give you 20% of the profits I would earn. If you think this is not enough, we could negotiate a better deal that could benefit both of us, Yanrick said after thinking for a few seconds. He is generous. Alex was surprised after hearing the percentage of profits he would get for doing absolutely nothing. I am satisfied with the percentage of profits, Alex replied, not even considering asking for more than he got offered. Sir, do you have a communication slip? Yanrick asked, and seeing Alex shake his head, he quickly took one out from his space ring and placed it on the table. Sir, please take this, and when I am done locating the proper shops and completing the paperwork required to start the business, I will contact you using this communication slip. I will not be available for 1 month, so take your time looking best and most suitable location for opening your shops, Alex said as he placed the communication slip into his secured inventory. Sir, I think we should celebrate the completion of our deal with some good wine, Yanrick said with a bright smile as he took out a big bottle of wine from his space ring. Yanrick, we are now business partners, so you should address me by my name Hidden One, and as for wine, I appreciate the offer, but I need to decline your offer as I need to leave this city in a short few minutes. Sir Hidden One, we could celebrate next time we meet, Yanrick replied and placed the bottle back into his space ring and took out a crystal box with a small black stone inside. Sir Hidden One, this is the poison elemental core of the chimera that I promised you, Yanrick said, placing the crystal box on the table. Sir Hidden One, please don't open the sealing box, or we will both be dead in a few seconds, Yanrick said just as Alex picked up the crystal box. What is he talking about? Alex thought as he knew elemental cores were dangerous to touch, but they don't kill someone just by being near them. This elemental core is damaged because the moment it comes in contact with mana in the air, it starts releasing deadly poison in large quantity, which is deadly enough to kill even rank 3 warrior in just a few minutes, Yanrick explained. I never heard of a damaged core doing that, but then again, I only dealt with very few elemental cores in my previous life. Alex thought as he picked up the crystal box to examine the poison elemental core. This is interesting. Alex thought after using appraisal on the elemental core. Description: the poison core of a rank 5 chimera beast. It could be used as a forging material or the central or complementary ingredient in a high-ranking alchemy potion. I should check it using the red gem appraisal skill. Maybe it could show me any more information. Alex thought after seeing so much unknown information. Alex has used the blood gem appraisal skill on many items, but other than showing little more detailed information, the skill worked just like any other ordinary appraisal skill. Alex took out the red gem from his inventory and used its appraisal skill on the elemental core, and to his dismay, the skill only showed a little more detailed information and nothing more. I have this elemental core checked from a good appraisal, and he believes that the core was in the process of evolution when the beast's body rejected the forceful evolution, disrupting the process which killed the chimera, Yanrick said, seeing Alex looking at the core with confusion. The conclusion that appraisal came to is probably correct, as this could be just a half-finished product of a failed evolution, but this is still speculation as nobody knows the concrete truth. Alex thought, finding no flaws with the conclusion. This elemental core is useless, and I was making some grand plan and thinking of the best way to use it. Alex thought, looking at the useless elemental core in his hand. After getting confirmation from Yanrick that he could get the poison elemental core even though a damaged one, Alex quickly thought of the best way to use it. Alex planned to use the elemental core to forcefully evolve his little vulture beast companion, which was nearly impossible, as the elemental core of a rank 5 beast would kill any beast with lower strength than rank 4. Alex knew the consequences of the forceful evolution very well and never planned to kill his first beast companion, but he was still going with his plan because he knew how to make the forceful evolution a guaranteed success. Yanrick, I want you to find me a new poison elemental core of high-ranking beast, and if you could find the core of a flying beast with a rare bloodline, then it would be best, Alex said as he placed the crystal box and red gem into his secure inventory. I could easily get a poison elemental core of a high-ranking beast from my clan, but getting one with a rare bloodline would be very difficult, Yanrick replied. If you can get a rare bloodline beast core, then it is good, but if you cannot get one, then try to get one from a beast of at least peak 5th rank. Alex knew finding a beast core from the high-ranking beast with a rare bloodline was very difficult, even in the beast continent market, because they were always in demand by the beastmen race's higher echelons, as they used them to refine their bloodline. I will try my best to get a good beast core, Yanrick replied. Master Yanrick, the things you ordered are completed. A lady appeared out of thin air next to Yanrick and handed him a space ring, a pure-blood beastman. Alex thought as he felt the savage aura of a beast from the elegant lady wearing a dark cloak standing next to Yanrick. I wonder what her strength level is to appear next to us without making any sound. Alex kept looking at her while making theories, trying to quench his curiosity. Sarna, I appreciate your help, Yanrick said to the lady as he took the space ring from her hand. Master, it is my duty to complete your every demand as your loyal servant, Sarna said, but she looked into Alex's eyes briefly while talking with Yanrick. Alex was deep in thought when the lady looked at him, and everything around him changed immediately. What's going on? I think I'm in an illusion, Alex thought, seeing the dimly lit dark area around him. Human, let's have a little chat, and if you lie to me at any point, you will regret it. Alex heard a female voice behind his back, and when he turned around, he saw a giant golden leopard walking toward him. I am in big trouble. After seeing the giant golden leopard and hearing the female voice, Alex immediately understood what was happening and who had put him in an illusion. Called Yanrick Master, so this could be a planned thing done by Yanrick to show me the strength he controls. I agreed to Yanrick deal and didn't ask for anything unreasonable, so Yanrick doing this doesn't make sense. I believe she's doing this on her own accord and Yanrick has no idea about it. Alex thought, looking at the golden leopard walking toward him calmly, not releasing any mana pressure, but her beastly presence alone was suffocating. Now the question is, what does she want from me? Alex thought, waiting for the questions to reevaluate his situation. The golden leopard kept walking toward Alex, and after reaching close enough, she lowered her head, and when her giant face was a few inches away from him, she stated her demand. Adventurer, I want you to break the deal with Yanrick, and in return, not only will you live to see the next day, but I will also give you treasures you can't imagine in your life. This could be a test to see if I am trustworthy or a straight threat. Alex thought, racking his brain to come up with a reasonable answer to get out of this troublesome situation. If I didn't accept her offer and she was serious with her threat, she would kill me, and if I accepted her offer and broke the deal with Yanrick, I would lose on such a great opportunity. After thinking for a few seconds, Alex decided to take a little risk and make an offer, and if it didn't work, he would cancel the deal with Yanrick as he had no other choice. Alex knew strong NPCs could use their elemental flames to kill his game avatar permanently, but he was not worried about it because he could use one of his protection wishes to save his life. In the ancient world, every player was given 3 protection wishes that he could use to save his life in an event if an NPC wanted to kill his avatar permanently. AI0 was responsible for fulfilling the protection wish of a player, but the wish would only work against an NPC, and it would be useless against a fellow player. Lady Sarna, if you are concerned that I would betray Yanrick in the future, then I can agree to a watcher contract with death as the penalty for breaching the contract, Alex said and waited for Sarna's reaction to his offer. Alex didn't want to lose the deal with Yanrick because of his status, and if he could complete the deal by agreeing to a watcher contract, then he had no problem as he never planned to betray Yanrick, who would be his money-making machine in the future. Adventurer, you have made this offer, and I didn't force you, so now be a gentleman and be true to your words, Sarna said happily, and before Alex could understand the meaning behind her words, the illusion around him started to crumble. It was not as hard as I expected, Alex thought as the darkness covering his eyes vanished, and he saw Yanrick extending his hand toward him. Sir Hidden One, the chimera tail you wanted is in this space ring with a little extra gift, and you do not need to pay for anything as this is my way of showing appreciation to you for accepting my deal, Yanrick said, giving Alex the space ring. He is generous and trusts way too quickly, while his guardian is scary. What a messed up combination. Alex thought as he took the space ring and looked toward Sarna, who was looking back at him with a pretty smile. Master, I will be taking my leave, Sarna said as she vanished like a ghost from sight. Yanrick, I think we should also sign a watcher contract just for safety, and when we can trust each other better, we can null the contract, Alex said. Sir Hidden One, we can do it when we finalize our deal in a month, Yanrick said, looking confused by the abrupt request. Alex didn't push to sign a watcher contract, and after emptying the space ring contents into his inventory without checking, he placed it on the table. I will be taking my leave, and if you face any issues while looking for suitable shops, then you could contact me, Alex said as he stood up, ready to leave. After exchanging some pleasantries with Yanrick, Alex left the shop and quickly found a carriage that took him straight to the city exit. Alex didn't forget about the guard who gave him information about the chimera, and before leaving the city, he paid the guard double the promised amount of money. Alex took a magic cart and safely left the underground area, and after reaching the surface, he left toward his hotel to log out from the game and get some rest to freshen up before meeting with Badger and Hecate. Master, I don't understand why you would give the immortal adventurer so many benefits when those big guilds are willing to offer you everything you need to do business on the whole human continent while asking for nothing in return. A man appeared next to Yanrick right after Alex left the shop. The man who appeared next to Yanrick was close to 8 feet in height with a huge bulking body, and one could tell that he controlled tremendous strength just from looking at his massive bare arms not covered by the cloak. Nullox, you understand that those greedy immortal adventurer guilds want to befriend Master and use him to get access to the Beast Continent, Sarna said, appearing next to Yanrick as she had never left that position. Why are you in your war beast form when there is no danger to Master life? Sarna said as she flicked her hand, removing the hood and revealing his face, which was that of a goat with giant pale orange horns. This is my new training method to gain strength, Nullox replied with a broad smile which gave his goat face quite a scary look. You stupid goat, the war beast form condenses all your pure beast form strength into a small humanoid body, and the more time you stay in war beast form, the more internal damage your body will receive, and even though using it more often can help you get stronger. If you forcefully stay in your war beast form to push your body limit, it would only weaken you in the long run, Sarna said. Sarna, stop with the lecture, Nullox is not stupid, a man said as he sat in front of Yanrick. Commander Lurk was, "This stupid goat will be useless when he is needed to use his war beast form to protect Master," Sarna replied to the man. The man named Commander Lurk was a middle-aged man with a thick white beard, and with a single glance, one could tell he was a lion beastman. If Nullox is ever useless in the time of need, then he knows what would be his punishment, so you should stop giving him lectures and focus on being more useful to the young master, Lurk replied in a serious tone, and Sarna, who wanted to complain some more, immediately swallowed her words back. "Young master, I know that immortal adventurer is someone extraordinary as he has the aura of death mana around him, but I don't understand why you would offer him so many benefits," Lurk asked Yanrick, who was peacefully drinking some wine he offered Alex as a toast. Lurk "Why did I come to the human continent?" Yanrick didn't reply but asked his own question. "We came to find a method to unlock your sealed bloodline," Lurk replied. "The whole beast continent believes I am a useless child born to the two strongest rulers of the beast continent, and they are not wrong about it. As even though I have a very pure bloodline, it is essentially useless if it is sealed, and I can't use it," Yanrick said as he looked at his reflection in the wine cup with a broad smile, but as his head was down, none of his guardians saw it. "Young master, the people who believe you have no potential are just useless scums who will achieve nothing in their life, and what if your bloodline is sealed? It is still one of the purest bloodlines with the greatest potential. Young master, your father has given us the key to look for the mythical ancient artifact that could unlock your bloodline, and sooner or later, we will find the artifact," Lurk said. "Lurk we came to this continent to find the ancient artifact that could unlock my bloodline, but it's been 2 years and we haven't made any progress. This bracelet led us to the human continent, but it has been calm ever since, but today the bracelet gave a reaction, and can you guess the reason?" Yanrick said as a ring on his finger transformed into a dark bracelet. "The immortal adventurer has the ancient artifact," Lurk said with a shocked look. "He has half the artifact, and that was why I offered him great benefits and acted like a useless beastman who wanted to build a business on the human continent," Yanrick said, answering the question his guardian wanted to know. "Young master, we need to confirm if the part of the artifact he had is bound to him or not," Lurk said in a serious tone. "Adventurer Hidden One have the red gem, and it is bound to him as he used it briefly when Master gave him the poison core," Sarna replied instead of Yanrick. "Master, why would you let that adventurer leave when he has the artifact we have been looking for the past 2 years?" Nullox questioned, not understanding why Yanrick didn't give the order to capture the adventurer to get the artifact. "What young master did was the best choice because we can't take the artifact forcefully, and the only way we can acquire the artifact is with the help of that immortal adventurer. I know you have many questions, but if you had attended the last meeting before we left the Beast Continent, then you wouldn't need to ask such questions," Lurk said in a serious tone, but he had a broad smile showing his happiness after hearing the information about the artifact from Yanrick. "Commander, I will be careful next time, but can you please briefly explain why I can't take the artifact using force? Because even if it is a bound artifact, I can take it if I kill the immortal adventurer permanently," Nullox asked. Nullox's reasoning was valid because even if a player has a bound item, it could be acquired by killing him permanently. "You couldn't take the artifact by using force because it is special, and if the holder of the artifact dies, it will get randomly teleported to someplace in the world," Lurk replied, answering his question. "If we can't take the artifact forcefully, how will we acquire the complete artifact? That adventurer only has half the artifact, and someone in this giant human continent has the other half, which is probably bound to him," Nullox questioned with a deep frown on his goat face. "The artifact could only have one owner at any point, and as that immortal adventurer could use its skills, it proves that the artifact is bound to him, and now we just need to find the other half, and then we would have the complete artifact," Lurk replied. "If we can't kill that adventurer to take that artifact, then doesn't that mean his life has the same importance as the complete artifact? If his life has such value, then why are we letting him roam the world without protection when some other clan could be looking for the artifact and could discover him?" Nullox asked. "Who said he would be roaming the world without protection?" Yanrick said, and then he tapped on the table twice in quick succession, and a lady covered in pitch-black cloak appeared by his side. "Master, Natcher Blindcurse is at your service," the lady said. "Natcher, take the whole Primeval Hollow Squad with you, and your mission is to protect Adventurer Hidden One by staying in the shadows." "Master, if there is a critical situation that could expose us, do we need to ask for permission?" the lady asked. "My father said if we need to wage war with the human continent to acquire the artifact, a war will happen. You have the permission to make any necessary decisions if they are needed to protect the life of Adventurer Hidden One or information about the artifact." Yanrick replied like he was talking about something very casual. While Yanrick and his group were discussing things, Alex was peacefully sleeping in game, and in real life without knowing that a group of strong beastmen would be hiding in shadows watching over him, without him having a clue when he returned to the game. After resting for some time, Alex ate breakfast with his family and talked to his little sister to find out if her hunger condition had improved in the last 2 days by eating high-calorie foods. Reply from his sister was positive, as she didn't feel hungry all the time like before, and the consumption of high-calorie food was not giving her any problems with her daily activities. After spending time with his family, Alex visited the gym for an hour, and after doing some exercise, he returned home, took a cold shower to freshen up, and got ready to return to the game world. I believe 2 hours should be enough time for them to complete any of their urgent work and reach the Gold Kingdom. Alex thought as he typed a message he would send to Badger and Hecate. After typing the message with the hotel name and time of the meeting, Alex sent it to Badger and Hecate using the name of his organization with the help of golden tokens. Alex wasn't going to meet with Badger and Hecate at the same time, so he told Badger to reach the hotel in 2 hours while telling Hecate to reach the hotel in 3 hours. Alex planned to complete the deal of SS rank legacies with Badger first, and then invite Hecate to close both deals with Badger and Hecate. I should feed my beast companion while I wait for their reply, Alex thought as he used the system to summon his vulture. After getting summoned, the vulture looked around the room, and after he saw Alex, he jumped toward him, flapping his little wings while making high-pitched sound. SHHRRIEKKKKK, I don't know if he is happy to see me or just asking for the promised food, Alex thought, looking at his excited beast companion. I didn't forget my promise, Alex said as he opened his inventory to take a piece of chimera tail meat, but he saw something unexpected in his inventory. Why is there so much meat? This quantity of meat shouldn't belong to just the tail of the chimera. Alex thought, looking at hundreds of his inventory sections filled with just raw meat. SHHRIEKKKK, I should give him food before checking what is going on with this ridiculous amount of meat, Alex thought as he took out a big chunk of light purple color meat and placed it on the floor. This must be his first time eating anything other than normal rat meat, Alex thought, seeing his vulture eating the meat at extreme speed. After Alex checked his inventory, he found the reason for the vast quantity of meat, as all the meat belonged to the chimera, and he understood that it should be the gift Yanrick said when he gave him the space ring. The meat is not going spoil, so I should not sell it and let it stay in the inventory until I find some use for it, Alex thought, closing his inventory. Why is Badger privately messaging before giving me a reply using the golden token? Alex thought as he received a message notification. He wants to talk about something important on call if I am free, Alex thought as he read the message. He should already know that I will not tell him any information about the organization, so what could be the important thing he wants to talk about? Alex thought about things Badger could want from him at such a critical time when he had just received the confirmation of the meeting he should have been waiting for the past few weeks. Let's talk to him and see what he wants from me, Alex thought as he made a voice call to Badger. Mr. One, I hope you are doing well. Badger, I am doing well, and let's talk about the urgent thing you want to discuss, Alex replied. Mr. One, I just received a message from your organization to meet at the Red Jade Hotel to complete the promised deal, Badger said slowly. I don't see a problem with the news as you will get the promised legacies and become an elder of Ravinglade's guild, but your voice tells you are not happy about it, Alex said, understanding that Badger was troubled with something. I am beyond happy about completing the deal, but yes, I am troubled, which is why I contacted you, Badger said, and after a short pause, he started explaining his reason for the trouble. Mr. One, I want some advice from you as a friend, Badger said and waited for Alex to reply. I know he's just sugarcoating his words, but what does he want that needs him to do such acting? Alex thought, understanding that Badger was faking his troubled tone. If you want something from the organization, then you should request it from the officer you will meet to complete the deal, as he has more authority than me, Alex replied, making it clear that he was just a low-ranking member of the organization. I want to do exactly that, but I want some advice from you so I won't mess up my image or my friendly relation with the organization, Badger said quickly, clearing his intention. I don't know what he wants, but with the image I have created of my fake organization in front of him, it won't be anything simple if he is worried about messing up his relationship with the organization. I can always decline his request if it is troublesome to get, but if it is easy to acquire, then I could consider the deal if he gives me some good benefits, Alex thought. Badger, if your request is related to asking for more high-ranking legacies, then I would strongly suggest that you do not even make that request because it will get declined no matter what you offer the organization in exchange, Alex said. Alex wasn't going to sell Badger any more high-ranking legacies because the legacies he could acquire using his future knowledge were numbered. Alex knew that the legacies were a form of currency he could use to acquire things he wanted from highly influential people that were otherwise impossible to get. My request is not related to buying any more legacies, as even I know that they hold tremendous value to any organization, and they are impossible to acquire by just searching for them. I want to introduce someone to the organization, and I want your advice on that, Badger said, and then there was total silence for a few seconds. I knew many people from real life and game would try to contact the organization, but I was expecting it to happen after I complete the deal with Badger and Hecate. Alex thought after hearing Badger's request. If you want to introduce someone to the organization, then do it, but don't be surprised if the organization declines to do any business with that individual. Alex replied, maintaining the image of his fake organization. The individual I want to introduce to the organization is the guild leader of Chosen Champions. Badger didn't take offense to Alex's statement and revealed the person he wanted to introduce. I was expecting him to introduce someone with vast influence in the real world, but not a giant from the game who rules the 4th-ranked guild. After hearing the guild name, Alex was surprised and happy because he planned to make a deal with Chosen Champions Guild in the near future to acquire a legacy item that was in their possession. This is quite an unexpected opportunity, but do I need to meet the rampaging giant to get the legacy item I want? Alex questioned as he remembered information from his previous life about the Chosen Champions Guild Master Vlad. Vlad was a SSS rank legacy holder with vast influence both in game and in the real world, and was feared by even his own guild members because of his angry nature. I am meeting with Badger, so meeting Vlad at the same time is a good choice, as it would save me from a lot of future hassle I need to go through to get the legacy item from his guild. After thinking over the situation, Alex decided to meet with Vlad. Badger, I don't know much about Vlad, the Chosen Champions Guild leader, but I know he is very short-tempered, and some players say he also has a superiority complex. If you could trust him that he would not do anything stupid when he meets the officer from the organization, then you could introduce him, but if you can't trust him, then I will advise you to drop the idea. Alex said, giving Badger the advice he wanted from him. Badger, good luck in your future endeavors, Alex said as he closed the call. I should quickly buy the null ring and find the person I will change my appearance to for this meeting. Alex thought. The null ring Alex wanted to buy was a unique item made exclusively by the Adventurer Guild, and it had 2 major skills that he needed to complete his plan. The ring only has 2 skills and doesn't give any other boost, but those 2 skills are very valuable and helpful in certain situations. The first skill was Fake Aura, and the second was Block Appraisal, both of which were useless in actual combat, but they were tailored to deceive someone. Alex planned to use a completely different appearance for this meeting because he wanted to use this opportunity to solidify the image of his fake organization. To execute his plan flawlessly, Alex was going to complete the deal with Badger and Hecate as a high-ranking officer from the organization. The officer with a high-ranking position in the organization couldn't be a rank 1 weakling, so he was going to use the null ring skill Fake Aura to change his natural aura of rank 1 warrior to peak rank 3 warrior. Let's get going, Alex said as he looked at his little vulture lying on his back, not moving an inch. Alex placed his vulture into the Beast Companion space and left his room toward his destination, the Adventurer Guild. After a short walk, Alex reached the Adventurer Guild branch and purchased the null ring and a second-rank illusion scroll without trouble. This item is useful, but the price of 20,000 merit points is just too much, Alex thought, looking at the silver ring with a star pattern engraved on it. Name nulls. Equipment type ring. Qualities unique low unique. Rank unranked. Skills. 1 Fake Aura, a passive skill that changes the natural aura of the player to that of a peak 3rd rank warrior. Use a small amount of player mana to maintain the skill at all times. 2 Block Appraisal, a passive skill that blocks any attempt of appraisal. The skill will fail if the user doesn't have enough mana. Description. A unique ring made by the Adventurer Guild. I should use the illusion scroll to change the ring appearance and quickly search for the person whose appearance I will be using. Alex used the illusion scroll to change the ring's silver appearance to that of a plain pitch black ring. Alex changed its appearance because the null ring was quite a popular item among players, even though very few players could afford it, and he didn't want Hecate or Vlad to recognize the ring, which would destroy the well-established image of his organization. Alex didn't need to worry about his armor as he had bought a few sets of fake cloth armor that didn't give any stat boost but looked nice when worn, and he was using those fake cloth armor every time he changed his appearance. Alex left the area, and after searching the city's inner circle, he found an NPC that he recorded as a specimen, and then left toward the hotel to book a private room for the meeting. After reaching the hotel, Alex rented the room using his noble badge, because being a noble gives him the privilege of not revealing his identity. Alex was using his noble badge to not reveal his identity, because he knew that even though the world was huge, and looking for a certain player was close to impossible. Finding the locations a player visited was relatively easy. Alex didn't want to leave a trail of evidence that would directly lead to him while he did business with the game giants using the image of his organization. Alex knew that everyone who knew about the organization would try to uncover its secrets, and his presence at every meeting location would lead to a big blunder that he didn't want to handle. Let's get comfortable with my new body and the character of someone with authority, Alex thought, standing in the newly rented room in his new appearance. Alex's new name was Famir, while his new appearance was that of a 6'3" lean man with a handsome face and long light blue hair that reached his shoulders. While Alex was stretching his body to get comfortable with it, a beastman lady stood in the room corner in plain sight, watching his shenanigan with no visible emotions. Little Natchter, you should go and do some training with your fellow subordinates, and I can keep watch on this human. An old voice echoed in the room, but Alex heard nothing. An old man with a long beard, big crystal horns on his head, and a crystal cane in his hand appeared next to Lady Natchter without making any disturbance. Master, what do you think about this weak human? Lady Natchter asked, removing the dark mask covering her face. He is an interesting little kid with some great fortune and good talent among humans, but other than that, I don't think he is anything special. The old man replied as he looked toward Alex with his crystal-like clear eyes. I will stay for a few more hours as he is meeting some other people to discuss business, and I want to know what he is planning, Lady Natchter replied. You need to focus on your training and not waste time on useless things, the old man said as he vanished from the room. Alden, do you really believe that this shadowy organization would sell you 3 SS rank legacies for just loyal friendship? Vlad asked Badger with an annoyed expression. Vlad and Badger were sitting in a luxury room of the same hotel as Alex, and while Badger was enjoying his time, Vlad was looking angry for some reason. Vlad had a handsome face with long pitch-black hair that reached all the to his back, and he was a giant of a man with his height reaching close to 7 feet, and his physique was very muscular but aesthetic. Vlad, you have asked this question for the 10th time, and my answer is the same one I gave you the first 4 times, Badger replied calmly, drinking wine from a big glass. I am going to break your face if you keep giving me that ugly grin, Vlad said as visible veins could be seen on his forehead. Vlad, I will not introduce you to the organization if you can't keep your temper in check, Badger replied with a cheeky grin as he placed the wine glass on the table. As I told you before, you can go and complete your deal with that shady organization, and after they offer you a slave contract in exchange for 3 no legacies, I will make my entry to save you as I am told to do by the uncle, Vlad replied as he picked up the wine bottle on the table and started drinking it like clean water. Vlad, you will not do anything until I send a message for help, and if you ruin my deal, you know the consequences you would face, Badger said in a cold tone as he picked his wine glass back. I don't know why you trust that fake organization so much when even the Apollo merchant does not have any information on this Shadow Oblivion organization, Vlad said, not minding cold threats. I know Apollo merchant claims to have every information for a price, but even they can't tell me who is trying to kill my game avatar, and this so-called fake organization told me that information that Apollo merchant hasn't discovered even to this day, Badger replied. I know you have some explanation to prove me wrong, but let's not drag this discussion, as we will both know the truth in 2 hours, Badger said as he closed his eyes while swirling the wine in his glass. Badger knew why his friend Vlad and his father didn't trust his words and believed the organization to be just a scam, and they were not wrong in their beliefs because even Vlad Guild, which was ranked 4th, couldn't produce 3 SS rank legacies to sell. I just hope everything about the organization is true, Badger thought as he took deep breaths to calm his raging emotion down. After the heated conversation, Vlad didn't talk about anything, and just like that, 1 hour was gone, and now Badger was ready to leave the room to find the truth he was desperately waiting to uncover. Alden, are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Vlad said, seeing Badger ready to leave. Vlad, you know me for years. Did you ever see me make stupid decisions? Badger questioned with a smile. Alden, if you feel anything suspicious, you should immediately message me, and the next thing you do is log out, and I will take care of everything, Vlad said with a wide smile. Badger left the room straight toward the hotel's first floor as he was told in the message he received from the organization to ask the receptionist to lead him to his destination. Noble sir, your guest has arrived. A hotel staff lady entered the room and announced the arrival of the Badger to Alex. I appreciate your help, Alex said with a gentle smile as he stood up from his seat and walked toward the staff lady and Badger. I would appreciate it if you could also guide my next guest to this room, Alex said as he handed the staff lady a magic pouch with 100 gold coins. Mr. Badger, let's get comfortable and have some nice tea before we discuss business, Alex said as he walked back to his seat. He must be at a higher position in the organization as his aura is equal to the 3rd rank warrior, Badger thought as he followed Alex's lead. After sitting on the sofa, Alex poured tea into 2 cups and pushed one toward Badger, who was silently sitting, not saying anything, waiting for Alex to introduce himself. I will start by introducing myself, Alex said after finishing his cup of tea. My name is Famir, a 4th-rank member of the Shadow Oblivion organization. Alex introduced his rank, starting his plan. While Alex and Badger were introducing themselves to each other, Vlad was having a meeting with his guild members. After Badger left the room, Vlad sent a message in a group chat, and within a few seconds, more than 40 players entered the room he was in, making the spacious room very crowded. Guild Master, when do we demolish this hotel? A player with 2 giant hammers hanging on his back asked in his booming voice. Iron, if Guild Master wanted to demolish this hotel, our assistance would be unnecessary. A man wearing a long silver cloak said as he took the front seat of Vlad. Guild Master Vlad, what the matter? Are we going to war or just some casual raid? The man asked as he took 2 cups and a teapot from his inventory, filling one for himself and one for Vlad. Mike, we need to catch some rats, Vlad replied calmly. What do we need to do to catch these rats? Mike questioned, not asking for any details about the situation or the people they needed to catch. I want you to appoint every member here in a position so that the whole hotel and 100 meters around it are completely sealed, Vlad said as he picked up the teacup. How much time do we have? Mike asked while every member patiently listened to the conversation. You should do it quickly, as the rats should try to escape after a few minutes, Vlad replied. After getting his order, Mike quickly started assigning every member to his position, and in less than 2 minutes, all guild members were appointed to their locations, and they were ready to leave. After I sent the message in the group chat, no player should leave the 100-meter radius in any condition, Vlad said, and the guild members started leaving the room in an organized manner. So the meeting is being held in VIP room number 7, Vlad said with a wicked smile as he received a message. My dear friend, I only promised not to ruin your deal, but I never promised not to spy in your meeting, Vlad thought as he used an invisibility skill and left toward the meeting room. A rank 3 intangibility potion should do the trick, Vlad thought, standing outside the meeting room. As its name sounds, an intangibility potion gives the user the ability to phase through solid objects without any problem, and the potion effect duration was decided based on its rank and quality. Vlad took out a potion bottle with a transparent liquid inside, and without any delay, he drank it and stepped toward the door to phase through it, but an invisible wall stopped him inches before he touched the room door. These Fu'er have made some preparation to stop anyone from spying. Vlad thought with an annoyed expression, I need to waste a rank 5th intangibility potion if I want to pass this mana barrier. Vlad thought with an angry expression as he took out a new potion bottle and drank it and then again tried to phase through the door, but the result was the same. These Fu'ing rats have used a mana barrier of 5th rank, Vlad thought with a surprised look. I should ask Alden what is going on inside. Vlad quickly tried to call Badger, but his expression turned from annoyed to serious after no response, even after a few calls. Why the hell is Alden not picking up the call? Even if he is paralyzed, he should be able to use his system. Vlad thought of different scenarios for Alden's silence. What if Alden is experiencing a high-rank illusion? Vlad thought, and immediately his expression changed from serious to pure panic. Guys, seal the area. Vlad sent the message to the group chat. I knew from the start sending Alden to meet these shady scammers alone was a big mistake, Vlad thought as he took a few steps back from the door. I will rip these fucker apart. Vlad thought as his height increased from 7 feet to 10 feet, his muscle size grew rapidly and then contracted, increasing his strength by multiple folds. Mr. Badger, now that the introduction is over, let's discuss some business, Alex said. Sir, Famir, can I see the legacies before we sign any contract and complete the deal? Badger asked after taking a deep breath like, worried about something. Well, it is a reasonable request, but first I should explain the War Priestess legacy situation to him, Alex thought. Mr. Badger, before we complete the deal, I need to explain something to you, Alex said as he took out the teleportation marker with the recorded coordinates of the legacy tomb and placed it on the table. I believe you know that this is a teleportation marker used to record the coordinates of a specific location, Alex asked, and after seeing Badger nod his head in agreement, he continued with his explanation. This teleportation marker has the coordinates of a legacy tomb with a SS rank legacy which the organization is willing to give you, but there is a small problem with it. The legacy tomb is in the middle of Golden Frog habitat and is guarded by the Golden Frog Queen, but that is not the issue because the Frog Queen is friendly, and as the coordinates are right in front of the tomb, so teleporting to the tomb is also not a problem. Badger had a blank look, and one could tell he had some doubts and questions about the explanation, but he didn't say anything and waited for Alex to complete his explanation. The issue is that the player needs to pass the Frog Queen test before they can acquire the legacy, and if the Frog Queen doesn't deem the player worthy, they can't acquire the legacy, and one more thing, only female players could take the test, Alex said and waited for Badger to digest the information. Sir. Famir, if the Golden Frog Queen stops the player from entering the legacy tomb, why doesn't the organization just kill her, and the issue will be solved? Badger asked. If the Golden Frog Queen is killed, then no one will ever get the legacy, Alex replied with a lie that he had prepared beforehand. Alex knew that Ravinglade's guild could kill the Golden Frog Queen while facing some great losses, and they would happily do it to get a member with a SS rank legacy. Alex knew that nothing would happen even if the Golden Frog Queen was killed, but he also understood that if he told Badger to kill the Golden Frog Queen by his own means, it would ultimately make his organization look bad, which was not happening. Mr. Badger, the organization knows that getting the War Priestess legacy is very hard, as your friend needs to clear the test from Golden Frog Queen and then pass the trial of the legacy tomb to acquire the legacy, which is why the organization has decided to give you a choice. You don't take the War Priestess legacy, and the organization will give you another SS rank legacy in 2 months, but know this before you make your decision. The War Priestess legacy is a peak SS rank legacy, while the other legacy that you will get would not be of the same quality, Alex said and waited for Badger to reply. Sir, Famir, before I make the decision, can you tell me if the other 2 legacies have some special restrictions that need to be fulfilled before one can acquire them? Badger asked after thinking for a few seconds. Mr. Badger, I can tell you about the other 2 legacies, but I think it is better to see them with your own eyes, as my organization has selected the best available legacies for you, Alex said as he removed the teacups from the table. After cleaning the table, Alex took out the breathtaking glass-like shield and placed it on the table, and then he took out the set of daggers from his inventory and placed it beside the shield. I think these magnificent weapons don't need any introduction, as their presence speaks for themselves, Alex said as he looked toward Badger, whose entire focus was on the table. These are real SS rank legacy items, Badger thought as he picked the shield that was light a feather with a fantastic appearance. This shield will belong to me in the future, Badger thought with a broad smile as he looked at the floating transparent window from the system offering him the legacy quest. Sir. Famir, how much do I need to pay for these legacies? And tell me if I need to sign any contract, Badger asked excitedly, not even checking the dagger set to see if it was a legacy item or not. Mr. Badger, you should decide if you want the War Priestess legacy, and then we can complete the deal, Alex replied. Anahit would not be happy if she failed to acquire the legacy, but if I told her I returned her legacy because it was harder to acquire, she would definitely make my life a living hell, Badger thought as he considered the consequences of not taking the legacy. I should message Vlad before he does anything stupid. Badger quickly sent a message to Vlad, not knowing that his friend was standing outside the door, ready to break it down. Master, should I kill this boy? A beastman standing near Vlad asked and waited for a reply. Don't kill him, but give him a little warning and make sure he doesn't create any ruckus. Why, an adventurer like him who holds the legacy of an ancient giant trying to kill that kid, the beast thought, looking at Vlad getting ready to attack the mana barrier. Vlad was holding a spear with both hands, and a massive amount of mana was gathering around him, and he was concentrating all that mana on the tip of the spear. I hope he has the sanity of a human and peacefully leaves, or I will need to kill him, the beastman thought, seeing Vlad ready to unleash a big attack on the mana barrier he created. Let's crack this barrier and meet these rats, Vlad thought while fully concentrating all the mana he gathered on the tip of his spear. Vlad was confident in destroying the barrier with just his peak rank 3 attack because the mana barriers, even at 5th rank, were weak, and the only thing they did was stop someone from spying, but these barriers were feeble against physical or magic attacks. After a few seconds of concentrating mana on the spear tip, the attack preparation was completed, and just as Vlad was ready to thrust the spear with all his might, his expression changed from contraction to surprise, then pure terror. What kind of monster is targeting me? Vlad questioned as he felt a vast amount of killing intent and mana pressure. Senior, I am not trying to destroy this hotel. I am just trying to save my friend as his life is in danger, and the attacker has paled a barrier around this room, Vlad said out loud with much difficulty as even after he canceled the attack, he was still experiencing the full brunt of mana pressure and killing intent. It is good that he knows his limits, and it is even better for me as he doesn't even suspect that I am protecting that kid, the beastman thought as he looked at Vlad, who was struggling to stand still. Your friend is in no danger, the beastman said as he stopped releasing mana pressure. He doesn't have any reason to lie to me, Vlad thought after hearing the telepathic voice. Vlad was still not convinced and was planning to ask the senior to help him open the barrier when he received a message from Badger telling him there was no problem and he shouldn't do anything stupid like barging into the room. This bastard could have sent this message a few minutes ago, Vlad thought, seeing the message from Badger. Sir Famir, I will take all 3 legacies, Badger said after thinking for a few seconds. Mr. Badger, the price of these 3 legacies is 450,000 white flame coins. Alex told Badger the price with a blank look, but his heart was beating at a crazy speed by just asking the crazy amount of money. I want to gift the organization 30 ownership in a company that handles advanced robotics and other AI-related new technology acquired from the Galactic Shop, Badger said and waited for the reply. The company that handles advanced robotics and other AI-related technology would easily be worth a few $1 billion, and if I accept his gift, I would be an instant billionaire, but I don't need it as real word money is just a few numbers on a screen, Alex thought after hearing the offer. I don't need ownership in his company, even if I can acquire it while staying anonymous, Alex thought as he picked up the space ring and transferred precisely 450,000 white flame coins to his inventory with the help of the system. Mr. Badger, your offer is quite good, but I need to decline it as the organization is not interested in the real-world matter, Alex replied as he placed the ring on the table. After hearing Alex's reply, Badger was disappointed, but he didn't say anything because he already knew that his gift would be declined, but he still wanted to try his luck. Now that you have the 3 SS rank legacies, the condition to purchase the Ravinglade's guild shares is complete, and I believe with the completion of this deal, the organization has completed its promise to you, Alex said, seeing Badger looking around like trying to find an opportunity to say something. The Shadow Oblivion organization has completed its promise, and I will also prove my loyal friendship when required, Badger replied, and his following words were what Alex expected. Sir Famir, I have a friend who wants to do business with the organization, Badger said after placing all 3 legacy items into his inventory. Mr. Badger, I don't want to be rude, but the organization only works with very few special people we can trust, Alex replied with a smile. My friend, whom I want to introduce to the organization, is the guild leader of Chosen Champions Guild, and I can vouch that he is trustworthy, Badger said. You want to introduce Vlad, the rampaging giant, the person with such a short temper that he waged war with the Olympian Guild just because their elder pronounced his family name wrong. Alex asked with a blank look. The incident Alex pointed out happened a few months ago, before the game became a part of everyone's life, but it was still a significant event that attracted a lot of attention. The elder from the Olympian Guild didn't pronounce the wrong name intentionally or make fun of it, but Vlad believed that the Olympian Guild was disrespecting him and his family, so without any warning, he waged a full-scale war. The Olympian Guild didn't back down from the war because, to every player, the game was just to have fun and earn money, and waging war brought both of these things in great quantity and quality. The war stretched for 3 months, and then it was stopped without any winner, and every player following the war wanted to know the reason. The player did find the reason for both guilds' silence, not from them, but from the government statement that changed the perspective of every human about the game. Sir Famir, it was just a publicity stunt by both guilds to earn some fame and money, Badger said with a forced smile, trying his best to defend his player. Mr. Badger, we both know it was not a publicity stunt, but an actual war that Vlad started to defend his mountain-like pride, and I do not doubt that in the future, he would do the same, Alex said, not by speculation, but from facts that he knew from his past life memory. The 2 guilds stopped the war to stabilize themselves in these changing times, but they were too prideful to accept the war between them was a draw, and to solve that issue, they agreed to a contract that in 4 years, they would continue this war to decide the winner. Alex knew about this information, as it was made public just before the war started in his previous life, and the war between these 2 Titan guilds was still going on even to the last of his previous life, without any side having a significant advantage. Mr. Badger, you are a friend of the organization, and I am willing to meet with guild leader Vlad and tell his request to my organization, but I can't guarantee that the organization would be interested in doing business with him, Alex said, seeing Badge having a disappointed look after hearing his previous reply. Mr. Badger, I have agreed to meet your guild master Vlad, but you must wait 2 hours because I need to meet an important guest, Alex replied, seeing Badger happy with his agreement to meet Vlad. Alex knew Badger had no clue about his deal with Hecate, as she would never reveal information about the monarch tomb to Badger, even if he would be a future elder in her guild. I will send you a message using the golden token, Alex replied with a smile as he did the handshake. After the handshake, Badger quickly left the room, leaving Alex to enjoy his newly gained wealth. I am rich, Alex said loudly with his hands raised. While Alex was celebrating his wealth, he had no clue that shadow guardians were looking at him with an awestruck look, like they were looking at an anomaly. Master, now what do you think about this immortal adventurer? Lady Natchter asked the old man standing by her side. I am surprised that he belongs to an organization that is willing to sell 3 SS rank legacies. The old man replied, looking at Alex staking his coins on the table. Master, do you think his organization has any legacies belonging to Beastmen race? Lady Natchter asked. I don't know, but chances are meager as finding legacies depends on fate, and finding Beastmen legacies on the human continent is rarer than finding some human warrior legacies. I will report this information to the young master, Lady Natchter said as she vanished from the room. I wonder if this kid could surprise me again. He looks happy. Maybe this organization is not a total scam. Vlad thought, seeing Badger leaving the meeting room with a broad smile. Mike, keep watch on this room, and the moment the person inside leaves the hotel, capture him. Vlad said and quickly left toward his room. Vlad, could you guess what happened in the meeting? Badger slammed the door open and said out loud as he entered the room. The shady organization gave you some teleportation markers telling you that each one has the coordinates of a legacy tomb, and they just asked for half the payment as advance. You look too happy for that to happen, so let me guess. They gave you 1 real SS legacy with 2 teleportation markers, and you paid them their asking price without signing any contract, Vlad said as he poured wine into 2 glasses. Vlad didn't even believe for a second that the organization would complete its promise, because he understood the things they offered were too good to be true, and in exchange, they just wanted Alden to be a loyal friend, which he knew was complete bullshit as they didn't even ask to sign any contract. Vlad, you sound like a jealous hater, Badger replied with a blank look as he sat down and picked a wine glass. Why don't you show me the legacies your great organization sold to you? Vlad said. Now don't ask me to introduce you to the organization because you should keep believing in your speculations, Badger said as he took out the dagger set and placed it on the table. An authentic SS rank assassin category legacy and a rare one that changes the holder race, Vlad said with a smile as he examined the dagger set. This only proves my speculations, Vlad said, seeing Badger placing a teleportation marker on the table. Badger didn't say anything and placed his wine glass on the table, then took out his shield and waved it in front of Vlad's eyes with a broad smile. I think this shield would be a great future companion for me, Badger said, but Vlad took the shield from his hand before he could react. Vlad examined the shield, and after confirming that it was an actual SS rank legacy item, he looked toward his friend, who was looking at him with a cheeky smile. Alden, tell me the truth. Did you sign any contract? Vlad asked calmly, but one could tell he was very serious about the question. Vlad, I didn't sign any contract, and the organization officer never asked me to do it, Badger asked calmly, knowing his friend was only worried about him. Vlad, you don't look happy that the organization is not a scam, Badger asked. I don't know if you have hit the jackpot and become friends with a shadow giant or made a deal with the devil, Vlad said. Vlad, I don't know the future, but I know my present, which is very bright, Badger replied, not taking Vlad's words seriously. My friend, I hope you are right, but I am worried as there are no free meals in this world, Vlad thought, looking at Badger drinking wine without care. I should tell Mike and others to leave this place, Vlad thought and quickly sent a message in the group chat to leave the hotel. Vlad, do you want to meet the representative from the organization? Badger asked. I would like to meet and possibly make a deal that could benefit my guild, but I believe the organization wouldn't just offer me things as they did to Alden for loyal friendship, Vlad thought, as he considered the advantages of making any deal with the organization. Did the organization agree to do business with me? Vlad asked. The representative agreed to meet you and tell your request to the organization, but he didn't guarantee that the organization would do business with you, Badger replied. I don't know if this organization has good or bad intentions, but not befriending them would be idiotic. This Shadow Oblivion organization could be a shadow giant with great power and resources, and they are using them to build connections with a few selected groups of people for their plan to control this world from the shadows. Vlad was thinking of some wild theories about the motives of the organization, while the only member of that organization, right at this moment, was stacking his coins into a big pyramid on the wooden table with a happy smile. Alden, what are the chances of my request getting rejected if I asked for an intermediate grade instance dungeon? Vlad asked after thinking for a few seconds and making some delusional theories about the organization. I want to say 100 rejection, but then again, maybe the organization would accept your request and give you a reasonable deal, Badger replied, not giving his friend any false hope. If this organization could give me an intermediate grade instance dungeon, then who cares about their motives? It's not like my guild is some weakling that they could control by offering some small benefits, Vlad thought. Vlad was a very prideful person, but he was not stupid and knew if the organization was anywhere near the level of strength he thought they were, then it was only a matter of time before they started making big moves, and he would rather be a friend than an enemy of such organization. When do we meet the representative? Vlad asked. The representative said he would message me in 2 hours, Alden replied. We have a lot of free time, and as you obtain 3 legacies, so let's drink this special wine to celebrate, Vlad said as he took out a very small red wine bottle. I'm still waiting for the apology you owe me for doubting my decision even though you have known for years, and even this royal elven wine would not be enough to save you, Badger said with a cheeky smile. I admit I was wrong, so you don't need to remind me, Vlad said as he took 10 advanced-grade healing potions and a big empty bottle. While Vald and Badger were celebrating by drinking a rare and very expensive wine, Alex was sitting in his room in front of Guild Leader Hecate, ready to complete the promised deal. Guild Leader Hecate, please read the contract carefully and sign it to complete our agreed deal, Alex said after a small casual conversation. Lady Hecate didn't say anything and quickly started reading the holographic contract in front of her, and after reading it a few times, her tense shoulder relaxed, and she took a few deep breaths to calm her raging emotion. The contract Alex offered Hecate wasn't any different from the conditions they had already verbally agreed upon in their previous meeting. Lady Hecate, can you please give me the broken disc part so we can officially complete our deal? Alex said as he placed the small black disc on the table. The contract Hecate agreed only binds her to complete her part of the agreement after the organization gives her the complete key to Monarch's tomb, which is proven authentic. After looking at the small round black crystal disc, Hecate was visibly confused, but she didn't say anything and one by one took out 3 giant golden broken pieces and stacked them on the table. Alex knew Hecate wanted to ask some questions about the tomb key because the black disc and the golden pieces looked completely different from each other in size and appearance. Alex quickly arranged the 3 broken pieces into their original shape of a big round golden disc, and then he placed the small black crystal disc on top of it. Hopefully, she told the truth in her documentary, or I would need to make some excuse not to get embarrassed, Alex thought as he placed his hand on the dark disc and started releasing a constant stream of mana. The information was correct, but everything from this point on would be a new experience. Alex thought as he felt the black disc floating into the air. Alex quickly removed his hand from the disc, and it slowly floated into the air, and after reaching 2 feet above the table, it stopped and started spinning at a slow speed, gathering mana in the room with every rotation. The disc kept rotating and gathering mana with every rotation, and as more and more got absorbed by the disc, its appearance changed, and after a few minutes, the cracked and old-looking black crystal disc transformed into a pristine and beautiful disc. The newly transformed disc started to rotate fast, gathering and absorbing more mana at a fast pace, and slowly the pitch-black plain disc started to get covered in golden magic circles. The new magic circle kept on appearing on the disc, overlapping the previous one, and in just a short few seconds, the entire disc was turned from black to golden in color as an uncountable number of magic circles covered its surface. Hecate was shocked at first, but her shock quickly turned to happiness because after seeing this unusual phenomenon, she knew the chances of the disc being a fake were close to 0. The newly turned golden disc stopped spinning and came to a halt, but the transformation didn't end there because, after a few short seconds, the disc started to twist and turn as its form changed from a flat disc to a perfect crystal cube with no visible magic circle on its surface. The newly formed cube gathered and absorbed a large quantity of mana, which took close to 20 minutes, but Alex and Hecate looked at the spinning cube with bright smiles. This proves why only extremely lucky or fated people ever get SSS rank legacy, as completing this puzzle would be impossible even if someone had all the information related to Oberon. Alex thought, looking at the small cube slowly rotating mid-air without creating sound. After gathering a large amount of mana, the cube stopped spinning, and then slowly, a transparent mana bubble formed around the cube, big enough to cover half the table area with the 3 golden pieces of the broken disc. After the mana bubble was complete, the dark cube surface got covered with an intricate magic circle, and then the 3 broken pieces on the table floated into the air and got suspended mid-air like the cube. The magic circle on the cube got replaced, and the solid material of the 3 broken pieces turned malleable, and then as being shaped by an invisible hand, the malleable golden metal started covering the cube. After a few short seconds, the cube was hidden entirely by the golden metal, and within the next few minutes, the golden metal took the shape of a perfect globe with a few words written on it in an ancient language. I wonder who created this little marvel, Alex thought as he extended his hand to catch the falling golden globe. Whoever named this key wasn't trying to hide Oberon's mistakes, Alex thought as he checked the globe information. Name: Key of Damnation. Equipment type: Key. Quality: Unique. Rank: Unranked. Description: a key that grants entry into the unknown. This key definitely has more use than just opening the Oberon tomb, Alex thought after reading the description. After seeing its creation, Alex had suspicions about the key use case, but now he was more certain about his doubts after reading the unclear description. Lady Hecate, please return this key after you successfully raid the tomb. And don't worry, the organization will compensate you very handsomely as the majority of this key belongs to you, Alex said as he handed the golden globe to Hecate. Alex knew that the key wouldn't be lost even after opening the tomb because Hecate from his previous life had it, and even though she never found any use for it, or if she did, it wasn't revealed to the public. Alex knew the key was special, and even though he had no idea what its use was other than opening Oberon tomb, he still wanted to own it, as maybe he could discover its true secrets in the future. Sir Famir, you are embarrassing me by giving me such an offer, Hecate said as she accepted the key. The Shadow Oblivion organization has already given me tremendous benefits by giving me the Monarch legacy and even going a step further to share the tomb treasures, Hecate said with a bright smile. I wonder what her reaction would be if she knew that she is one of the very few people that could even acquire this legacy. Alex thought, already knowing that Hecate would reject the compensation. Alex was giving Hecate the Monarch legacy not because he was generous, but because he knew the chance of finding a trustworthy person with great talent who could obtain the Oberon legacy was close to zero. All SSS legacy holders were extremely talented people with a very high affinity with their legacy because without having them, a person couldn't even begin legacy trials, let alone pass them to obtain the legacy. The organization doesn't have the information on the exact location, but we know that the tomb is located in an area of the Black Ocean with heavy storms, Alex replied. Alex knew the location of the tomb, but he didn't want to tell Hecate about it because the area with the tomb was still undiscovered by any player and was tricky to locate even with his future knowledge. You should peacefully search for the tomb as there is no time limit, and the organization will inform you if any new information gets discovered, Alex said, seeing Hecate thinking deeply with a troubled look. I was trying to remember any area with raging storms in Black Ocean, Hecate said. I recommend that before searing the dangerous and massive area of Black Ocean, we should find the answer to the riddle written on the key, Alex said, pointing toward the writing on the globe. After hearing the suggestion, Hecate quickly used the system to translate the writing on the key. I can't give you any more information, Alex thought, seeing Hecate reading the translated writing. The riddle written on the key was tricky to understand as it didn't even look like a riddle, more like a list of complaints. I am sad that I died with countless regrets. I am happy that I died on my terms. I rest in a place with no sunlight. I rest in a place with ever-raging storms. I rest in peace while my friend guards my remains. I rest in peace while my friend suffers eternal loneliness. The humble Dragon King. There are few clues in these lines, and with the already known information, I think solving the riddle wouldn't take too much time, Hecate said with a bright smile. I wonder if she could find it faster than she did in my last life, Alex thought, seeing Hecate taking the riddle lightly. If she is lucky, 6 months would be the earliest, and if she is unlucky, then even 2 years wouldn't be enough, Alex thought, knowing how lucky one needs to be to find the tomb of Oberon. The tomb was tricky to locate even with all the easy clues because it was on an island that, in reality, was a giant turtle. The giant turtle was the same friend of Oberon that guarded his remains, and the turtle never stayed in one place for long, but there was a trick to locate him, which was to check every big storm in the Black Ocean area because the turtle would always stay in a raging storm. The conditions for locating the Oberon tomb were very harsh, but they were justified because it was the first trial from Oberon to his future successor, as only a fated person to get his legacy would locate his tomb. Sir Famir, it was a great pleasure meeting you, and I will inform you when I decode this riddle, Hecate said with a happy smile as she stood ready to leave. After a small conversation with Alex, Hecate left the room with a bright smile, not hiding her happiness. Let's have a quick conversation with Vlad before leaving for the Darkness Kingdom to acquire my own legacy, Alex thought as he sent a message to Badger using Golden Token. While Alex was waiting for Badger and Vlad, his Beastmen guardians, who protected him a few minutes ago, were having a conversation to mess with his plans for the future. Master, you look awfully happy after seeing that tomb key, Lady Natchter asked the old man. Little Natchter, that tomb key is so special that your master might just die from being too happy, the old man replied with a broad, toothy smile that didn't suit his elderly appearance. Master, you need to act according to your age, Lady Natchter replied, not understanding why her wise master was acting like a kid. Ha. Little Natchter, after you know the value of that tomb key, you would be as thrilled as me, the old man replied, laughing like a maniac. Master, if you keep laughing like this without controlling your mana, you will destroy this hotel roof. Master, I know that the key belongs to a Dragon King's tomb, which is very special, but I still can't understand the reason for your happiness, Lady Natchter said. In my long life I have gathered tremendous knowledge, and I only know about one dragon titled the Humble Dragon King, the old man said. The dragon with that title is Oberon, monarch of the night sky, and he's not just a random dragon monarch who controls tremendous strength. Oberon was one of the wisest Dragon monarch to live in the last millennia. Now you know why I am so thrilled about that tomb key, the old man said calmly and tapped his cane on the roof. Captain, you want me to capture the girl and take the tomb key? A beastman, entirely hidden in a black cloak, appeared like a shadow and asked the old man. Vendox, don't take any action for now, but hide in the shadow of that girl and wait for your next orders, the old man said, and the beastman vanished to fulfill his given orders. Master, I think we should ask young Master how he wants to handle this situation, Lady Natchter said. Little Natchter, you don't need to disturb young Master for every little thing, and I believe he would agree with my decision, but just to make you not worry, I would contact young Master right now, the old man said as he took out a communication slip to contact Yanrick. Mordesh, is everything fine? Yanrick questioned right after picking up the call. Young Master, I have great news I want to share with you, the old man named Mordesh replied. Mordesh started explaining about the tomb key and every related to it while also telling everything that Alex and Hecate discussed. Young Master, I believe there is a great chance that you could find ancient information in the tomb that could help you unlock your bloodline, and the legacy of Oberon alone has a high chance of unlocking your bloodline, Mordesh said. Your conclusion holds great wisdom, and as you said, the Lady and Hidden One don't have a close relationship, so taking the key using force won't cause us any problems, Yanrick said, and after a few seconds of silence, he continued. The only issue is that we do not know the tomb's location, so taking the key right now would be useless and could cause us some problems in the future. Mordesh, I want you to send someone to keep watch on the Lady, and you should go to the Black Ocean area and try to find the tomb's location using the available information, Yanrick said. Find the newest release on N0v3L, FIRTAP.net. I will inform you of the good news as fast as possible, Mordesh said as he placed the communication slip back in his space ring. Lilt Natchter, I will be back in a few days, so don't neglect your training, Mordesh said as he vanished from the spot, leaving Natchter alone. The monarch's legacy is great, but I am more interested in the mysterious organization responsible for giving these rare and precious legacies to the two immortal adventurers. I think the organization that boy belongs to is Shadow World, because only that ancient colossal could offer high-ranking legacies like candies, but what are they planning to offer such benefits to weak immortal adventurers? Natchter thought, looking toward the clear sky. I wonder if he would offer something even more special to that immortal adventurer who holds the giant legacy. Natchter thought as she vanished from her position. Alex, who was ignorant about his future business partner's decision to mess with his plans, happily welcomed Vlad and Badger, ready to obtain some easy benefits and create some connection he could use in the future. Mr. Famir, I want to buy an intermediate grade instance dungeon, Vlad said calmly and waited for Alex's reaction to his demand. He's asking big without caring about the consequences of his request, and here I thought he would try to establish a good friendship with the organization before requesting big. Alex thought after hearing Vlad's request. If he wants an intermediate grade instance dungeon, then I will give him one, but let's see how much he is willing to pay to acquire it. Alex thought Alex only planned to get the legacy item he wanted from Vlad and give him some generous benefits in exchange, but even giving a few entry tokens of an intermediate instance dungeon for a legacy item was generous, let alone the complete dungeon. Mr. Vlad, what are you willing to give in exchange for the instance dungeon? Alex questioned to get an idea of what Vlad was offering to decide on a plan. I'm open to negotiating a reasonable deal that could benefit my guild and the organization, Vlad replied with a smile. I was hoping he could give me a reasonable offer that I can work on, but now I need to think about something on my own, Alex thought. Alex didn't want to reject Vlad's request because his guild was fourth in ranking and had enough strength and influence to match the top 3 guilds easily, and having a good relationship with him would only benefit him in the long run. Please give me a few minutes to discuss your request with my superior, Alex said as he opened his system panel to pretend he was discussing with his superior on chat. After pretending for a few minutes, Alex closed the system window as he decided to make a simple offer to acquire the legacy item and a few free resources. Mr. Vlad, the organization is willing to sell you a peak intermediate grade instance dungeon, and its price is the staff of Starfall and half the resources you would acquire from the instance dungeon, Alex said, stating his request. I don't think he knows the value of the staff of Starfall, so what is he thinking so deeply about? Alex thought, seeing Vlad silently thinking after hearing his offer. The offer Alex gave Vlad was very reasonable, even though he needed to share half the resources and give a guaranteed legacy item linked to a SSSSS rank legacy. The magic staff Alex wanted was a middle-grade legendary staff, but its stats were even worse than a middle-quality unique grade item, but the magic staff's real value was that it was a guaranteed part of a legacy item. Alex knew the real value of the magic staff because he knew how to complete the complete legacy item, while Vlad had no idea what to do with the magic staff. So to him, it was just a useless legendary item that he should happily exchange to gain half the resources of an instance dungeon. Mr. Famir, I am happy with your offer and willing to accept it, but before we agree to a deal, I have a small request, Vlad said, and seeing Alex nod his head, he started explaining his request. I believe your organization is more interested in the staff of Starfall than the instance's dungeon resources, and I also understand that giving 50 of the dungeon resources for just the magic staff is already a generous offer. But I would like to make a counteroffer for the complete ownership of the instance dungeon, Vlad said and calmly waited for Alex's reply. It is obvious that my main demand is the staff of Starfall, but what else he could offer to get the complete instance dungeon? Alex thought. Alex was not worried that Vlad wouldn't sell him the Starfall staff because he knew the magic staff was useless to Vlad, and selling it for a good amount of resources that could give his guild numerous benefits was the best deal. What are you willing to offer for the complete rights to the instance dungeon? Alex asked, knowing he would get offered some incomplete legacy items. I have 7 incomplete legacy items with their item quality ranging between peak unique to peak legendary, and depending on the organization's choice, I am willing to give a maximum of 3 of those items for the complete ownership of the dungeon, Vlad said. He would only offer me incomplete legacy items that even his guild can't find any information about, possibly making them useless for me, but let's see them before making a decision. Alex thought, hoping to find a gem as he was not interested in the instance's dungeon's resources. You could send me the details on all 7 items, and in a few weeks, I will give you the answer if the organization wants to accept your counter deal or not, Alex said as he anonymously opened the system exchange panel. I would wait for the reply from the organization, Vlad said as he sent some videos and pictures to Alex. It was a pleasure meeting you, and if you or the organization ever need something from my guild, then please contact me, Vlad said as he stood up, ready to leave. After a quick conversation, Badger and Vlad left the room, but before leaving, they gave Alex a bottle of Royal Elven wine as a gift. I need to wait for a few minutes before I can leave this room, so in that time, let's check the incomplete legacy items Vlad is offering, Alex thought as he started checking the incomplete legacy items. This thing is real, Alex questioned himself after just checking the first item. Name, unknown heart 5 ingredient, quality legendary, grade, description an unknown heart with an unknown use case. This looks real, Alex thought, watching the videos showing the unknown heart. I never thought I would find the speculated 5th heart of the beast monarch before acquiring the 4 pieces I have information about, Alex thought with a broad smile. Alex was so surprised and delighted after seeing the unknown heart because he only knew the location of the 4 known hearts, as the 5th heart was never discovered even though players knew it existed. Alex planned to gather the 4 unknown hearts because a player could get a broken legacy after consuming them, and he wanted his future organization member to have it. The Beast Monarch legacy was a low SSS rank legacy, and to acquire it, one needed to consume the unknown hearts in the correct number sequence. If someone eats any heart other than the first numbered heart, he will die an agonizing death while losing all the progress and being subjected to terrible curses that would make gaining strength very difficult. The Beast Monarch legacy gave its holder tremendous strength and broken abilities, but with the advantages, there was also a disadvantage in the start, as after a player ate the first piece of heart and acquired the legacy, a death countdown would start. If the player couldn't eat the second numbered heart in time, his end would be cruel, as he would get his game avatar permanently killed without being able to do anything to stop it. Alex planned to find all 4 hearts before giving them to the perfect candidate because it would solve the only problem with the Beast Monarch legacy. All players had different opinions about the Beast Monarch's legacy, if it was special or cursed, but everyone agreed that it was completely broken and gave its holder very unfair advantages. The decision to meet with Vlad paid off greatly. Alex thought as he happily closed the system window, not even checking the remaining 6 incomplete legacy items. It's time for me to get my legacy, Alex thought as he changed back to his original appearance, also changing his fake armor to his real armor. Alex placed a few coins on the table, then used the service bell, and then used his invisibility skill, and the moment the hotel staff lady came to ask for his request, he sneakily exited the room from the wide open door. Alex left the room in such an absurd way because he didn't want to risk someone following him around while keeping tabs on his location. After leaving the hotel, Alex walked straight to the teleportation building, and after reaching close to it, he found a dark ally and canceled his invisibility before casually walking into the crowded building. Alex went straight to the VIP area and bought the VIP teleportation service, and within a few minutes, he was teleported to Darkness Kingdom's capital city. The capital city Siniawa's weather always feels artificial to me. Alex thought, looking at the cloudy sky as he stood outside the teleportation building in the Darkness Kingdom's capital city. The weather in the capital city, Sinyawas, was always heavily cloudy, and by seeing such weather, every new visitor would believe that heavy rain would start at any moment, but rain rarely ever happened. I won't be surprised if the royal family is behind this unusual phenomenon, Alex thought, taking a few deep breaths to enjoy the refreshing air. I feel giddy knowing I would be obtaining a SSS legacy in just a few hours, Alex thought with a bright smile, amazed at how much things had changed for him in the past 2 months. I need at least 2 rank 5 invisibility potions to reach the Darkness Legacy Tomb alive, Alex thought. The Legacy Tomb was in the Forbidden Land of Darkness, and to reach it, Alex would need to sprint for 10 hours straight with his current agility. Alex would need invisibility potions if he didn't want to die before even reaching half the distance to his destination, because the Forbidden Land of Darkness was filled with deadly monsters that would rip him apart the moment they saw him. I should also buy a few intangibility and agility potions just to be on the safe side, Alex thought as he walked toward the Alchemist Guild location, while thinking of every bad situation he could encounter and its possible solution. After a short walk, Alex reached the Alchemist Guild building, which was bustling with activity as the players and NPC walked in and out. The ancient world had many prominent organizations, but the 4 major guilds, adventurer, merchant, alchemist, and blacksmith, had the most influence on all continents as each guild contributed massively to each race. After entering the building, Alex skipped the first few floors and directly went to the 6th floor, and in just a few minutes, he bought all the necessary potions he needed to travel safely in the Forbidden Land of Darkness. The high-ranking potions are just ridiculously priced. Alex thought after spending close to 4,000 white flame coins on just 8 bottles of potions. The preparations are done, so let's get going, Alex thought as he quickly left toward the mount shop. I should rent the fastest flying beast, Alex thought as he entered the mount shop. The mount shop sold and rented different categories of mounts, and Alex planned to rent a flying beast to reach the Forbidden Land of Darkness because if he traveled using roads, it would take close to 20 hours. He is not the shop owner, I remember, but maybe he changed the shop by the time I started using this shop's services, Alex thought, seeing a middle-aged man dozing off on the shop owner's chair. I want to rent your fastest flying beast, Alex said to the owner as he slammed his fist on the counter. You need to learn not to disturb your elder when they are resting, the owner said, still not opening his eyes. I want to rent a mount, Alex said loudly after seeing the man not giving him any response. You want the fastest flying mount. It would cost you 1,000 gold coins for 24 hours, the owner said with his eyes closed. It should be a peak 3rd-rank companion beast to be priced that high, Alex thought after hearing the ridiculous cost of renting the beast. The mount shops also rented beast companions for a premium cost, and those beast companions belonged to former adventurers who couldn't work as mercenaries or adventurers, so they would place their beasts for rent to keep earning money. I will rent the beast for the 48 hours, Alex said as he placed 10 white flame coins on the counter. After reaching outside the shop, he walked toward the empty area next to his shop and summoned a giant black-winged lion. This is a rare half-blood shadow dragon lion, Alex thought, looking at the magnificent-looking black lion with pitch-black massive dragon wings on his back. Young adventurer, this shadow dragon lion will be your mount for the next 48 hours, and he will take you to any place which is not dangerous, the owner said with an expressionless face like he didn't just summon an extremely rare beast. This lion looks young, so it should be a peak 3rd-rank beast at best, but half-blood shadow dragon lions could easily reach peak 4th or even the 5th rank, and controlling their size at that strength level is easy. I want to know if this beast is registered in the Adventure Guild as a rentable mount, Alex asked. All rentable companion beasts were trained to be travel mounts of strangers, and the Adventure Guild was responsible for registering and certifying them. Young adventurer, my companion does have dragon blood running through his vein, but he is very calm and gentle, the owner replied as he showed Alex the glowing certification card proving its authenticity. Please tell your companion beast to take me to the entrance of the Forbidden Land of Darkness, Alex said. Young adventurer, if you want to rent a mount again, you should come to my shop for the best mounts at a low price, the owner said with a smile after he whispered a few orders to his beast companion. I will come to your shop if I need to rent a mount again, Alex said and then jumped on the lion's back. The fur is really comfortable, Alex thought as he took his time to sit on the lion's back comfortably. Young adventurer, you don't need to worry about falling, as Bian will use a mana shield to protect you from the fast winds, the owner said. Young adventurer, before you leave, let me remind you that Bian will only take you to the Forbidden Land entrances, and after exactly 48 hours, Bian will return to the city with or without you, the owner said with a smile. I should be able to get the legacy in 30 hours if some random 5th-rank beast does not kill me, Alex thought. Bien is a little shy, so if he doesn't respond to your order, don't worry because he is very intelligent and won't cause you any trouble, the owner said. My friend, start flying when you are ready, Alex said to the lion, who was patiently standing waiting for orders. Roar. After a low roar, Bien stretched his wings wide, and slowly, a mana shield covered his back, covering Alex in a protective barrier. After completing the preparations, Bien gently flapped his draconic wings, and without any delay, his massive body slowly became airborne, and in a few short seconds, he reached a height of close to 500 meters. The feeling of being in the air while sitting comfortably on the back of a giant beast is one of the best experiences. Alex thought as he looked at the capital city getting smaller with every passing second. Bien flew slowly at the start, but after leaving the cloudy area around the city, he started flying at a faster speed while gaining more altitude. At this speed, we should reach the Forbidden Land in 3 hours, Alex thought as he enjoyed the beautiful bird's eye view. I underestimated the speed of a shadow dragon lion, Alex thought as he looked at the giant fortress in the distance. This place looks as scary as I thought. Alex thought as Bien reached close vicinity to the fortress. I finally reached the great fortress Shelmer, the most well-guarded fortress on the whole human continent. Alex thought as Bien landed next to the fortress gate. The Shelmer fortress was in the middle of a wasteland where not a single living being lived, and the fortress was still filled with the strongest guard regiment that the human continent could offer. The Shelmer Fortress Regiment was called the Sanguine Doom Guards, and their only duty was to guard the portal that led to the Forbidden Land of Darkness. The portal that led to the Forbidden Land of Darkness was in the center of the fortress, and the guards' duty was to keep watch over the portal and kill every monstrosity that tried to leave it. The Forbidden Land portal was massive in size, and as people could enter and leave it without any issue, the monster inside it could also do the same. The guard in the fortress doesn't kill the monster leaving the portal just to keep the wasteland clean from monsters, but they do it because the monsters would eventually go berserk and go on a rampage, attacking everything in their path. The Forbidden Land of Darkness was very rich in darkness mana, and every beast living inside it had their body adapt to using the rich darkness mana. But after the monsters arrive at the human continent, filled with neutral mana, their bodies try to quickly adapt to the different environment, which causes them pain, making them go berserk. After a monster leaves the portal, he would be just like any other beast, but as that monster spends more time in the neutral mana, his body would try to adapt, causing him tremendous pain. The forceful adaptation of the body would kill most of the weak monsters, but the strong monster would not die and, because of the pain, would go berserk, and the guards would rather fight a sane monster than fight a crazed beast going on a rampage. I can't understand why the White Flame Empire doesn't build a teleportation tower here when so many adventurers and players visit this place every day, Alex thought, looking at the long line at the fortress's entrance. I should reward Bien with some chimera meat for saving me so much time before I stand in line, Alex thought, seeing the long line in front of the fortress. Alex needed to wait in line even with his noble authority because Shelmer Fortress was one of the few places where everyone was required to follow the rules regardless of their strength or authority level. Bien, the journey was quite comfortable, and as you have saved me so much time, let me treat you to some delicious meat as a gift, Alex said as he took out a few 100 pounds of chimera meat from his inventory. Bien didn't even look toward Alex after hearing his offer, but the moment chunks of meat dropped on the ground, mana started gathering around the meat, and slowly the pile of meat released a sweet aroma which instantly gained the attention of the proud lion. Roarrr. After smelling the meat, Bien loudly roared, which attracted the attention of a few people standing in line, but after a quick look, they stopped looking as most of them were third rank or above warriors. At least he is happy with the chimera meat, Alex thought, looking at Bien, who was swallowing the meat at a rapid pace. Bien, if you want more meat, tell me because I am leaving and won't be back for the next several hours, Alex said. After getting a quick reaction from the massive lion, Alex took out a few chunks of meat, and then he left the lion alone to stand in the waiting line to enter the fortress. After waiting in line for close to an hour, Alex entered the fortress's first ring, which was crowded with thousands of players and NPCs. The Shelmer Fortress was built in 7 circles, with the Forbidden Land portal dead in the center. All circular rings were huge, with each ring being more prominent than the precious ring, making the complete fortress a colossal structure. All rings were separated by titanic walls built using the strongest iron and stone, making it impossible for even a rank 5 beast to break the wall defense to run from the fortress. The Shelmer Fortress was constructed like an unbreakable prison to stop the frequent beast tides from the Forbidden Land, and the fort worked as intended, helping retain hundreds of beast tides. But now, the beast tides were a thing of the past, as in the last 100 years, not a single beast tide had happened, resulting in the first 5 rings being transformed into giant trade markets. The remaining 2 rings were empty because they were being used for their intended purposes, that being the training and hunting ground for the Sanguine Doom Guards. This place is more crowded than some big cities, but it's not a surprise as the Forbidden Land is a treasure trove filled with dark element-related ingredients. Alex thought as he walked toward the 2nd ring with quick steps. I hope the 2nd and 3rd rings waiting lines are less crowded today. Alex thought as he walked toward the entry gate of the 2nd ring. I think this is my lucky day to reach the 3rd ring in just 1 hour. Alex thought with a bright smile as he walked the less crowded streets of the 3rd ring. Now that I will reach the real market, should I purchase the ring right now or buy it after acquiring the legacy? Alex thought after reaching the entry gate to the 4th ring. The first 4 rings of the fortress were all trade markets, but the best stuff acquired from the Forbidden Land was sold in the 4th ring market, and Alex planned to buy a costly but very useful ring. The ring is a legacy item, and it is so ridiculously priced that no one would buy it for the next 2 years, but the shop is right in my path to the 5th ring entry gate, so buying the ring makes sense. Alex thought while walking toward the empty gate of the 4th ring. In my previous life, it took me 2 years to gather 1,000 gold that I was willing to burn to enter this place. Alex thought as he placed 10 white flame coins on the magic slate near the entry door, and after the coin vanished, the entry door slowly opened. All entry doors were automatically controlled by magic, and after someone paid the right amount, the door would open and allow him to enter before closing again. The entry into the Shelmer Fortress 1st ring was free, but entry into the 2nd ring would cost 10 gold coins, while the 3rd ring would cost 100, with the entry into the 5th and final ring costing 10,000 gold coins. After walking for a few minutes, Alex reached his destination, a giant building that looked like a modern world building, as its walls were built entirely using glass. I should search this complete market after acquiring the legacy, as there should be many legacies and good items just waiting for me to buy them. But for now, let's get the first legacy item. Alex thought as he entered the building. The merchant building had 11 floors, and the ring Alex wanted to purchase was on the 10th floor, which was also the last floor anyone could go, so without wasting any time, he took the magic lift and arrived at the 10th floor. This floor has so few items, but every item is a rare piece hard to find even in the biggest merchant shops. Alex thought as he looked at the items displayed on top of the luxury stands while covered by magic glass. If these items are not so ridiculously priced, everyone with money would fight to buy them. Alex thought after checking all the 22 items being placed on the display. I would have bought this egg within a heartbeat if it belonged to any other variant of the behemoth. Alex thought, looking at the 2-meter giant egg on display in one of the floor corners. The egg belonged to Mountain Behemoth, and even though it was pure-blood behemoth with the potential to reach peak 4th rank, its evolution potential was shallow because of its colossal size. The Mountain Behemoth required more than 10 times the evolution resources to have a slight chance to evolve, and Alex didn't love behemoths that much to waste such a large amount of resources. Sir, this Mountain Behemoth egg would be your best purchase. A female voice came while Alex thought of many reasons not to even look at the giant egg. Alyssa Megna, a 6th-rank sorceress and also the princess of the human empire. Alex thought, looking at the average-looking beauty walking toward him. If people knew Alyssa's real identity, they would buy every overpriced just to stand next to her. Alex knew Alyssa's current appearance was fake, as her real beauty rivaled the royal high elf. I know her identity would be disclosed by one of her fans, but I wonder why she is in the Shelmer Fortress operating the most luxurious shop. Alex thought, trying to remember some of the theories players had about Alyssa's presence in the Shelmer Fortress. This Mountain Behemoth egg is good, but I am more interested in purchasing the unknown legacy ring, but the price is quite high for an unknown legacy with no known information, Alex said with a smile. The unknown legacy ring is a special item, and I believe the price is very low considering that it's a SSS rank legacy, Alyssa replied. If some bargaining could save me money, then it's a good thing, Alex thought after not getting a discounted price. I will buy the legacy for 170,000 white flame coins, Alex replied with a smile. The legacy ring was a SSS rank legacy item, but the conditions to even start the quest to acquire the legacy were unknown, and with no available clues or knowledge, the ring was just a legendary fancy item with only one skill, and even that was useless. Sir, the ring is priced initially at 250,000, but I am willing to sell it to you for just 200,000, Alyssa replied. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Alyssa said as she handed Alex the space ring after taking the coins. After giving Alex the space ring, Alyssa walked toward the stand with the legacy ring displayed, and then she opened the protective glass case with a bronze key. Alyssa took the ring and walked toward Alex with a bright smile like a happy owner would after making a big sale. My shop sells a variety of things, and if you need anything, please tell me, Alyssa said as she handed Alex an ordinary-looking black ring. I will visit your shop if I require any other items, Alex said as he accepted the ring. I wonder what secret dose that immortal adventurer holds to have such strong shadow guardians, Alyssa thought after Alex entered the magic lift. I wonder if this legacy is fated to be owned by that player, or if I could change the owner using my future knowledge, Alex thought as he appraised the legacy ring. Name a legacy item. Equipment type ring. Quality legendary. Rank SSS rank legacy item 1 effects, locked 2 effects, locked 3 effects, locked 4 effects, locked 5 effects, locked. Conditions Quest line locked. Skills 1 intangible. After use player would become an intangible entity for 1 hour. Cooldown 1 day. Description: I'm not surprised that one would need tremendous luck to acquire this legacy, because no one would ever know that the only clue available on the ring is worthless. Alex thought as he read the word written on the inner side of the ring. The word written inside the ring was Selfox Sola's Galtza. Translating it with current knowledge would only lead to wasted time and effort. The word Selfox Sola's Galtza translated to Marius the Blood King, and that name and title coincidentally belonged to a vampire king. After finding the meaning of the name, everyone would believe that the legacy was linked to vampires, which was completely incorrect, as the vampires, or even the Marius Vampire King, had nothing to do with the unknown legacy. If uncovering the secrets was that easy, a legit SSS legacy wouldn't be selling for chump change in a remote corner of the human continent, where only lunatics and treasure hunters spend their time. The legacy probably belonged to the White Flame Empire, and Princess Alyssa brought it with her to the Shelmer Fortress to open a shop for an unknown reason, and placed the ring in it to attract customers. The legacy didn't belong to Marius the Blood King because Marius was a brute barbarian, an anomaly among the vampires, and his legacy was never lost, and it was still being passed down in the royal family even to the current generation. All this information was publicly available because Alyssa was the one to publish this information, and after some research, anyone would understand that the legacy didn't belong to Marius the Blood King. I wonder how pissed the White Flame royal family would be if they found out they sold an elf monarch legacy for chump change. I also understand that the Empire should have done more than enough search for the information before giving up on this legacy, but even with their massive resources and power, finding the unknown information is impossible. Alex thought with a bright smile as he placed the ring into his secured inventory to keep it safe. The words written on the ring didn't translate into anything, but it was just the name of the elf monarch written in ancient elf language, and no one could understand it because the elf monarch and the ancient language were lost with time. Alex didn't have much information about the elf monarch or his title, but he knew enough to help him easily acquire the legacy. This legacy has such an absurd restriction that only the fated person would acquire it, or someone like me with future knowledge. Alex thought, remembering the only restriction one needed clear to acquire the legacy. The only restriction was for someone to acquire the legacy of being an elf. Not just any elf, the person needed to be an ancient pure-blood elf with very high light element talent. On the whole, elf content finding an elf that could meet this condition was impossible because the race of pure-blood ancient elves was extinct for thousands of years. Alex knew of a way for any player to change their race into an ancient elf, but the process was long and tedious, and the chances of success were low. A player first needs to change their race into a normal elf to start the process of changing race and becoming an ancient elf, and race change for players was only possible in the elf continent's central city. I need to wait for the travel to the elf continent to open for every player before I could even think about finding a candidate for this legacy, Alex thought as he left the building and walked toward the 5th ring entry gate. After a short walk, Alex reached the 5th ring entry gate, and after paying the fee, he entered the 5th ring, the most luxurious and comfortable place in the whole fortress. The 5th ring was loaded with luxurious hotels for people to rest, casinos for rich people to gamble, places like spas to relieve stress, and entertainment clubs and bars with fancy drinks. The complete 5th ring was for wealthy visitors to enjoy their time in this dangerous place, but the money these facilities charged were also so ridiculous that the 10,000 gold coins fee for entering the 5th ring was chump change in comparison. This is a nice place for lunatic adventurers to rest and spend the wealth that they got after risking their lives in the forbidden land of darkness, Alex thought as he walked toward the 6th gate with quick steps. The 5th ring of the Shelmer Fortress had all the luxuries and things any adventurer could get in any big city, so most adventurers would enter the ring and won't leave even after a long time. The majority of adventurers living in the 5th ring were at the strength level of peak 3rd rank, and these adventurers lived here to visit the Forbidden Land to earn good money, while also hoping to find something that could change their life. The Forbidden Land of Darkness was filled with great opportunities, and every peak 3rd rank NPC and player adventurer was hoping to find such an opportunity to help him reach the next strength level. The great opportunities and dangers coexisted, making every trip to the Forbidden Land life-threatening for NPC and player adventurers. The players were semi-immortal, but even they could die permanently inside the Forbidden Land because the protection from AI-0 would not work, and so if a strong creature decided to attack a player with elemental flame, the chances of a player surviving were very low. The players did complain about not having protection inside the Forbidden Land, but the reply from AI-0 made the complaining player shut their mouths. AI-0 said the Forbidden Lands were filled with treasures, and if no restrictions were placed on players, they would start exploiting these lands by searching more dangerous areas without the fear of death. So to keep the game balanced and realistic for every player, the protection from AI-0 inside Forbidden Lands was exempted. The players obviously were not satisfied with the reply from Zero and didn't stop complaining, and then Zero told everyone complaining to stop playing the game if they did not like how he ran things, because the decision was staying the same no matter what they did. Let's spend some money to skip this long waiting line, Alex thought after reaching the 6th ring entry gate. The 6th ring entry gate had 2 short-distance teleportation platforms in 2 separate small black chambers that were used to teleport adventurers directly to the 7th ring in a safe area near the Forbidden Land portal. The 6th ring was the living area for the Sanguine Doom Guards, and it was completely off-limits to everyone, and so, to reach the Forbidden Land portal, the adventurer used the 2 teleportation platforms. The 2 teleportation platforms did the same thing, but one was free to use, while to use the other one needed to pay a hefty fee. The free teleportation platform could only transport 10 people, and then it would be on cooldown for the next 30 minutes, so for an adventurer to get his turn, he would need to wait at least 5 to 20 hours, depending on the adventurer waiting in lines. The paid platform, on the other hand, was better as it could teleport one adventurer at a time with no cooldown, but an adventurer would need to pay 100,000 gold coins to utilize it just once. Alex walked toward the paid platform room, and after paying the fee, he entered the teleportation chamber, and in a few short seconds, the space around him started to twist and bend, and when it stabilized, he was at his destination. After Alex left the teleportation chamber, he heard players and NPC adventurers cheering and celebrating while looking in one direction. The Sanguine Guard must be fighting with a monster from the Forbidden Land, Alex thought as he exited the chamber, and he was right about his deduction. This fight would be entertaining to watch, Alex thought after seeing a single Sanguine Guard against a towering gorilla with 4 arms. This gorilla is a mid-5th rank beast while the guard is only at an early stage, and even though the fight would be tough, the guard is winning with certainty, Alex thought, knowing that every Sanguine Guard was a killing machine honed to fight with beasts of any kind. Alex couldn't leave the protective barrier until the fight ended, so he stood silently to enjoy the epic battle like every adventurer around him. I was expecting a hard battle between them, but it was a completely one-sided bloodbath, Alex thought as he watched the guard storing the mangled body of the gorilla in his space ring. The area is clear, so let's enter the portal before another beast arrives, Alex thought as he walked toward the exit of the protected area. The 7th ring, or the center of the fortress, only had 2 teleportation chambers inside a high-grade protective barrier in a small area near the giant walls. The center of the fortress was a 4 kilometers empty circle with no structure or building in it, and surrounding it were huge sturdy walls and high-grade barriers, and in the dead center, there was a huge space portal that was the entry point to the Forbidden Land. Alex left the barrier and sprinted toward the huge portal in the distance, reaching it in less than 3 minutes. I wonder if in this life I could find the other continents with the entry portal to the Forbidden Land of Darkness, Alex thought, standing a few meters away from the 100-feet portal. The Forbidden Land of Darkness entry portal was located in all 7 known big continents, but every continent portal would lead to a different designated area of the Darkness Land. The size of the Forbidden Land of Darkness was unknown, but it was common knowledge that all 7 designated areas were just a small part of a much bigger area. The information about the Darkness Land was not just speculated but tested and proven right, and anyone could easily test the information's validity by traveling to any designated area edge. If someone travels in any direction of the Darkness Land, he would eventually reach an invisible barrier called the Edge, or more commonly referred to as the Zone Separation Barrier. The Zone Separation Barrier stopped anyone from traveling any further, but it didn't block the view, and to confirm the speculation of all Darkness Land areas being connected, few people just needed to be present at different separation barriers at the same time. The task was effortless to achieve, and as elves and dragons were hungry for knowledge, both races confirmed this speculation after it was confirmed that every big continent had a giant portal that appeared probably at the same time a few decades ago. The hypothesis that all Darkness Land areas were connected was confirmed, but with this simple test, it was also confirmed that there were at least more than 16 portals. As every portal only appeared on a big continent, it was speculated that in this giant world, there could be 11 more big continents on the same scale as the 7 known continents. Alex knew about 2 hidden continents, and as the speculation, the 2 hidden continents also had a similar Forbidden Land of Darkness entry portal on each of them. Let's enter the portal, Alex thought as he entered the portal, and after a few seconds of being in the dark, he reached his destination. I never thought I would enjoy being in the Forbidden Land of Darkness, Alex thought as he took a few deep breaths to get comfortable with the environment of the Darkness Land. The air in the Forbidden Land was extremely heavy, making it difficult to breathe normally for even a third-rank warrior, and it was primarily because of the higher density of darkness mana presence. The Forbidden Land ground was pitch black, while the sky was covered in thick grayish clouds, and even though there was no visible sun, the Forbidden Land was quite bright. The mana density in the Forbidden Land of Darkness was off the chart, but as it was only dark element mana and not neutral mana, it didn't act as a slow poison for weak adventurers. Let's quickly leave this fortress and get my legacy, Alex thought, standing in front of the portal inside a heavily guarded fortress. The fortress in the Forbidden Land of Darkness was built in a circular shape around the portal, and the fort was very small in size. The fortress only had a few buildings with average rooms that Sanguine Doom guards used to rest when they needed to, but mostly every guard was either patrolling the fortress wall or was training to get stronger. The Sanguine Doom guards protected the portal and ensured no beast entered it, and the creatures that still reached the human continent didn't slip by the guards because those creatures didn't even enter through the main portal. The Forbidden Land was huge, and it was known knowledge that sometimes random portals would open, and if a creature entered it, he would exit from the portal on the human continent, but the random portals could only be used by up to peak 5th rank creatures. A single rank 5 invisibility potion would keep me invisible for 12 hours and also keep my presence to a minimal, and that time should be enough for me to reach the tomb if I don't encounter any rank 5 beast on my way, Alex thought as he drank a purple starry liquid from a small potion bottle. Let's start the biggest marathon of my life, Alex thought after becoming completely invisible. After taking a few deep breaths and remembering the place he needed to reach, Alex started sprinting at a moderate pace toward his destination. While Alex was running toward his destination, his shadow guardian Natchter and her group were standing face to face with a handsome human with long gray hair, and the Beastman group was not looking as carefree as they usually did. Miss, if you can't give me any proper reason for your presence here, I can't let you or your group wander in my territory, the human man with a heavy voice said to Natchter with a carefree smile. The man had long gray hair and a clean-shaved face, and he was wearing casual cloth, not releasing any mana pressure, but all 6 beastmen standing in front of him looked stressed. Sir Ulrico, I can take a blood oath that I have no bad intention to come to this place, Natchter replied calmly, but one could easily tell she was worried. Miss Natchter from the Primeval Hollow Squad, I know you, and I also know what your duties are, but even with my great intellect, I can't understand why you and your squad are following that weak adventurer around as his guardians, Ulrico said with a smile while looking in the direction that Alex had gone. Sir Ulrico, the adventurer, is a member of the Shadow World Organization, Natchter said, lying about her mission but still revealing the information she believed to be genuine. Natchter didn't entirely lie, because she knew if her reason for following Alex was anything less important, Ulrico would immediately know that she lied or was trying to hide information, and then things could become very complicated. I know that Shadow World Organization is making contact with immortal adventurers to further their agenda, but someone like you targeting this weak adventurer could only mean that he is special, Ulrico said after thinking for a few seconds. Sir Ulrico, it was a pleasure meeting you, Natchter said, and she vanished with her group. I am interested to know what is so special about that adventurer, but beastmen would not be happy if I targeted their prey, Ulrico mumbled as he vanished from his position. I should reach the tomb location in 1 more hour, Alex thought as he drank a stamina potion while sprinting. I haven't encountered any high-ranking beast till this point, which is unusual, but who cares? Maybe even the world wants me to quickly get the Darkness Legacy, Alex thought with a smile. Lady Natchter, there are 2 early 6th-rank beasts ready to battle to the death for a natural treasure, and if he keeps going in this direction, he will reach their location in a short time, a beastman said. It would be easy to remove those 2 beasts before he reaches that location, but killing 2 early 6th-rank creatures in a short time would be unnecessarily troublesome. I believe he would change his route after seeing those 2 beasts, and if he did get in trouble, we could save him. Natchter replied. Akrash, you scouted the area, so did you find any unique location which could be his destination? Natchter asked the beastman. I believe his destination is the Death Miasma Field because it is the closest unique location in this direction. Akrosh replied. He did buy a few intangibility potions, which could help him explore the Death Miasma Field safely, and if he is going there, then his purpose is clear. Nachtor said. It is clear he wants to test his luck by trying to acquire the Darkness Legacy, and other than disappointment, he won't get anything from the Tomb of Darkness. Akrosh said, looking toward Alex's location. I would also agree if he hadn't shown us so many shocking things in just these few short days, Nachtor said with a smile. Lady Nachtor, the Tomb of Darkness is the only commonplace in each continent forbidden land of darkness, and thousands with great talent have tried to acquire the legacy, and the best some did to this day is to reach the second trial. Akrosh said, I still think he has some hope of getting the Darkness Legacy as he did clear the hidden trial in the first promotion to gain his Death Element-related class. Nachtor said, the chances of his acquiring the legacy are less than 0. Akrosh replied and then vanished. If he did acquire the legacy, then things would get very interesting as every race wants to know the secrets behind the Forbidden Land of Darkness, and the Darkness Tomb is the only viable clue to gain their answers. Nachtor thought, looking toward Alex with a bright smile. I knew from the loud noises that 2 strong beats were clashing, but I never thought it would be a battle between 2 6th-rank calamities. Alex thought, seeing 2 giant beasts throwing deadly attacks at each other. A death battle between the Abyssal Naga and Nocturnal Minotaur is beyond rare, and would only happen if they are fighting for something more valuable to them than their own life. Alex thought. The death battle between 2 strong creatures was not uncommon, because strong beasts needed huge amounts of resources to progress their strength, and any chance they got, the beast would kill and consume another beast of the same rank. The beasts could progress their strength by understanding their natural element, but the easiest way to gain strength was by consuming strong prey. A fight between the Abyssal Naga and Nocturnal Minotaur was unusual because they both gained nothing by killing each other. The Nocturnal Minotaur can't consume the dead Abyssal Naga because of the deadly poison inside the Naga's body. The Naga can't consume the Minotaur's flesh because the Minotaur tempered its fleshy body with his deadly flames, making his flesh inedible for any creature who is weak to flame element. I want to see the end of this death battle, but I don't think this battle will end anytime soon, and I can't waste any time. Alex thought, seeing the 2 beasts throwing element attacks at each other while keeping a safe distance. I should leave before I get myself into any unnecessary trouble. Alex thought and quickly left the area. The legendary Death Miasma Field. Alex thought, standing a few meters away from an area filled with dark mist. The Titan Kronos told me I have great talent in the darkness element, but what would happen if I failed in the Legacy Tomb trial? Alex thought as his brain kept giving him the worst-case scenarios. Alex took a deep breath to calm down. The only way to find the truth is by entering the tomb and challenging the trials. Alex thought as he took out an intangibility potion and swiftly drank it. This mist looks harmless, but I will be dead without the intangibility potion effect. Alex thought as he entered the dark mist. After entering the mist, Alex started sprinting in a specific direction, and after navigating in the shadowy fog for 20 minutes, he reached the Legacy Tomb's location. The player who discovered this empty throne thought it was just a unique thing, and published about it on the forums to gain some fame, but he never thought that the empty throne he found would be a SSS-rank Legacy Tomb. Alex thought, looking at the dark empty throne in the middle of the thick deadly miasma. The Darkness Legacy Tomb was just an empty dark throne in a random location of the most deadly place in the Forbidden Land of Darkness. After the discovery of the empty throne, it quickly became famous because of its unusual location and beautiful appearance. The throne was magnificent, so many guilds tried to take it as a collection item, but they couldn't even move it by an inch, let alone take it with them. The throne became a popular visiting location for players as they used it to take photos for their social media. The condition to start the Legacy trial was to sit on the throne, so with hundreds of daily players visiting the throne, it was only a matter of time before someone with good dark element talent got acknowledged by the throne and discovered its secret. It was unknown who discovered the throne's secret, and when he did, because the player anonymously sold his discovery to a few big guilds. After getting the information, the guilds monopolized the location, only letting their selected player sit on the throne, and just like that, after 1 year of disappointment, an unknown player acquired the legacy. I don't have information about the legacy trials, but I hope they are not too tough, Alex thought with a bright smile as he walked toward the throne. The intangibility potion effect would last for 6 hours, which should give me more than enough time to clear the trials and leave this place safely. Alex thought, let's explore the unknown. Alex thought as he sat on the throne. The trial should start by now, so why is it not starting? Alex thought after silently sitting on the throne for 5 minutes. My consciousness should get transferred to the Darkness Tomb, and the trial should start after 1 to 3 minutes maximum, but the time is already over. Alex thought as he looked at the throne for any reaction. The throne first tests a person's talent for darkness element, so it is likely just doing that, and my talent is so great that it needs more time than usual. Alex thought logically to calm down. Chronos said that my darkness element talent is the best he had seen in his life, and even if it is only among the human race, it is still great, and there is no way the throne won't acknowledge me as a good candidate for the legacy. Alex thought as he closed his eyes and waited for the trial to start. My talent is at least 3 times better than the person who acquired this legacy in my previous life, as he entered the trial after 4 minutes, Alex thought. Alex stayed optimistic, knowing that Chronos had no reason to lie to him, and he also had tested the Death Mana, which was a branch of Darkness Element, and the result of his test was comparable to any genius. It's been 20 minutes. Let's hope the trial starts before 1 hour, or I would need to use the second intangibility potion, but the good thing is I bought 3 to be on the safe side, Alex thought. Alex believed the throne was checking his incredible talent, not knowing that the throne completed that step in the first minute, and from the last 19 minutes, it was devouring the deadly miasma in the area. This throne has been consuming mana for the last 20 minutes, and he is still conscious, meaning the legacy hasn't even started yet, Akrosh said, standing beside Natchter high in the air, looking toward Alex. The throne is slowly but continually gathering the darkness mana in the area, and the death miasma field is the result of the highly concentrated mana gathered in the last few decades. The throne would only use a small amount of mana to start the trial and maintain it, but this is indeed unusual, Natchter replied with an intrigued look. This is beyond unusual. The throne didn't consume this much mana even when the prince from the Orpheus Dragon clan took the trial and stayed in the trial ground for 3 days. Akrosh said with an amazed look as he watched the throne consume the massive amount of mana with every passing moment. The throne will eventually complete its preparation, and we will get the answer to all our questions, so let us peacefully wait for it to end, Natchter said while keeping her focus on the throne and Alex to not miss any new development. It's been an hour already, but why is the legacy trial not starting? Alex thought after the completion of 1 hour. The worst thing that could happen is that I won't get this legacy, which would be disappointing, but it wouldn't be the end for me because I can still get some other good legacy related to the dark element, Alex thought. Let's wait for another hour and think positive because thinking about the negative won't change my situation. Alex thought after taking a few deep breaths to stay calm and positive. The second hour is also over, and the legacy trial hasn't started, which is disappointing, but I still have hope, Alex thought as he drank the second intangibility potion to reset the 6-hour effect time. I hope I don't need to drink the last intangibility potion, Alex thought. After drinking the second potion bottle, Alex kept waiting for the trial to start, but to his dismay, even after the longest 5 hours of his life, the trial didn't start. It is almost confirmed that I am not getting this legacy, but I am too tired to leave this place alive, Alex thought with a tired look. Let's drink this last potion, and if the trial starts in the next 6 hours, then great. If it does not start, then I am dying my first death while sitting on this magnificent throne like a freaking king, Alex thought as he half-heartedly drank the last bottle of intangibility potion. Alex stayed positive for the first 3 hours, but after 5 hours of not getting any reaction from the throne, he was logical enough to understand that the chances of him getting the legacy were negligible. Maybe I am too good to get this legacy, and even this throne knows that, so let's think about which other legacy would be the best choice while I wait for my first death, Alex thought, shaking off his gloomy and depressing thoughts. Alex had no clue that while he was peacefully making plans to get the next best possible legacy, the throne had already created such a big disturbance that it had attracted the attention of many entities present in the forbidden land of darkness. Lady Natchter, the throne has already consumed half the mana present in the death miasma field, and with this huge disturbance, I am certain that few unwanted guests will be appearing at any moment, Akrosh said with a troubled look. We can't do anything about this situation, and I am certain that a few strong beasts would be approaching this location, but they won't be our problem to handle, Natchter replied, not appearing to be worried about the situation. Miss Natchter, we meet again, and as I thought, your little friend is the reason for this huge mana disturbance. Ulrico appeared like a ghost next to Natchter and Akrosh. Sir Ulrico, I think you should ask the Sanguine Doomguards to come for backup, because if we want to see the result of this phenomenon, then we need to protect that adventurer, which would be impossible with only 7 of us, Natchter said. Little girl, where is old Mordesh? I don't sense his weak presence. A giant of a man appeared and asked while looking toward the throne and the visibly shrinking death miasma field. Sir Valmer, Master is away for a small mission, Natchter replied respectfully, not minding the man's blatant disrespect for her master. Little girl, I want to know everything about this adventurer, and don't miss even the tiniest detail, Valmer said calmly. It is annoying to be in the presence of these arrogant clowns, but the good thing is that with General Valmer's presence, I won't need to risk my life to defend that adventurer, Akrosh thought. Natchter started explaining everything about Alex while smartly keeping the information on the red gem, not giving even a hint about her real mission. I believe the Shadow World organization already knew about this adventurer having great darkness talent to send him here to try his luck, but even they couldn't have expected the throne to create such a phenomenon, Natchter said. I could tell that half the information you explained about this adventurer is just your speculation, which I can't blindly trust, but I will get the real truth from the adventurer after this phenomenon is completed, Valmer said. I need to negotiate a deal with the Beastmen to keep the information related to this adventurer a secret, because keeping this phenomenon a secret is impossible, even if I kill everyone present in the Forbidden Land, Valmer thought. I should try to buy the loyalty of this adventurer the first chance I can get before these Beastmen can give him any enticing offers, Valmer thought, looking toward Alex. The adventurer Hidden One would be in a lot of limelight, which could cause unforeseen issues to my mission, but to be careful, I should ask the young master to send Lurkwaz to negotiate a deal with General Valmer, Natchter thought as she made some distance from Valmer. Alex didn't know that a few incredibly strong people were waiting to question him, while he was calmly searching his memories to find the best high-ranking Dark Element legacy that he could acquire. The Sanguine Doomguard Battalion kept slaughtering any beast that came to enter the Death Miasma field, while the small group of strongest people kept watch on the throne, waiting for any progress. The throne silently kept consuming tremendous amounts of mana with every passing moment, and minute by minute, 5 more hours passed. In those 5 hours, the throne almost consumed more than 90 mana present in the Death Miasma field, shrinking the massive area of death into a small section of dark mist. Alex was mildly disappointed in those 5 hours because he still had some hope, but those 5 hours only fueled the curiosity of everyone who could see the miasma field shrinking with every passing moment. The strong beasts were not the only ones who noticed the mana abnormality, as a few fourth-rank adventurers also noticed the disturbance, and in the 5 hours, many came to check the cause. The adventurer knew that going near the former Death Miasma field would be risky after seeing the Doomguard slaughtering any beast that approached, so some left the area and spread the news of the Death Miasma field shrinking. After the players got this news, many of them sprinted in the direction of the Death Miasma field to confirm the information and possibly find the reason behind the unusual phenomena, but to their dismay, the guard killed every player who tried to sneakily approach the shrinking miasma field. The players posted the information and videos of the shrinking Death Miasma field on the game forums, and even though no player knew about the Legacy Throne, the news went immediately viral. The news about the shrinking Death Miasma field was spreading like wildfire among NPCs and players, just because it was related to the Forbidden Land of Darkness and the Sanguine Doomguard. Alex did browse the forums for some time, but after getting bored from doing that, he switched to watching live raid streams while he waited for his first death. The Death Miasma field was a completely quiet place because of the highly concentrated mana in the air, and because of that, Alex didn't hear any loud clashes between the guards and beasts. Finally, the throne has stopped consuming mana, Valmer said with a bright smile. There is still close to 1 hour left before this mist can kill me. Alex thought while watching a random booze raid live stream. After I die, I won't be able to log in for 12 hours, but I am not coming back for at least 2 days, Alex thought. While Alex was planning how he wanted to enjoy his next 2 days, the throne slowly stopped consuming mana, and after a few seconds of calmness, it released a massive shock wave that cleared the surrounding dark mist. What happening? Alex thought after being jolted awake by the big shockwave released by the throne. The throne is responsible for the shockwave, Alex questioned, seeing the clear area around him. What is going on? Alex thought, seeing thousands of mana lines released by the throne slowly forming intricate magic circles on the ground. I never heard of the Legacy Throne doing anything like this, but this could be some kind of hidden reward for a great candidate or a punishment for the person who doesn't leave the throne alone, Alex thought, not having any clue what was happening with the throne. The throne kept releasing mana lines that formed into small and big magic circles on the ground, and after a few seconds, hundreds of magic circles were covering the ground, with each magic circle connecting, making a giant magic circle around the throne. I wonder if something like this happened in my previous life, but it was never revealed to the public, Alex thought as he looked at hundreds of glowing magic circles around him. I don't know what will happen, but it couldn't be worse than dying without getting the legacy, Alex thought with a smile as he patiently waited for the magic circles to do their intended work. After a few seconds, the magic circles started releasing pitch-black darkness that slowly created a dome around the throne, completely blocking the view of the spectating people. I am not scared of darkness, but this silent darkness is scary, Alex thought after the darkness filled the inside of the dome. I don't plan to sit in this darkness forever, Alex said out loud after sitting in the quiet darkness for a few minutes, but to his surprise, he couldn't even hear his voice. Alex was surprised by not being able to hear his voice, but the next moment, an even more shocking thing happened as he felt a familiar feeling. This is the feeling of getting teleported, Alex thought as he felt his body being pulled in every direction. This doesn't feel like any normal teleportation, Alex thought while grinding his teeth as he felt his body being pulled in every direction with such intensity that he felt tremendous pain. The pain is gone, Alex thought as he took deep breaths to calm down his raging heartbeat. I think I am teleported to some place, but why is there still pitch-black darkness around me? Alex thought after feeling normal again. After a few seconds of being blind, Alex regained his vision, and what he saw surprised him to his core. This sense feels familiar, Alex thought as he observed his surrounding. Alex was standing in a vast empty area with nothing but darkness, and a short distance away from him, an identical dark throne was present, and on that throne sat a giant of a looking toward him with an expressionless face. He has the same aura of authority as Kronos had around him. Alex thought as he looked toward the giant man. The man was around 10 feet tall with a sharp and handsome appearance, and his eyes were like two black holes, making it impossible to keep eye contact with him. Mortal, my name is Erebus, the man said in a deep, emotionless voice. He gives the feeling of a living person, but possibly he is just a wisp of consciousness like Kronos, and because of this special place, I could see his wisp of conciseness. Alex thought as he bit on his tongue to make sure he was physically present in this place and not in his consciousness form. My name is Hidden One, and it is my pleasure to meet you, Alex replied respectfully, not acting excited. I have so many questions that I want to ask, but let's wait for a good opportunity, Alex thought as he controlled himself from saying anything unnecessary. Mortal, you don't need to pass any trials to prove your worthiness to obtain my legacy, because you have already met the only condition by reaching this place. But you do need to make a law oath with me if you want to receive my legacy, Erebus said. I am happy that I don't need to pass any trials, but what kind of law oath does he want me to take? Alex thought. If he wants me to accomplish something ridiculous, I would rather pass on his legacy than doom my future. Alex thought after thinking for a few seconds. The law oath was also a form of promise, but no sane person would ever take it because if the law oath ever got broken, there would be only one punishment, which was being shunned by the world laws for the rest of his life. A person shunned by the world laws would never be able to utilize mana, which would make it impossible to reach a higher rank of strength, and this one punishment was worse than dying for both NPCs and players. Sir Erebus, I want to hear about the restrictions of the law oath and what kind of things I need to accomplish to complete my law oath, Alex asked. A wise and calm nature are good qualities for a king, Erebus said out loud with a smile breaking his cold expression. The task you need to complete is to bring peace to my kingdom, and you need to accomplish that before you reach the first transcend rank, Erebus said. I don't think he is a human, so he shouldn't belong to any human kingdom, and more importantly, does his kingdom even exist in the current era, and which one between the 4th and 7th is the transcend rank, Alex thought, not having any clue what Erebus was talking about. If I need to solve his kingdom problem before reaching the 7th rank, then the deal is not bad, but I don't want to manage a kingdom as it is too much work, and getting that headache for a legacy is not worth the trouble. I should ask him to briefly explain his demand before making any decision, because maybe Erebus's kingdom doesn't even exist in the current era, Alex thought. Sir Erebus, I want to know about your kingdom, and could you please briefly explain about the transcend rank, Alex asked. The first transcend rank, or 10th rank as you mortal people call it, is the stage that one could achieve after having a basic understanding of his element at the worldly level. Erebus stopped his explanation after seeing Alex deep in his thoughts, not paying any attention to his words. What the hell is he talking about? And there is a 10th rank, and to achieve it, one just need to have a basic understanding of his element and what is even the worldly level. Alex questioned, not paying any attention to Erebus's following words. I don't understand why I am so surprised by this information, even though Kronos sent me back in time using magic just a few months ago, Alex thought. I was a little surprised that to achieve the mythical 10th rank, one just needs to have a basic understanding of his element at the worldly level, Alex said. I know you have some questions that you would like to get answered, but I suggest you find their answer yourself because the unknown would only motivate, and if you can't accomplish the unknown, then at the very least, it won't disappoint you, Erebus said. This is the same reason I don't find any logical answer to my time travel, as it just makes my brain experience a headache, Alex thought. So you want to hear about the condition of my kingdom? Erebus asked. If the law oath restriction gives such freedom, it should only mean that bringing peace to his kingdom wouldn't be an easy task, but let's hear about the condition of his kingdom as it might not even exist, but I highly doubt that the case. It would greatly help me come to a decision if you could briefly explain the situation of your kingdom and the things I need to accomplish to bring peace to your kingdom, Alex said. My kingdom is present on the Malafy's domain, and its name is Abruz, and its current condition is that it is in shambles and will get erased in a few short decades if it stays without a king, Erebus said. I want to know about this Malafy's domain as it sounds like a hidden continent, but let's not waste his time and respectfully decline his demand, because I am not taking a law oath which is impossible to complete. Alex thought. If any other player could get a SSS rank legacy by just taking a law oath to complete something before reaching the mythical 10th rank, they would do it as everyone believed it was just a game. Alex knew that the game was not just some virtual code run by high-tech technology, but something linked to reality, and even though he had no clue what the truth was, he was intelligent enough not to make any choice that he would regret in the future. Sir Erebus, I can't take the law oath even though I may never reach the transcend rank, but I still have good hopes for my future, so I can't take such a big risk with my future, Alex said calmly and waited for Erebus's reaction to his rejection. I understand you don't want to have anything to do with an unknown kingdom on the verge of destruction when your future path to strength is at stake, so let's change the law oath, Erebus said. You need to take a law oath that you would become the king of Abruz kingdom, and in exchange I will give you my legacy, Erebus said. This requirement is the same as before, but the words just have a nicer tone, Alex thought. You just need to become the king of Abruz, and after the coronation ceremony, you can leave the Malafy's domain at any moment, Erebus said, making his statement clear. If I accept this deal, the destruction of Abruz kingdom will not affect me, but giving me such an offer could only mean he is confident that after I become the king, I would do my best to save the Abruz kingdom. The question is, do I want the troubles of managing a dying kingdom in my life? The kingdom being present on a hidden continent alone makes it worth the trouble, and if the kingdom itself has any value, then working to save it could give me life-changing opportunities. Alex thought after evaluating the pros and cons of his current situation. Sir Erebus, you said I could leave the Malafy's domain after the coronation ceremony, but I don't believe the people from the kingdom of Abruz would accept a weak human like me as their king, Alex said. The Malafy's domain is a special area in the world, and it chooses its ruler, and the ruler of the Malafy's domain is also the king of the Abruz kingdom, Erebus said. Sir Erebus, you need to explain more clearly for me to understand, Alex said, not understanding what Erebus meant by his statement. The Malafy's domain is a unique area in the ancient world that choose its ruler and give him tremendous benefits, but to receive those benefits, the chosen person needs to complete few requirements. The free benefits that every chosen ruler of the Malafy's domain gets are protection from death and some degree of authority over the inhabitants. I was the first ruler of the Malafy's domain, and in my day of being a ruler, I established the kingdom of Abruz, which I ruled for a few decades before. Erebus is still explaining, but why I can't hear anything, Alex thought after hearing no sound, and instinctively he snapped his finger near his ears, and as he expected, there was no sound. The little weasel is interfering, Erebus said after he snapped his fingers. I can hear again, which is good, but what is going on and who is he calling a weasel? Alex thought, still surprised at what Erebus had just revealed to him. The Malafy's domain sounds like an extraordinary hidden continent, Alex thought, eager to learn more about such a magical place that chooses its ruler and even gives him broken-sounding benefits. I won't reveal any more sensitive information because that weasel won't let you hear any of it, so you should ask some questions to clear your doubts, Erebus said. I think he is calling AI-0 a weasel. Alex thought while being a little disappointed at not being able to learn about the history of the Malafy's domain. How will I become the ruler of Malafy's domain? Because I believe the criteria to be selected by the domain are very strict, Alex said. There are few conditions to become the ruler of Malafy's domain, and one of the main conditions is to have an outstanding talent in any dark element, but you don't need to worry as you meet all the conditions, Erebus replied. What are the restrictions to becoming the ruler of Malafy's domain? Alex asked while hoping to hear a good answer. You will need to complete some missions, which could range from reaching the next rank of strength in a certain time to helping some inhabitants. If you continuously fail to complete those tasks, it will result in you being banished from the Malafy's domain and being its ruler, Erebus replied with a smile. Those missions would be related to Malafy's domain, which would make me accomplish things that would directly or indirectly help the kingdom of Abruz, which is a good thing, but completing those tasks in a certain time limit would be a big headache, Alex thought. I will accept this deal because even in the worst-case scenario, where I couldn't complete my duties of being the ruler of Malafy's domain and get banished, I would still have the Erebus legacy, which is good enough, Alex thought. Alex was not too bothered by the responsibility that would come after becoming the ruler of the Malafy's domain, as he understood there were no free meals in the world. There are no free things in this world, and if you want something, you need to work for it, and even though you would believe that the legacies in the world are free, even they are not free, Erebus said calmly. The individuals who have left their knowledge as legacies didn't do it for future generations, but they did it to repay the world that sheltered them, and Erebus kept speaking, but Alex heard nothing as the weasel interfered again. It would be suspicious if these old monsters just generously left their hard-earned knowledge and experience behind as gifts to ungrateful youngsters. Alex thought, knowing Erebus was telling the truth. You want to ask about anything else, or are you ready to make your decision? Sir Erebus, I am willing to take the law oath, Alex said after taking a deep breath, not knowing what surprise his future had planned for him. Repeat after me and don't forget to say your name at the start, Erebus said, and after a short pause, he started speaking the words required to complete the law oath. I hidden one with the world laws as my witness. Take the oath to accept the responsibility of being the king of the Malefy's domain before reaching the first transcend rank in exchange for the legacy of the Erebus the Dark King. Alex finished the sentence and felt his mana boil for a split second. I don't need to worry about not getting selected by the Malefy's domain, Alex thought with a satisfied smile after getting the confirmation of the law oath being validated by world law. Alex was satisfied with the law oath because it states that he needed to accept the responsibility of becoming the ruler of the Malefy's domain before reaching the first transcend rank and not becoming its ruler. Alex was just required to take the test of the Malefy's domain to complete his law oath, and even if the domain didn't select him as its ruler, the law oath would still be considered completed. It's time for me to fulfill my part of the oath, but before that, let me explain a few things to you, Erebus said as he teleported in front of Alex. After bestowing you with my legacy, I will teleport you to the Malefy's domain near the ruler's throne. You just need to sit on the ruler's throne, and after a short, memorable experience, you will become the next ruler of the Malefy's domain, Erebus said with a smile. I don't like how he emphasizes the word memorable experience, but more importantly, I still have many questions I want to ask, Alex thought. I understand that you have many questions related to Malefy's domain, but I advise you to save them for a few more hours because you will get detailed information on the Malefy's domain after you become its ruler, Erebus said before Alex could even ask any questions. You will feel discomfort, but it will only stay for a few moments, so endure it, Erebus said. I have only heard stories of the overwhelming pain one would feel when receiving a legacy, but today I will experience it myself, and I am excited to do it, Alex thought. After taking a few deep breaths to mentally prepare for the unknown pain, Alex nodded to signal Erebus to start the process. Erebus didn't waste any time and controlled the darkness around him to start the process of refining the body of Alex to make it into a clean vessel. I wonder if the process of cleansing my body would be any different from normal, as a strong person like Erebus is doing it himself, Alex thought, seeing his body getting covered in pitch darkness. The process of refining the body was to reset any progression a person had made in the path of gaining strength, and in the case of a player, it meant losing all the levels and any strength gained from the rank promotions. A person needs to have a clean vessel to receive a legacy, and refining the body was done to complete that requirement. The procedure of refining a clean vessel was an excruciating experience because a person's very source of strength was erased using unnatural means, and even though the process was safe and didn't bring any harm to the body, but the pain one would feel was still agonizing. The pain should only last for less than 2 minutes with my current level, Alex thought while being ready for the pain to start. The higher the strength of a person, the more time the body refining procedure would take to complete, which would extend the time the person would feel excruciating pain, and this was also the reason why Alex didn't try to advance to the second rank. Alex was not afraid of pain as he had many painful experiences in his previous life, but he also did not like torturing himself. The process of torture has started, Alex thought as he felt foreign mana moving inside his body. After a few seconds of feeling tolerable pain, Alex received the first system notification that placed a smile on his face. Level lost X1. Refining process continued smoothly, and Alex kept losing levels every 1 or 2 seconds, and after 2 minutes he lost a total of 41 levels. Level lost X41. The pain I am feeling has increased significantly, but it is still tolerable, Alex thought. Erebus must be extending the time to complete the refining process while making it less painful because it has already been over 2 minutes since the process has started, and I have only lost 41 levels, Alex thought with clenched teeth. Alex believed that Erebus was helping him with the pain, but the reason for the refining process being slower than normal was completely different, and even Erebus was surprised by what was happening. This kid must have a dormant elemental physique that is absorbing most of my pure darkness mana to awaken itself, causing the refining process to slow down, Erebus said, looking toward the dome of darkness in front of him. I am not surprised that he has an elemental physique, but by the pace of mana absorption, I could tell that the physique at best should only have the potential to reach the first transcend rank, Erebus murmured in a disappointed tone. I was hoping for better talent, but even with his talent, he should be able to become the ruler of Malifie's domain and make things a lot better for the Kingdom of Abruz. Let's double the mana, as it would help accelerate the process of vessel refining and help his physique awaken much faster even though he would experience a lot of pain, but it is better than feeling slow pain for an extended time, Erebus thought. Erebus snapped his finger, and the Dome of Darkness with a radius of 10 feet increased slightly in size, but the speed at which Alex's body was receiving mana doubled instantly, which increased the pain to an unbearable height. Level lost x48. Demotion to mortal rank. After being demoted from first rank, the pain has intensified. Alex thought, trying his best to distract his mind from the tormenting pain. Now I know why everyone who goes through the refining procedure describes it as being burned by flames. Alex thought while counting the system notifications. Level lost x49, level lost x67. The refining procedure continued smoothly, and after 20 seconds of feeling agonizing pain, Alex was demoted to level 1, losing all his progress. Finally, the refining process is completed. Alex thought as he sighed in relief. Why is Erebus not stopping the refining procedure? Alex thought with an alarmed look, still feeling pain wrecking his body. What is that bastard doing? Is he trying to kill me? Alex thought, feeling the pain not stopping even after 5 more seconds. Alex was panicking, not because of the pain, but because if the darkness mana kept entering his body without being used for anything, it would eventually start destroying his body on a cellular level, killing his avatar permanently. I don't know why Erebus is trying to kill me permanently, but I can't waste any time if I want to live, Alex thought as he decided to use one of his protection wishes. Zero, I want to use my protection wish, Alex said out loud, and he instantly got a response from Zero, but not the one he was expecting. Protection wish rejected. Player hidden 1 avatar is not in danger of getting erased. What the hell is he talking about? If the darkness mana doesn't stop entering my body, it will certainly kill my avatar permanently, Alex thought, not understanding what was happening. I need to calm down and think logically. Alex took a moment to think, and he came to the conclusion which was not in favor of his current situation. If AI0 believes my life is in no danger, then it should be true because I have never heard of any player making any accusation against him, but only time could tell what is going on, so there is no point in panicking, Alex thought as he started thinking about random things to distract himself from feeling the agonizing pain. The pain I felt when Chronos sent me back was much worse than this, Alex thought. I don't know if I'm imagining it, but I feel like the pain just increased. Alex thought after 2 more minutes had passed. This minor pain is nothing to gain a SSS rank legacy, Alex thought with clenched teeth and fists while thinking about every bad experience from his previous life. Alex endured the agonizing pain for 5 minutes before even he started to reach his limits, as all the strength in his body was gone, and he didn't even have enough energy to clench his teeth tightly. I know I can't log out as I am in a special place, but AI0 should at least numb a player's brain if he is experiencing this much agonizing pain, Alex thought. After 3 more minutes, Alex started to lose feeling in his arm, and short few moments his body went completely limp, but the darkness around him didn't even let him fall, keeping his motionless body in a straight standing position. At least I am feeling less pain, Alex thought with a cloudy mind as darkness started to drown his consciousness. While Alex was unconsciously standing with the help of darkness, Erebus was looking toward the Dome of Darkness that had reached a radius of 100 feet. I hope the kid can handle the pain, Erebus thought with a worried look. This kid is a monster to have a physique that requires such an enormous amount of pure darkness mana just to awaken, Erebus thought, not taking his eyes off the giant dome. The darkness dome around Alex was getting smaller with every passing second, but before it could even shrink a few feet, the darkness around it quickly merged with it, maintaining its form. I am impressed that he could handle the pain so well, but the more interesting thing is which rank of physique he holds that requires such a tremendous amount of mana at the awakening stage, Erebus thought with an intrigued look. Erebus kept looking toward the Dome of Darkness with clear anticipation, and after waiting for a few minutes, the thing he was waiting for happened. The mana absorption is slowing down, which should mean his physique is in the last stage of awakening, Erebus thought as he looked toward the dome with a bright smile. After waiting a few more seconds, Erebus saw Alex's body collapsing, and without moving a finger, he saved Alex from falling by manipulating the darkness. I need to check his natural talent and see what category of physique he would awaken, but before that, I need to have a small talk with that weasel, Erebus thought with a bright smile. I know you are hiding in the space folds, so come out quickly before I drag you out, Erebus said out loud, and immediately the space in front of him distorted and a space crack appeared. Sir Erebus, I was just waiting for an opportunity to request a meeting with you. A man wearing a black tuxedo exited the crack with a bright smile. I want you to hide any information about him in his world in the ancient world, Erebus said to the man who every player would recognize immediately as AI Zero. Sir Erebus, I will complete your request without any error. Zero replied with a smile. You should quickly tell me what you want to say and leave this place before he gains consciousness, Erebus said, while not even looking towards Zero. Sir Erebus, I need to put some restrictions on him because after becoming the ruler of Malifie's domain, he could easily cause a lot of destruction on the 7 common continents with just the help from his loyal advisor. Zero said very respectfully, not showing any displeasure to being treated coldly. The Malifie's domain guardian is on the brink of death, so he won't be able to destroy more than a few cities before needing to rest to stabilize his condition, Erebus replied, like the destruction of a few cities was not a big deal. Sir Erebus, the Malifie's domain guardian, is a legit peak element ruler rank warrior with unrivaled strength and talent nurtured with the best of resources, and even in his current condition, he could easily ragdoll any peak 8th rank warrior. Zero said with a wary smile, Sir Erebus, you need to understand humans are greedy beyond measure, and to these players, this world is no more than a game with no consequences. After gaining a loyal servant that could make him invincible, he will cause mayhem and destruction, and I just want to put some light restrictions on him to stop that from happening. Zero said and patiently waited for Erebus's reply. If Alex heard the conversation between them, he wouldn't be that surprised, but he could still gain some answers. But too bad for him, he was unconscious while his body was going through massive changes. You can place some restrictions on him, but make sure they don't hinder his progress in any way, and you also need to give him some compensation. Erebus, after staying silent for a few moments. Sir Erebus, I will be taking my leave, Zero said as he vanished back into the portal. Let's see if this lad could surprise me for a second time, Erebus thought as he erased the dome of darkness and manipulated the darkness to carry Alex's unconscious body toward him. Erebus covered his hand in pitch darkness that made it look like an endless void, and then placed his hand on the head of unconscious Alex and closed his eyes. After a few short seconds, Erebus opened his eyes, and even though they looked as emotionless as before, but now there was a bright smile on his face. This lad is a natural monster in human skin, Erebus thought with a wide smile. I never thought I would find a natural monster without even looking for one, Erebus thought with a bright smile. I believe his natural talent is among the best dark element talent I have seen in any mortal, but his elemental physique is even more surprising. If fate hadn't guided him to me, then awakening his physique would have taken much longer, making him lose on so many early benefits he could receive from his physique. The elemental physique, this lad has at least the potential to reach the 3rd transcend rank, and with his physique and talent, he can reach the level of strength most geniuses could never dream about. This lad has the potential to achieve great strength, but will he do the hard work needed to use the full potential of his natural gifts? Erebus thought as he looked toward Alex. It would be a waste of his talent to give him anything less than the best guidance, and luckily for him, I am the best of the dark element user this world has to offer. Erebus thought as he manipulated darkness to lay Alex down. The lad will take some time to regain his conciseness, as his physique is still in its final stage of awakening. Erebus thought as he looked toward Alex, who now had long hair with a slight change to his appearance. I can use this time to make the best version of my inheritance that could give him proper guidance and help him use the full potential of his natural gifts, Erebus thought as he vanished from his place and appeared on his majestic throne. While Alex peacefully slept, his avatar was going through various changes with every passing moment. The lad was walking the path of a magic warrior, so selecting the path with the sound combination of strength and magic would be a fitting inheritance for him, Erebus thought. The legacy path I am about to create for this lad would be very challenging, but if he wants something great, he needs to prove his worthiness. I won't be a hash teacher and leave an easy path to gain strength, but if he could walk the challenging path, he would become a real monster on the same strength level. I hope he chooses the hard path for every rank promotion and does not waste his talent by taking the easy route, but I can only give him an opportunity because, in the end, it would be his decision that would make him a moderate or a great individual, Erebus thought after determining the legacy he wanted to give to Alex. Let's start the work, Erebus thought with complete focus as he started the creation of a custom-made legacy for Alex. I don't feel any pain or stiffness, and the darkness covering me is also gone, Alex thought as he regained consciousness. Alex woke up from his slumber after 4 hours, and in that time his body and appearance got changed significantly. I wonder how much time has passed since I lost consciousness, Alex thought as he stood and looked around to locate Erebus. You have been sleeping for 4 hours, but more importantly, you should get comfortable with your new body, Erebus said as he snapped his fingers, and a mirror made from darkness appeared in front of Alex. What the hell happened when I was unconscious? Alex thought, looking at his changed appearance and body. Alex's new appearance was the same as before but a little more refined, but his height went from 6.2 to 6.6 feet. My height has increased, but what about the muscles? Alex thought as he quickly removed his armor and clothes, only leaving the underwear. What did Erebus do to make me gain such a chiseled physique in 4 hours? Alex questioned as he looked at his muscular body that looked like it belonged to a full-time bodybuilder. The changes to your body have happened because you have awakened an elemental physique, Erebus said as he appeared in front of Alex with a bright smile. I awakened an elemental physique. Alex thought with a surprised look, and the first thing he did was open his stats window to check the changes. Character information not available. Updating, I want to know what kind of physique I awakened and the abilities it could give me, but the system will take time to tell me any information about it, which is very disappointing. Alex thought, seeing the system notifications. Erebus is a strong person with a lot of knowledge, so maybe he could give me some information about my physique. Alex thought with an excited smile. Sir Erebus, could you please give some information and guidance about my elemental physique? Alex requested while still standing half naked. I understand you want to know about your elemental physique, but I will only give you the basic information about it because knowing too much could do more harm than good, Erebus replied. All elemental physiques are divided into 3 categories: rare, epic, legendary, and each category is divided into lesser, superior, and greater grades. There's also a higher category of physiques that mortals called as mythical, and as you can guess, your physique is of the mythical category with the potential to reach the first transcend rank, Erebus said, mixing lies with the truth. If I tell him the real potential of his physique, he would probably get cocky with meaningless pride and waste his natural potential, but giving him some false information would save him from mortal foolishness, Erebus thought. I only know of a few players who had an elemental physique, and each one of them was a monster with unique abilities gained from their physiques. Alex thought, remembering the broken abilities of every physique holder. I wonder what kind of broken abilities I will gain from my mythical physique. Alex thought with a foolish smile on his face. Alex didn't have much information about elemental physique, but what he knew was good enough to make him delighted at his good fortune. You do know that every physique grows with its holder, and the higher potential a physique has, the more demanding the condition would be to make it reach its full potential, Erebus said, seeing Alex smiling like an idiot. If you advance through ranks by just fulfilling the basic conditions, your physique will never reach its full potential, and there is also a guaranteed chance that you wouldn't even be able to use the abilities given by your physique. I never planned to settle for anything less than the best, Alex replied with a smile. It's time I grant this kid with my legacy and send him on his way, Erebus thought as he looked at Alex's confident eyes. It's time for you to receive my legacy and start your adventurers, Erebus said. I waited for this moment for a very long time, Alex thought with anticipation. The next time you open your eyes, it will be in Malafy's domain, so good luck in your future adventurers, and congratulations on becoming the ruler of Malafy's domain, Erebus said as he touched Alex's forehead, instantly making him unconscious. I wonder if he plans to sit on the ruler's throne in his underwear. Erebus thought as he controlled the darkness to sports Alex's unconscious body from falling. Let's complete the final step, Erebus thought as he placed his index finger on Alex's forehead. An instantly ancient symbol made from pitch darkness started to appear. The ancient symbols didn't stay on Alex's forehead, but instantly vanished inside it, and after a few minutes and thousands of symbols, Erebus removed his finger while having a satisfied smile. Lad, don't disappoint me, Erebus said as he waved his hand, and a small magic circle appeared under Alex's feet, and after a few seconds, Alex was teleported to his next destination. A portal opened a few meters in front of a majestic-looking throne in a massive throne room, and after the dark portal vanished, it left an unconscious man only wearing underwear. Alex was peacefully sleeping when his head started ringing with multiple systems notifications, rudely waking him up. I am in the Malafy's domain, Alex thought after seeing a majestic throne in front of him. This looks like a throne room, and this place is hand down the most magnificent place I have seen in both of my lives, Alex thought as he admired the beauty of the massive throne room. The throne room was massive, with a wide empty area leading directly to the throne, and there were 2 lines of giant elaborately decorated pillars with 6 pillars on each side, and in front of each pillar a beautiful chair was placed, with each chair being different from the other. The best thing about the throne room, besides the throne itself, was the ceiling with a massive breathtaking battle scene carved on it. Mortal, do you plan to take the ruler's trial in this clothing? A heavy male voice came from Alex's right side. I forget I am in my underwear, Alex thought, quickly equipped a fake cloth armor and then looked toward his right to see the man. He looks half-elf, but I am not certain, Alex thought as he looked at the man standing next to the throne. The man was 6.8 feet tall with a well-built body and a handsome appearance, with silver hair reaching his shoulder and pointy ears like an elf, but the unique thing about him was a set of horns. The set of horns looked similar to reindeer, but on a much smaller scale as they were barely 20 centimeters long and looked like they were made from black and white starry crystal. I have the bloodline of dark millennia elf and mythical beast Snophis, and these horns are a gift from my two bloodlines. The man replied calmly, seeing Alex looking at his horns. I don't know any of the two bloodlines he just said, but I can easily guess they are both ridiculously rare and strong, Alex thought. My name is Varen Lichnis Theodolfer, but you address me with just Varen, and before I tell you about this place, could you please tell me which trial you clear to get teleported here, Varen asked. I am not the first person to come to this place, which is not surprising, but if Erebus is right, then I will be last to take the ruler trial. Alex thought with a bright smile as he looked toward the Dark Throne. My name is Hidden One, and I was sent to this place by Erebus the Dark King to become the ruler of Malifie's domain, Alex said with a proud smile. After hearing the reply, Varen looked genuinely surprised, and without saying anything, he appeared in front of Alex and placed his hand on his shoulder. I have been waiting to meet you for the last 7 decades, Varen said with a bright smile. I was expecting him to ask a few questions to prove my claim, but seeing how excited he looks, I don't think I need to explain my meeting with Erebus. Alex thought. I believe the first ruler should have already explained things related to the process of ruler selection to you, so after you are mentally prepared for the painful experience, you should sit on the throne to start the domain connection, Varen said calmly. He is convinced I will be selected as the ruler, but what the hell is domain connection? Alex thought. Alex was not surprised that the procedure to becoming the ruler would be painful, as Erebus told him it would be a memorable experience, but he didn't tell him anything about any domain connection. Sir Varen, can you please briefly explain what domain connection is? Alex asked. The first ruler told you about the tasks the domain ruler needs to complete and the punishment for failure. Varen asked, and seeing Alex's head nod in confirmation, he started explaining about the domain connection. The domain connection is a magical link between the ruler and Malifie's domain, and through it, the ruler will receive tasks and rewards. I can tell you about tasks and rewards some previous ruler received, but it would be just useless information because every ruler walks a different path of strength, and the domain gives them tasks and rewards that could best benefit them in their journey, Varen said with a smile. Why are you so confident that I will become the next ruler? And what if I didn't get selected by the domain? Will there be any consequences? Alex asked. I am confident that you will become the next ruler because, to my knowledge, there have been 8 rulers in the last years, and 3 of them were sent by the first ruler, so chances of you not being selected are minimal, Varen replied. 0 could even block me from hearing certain words, Alex thought after not hearing the number of years. I would like to know how much time the procedure will take and the level of pain I need to experience, but knowing it won't change anything, Alex thought as he climbed the 7 small steps to reach the Dark Throne. I wonder if this quality comes after mythical, Alex thought, looking at the throne stats. Name Genesis, equipment type throne. Quality ancient growth type. Rank unranked. Bound. 1 effects locked, 2 effects locked. Description. After I am done here, I will visit the hospital for life serum treatment just to be safe from getting any brain nerve damage, Alex thought as he admired the majestic beauty of the pitch-dark throne. The game was completely safe because AI-0 monitored every player's health via the VR capsules, but that didn't mean the players couldn't receive health problems from the game. If a player experiences too many violent death or a large amount of pain in a short period, then there is a high chance of him having minor nerve damage, which could turn serious if not treated quickly. If a player faced any health issue while playing, he would be immediately logged out by the AI-0, and a health team would be sent to help him, but Alex doesn't plan to reach that level of condition. I hope the process of domain connection doesn't take too long to complete. Alex thought as he sat on the throne while taking deep breaths to calm down. After a few seconds, the throne started releasing a gentle stream of milky white mana that got absorbed into Alex's body. I think that mana paralyzed me as I can't move a muscle. Alex realized this after not being able to close or move his eyes. You will stay paralyzed until you get rejected by the Malifie's domain, or you get selected as the next ruler, and the domain connection procedure is completed, Varen said. This is just plain mental torture, Alex thought as he looked at Varen, standing at the end of the stairs like a statue. If his natural talent is even 1/10 of what Ahura had, he could get a valuable first gift after becoming the ruler. Varen thought, looking toward Alex. These look like runes used by elves and dwarfs, but more complicated. Alex thought as he saw twisted dark symbols crawling on his fingers. Do these runes plan to cover my whole body? Alex, though, as he saw the dark runes covering his arms and crawling upward. After a few minutes, the runes were covering his whole body, only leaving his open eyes untouched, and even though Alex couldn't look down, he was sure that the runes didn't even leave his private parts uncovered. I wonder when the pain will start, or is this slow torture the real pain? Alex joking thought as he felt no pain from the crawling runes, but he immediately regretted his thinking. My skin is on fire. Alex screamed in his mind as he felt all the small runes on his skin simultaneously begin to burn and get absorbed into his skin. Alex was being burned alive without being able to lift a finger, and the pain level was beyond unbearable. Alex kept screaming in his mind as the runes sank into his body without harming it, while on the outside, he looked like an emotionless emperor sitting on the throne. The pain was so agonizing that Alex couldn't even think of anything to distract his mind, and every second after the pain started was pure torture. After 3 minutes of torture, the agonizing pain stopped as all the dark runes were absorbed inside the body of Alex, giving him a moment of peace that only lasted for a moment. Alex took an imaginary deep breath after the pain stopped, but before he could organize his chaotic thoughts, the agonizing pain started again, but now burning his body from the inside. Alex felt intolerable pain for another 5 minutes without going unconscious, feeling every second of the last 8 minutes as all the small runes got engraved into his skeleton. After 8 minutes of pure torture, the pain stopped, but Alex didn't celebrate as his brain was blank, and even though his eyes were wide open, there was no shine in them, making him appear like a dead man. After the pain stopped, Alex's brain immediately went black, and after a few seconds, everything became normal. I felt every second of that agonizing pain, but all I can remember is a vivid memory of it like a distant dream. Alex thought as he raised his hand to look for any runes or burn marks. Congratulations on becoming the 11th ruler of Malifie's domain, Varen said with a smile. All I want to do now is log out and have a nice long sleep, Alex thought while being completely exhausted physically and mentally. I am going to sleep for some time, Alex said while his head rang with many system notifications, but he ignored the system and didn't even wait for Varen's reply and pushed the log out button, leaving the game while sitting on the throne. Alex left the game without a clue that after he became the ruler of the Malifie's domain, major changes happened in every Forbidden Land area, and each continent's inhabitants reacted differently to the changes. The Death Miasma Field. Little girl, you said you have marked every person adventurer Hidden One has met in the last few days. Valmer, the general of Sanguine Doom Guards, asked Natchter in a serious tone. He met everyone by changing his appearance, so the chances of anyone personally knowing him are very thin, but those adventurers are our only lead to finding him, Natchter replied in a serious tone. I never heard of any legacy item ever crumbling to dust, and even though it is not confirmed, there is a high chance that every other throne of darkness is gone, Valmer said, looking toward where the majestic throne of darkness was once present. Sir Valmer, I believe we should go and meet with the adventurers to find out if anyone personally knows him, Natchter said. Natchter was eager to leave the Forbidden Land and search for Alex, who was sleeping on the throne, the demon continent. After 70 long years, a new rat has been selected, meaning I can finally complete what I started. A man's voice echoed in a giant throne room. This time I will erase every life form from that despicable domain, the man said as he crushed the armrest of his golden throne. My king, do you have any order for me? A breathtaking lady appeared by the shadowy man's side and asked with respect. Spria, I want you to contact Rathar and tell him to start the invasion on the human continent. The man said as he pulled the lady's hand to make her sit on his lap. My king, the invasion is planned to happen after the human empire king is near death to use the invasion as a distraction to kill him, and even though the king is in a weakened state, he could still protect his life from any 6th-rank warrior that we can send. If we start the invasion before the planned time, then Rathar will not be able to kill the human emperor, which will jeopardize many of your future plans, the lady said. It doesn't matter if the plan gets ruined because when the invasion starts, the new ruler will definitely come to hunt the invading demons, and if I can find his identity, then it is worth running my plan for domination. The man said. The news of Darkness Throne turning to dust traveled very quickly, and after getting the news, the influential people of each continent made efforts to search for the person responsible for the phenomenon. All those who knew about the Darkness Legacy Throne also understood that it was related to the Forbidden Land of Darkness, and if they wanted to find the truth behind it, they needed to find the person who acquired the legacy. The people who knew the truth behind the Forbidden Land of Darkness and the significance of the Darkness Throne made plans for the future, while those who didn't know made efforts to search for it. After logging out, Alex went straight to sleep while powerful people with good and bad intentions searched for him, and the only people who knew his identity were traveling to meet his acquaintance. AI-0 made no world announcements related to Alex's outstanding achievements, so other than a few influential people, no one had any clue that something big had happened. the Malifis domain. Kaadum. It was a normal day for the inhabitants of the Malifis domain when thick dark clouds raging with thunder started appearing and covering the clear sunny sky, and in just a few short minutes, the massive continent was hidden with a thick blanket of raging thunderclouds. Kaadum. After a few seconds of silence, a thick bolt of black lightning struck in the middle of the continent on a shriveled dark tree inside a magnificent castle. The bolt of lightning was so intense that it split the thick blanket clouds above the castle, and the sound was so high that the whole continent heard it. Kaaboo. After a few short seconds, the second lightning struck the tree with the same intensity, and in the next 2 minutes, the tree was hit with devastating lightning 5 more times. The shriveled dark tree that should have turned to dust after being struck with 7 lightning strikes still stood tall and looked completely different from its previous dead appearance. The tree transformed into a healthy, mesmerizing tree with a thick trunk that oozed darkness and a massive crown with leaves that looked like tiny shining crystals. After the 7 lightning strikes, the whole Malifis domain was in an uproar, with every inhabitant reacting differently to the sudden phenomena. There were very few inhabitants who knew the real meaning of the 7 lightning strikes, but those who understood the phenomena knew that the lightning strikes were a welcoming ceremony to announce a newly chosen ruler. After 7 decades, a new ruler has been selected. A deep voice echoed in a dark cave. Now I can die peacefully knowing my descendants have the hope of surviving. The unknown person thought. A man dressed in luxurious clothing appeared at the cave entrance, bowed his head, and said a few words before vanishing. Great-grandfather, I will go to the royal palace for the coronation ceremony of the new ruler, and there I will ask him to give me a revitalization fruit. The man said and vanished without even waiting for a reply. My stubborn child, you need to understand that I won't live for long even if I consume a revitalization fruit. The unknown person said telepathically, but no reply came. I hope Varen doesn't beat him up too badly, the unknown person thought. A new ruler is selected. A man sitting on the throne questioned in a crackly hoarse voice to a cloaked person kneeling before him. My king, the ruler's welcoming ceremony has just occurred, so there is no doubt about it. The cloaked person replied without raising his head. You want me to attend the coronation ceremony, the man slowly said while pausing after every word. My king, it is an ancient tradition for every major clan patriarch to attend the coronation ceremony to prove their loyalty to the ruler. The cloaked man replied, tradition. Loyalty. You want me to stay loyal to the ruler after what my people went through, the man said in a thundering voice after laughing like a maniac. My whole clan will get erased in a few decades, and that is happening because I stayed loyal to the last ruler, the man said as he appeared in front of the kneeling person. My king, we are not the only ones in Malifis domain who suffered, and if you do not put your anger aside, then our clan will definitely get erased because only the ruler could help us. The cloaked man stood up and yelled as the tattered cloth covering his face slipped, revealing his bony skull. The room was dimly lit, but one could tell that the king and his subject belonged to the skeleton race. My king, you need to understand only the ruler could even have a chance of getting a cure for the Devourer curse. The man said, you do understand that the kid won't be able to get a cure in just a decade that could cure someone at your level of strength. The king asked calmly, I understand that I will die, but my descendants and clan member will live, and knowing that is more than enough for me to sacrifice my life. The man said, I hope the new ruler is not some arrogant child. The man mumbled as he vanished from the dark chamber. The same scenario was happening in every major clan, and even though the majority of clan patriarchs didn't want to attend the coronation ceremony because of their terrible past, they still did in the hope of a better future. Alex, who didn't know anything about the Malifis domain's past or its current problems, was at this moment soundly sleeping. The strongest people of the Malifis domain gathered in the royal palace in the next few hours to meet the newly selected ruler, but they were told to wait by Varen as Alex was unavailable. You are telling me that the ruler has returned to his world and won't return for an unknown time, a 10-feet-tall giant man asked Varen. If you all could take the law oath given by Watcher, then he will provide you with knowledge related to immortal adventurers, because that is the only way you could get information about our ruler, Varen replied, looking at the people belonging to different races standing in front of him. I slept for 20 hours, Alex thought, looking at the time on his phone. I need to organize the mountain of newly gained information, but before that, I should shower and have something to eat. Alex thought and quickly left to take a long, cold shower. I expected the Malifis domain to be a small, hidden continent with a small number of inhabitants, but this is beyond unexpected. Alex thought as he ate his food while organizing the knowledge he gained after becoming the ruler of Malafy's domain. After gaining this information about Malafy's domain, I understand why Erebus was so confident that I would do my best to save his kingdom, because only an idiot will miss on such lucrative benefits. Alex thought after processing all the information related to Malafy's domain. After Alex sat on the throne, other than agonizing pain that he couldn't remember, a large amount of information was also uploaded into his brain, which was related to the Malafy's domain and his role as its ruler. I don't know what kind of problem the Malafy's domain faces that its inhabitants could get erased in just a few decades, but no matter what it is, I am not planning to abandon my treasure trove. Alex thought. The information Alex received about Malafy's domain was very detailed, but it didn't describe the current condition of its inhabitants, so he had no clue about the current state of the domain and its inhabitants' problems. The Malafy's domain was a giant continent 3 times the size of the human continent, making it the biggest continent in Alex's knowledge, but the massive size of the continent was the least extraordinary thing about it. The Malafy's domain had many different intelligent races inhabiting it, with the major races being dragon, undead, humans, winged people, vampires, mythical beasts, and elves, with each race ruling over a different area of the continent. There were also other intelligent races with their number being in double digits, and among them giants, dwarfs, gnomes, orcs, cyclops, fairies, minotaurs, centaurs, and werewolf were the few races with the most influence and strength after the 7 major races. The Malafy's domain is simply the utopia for players, and I can't believe I am its ruler and the sole player present to take all its treasures, Alex thought. The Malafy's domain was a giant treasure trove for anyone, but especially for players because it was filled with areas rich in every kind of resource, an area filled with strong and rare monsters that even Alex had never heard of or read about. The benefits I could receive from Malafy's domain are amazing, but I need to work very hard to acquire them, but the free benefits of being the ruler are just mind-blowing, Alex thought, remembering the broken benefits that he had received. Alex received 4 free benefits as the domain ruler, with 2 being freely usable, but to use the other 2 benefits, he needed a unique currency that he could gain after completing the ruler's tasks. Alex received the following 4 benefits. 1 rank 0 ruler authority. 2 protection from death, only in Malafy's domain. 3 continental teleportation. 4 ruler's shop. The ruler authority gave Alex the power to forcefully command any intelligent inhabitant to do his bidding, but it won't work if the inhabitant was stronger than him, but that was only a fraction of its actual use case. The continental teleportation allowed Alex to teleport to any continent in the world, but at his current rank of authority, he could only select a single continent. The benefit of death protection was self-explanatory, and the ruler's shop allowed him to buy many valuable items, but their quality also depended on the rank of the ruler's authority. The rank of Alex's ruler's authority determined every benefit that he could gain as the domain ruler, and to increase the rank of his authority, he needed to meet only one condition, which was nothing less than a headache. I need to kill demons to increase the rank of my ruler authority, which will be a major headache as I don't even know where to find any demons, Alex thought. I could teleport to any of the 7 continents using continental teleportation in the future, but if I reach high enough authority, will I be able to take other people with me to the Malafy's domain? I need to check on so many things to understand my new situation, but before returning to the ancient world, let's visit the hospital for the life serum treatment, Alex thought as he stood up, ready to leave for the hospital. Alex went straight to the hospital, and after successfully taking the life serum treatment, he visited the gym on his way home. Alex spent 2 hours in the gym doing an insane workout, and when he left the gym, his arms were like jelly, and his whole body was in a lot of pain. Alex put his body through such torture because it was the best way for a normal human to gain the best benefits from the life serum treatment. It was nighttime when Alex reached his house, and after having dinner and some family conversation, he went to his room, ready to return to the ancient world and explore the unknown. The life serum treatment is amazing as I feel much better, and even all the pain from the workout is gone, Alex thought, standing in his room next to his VR capsule, ready to return and start his journey. I wonder if my body is still sitting on the throne or if Varen took me some room in the palace. Alex thought as he entered the VR capsule. Why am I in consciousness form? Alex thought while standing in a beautiful green garden. Adventurer, we meet again. What does he want from me? Alex thought, seeing AI Zero watering the plant in the garden. I want to tell you a few things before you can return to your wondrous adventurers, Zero said with a smile. I am confident he didn't arrange this meeting to give me any good news, but let's hope it's not an interrogation related to my luck. Alex thought, knowing full well that the things he had done after joining the game could have raised some red flags. Player Hidden 1, Congratulations on acquiring a SSS rank legacy and becoming the ruler of the Malifis domain. Zero said while doing a small clap. It would be nice if you showed some emotions, because gaining even one of your 2 achievements will change the life of any player. Zero said, seeing Alex having a black face. I believe you understand that after becoming the ruler of Malifis domain, you have an unfair advantage over every player in the game, which I have no problem with, but I still need to put some restrictions on you to keep the game running smoothly. Zero said with a smile. I knew he won't let me run wild and use my authority as the ruler to mess with his game, but I thought he would just place the restrictions and be done with it, Alex thought. You becoming the ruler of Malifis domain is a special scenario, because I calculated it would take players 3 years at the earliest to locate the Darkness Legacy throne. You not only reached the throne with the help of your beastmen friends, but you also defied the odds and became the ruler of Malifis domain. Zero said, What beastman friend? Alex thought, confused at what Zero was saying. Alex was surprised, but he didn't react to it because he had no clue what Zero was trying to accomplish, and whether what he said was even true or not. I promise complete freedom to players, but I must place few restrictions on you to keep the game balanced, but as compensation I will give you one wish with very few limitations. Zero said with a bright smile. I was not expecting anything, but giving me a wish with minor limitation is beyond generous. Alex thought, surprised at the free compensation. I appreciate the compensation. These are restrictions, Zero said, and immediately a holographic blue system window appeared before Alex. One player hidden one can't use his authority as the ruler of the Malifis domain to attack any organization run by the players or NPCs. Time 5 years 2, player hidden one can't sell any resources gained from Malifis domain that he didn't acquire using his strength. Time 5 years 3, player hidden one will not gain any EXP while being in a party with any NPC from Malifis domain who is not the same rank as him. Time 5 years. The restrictions will not be valid in special circumstances. These restrictions only stop me from breaking the game but won't hinder progress, which is all I care about. Alex thought, happy with the restrictions. I have no problem with the restriction, but don't you think the restriction time is too long? Alex questioned, not liking the time, but he also knew that Zero was already generous with him, so he asked the polity not to offend the AI. The restrictions won't be valid in special circumstances, Zero replied with his usual smile. Enjoy your adventurers, Zero said as he sent Alex consciousness to his game avatar. I need to somehow confirm about the unknown beastman friend Zero was referring to, Alex thought as his consciousness settled in his game avatar. This is quite an unexpected welcome, Alex thought after opening his eyes. Alex was still sitting on the throne, but he was not alone in the throne room as 13 individuals were present beside him, with 12 seated on the chairs and 1 standing by his side. I think I know what is happening here, Alex thought as he looked toward the 12 individuals belonging to different races. I think I can correctly guess their races, but I can't be too certain, Alex thought as he. The 12 individuals were 4 females and 7 males, with the last being a unique-looking skeleton, probably also male. Domain ruler, welcome back, Varen said, who was standing by his side. These 12 individuals are the leaders of the 12 most influential clans of the Kingdom of Abruz, and they have gathered today for your coronation ceremony, Varen said. The coronation ceremony was nothing special but an age-old tradition where the leaders of the 12 strongest clans gather together and pledge allegiance to the newly selected ruler. They have come to pledge loyalty to me, but not one of them is even trying to show me any respect, Alex thought, seeing 12 unique individuals staring at him with dead, cold eyes. Alex could easily tell that none of them respected him because he had seen those cold eyes too many times in his previous life, and it was not like any of them was even trying to hide the blatant disrespect. I would normally never try to use appraisal on someone strong as it is seen as disrespect, but as they clearly don't like me, so it won't matter even if I use appraisal on them to get some information, Alex thought as he started using appraisal on each individual to gain any available information. Alex used appraisal, knowing that all of the information would be hidden and at best he would see the basic information, but to his surprise, other than a few hidden pieces of information, everything was available to him. I knew influential people of the Malifis domain would be strong, but these 12 are just Fu-King monsters, Alex thought after appraising each of the 12 individuals. After using the appraisal, Alex's back was getting drenched in sweat, and his heart was pounding out of his chest because every one of the 12 individuals sitting in front of him was an intermediate rank element ruler. I just disrespected the only 12 8th rank warriors I have seen in both of my lives, Alex thought as regret from his stupid decision settled in. You are supposed to be my guardian and protector. You should have stopped me from doing such a stupid thing, Alex thought as he looked toward Varen, who was silently standing like a statue by his side. The decision to use appraisal was definitely stupid, but at least I gained a lot of information. Alex thought, remembering the ridiculous stat windows of each individual. I should start by introducing myself to make a good second impression. Alex thought as he stood up. My name is Hidden One, and I am honored that elders have taken the time to attend my coronation ceremony, Alex said calmly. Alex knew these individuals were the patriarch of the strongest clans, and they had no choice but to attend his coronation ceremony because of the Malifis domain laws. The Malifis domain is a special place, and just as it could exile its ruler if he is not worthy, it could also banish anyone else, including its inhabitants. It was Malifis domain law that the 12 strongest clans needed to pledge allegiance to the ruler, and if any clan broke this rule, then the whole clan would get banished from the domain. I, Terzog Magic Abyssal, as the leader of the Merfolk clan, pledge allegiance to the ruler Hidden One. A man with blue skin appeared before Alex and said, while standing proudly, I understand he won't respect me because I am just a weak mortal kid, but showing blatant disgust is too much. Alex thought, looking at the 10 feet of giant merfolk. I accept the allegiance of the Merfolk clan, Alex said coldly, even though the man was already gone. The 12 clans' leader needed to pledge allegiance, but they were not required to show him respect or even follow his orders if they were unrelated to Malifis domain. I don't know if these leaders are pissed at me just because I am weak or because I have been selected as the ruler. I expected nothing less from young Fish, but he should have at least explained the current situation to our new domain ruler. A skeleton man appeared before Alex. I, Regrim Fernies, as the leader of Undead Clan, pledge allegiance to the ruler Hidden One, Regrim said in his crackly hoarse voice. Regrim was a pitch-black skeleton standing 8 feet tall, wearing only black hakama pants leaving his upper body bare, and his exposed crystal-like bones were covered entirely in dark purple runes. You need to apologize because we both know that Ahura was not an incompetent ruler. Varen appeared face to face with Regrim and said in a chilling tone, You should be glad that I respect Ahura enough to just call him an incompetent ruler, Regrim said, not backing down, releasing such pressure that the space around him was starting to twist. A fight between these two will result in the destruction of this palace, but more importantly, what kind of terrible deeds the previous ruler did to become an incompetent ruler while being respected by a monster like Regrim. Alex thought. What happened to the inhabitants of the Malifis domain was not Ahura's fault, Varen said in a raised voice. Ahura had an easy choice to make, but he chose the wrong thing, and because of his incompetence, the whole domain is dying, Regrim yelled with anger and rage. There is no excuse for what Ahura did, and you should stop defending him, Regrim said before Varen could utter any words. I knew that the domain inhabitants were in some kind of big problem, but I never thought that the previous ruler was responsible for it, Alex thought, seeing Varen silently standing, not giving any reply. Domain ruler, I know the disaster of Malifis domain was not caused by you, but if you want our true allegiance, you need to make things right, at least to some extent, Regrim said as he vanished. After this ceremony ends, I need to ask Varen to explain everything to me in detail, Alex thought, seeing the next leader appearing in front of him. After Regrim left, one by one, 8 more leaders came, and after pledging allegiance, all of them left, with only the dwarf clan leader being nice enough to ask Alex to visit his clan city if he wanted to make any forging commissions. Only 2 clan leaders were left in the room, one being the dragon clan leader, and the other being a breathtaking mature beauty who was the leader of the vampire clan. I, Telarian Chelsrinth, as the leader of Dragon Clan, pledge allegiance to the ruler Hidden One, Telarian. Do you even understand what nonsense you're spouting? You want him to give you the gift that is meant to be used by him to establish his foundation, Varen said angrily. Guardian Varen, a revitalization fruit, will only consume 1/5 of the Dawn Tree energy, which will not affect the benefits Domain Ruler could receive, Telarian said. Domain Ruler, the decision is ultimately in your hands, and if you believe that the Dragon Clan is worth the price, then please visit my clan as soon as possible, Telarian said and vanished. The offer is tempting as I could get the backing of one of the strongest clans, but is it worth losing the benefits I could gain from the Dawn Tree? Alex thought. The Dawn Tree energy was a gift given to every ruler, and if used for its intended purpose, it could give tremendous benefits to the ruler, but Alex only knew the very basics about this gift, and he needed to do some research to evaluate its value correctly. I, Bellatrix Anemus, as the leader of Vampire Clan, pledge allegiance to the ruler Hidden One. This is surprising, Alex thought after hearing the statement of Vampire Queen. Alex understood that even though he was chosen as the ruler, it was just in the title, and he needed to prove his worthiness to gain any benefits from the Malifis domain and its inhabitants. If you want my clan to conquer a human kingdom for you, then we do it and even help manage it and protect it from internal and external threats, but only for 6 months, Bellatrix replied with a smile and vanished from the throne room. I wouldn't take over a kingdom even if Zero hadn't placed the restrictions on me, because working towards solving the problem of Malafy's domain will already be a great challenge, so becoming the ruler of another kingdom will only give me more problems. Alex thought, domain ruler, I will be back in a few minutes, Varen said and vanished, leaving Alex alone. While Varen is gone, let's check all my gain, Alex thought as he opened his new character window. Player names hidden 1. Class Battle Mage. Title Monkey Killer Conqueror Legend. Prehistorian guest Noble Mana Loved. Domain Ruler. Legacy Darkness Ruler. Physique Dark Ancient Physique, LVL 1. Rank Mortal Warrior. Stats AGI 210, VIT 210, INT 2650, SDA 210, SDR 210, HP 2100. MP 26,500, 26,500. Unassigned stat points 0. Hidden stats. Luck, Charm, Reputation 10,000. Condition Healthy. Equipment Cloth Armor. Skills Class Skill Weapon Summon. Physique Skill Eyes of the Ancient. Learned Skill Parry 3-fold/Death Magic Spear. Touch of Decay Shadow Summon. What the hell? Alex was shocked after seeing his new stats and character information. My class is not a mage as I remember it, but more importantly, what is wrong with my ridiculous stat numbers? Alex thought. After thinking for a moment, Alex understood that his abnormal stats were either linked to him becoming a ruler or his newly gained elemental physique. Alex quickly opened the detail of his elemental physique, which gave him the answer to his abnormal stats, but even his physique was not responsible for his ridiculous intelligence states. Name Dark Ancient Physique. Grade Ancient Growth Type. Stage Adolescent. 1 effects increase every stat by 200 points. 2 effects receive twice the stat point after every level up. Skills 1 Eyes of the Ancient grant the user the ability to see the truth of every materialistic thing. Description: a magical physique that grants its holder tremendous benefits and helps him in the path of power. My physique is super broken, and it is still in the adolescent stage, the weakest stage of an elemental physique. Alex thought, shocked at the effects of his physique. The elemental physique gave 2 main benefits that make them the most desirable thing besides the high-ranking legacies for any player. The first benefit of having a physique was that it helped its holder understand their element and advance through higher ranks while facing less trouble. The second benefit was the unique abilities the physique holder acquired after his elemental physique advanced to higher stages and reached its full potential. The condition to advance physique stages required its holder to reach a certain rank of strength, but the rank of strength varied from person to person as every physique was different and had different ranks and potential. My physique has great potential and is of the highest worldly rank, so I wonder what kind of ridicule's abilities I will acquire, Alex thought. Now I know why my every stat is over 200, but why is my mana stat over 2,000? Alex thought, and already guessing the reason, he opened his ruler profile. Malafy's domain ruler profile. Name Hidden Ones. Status Domain Ruler. Domain Connection Rank 0010. Authority Rank 0010. Shop's Missions. My mana should be related to Domain Connection, Alex thought, seeing an additional option that he had no clue about. Name Domain Connection. Grade Rank 01 Effects. Increase player intelligence stat by 2,000 points. Rank 0 Condition to promote. The domain ruler needs to satisfy certain conditions to strengthen his connection with Malafy's domain. See more. Description: the connection between the domain and the ruler. Let's see the conditions to strengthen my connection with the domain and its rewards, Alex thought as he clicked on the See More option. These rank promotion conditions look more like quests, but the best thing is these astounding rewards, Alex thought with a bright smile as the rewards were the first thing he saw on the restriction quests. The domain connection, or the ruler ranks, were divided into 9 stages, similar to the standard power system. Similarly to the power system, the 9 ruler ranks were separated into 3 sections, and after every 3 ranks, the condition to get promoted became much more challenging. The first 3 ruler ranks were called the guest ruler, with the following 3 being the beginner ruler, and the last 3 ranks were called the true ruler ranks. The domain is brutal as it is not giving me any chance to gain easy benefits, Alex thought, seeing the strict restrictions. Domain connection rank promotion conditions, first rank. Objective 10 ruler missions. Time 90 days. Failure penalty, first penalty after 3 penalties, the status of the ruler will be revoked, and you will be banished from the Malifis domain. Reward, 4,000 points increase in intelligence stat. Important note, the ruler's missions will be given according to the strength of the ruler, and only one mission could be accepted at any given time. Second rank. Objective, 20 ruler missions. Time, 270 days. Failure penalty, second penalty. Reward, 8,000 points increase in intelligence stat. Third rank. Objective, 40 ruler missions. Time, 630 days. Failure penalty, final penalty. Reward, 16,000 points increase in intelligence stat. I stupidly believed that I would only get exiled from the domain after failing a certain number of missions, but I didn't think that I would be on a timer to complete missions. Alex thought, seeing the timer counting on all 3 missions, and one day was almost over without him even knowing. Alex could only see the condition of the first 3 ranks, and it was understandable as he was just a guest ruler and needed to prove his worthiness. I never planned to slack off on my duties of being the ruler, but with this timer, I have a sword hanging on my neck, ready to cut my great future. Alex thought the rewards are just amazing, but I am sure the difficulty of completing these missions won't be easy. Alex thought as he decided to stop thinking about the timer and focus more on the rewards to encourage himself. Let's explore the mission section before checking the shop to see if there are any more hidden surprises for me, Alex thought. Alex opened the mission section, and after checking all the available ruler quests, which were less than 10, he closed it with a happy smile as there were no new surprises, and all the quests were easy to complete. The available missions are easy to complete, but they are probably tutorial missions, Alex thought as he closed the mission section. I quickly want to check my skill gained from my physique, and I also want to check my legacy weapon, but let's first completely explore the ruler section to save myself from any more surprises, Alex thought as he decided to check the requirements to promote his ruler's authority. After a few minutes of careful reading, Alex signed in relief, because even though the conditions were similar to domain connection, but the good thing was there was no time restriction. Authority rank promotion conditions, first rank. Objective, kill 10 demons. Time reward 20,000 rulers coins. Important note, the demons killed will only be counted toward the mission if they are on the same rank of strength as the ruler. Important note, if a demon with a higher rank of strength than the ruler is killed, that will count as 3 normal demons. See more. Important note, the ruler will receive a certain number of rulers coins after every demon he kills, and the number of coins will depend on the difficulty of killing the demon. The second and third promotion quest only had 20 and 40 demons to kill as their objective, and the reward for the first 2 quests were only rulers coins, while the third quest also had an unknown reward. I wonder if the ruler's shop has any treasure that could tell me the location of nearby demons, Alex thought as he opened the ruler's shop. Why give me a shop if it has no items? Alex thought, looking at the empty shop with only one option. Ruler's shop available items, 0. The available items quantity and quality will change depending on the ruler's authority and available ruler's coins. Ruler's coins, 0. The ruler's coins can be acquired by completing the ruler mission, killing demons, and by helping the inhabitants of Malifis domain. Ruler's gift. It will be a headache to decide what item is worth buying or saving coins to get something better in the future, and I don't even know if an item that becomes available for purchase would stay forever or get replaced by a newer item. Alex thought, not liking how the shop worked. The only way I could understand the shop working system is by saving a few thousand coins and seeing what quantity and quality of items will become available. After understanding the value of the ruler's shop, I will be able to decide how much I need to focus on increasing my ruler authority, Alex thought. Alex was not concerned about earning the ruler's coins because everything he did relate to Malifis domain would reward him with coins, and even increasing his ruler's authority was his secondary purpose. Alex's main focus at this moment was completing ruler's mission to complete the quest of domain connection because of their time limit and amazing rewards. Let's check my gift for becoming the ruler, Alex thought with a broad smile as he clicked on the gift section. Ruler's gift, magical fruit. Available fruits categories for selection. 1 elemental fruits category X32, a magical fruit that gives its consumer a new natural element while also increasing the consumer talent in the new element to high grade 1 magma element fruit 11100. 2 space element fruit 24100. 3 death element fruit 27100. 2 unique abilities fruits category X110, a magical fruit that gives its consumer a growth-type unique ability, 1 insomnia ability, fruit 7-100. 2 shapeshifter ability, fruit 19-100. 3 codebreaker ability, fruits 31-100. 3 bloodline magical fruit category, X142 4 resource class magical fruit category, X312 5 worldly law magical fruit category, X32 6 special magical fruit category, X7. Important note, the ruler can only choose 1 magical fruit as his gift. Important note, all magical fruits will be available to purchase in the ruler's shop after acquiring enough ruler's authority and available ruler's coins. This gift is just incredible, Alex thought, looking at tens of magical fruits, categories with thousands of different magical fruits. The magical fruits were, in essence, power resources that provided their consumer with benefits ranging from average to completely overpowering. Alex was given a choice to choose a single magical fruit from thousands of different magical fruits, and every available fruit was above average, with the best available fruit being the rarest and best in the magical fruit ranking. The percentage in front of each magical fruit was the law energy that it requires to mature fully, and Alex was given a large reserve of law energy as his first gift, and all of it was stored in the Dawn Tree. The Dawn Tree was present in the ruler's castle, and after every new ruler was selected, the Dawn Tree was struck with 7 bolts of lighting, rejuvenating it with a large reserve of pure law energy the ruler could use as he pleased. The magical fruits were one of the best uses for the stored law energy, and every ruler was given the gift of choosing 1 magical fruit from among the best of each category. The ruler could tremendously benefit from the 2 gifts at any point in time, as there was no expiry to them, but Alex planned to use them quickly to gain maximum benefits in the long run. Alex carefully scrolled through every available magical fruit, even though he had already planned to select the best one. I can't use the stored law energy until I reach the 7th rank, which will take me a long time, and until then I might just find a way to replenish the life force of the Dawn Tree, so let's choose a fruit that could give me most broken benefits, Alex thought. The law energy stored in Dawn Tree acted as the tree's life force, and after being used, the tree will become shriveled dry, but it will not completely die. The Dawn Tree was currently beaming with life force because of the stored law energy, but if any amount of energy was used, the tree wouldn't be able to regenerate it, making the legendary tree just a storage container. The Dawn Tree was supposed to automatically gather natural law energy, but its core became damaged in the War of the Ancients that happened in the Old Era, and from that day, its legendary Dawn Tree just became an energy container without other usefulness. After reading some bizarre and broken descriptions of different magical fruits, Alex selected 4 fruits that could give him tremendous benefits in both the short and long term. 1 name, replication fruit 91-100. Resource magical fruit. Category unique ability. Quality legendary. Effects perfect replication growth type. Description: a magical fruit that grants its consumer the unique ability of perfect replication, essentially giving him the power to copy any world rank organism capability. Important note, the perfect replication ability could be used a certain number of times after every promotion, and each stage of the ability could only replicate up to a certain rank of capabilities. 2 name space law fruit 96-100. Resource magical fruit. Category world law. Quality mythical. Effects space law mastery peak 8th rank plus space element talent. Description: a magical fruit that grants its consumer a profound understanding of the space law at the same level as a peak intermediate element ruler. Important note, if the fruit consumer is not an 8th rank warrior, then the law knowledge will be sealed up to the current rank of the consumer. The sealed law knowledge will get unlocked as the customer reaches the higher ranks of strength, and the complete knowledge will be available after the consumer enters 8th rank. I would have happily selected any of the 2 magical fruits if these 2 abnormalities weren't available, Alex thought, looking at the stats of the other 2 fruits. 3 name ancient 97-100. Resource magical fruit. Category bloodline. Quality mythical. Effects bloodline of the ancient. Description: a magical fruit that grants its consumer an unknown ancient bloodline with unknown potential. Important note, after a bloodline fully merges with a person's body, it can't be removed and can only be destroyed and replaced with a stronger bloodline. 4 name evolution fruit 100-100. Resource magical fruit. Category special. Quality mythical. Effects evolution. Description: a magical fruit that evolves the consumer's bloodline, physique, natural talent, and so on to their maximum potential. Important note: if the consumer body building block structure started to destabilize, the evolution process will be stopped, and all the remaining energy of the evolution fruit will be wasted. I know choosing between the first two fruits is the most logical choice, while the bloodline fruit, even though risky, is still better than the first two fruits, but the evolution fruit is the only fruit that will consume 100 of law energy. Alex thought while watching 4 system screens, each displaying a different fruit. Alex was interested in all 4 fruits, but too bad he could only select a single fruit, and he didn't want to rush such an important decision that would change the trajectory of his future, so he was patiently thinking about the best choice. The replication ability is broken, but I don't believe I will be able to replace the unwanted abilities with good ones, and the worst thing is that selecting the perfect capability at every stage will be impossible, always leaving me with regret of missing on something good. The Space Law fruit will give me the space talent and space law understanding up to the 8th rank, which would mean I will not need to do the hard part of learning the mysteries of the space element, making it an easy ride for me to reach the elemental ruler rank in a short time. The major downside of using the Space Law fruit is that even though I will reach the elemental ruler rank, my experience with the space element will be at the beginner level, making me the weakest elemental ruler. The bloodline fruit could give me an unknown bloodline which could grant me many short and long-term benefits, but only if it's compatible with me, because if it's not compatible, then it might become a hindrance and may hold me back from reaching my full potential. The evolution fruit is the riskiest and probably the best among the 4 fruits, Alex thought, unsure which of the 4 he wanted to select. All of these 4 fruits are amazing with broken benefits, but they each have advantages and disadvantages, and no matter which one I choose, the regret of missing out will stay with me, Alex thought, accepting his current situation to clear his mind. After thinking for a few more minutes, Alex eliminated the space law and bloodline fruit, leaving him with a decision between the replication and evolution fruit. There is too much unknown about the bloodline fruit, making it a complete gamble, while the space law fruit could give me an easy understanding of the space element, but learning to use it properly will take too much time. Alex wasn't able to attain the 4th rank in his previous life, but he did everything he could to reach it, and research was one of his main efforts, and in his research he found quite a few ways to solve his unfortunate situation. The magical fruits were one of the solutions he discovered, and even though, just like legacies, he couldn't get any magical fruit, he did acquire a lot of knowledge about them. Alex knew if he consumed the space law fruit, it would only give him the space element knowledge required to reach elemental ruler rank, but practically that knowledge would be useless until he learned to use it. I want the replication ability, but I can't just ignore the only special fruit among the thousands of available fruit that could use 100 of the law energy, Alex thought, stuck in a dilemma. Why am I losing brain cells over this decision when I can just ask Varen for guidance? Alex thought after racking his brain for a few minutes. Alex was so thrilled after seeing the magical fruits that he forgot about his greatest helper Varen, who had the most knowledge on everything related to the Malefy's domain and rulers. The guardian of Malefy's domain was not just protecting the domain, but also a helper and advisor to the ruler, and Varen was nurtured as a guardian a very long time ago. A domain guardian was chosen and nurtured by Malefy's domain after every 100 years, and each guardian was the best talent nurtured with the best available resources in the Malefy's domain. Now that I think about it, if a guardian is chosen after every century and each has talent similar to Varen, then there should be more than just one guardian alive in the era of each ruler, Alex thought, surprised by the new discovery. The information Alex received explained many things related to Malefy's domain, and as it was all uploaded into his brain, and even though he organized a lot of the information, there was still a massive amount of it that was dormant. The information was stored in Alex's brain, and to recall it, he needed to think about stuff related to it, and his brain would automatically remind him of the dormant information, just like it happened right now as he thought about the Guardians. I have so many questions, and Varen is the only person who could answer them, Alex thought. Let's check the newly gained titles and then my legacy weapon, Alex thought as he opened his character information window. Title: Legend. Quality: Legendary. Rank: Unranked. Effect: give the player authority equal to a first-stage elemental ruler in every organization in the world run by the NPCs. Description: a title fitting for a man that has achieved the impossible by gaining the recognition of an ancient legend and successfully acquired a legacy of the highest rank. Title: Domain Ruler. Quality: Mythical Unique. Rank: Mortal Rank. Growth Type. Effect: immunity from all mortal rank debuffs. Restriction: the title effect will only work in the Malefi's domain. Description: a title that represents the achievement of becoming the ruler of a domain. Title: mana loved. Quality: legendary. Rank: unranked. Effect: increase mana sensitivity, understanding, and regeneration by 100. Restriction: the title effect will only work in the Malefi's domain. Description: a title given to the person by the world law after he becomes the ruler of a continent. These titles are amazing, but 2 of them will only work on the Malefi's domain. Alex thought after reading the description of the 3 newly gained titles. The title of legend gave him authority equal to a 7th rank warrior in all NPC organizations, which included all the kingdoms. There were many benefits a person would receive after reaching the elemental ruler rank, but Alex will only receive very limited said benefits, or more precisely, he will only be able to use very limited benefits because of his strength. A person with a SSS rank legacy was guaranteed to enter the 7th rank, and because of this, all organizations provided lucrative benefits in the hope that he would join their ranks, but also to show their respect to a future elemental ruler. Alex could only use limited benefits, but they were still enough for even a peak rank 6th warrior to turn purple in envy, and these were just a few of the major benefits he could use without any restrictions. 1 noble authority equal to Marquis in 5 continents. The dragon and giant race don't follow this rule. 225 flat discount on things purchased from every organization. 3 eligible to use the continental teleportation, very high fee required for high rank status in 4 major guilds: adventurer, merchant, alchemist, and blacksmith. Alex already knew about the benefits of the legend title, which was why he didn't care about his noble title while making the beast resources deal with Yanrick, and after gaining the title, his noble authority can't be revoked even if Yanrick did something illegal. Now that I am done with most of the important stuff, let's check my legacy weapon, Alex thought as he opened Weapon Summon skill. Name: Weapon Summon. Grade: Special. Effect: allow the player to summon his legacy weapon from any distance. Cooldown: 1 minute. Description: a skill exclusive to SSS rank legacy holders. All legacy holders have a legacy weapon, and each weapon was a bound item, but the skill of Weapon Summon was exclusive to SSS rank legacy holders, and even though it was hard to use in battles, it was still valuable as it represented status. Alex used the skill, and instantly a small magic circle appeared on his right hand, which disappeared in the blink of an eye, and a cold dark spear was teleported to his hand. The spear was pitch black with a complete metal body made from unknown materials, with the length of the spear was 8 feet tall. I always wonder what it felt like to hold a legacy weapon, and now I can tell it feels much different from any normal weapon. Alex thought with a broad smile, and even though he was ecstatic to hold his legacy weapon, unknowing tears started to drop. I don't know why I'm getting emotional now, even though I achieved my dream of acquiring a legacy more than a day ago. Alex thought as he cleaned his watery eyes while still having a smile. This spear feels less like a weapon, and more like a part of my body, which feels fantastic but unusual as its weight is too low, and I like using a heavy weapon. Alex thought as he balanced the spear on his fingertip, which was easy for him. I remember that the player who got Darkness Ruler Legacy in my previous life published it on his guild page as a mage legacy, and his legacy weapon was also a staff named Valios. Alex thought while playing with the spear in his hand. Let's check this weapon's stats, but I am already confident that it won't be the legacy weapon published by the Asgardian Guild. Alex thought as he opened the information window of the spear. Alex had no clue that the legacy he gained was completely different from what the person acquired in his previous life because Erebus Custom made it for him, and the legacy weapon Erebus gave him was also completely different. I am not surprised. Alex thought, looking at the completely different name of the weapon. Name: Umbrus, damaged. Weapon type: unknown. Qualities: unique mythical. Grade: mortal rank growth type. Bound: none. 1 effect. Increase critical hit damage by 20. Increase dark element damage by 15. Increase critical hit chance by 15. 2 effect. 10 decrease in all dark element skills cooldown. 15 less mana usage in all dark element skills. Friendly affinity with all dark element species. 3 effect. Title: Valiant Warrior. Title: Battle Emperor. Title: Chosen by Death. Skills: 1 absorb consume any weapon. 2 morph transform Umbrus into any recorded weapon. 3 weight manipulation change the weight of the Umbrus to any amount between 2 kg to 200 kg. Description: a weapon forged by the and perfected in the War of the Ancients. This legacy weapon is nothing like what I remember, but more importantly, what is going on with this legacy weapon? Alex thought, confused by many unusual things that shouldn't be present on a legacy weapon. I have seen legacy weapons that give titles, but I have never seen or heard of a legacy weapon getting damaged, let alone someone receiving a legacy weapon in a damaged state. Alex thought, baffled after looking at the status information of his legacy weapon. Alex was not troubled because he received a damaged legacy weapon, but he was only concerned about finding the incredibly rare resources needed to repair a mythical quality weapon and the result after the repair. Alex knew that even the best blacksmith emperor wouldn't be able to repair a mythical quality weapon to its former self, because each weapon of such quality was more than just a magical piece of equipment. It was known that if a mythical quality weapon was damaged, even the blacksmith who forged it wouldn't be able to repair it to perfection, let alone some other blacksmith who had no clue how the weapon was forged. I don't believe Erebus mistakenly gave me this damaged legacy weapon when he wants me to solve the problems of Malifie's domain, so there should be something special about this weapon. Alex thought. All legacy weapons were personal weapons of the true legacy owners, and each weapon was of the highest quality, ranging from peak legendary to peak mythical, and damaging a weapon of such quality was nearly impossible. Alex understood that each SSS legacy belonged to an ancient warrior who had surpassed the 9th rank, and each such person had more than just a few good personal weapons, so giving their chosen legacy inheritor a damaged weapon was illogical. Let's bound with this weapon to see the detailed information. Alex thought as he used the spear to cut the palm of his hand and let the blood flow onto the weapon. After the spear came in contact with Alex's blood, tiny intricate golden runes started to appear on it, and in short few seconds the spear was completely coved in them, making it look incredible. The spear is scanning my body, Alex thought, feeling an unknown energy coursing inside his body. After a few seconds, the energy coursing inside Alex's body and the runes on the spear disappeared, and he received the system notification of successful bound. The scanning process was probably a safeguard placed by Erebus to protect his weapon, Alex thought as he read the perks of his newly gained titles. Congratulations, player, Hidden 1. Title gained. Valiant Warrior effect. The player will gain 5 HP MP region boost in a battle against 3 enemies, and for every additional 3 enemies, the player will gain the same boost, with the limit being 50 HP MP region boost for 30 enemies. Battle Emperor effect. The player will receive a 1-all stat boost for every minute he is fighting a battle, with the limit at 30 after 30 minutes. Chosen by Death effect. Decrease the death penalty for the player by 50, while the players that the title holder kills will receive a 30 extra death penalty. These titles have amazing bonuses, but the title of Battle Emperor is just completely broken. Alex thought with a smile, but he quickly got serious as he opened his legacy weapon information to check for any changes. HO. Alex took a deep breath after checking the detailed information of his legacy weapon. I don't know why Erebus would give me a damaged legacy weapon, but who cares because it's a great weapon, and the best thing is that it could be restored. Alex thought with a broad smile after checking the first of 3 available weapon skills. Name: Absorb. Grade: Mortal Rank. Effect: Consume any weapon, record its physical form, and evolve or waste its skills while using the weapon materials to repair the damage to Umbris. Recorded skill: 03. Description: a skill that represents the true potential of Darkness element. Important note: if an absorbed weapon skill satisfies the condition to evolve, a particular amount of mana would be used, and if the player doesn't have enough mana, then the evolution will fail to waste the skill. I know restoring this weapon to perfection will be very difficult, but it will be worth the trouble, Alex thought with a smile. Let's quickly check the other skills, Alex thought as he happily opened the information of the remaining 2 skills. Name: Morph. Grade: Mortal Rank. Effect: Transform into any recorded weapon. Cooldown equal 5 minutes. Recorded weapon: 05. Description: the skill changes the essence of a recorded weapon to make it into its best version without any flaws, while preserving the recorded weapon shape before the transformation process. Name: Weight Manipulation. Grade: Mortal Rank. Effect: Change the weight of the Umbris to any amount between 2 kg to 200 kg. Cooldown equal 1 minute. Description: the skill changes the weight of any weapon to the user's desires while maintaining the perfect weight distribution. These skills are amazing, but I need to do testing to know their true potential, especially the Absorb skill, Alex thought after checking all 3 skill details. Let's test these skills. Alex thought, and just as he took a sword he was going to sacrifice, he was disturbed. Alex's ear rang with a system notification, which surprised him as it was not a system notification, but a message sent to him using the golden token, and the content of the message was both surprising and confusing. A message sent by Badger, but he is not the sender, which is already confusing, but his message states that people from the human empire are looking for me. Alex thought as he opened the message to read it properly. Unknown message, I am sending this message on behalf of young master, because he can't as he is bound by a watcher contract not to reveal any information to his good friend. Sir, Hidden One, strong and influential NPCs from the human empire, want to meet the good friend very badly. They have forced young master, self-centered brute, and Raven Lady to sign watcher contracts to reveal every piece of information related to the good friend, and young master is being forced to arrange a meeting with that good friend. If you want more details on this wonderful story, please send me a real-world location to meet and discuss things. This message doesn't make any sense. Alex thought after reading the message a few times to understand every detail correctly. Alex was not confused by the name or by the coded message as he easily understood them, but he was perplexed by the scenario the message was describing to him. This message doesn't make sense even if Badger, like an idiot, announced to the public that he was friends with me, because then why the hell will the people from the Empire force a contract on Vlad and Hecate to gain information on me? Alex thought, trying to make any sense of the message. I know Badger is not an idiot to pull such a stupid trick on me to meet me in real life, so this message should be true, Alex thought. If the world announcement was just about his SSS rank legacy, only the big guilds would look for him, but he also became a ruler of a hidden continent, which was a big enough achievement to get the attention of the whole world. Alex believed that Zero would have announced his achievements to the world, so it was not surprising that the human empire would want to meet him, knowing he became the ruler of a hidden continent, but the confusing part was how did they find out he was connected with Vlad, Hecate, and Badger. Let's talk with Badger to learn what is happening, Alex thought as he turned off the adventure mode and made a voice call to Badger. The adventurer mode allowed Alex to block anyone from contacting him, even his added friend, and he turned it on when he entered the game, knowing Badger would try to contact him the moment he went online. Beep beep X9 Mr. One, I hope you are doing well, Badger said after picking up the call. Mr. One, I want to make a huge deal for your organization, and to discuss it I would like to meet you, Badger said. The Badger I know will first congratulate me for becoming the ruler of a hidden continent before trying to use the friendship tag to learn more about the Malafy's domain. Alex thought, I am busy for 2 days, but after that I will tell you the time and location where we can meet, and then we can discuss your offer. Alex said calmly, I will be waiting for your message. Badger said and closed the call. Alex made this voice call to gain information on what was happening with Badger, and his unusual silence told him many things. I will need to meet with Badger to understand the whole situation, Alex thought after talking on the call and confirming that Badger's message was not a prank. Alex knew Badger was just a pawn being forcefully used by the people from Human Empire to meet with him, and Badger couldn't even warn him because of a strict watcher contract. Alex knew that if he went to meet with Badger, the people from the Empire would try to force a watcher contract on him, but he was not even a bit worried about getting forced into a contract like Badger and the others. Alex was not worried that people from the Empire would force him into a watcher contract, because to do that, they needed to threaten him with his life, which was not happening as Varen, his guardian, would be present beside him to provide protection. I can't use my authority as the ruler to attack any organization, but it doesn't stop me from protecting myself, Alex thought with a smile, knowing that after becoming the ruler, he gained many benefits and protection from being targeted by the strong was one of them. Let's start the testing of my skills, Alex thought as he took out a silver quality sword he had acquired at the start of his journey and placed it on the floor. This is fascinating to watch, Alex thought as he touched the spear tip to the sword and used Absorb skill. After getting the command, the spear started releasing a pitch-black miasmic smoke that quickly covered the sword, and in less than 3 seconds, the smoke was absorbed back into the spear, leaving no trace of the sword. Alex didn't know what happened inside the black miasmic smoke, but he was sure that the spear completely absorbed all the material from the sword, as there was not a speck of waste released by the spear. Hardened steel sword silver absorbed. Hardened steel sword form recorded. Nimble movement skill wasted. Umbris restored 0.00000003. A silver quality sword only restored 3 points out of the 10 million needed to complete a single %. Alex thought as he counted the zeros after the point to ensure he was not hallucinating. Umbris is a weapon forged by an ancient titan with the potential to reach higher quality than the mythical, so it makes sense it will need better resources than some low-quality steel. Let's check the process of transformation. Alex thought as he used the transform skill, and in a split second the spear's hard metal turned soft, and after bending and twisting, it transformed into the exact replica of the hardened sword steel. This sword feels flawless, Alex thought after just a single glance at the transformed sword in his hand. The sword was the exact replica of the hardened steel sword, but just in its shape because everything from its weight to the sharpness of the blade was completely different. Alex was not a sword expert, but he had used enough swords to know that this was the best sword he had ever held. If the high-ranking blacksmiths discovered the abilities of Umbrus, they will pay me a fortune to research them. Alex thought with a happy smile as he stood up from the throne to do some sword practice. I wonder if every mythical quality weapon has this function, or if it is unique to just a few weapons. Alex thought after testing a few basic to hard sword moves. Alex had never used a weapon of higher quality than unique, so he had no experience with a bound weapon, and to his surprise, he could feel every sword swing he made, and with a bit of focus, he could even remember every detail of all his weapon movements. Alex could feel the power behind each swing, the trajectory of the sword, and even the timing between each of his swings, and this detailed data of all his weapon movements was a treasure trove. If Alex could adequately use this data, he could improve his fighting style tremendously, and it could even help him learn weapon-related skills much faster. I will need time and training to get accustomed to this new feeling, Alex thought as he sat on the throne. Let's keep testing, Alex thought as he took out all the weapons he had in his inventory, which were very few, because he was selling all of his loot for money, and now only loot from his last few adventurers was left. Alex first absorbed the 5 most useful categories of weapons to fill the recorded weapon slots, because he didn't know if the recorded weapon form could be replaced or not, but to his delight, he could replace any individual recorded weapon. Alex kept using the absorb skill while hoping for skill evolution, but even after Umbrus consumed all his available weapons, not a single skill evolved. I knew the chance of skill evolution would be very low, but I was hoping to get lucky. Alex thought as he looked toward Umbrus's restoration percentage. Umbrus restored 0.0000258. The number increased by 255 points, which was meager, as it required 10 million to reach just 1%. But Alex was happy with the growth because Umbrus only absorbed 14 weapons, with just 2 of them being of gold quality. I will need at least a few hundred weapons of high quality to properly understand the potential of my legacy weapon, and if it has any limits, Alex thought. Wonder how much more time Varen will take to return, but let's check the forums in the meantime, Alex thought as he placed Umbrus into his inventory and opened the forums to see what kind of proposals big guilds offered him. I don't see any offer by big guilds, which is strange, Alex thought while scrolling through the main page of the game forum. Now that I think about it, I didn't receive any messages from anyone, Alex thought, realizing he didn't even receive any golden token messages. Alex knew he would receive the maximum amount of golden messages after he went online, but as he never planned to respond to anyone, so he didn't even focus on them until now. There is no way big guilds won't make lucrative offers to a player who acquired a high-rank legacy, let alone someone like me, who not only acquired SSS rank legacy, but also became the ruler of a hidden continent. Alex thought checking the recent post of every big guild, but to his surprise, he found nothing related to himself. After confirming that there was nothing related to him on the forums, Alex came to a conclusion that both surprised and confused him. This would only happen if Zero never announced my achievements, which I had never heard of happening before, but only that could explain the current situation, Alex thought, bewildered. The only way to find the truth is by checking the system notification log, Alex thought as he swiftly opened the system log to find the truth. While Alex was checking the system notification log, the 12 leaders and Varen, whom he thought had left the throne room, were still present in the room while having a discussion related to him. I was surprised that the new ruler has the same level of dark element natural talent as ruler Ahura, but I never thought he would even have enough talent in the time element to get recognized by Umbrus, the werewolf clan leader said, looking at Alex, who was currently scrolling through the system notification log with a big frown. I am more surprised that he didn't select any of the magical fruit, Terzog, the merfolk clan leader, said. If he had a greedy nature, First Ruler wouldn't have chosen him for the position of ruler in these desperate times, Bellatrix said while giving Telarian, the dragon clan leader, a cheeky smirk. After hearing Bellatrix's taunt, Telarian was visibly pissed as Vane covered his forehead, and the mana around him was disturbed, but he said nothing and just stood silently while giving her a death glare. The kid does have good potential, and if we guide him in the right direction, he could become a great ruler and save our lineage from getting erased, Regrim, the undead clan leader, said in his cold, rough voice. Domain Guardian Varen, now that we know that Domain Ruler has the talent for time element, do you want me to make contact with him earlier than we discussed? The elf clan leader asked, looking toward Varen, who was smiling from ear to ear while looking toward Alex. Usildia, domain ruler, is a human and a mere youngster. If he is given too many benefits, it will do him more harm than good, Varen said, shaking his head. It's time all of you leave for your clans, and do remember to brief all the other clans about our discussion and how they need to do things related to the domain leader, Varen said, and like waiting for his orders, all the leaders started to vanish one after other. Varen, if the domain ruler wants to learn about his Dark Law Rune Codex, I will not reject his request, Regrim said before vanishing from his place. He won't even know about his greatest gift until he reaches the peak of the elementalist rank, Varen said with a smile as he turned toward Alex, who now had a bright smile while looking at the blue holographic screen. I don't know why Zero would do this, but this is just awesome, Alex thought with a bright smile as he read the system notifications he had received 30 hours ago. System notification log, world announcements on hold X2. Do you want to announce the achievement of acquiring a SSS, rank Legacy Darkness, ruler to the world? Yes, no. Do you want to announce the achievement of becoming the ruler of the special continent Malifis, domain to the world? Yes, no. Important note, the player is given a choice to decide if he wants to announce his achievements to the world, because if they are announced to the world, his game life could be in danger. This must be the reason why there was no world announcement related to Malifis domain in my previous life, Alex thought, looking at the choice given to him by the system. It was common knowledge that players had no choice in the case of world announcements, as after someone achieved anything that met the criteria, a world announcement would happen, and Alex also believed in this information. The message says if the world knows about my achievement, my game life will be in danger, which is correct, as every strong NPC organization will hunt for me to control the Malifis domain, Alex thought, knowing the problems he would face on any of the continents. I don't know if the world announcement regarding my legacy could also bring me danger, but it is possible, as the legacy belongs to Erebus, and he is the first ruler of the Malifis domain, Alex thought. Alex thought of announcing his name to the world, but after thinking about it for a moment, he quickly dropped it because it would only bring him unwanted trouble. If there was no world announcement of my achievements, why are the people from the human empire looking for me? More importantly, how did they find out I am connected to Vlad, Badger, and Hecate, and why those three specifically and not anyone else? Alex thought again about the Badger message. Alex was thinking so deeply about it because he understood that this could be related to something big, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't come up with a satisfactory conclusion. There is no point in losing brain cells over this when I can just meet them and ask what they want from me, Alex thought, focusing back on the floating system window. Alex never connected the incident to his Beastmen friends because that information came from Zero, whom he trusted very little after his time travel. After deciding not to announce his name to the world, Alex declined both world announcements, and then he started reading all the other system notifications, not to miss anything. I wonder what will be the best use for the wish I gained from Zero, Alex thought, and while he was trying to think of something good that fit the criteria of his wish, Varen appeared by his side like a ghost. The wish given by Zero had minimal restrictions, but those restrictions were still enough to stop Alex from asking anything absurd or game-breaking. I can't think of anything that I can't acquire with my own effort, but I believe a good opportunity to make use of my wish should present itself in the near future, Alex thought as he closed the system window. I wonder when will he return, Alex thought as he looked toward Varen, who was standing silently like a statue. Domain ruler, I hope I didn't keep you waiting for too long, Varen said calmly. Domain ruler, do you want me to explain the current situation of the Malifis domain, or do you want to learn about anything else first? Varen asked. I want to know the current issues of the Malifis domain and also what I need to do to fix them, Alex said. Alex knew that only the ruler could solve the problems of the Malifis domain, because if it was anything that could be solved with effort, then monsters like the clan leaders who were at this world's apex wouldn't ask a weak kid like Alex for help. I will explain the situation of the Malifis domain inhabitants briefly, and then I will explain it in detail with examples to make it easier for you to understand the overall situation, Varen said in his friendly tone. All the inhabitants of the Malifis domain are in a state of dying because of a disease named Devourer Curse, Varen said calmly. After hearing the name of the disease, Alex's head immediately went blank as images of the elf and dragon continent disaster came to his mind. I don't like where this is leading to, Alex thought, trying his best to hide his shocked expression, but it was impossible to hide anything from someone at Varen's level of strength. Domain ruler, it looks like you already have some knowledge of Devourer Curse, Varen asked with a curious look. In one of the adventurers, I discovered some information about the history of a monarch who was infected with a disease that eats at the person's sanity, slowly turning him into a mindless monster hungry for destruction. The monarch also named the disease as Devourer Curse. Alex answered in a serious tone, knowing that the problem with Malifie's domain inhabitants was much worse than he previously thought. "You must be talking about Oberon, Monarch of the Night Sky," Varen said like it was obvious who Alex was referring to. The Malifie's domain is a unique continent that provides many benefits, and an environment that could help someone comprehend the mysteries of their elemental laws much faster than normal is one of the benefits. The benefits were the reason why strong warriors came to Malifie's domain, and Oberon was one of them, Varen said, seeing Alex curiously looking at him. Alex was not surprised that strong warriors came to Malifie's domain, as he expected it to happen, because even though entry into the continent was hard, but it was possible if someone was at any stage of the elemental ruler ranks. It was impossible for anyone weaker than an elemental ruler to enter the Malifie's domain, because the entire continent was completely protected from every direction by devastating mana storms, so if someone weaker tried to cross those mana storms, his body would be ripped to shreds in short few seconds. You already know what the Devourer Curse is in its existence, and what kind of effect it could have on a living being of any strength, so that is why I will skip the basics and tell you about it in detail, and for that, we need to go to the palace dungeon, Varen said, and immediately a space portal manifested in front of Alex. Alex was not too surprised that Varen could casually create a space portal, because he knew that all elemental rulers understood the mysteries of worldly laws, so connecting 2 points of space and forcefully opening a portal was easy for them. Alex silently walked into the portal, still shaken by the news that all the inhabitants of the Malifie's domain were infected with the Devourer Curse. Alex had many questions, like how the people were still alive after being affected by the same disease that consumed the sanity of a fully fledged monarch, but he was sensible enough to wait to gain his answers, as Varen was not done with his explanation. Alex's reaction after exiting the portal. "The smell in this place at least 10 times is worse than golden frog habitat," Alex thought as he stopped breathing to save himself from feeling the unbearable smell. "I forgot to warn you about the smell," Varen said as he exited the portal. "Domain ruler, you can breathe normally now," Varen said as he created a thin mana protection around Alex. Alex stood at the start of a long, dimly lit corridor with large black metal doors on both sides. A palace dungeon is supposed to hold prisoners, not thousands of rotting corpses, Alex thought, taking a few deep breaths. This dungeon has no rotting corpses or prisoner who committed crimes, but just a few unfortunate mindless beasts infected with Devourer Curse, Varen said like he knew what Alex was thinking. Varen casually entered the cell, and Alex swiftly followed behind him, and after reaching the cell entrance, he saw a giant wolf chained in the center. GGGRROWLLLL. There should be silence magic circles in this cell to keep the voice from escaping. Alex thought as he entered the cell and heard the loud growling of the wolf. The wolf was chained so tightly that he couldn't even move an inch from his place, and his body was covered in hardened blood, and the chains that kept him in place were digging deeply into his flesh, but the wolf looked like he was in no pain. "I never thought I would see a devourer beast outside the elf continent," Alex thought, looking at the status window of the wolf. Lava wolf mutated. Title: Rare Species Rage Beast. LVL 366. Ranks 3rd rank peak. HP 1,100,000, 1,100,000. MP's condition enraged hungry. Skills plus description: a beast gifted in the lava element with high immunity to fire. Important note: the lava wolf has been affected by the Devourer Curse, a disease that consumes the sanity of a beast and in return gives him unending rage, turning him into a mindless monster hungry for destruction. Player level needs to be higher to see any more information. The wolf was not any different from any ordinary lava wolf who was in a state of rage, but the difference was that a normal creature's rage would eventually end, but a beast consumed by the Devourer Curse would stay in a state of never-ending rage until the moment he dies. GGRROLLLLLLL. This unending mindless rage and thirst for destruction with no feeling of pain were the traits that made these devourer beasts feared by everyone. Alex thought, seeing the wolf struggling with all his might. The wolf had a crazed look in its eyes, and even though the chains were digging deeper into his flesh, making him bleed, the wolf didn't show any signs of stopping his efforts to reach Varen. "Domain ruler, this wolf is at the peak of the Devourer Curse's first stage," Varen said after Alex reached next to him. "What does he mean this wolf is at the first stage? But more importantly, the Devourer Curse has stages to it." Alex thought, trying to figure out what Varen was talking about. After thinking for a moment, Alex came to a sound conclusion by evaluating all the information he had on the Devourer curse. The Devourer curse I know about only affected pure beasts but not any humanoid races, so there should be an evolved version of the curse that could even affect the humanoid intelligent races, Alex thought, coming up with the most logical conclusion. The Devourer curse has 3 stages: the stage of endless rage, the stage of endless hunger, the stage of evolution, Varen said calmly. All creatures infected with the Devourer curse will reach the other 2 stages, or are they for just very few selected ones? Alex asked in a low voice. All creatures infected with Devourer curse will reach the endless hunger stage in a certain period, and after consuming enough organic matter, they will reach the final stage and evolve to become a Devourer beast, Varen said calmly. This wolf is not a Devourer beast, Alex questioned as all his information on the Devourer curse that he believed to be true crumbled after a single sentence from Varen. Alex had fought and killed hundreds of beasts infected with the Devourer curse, and he had never seen or heard of a beast that looked any different from the wolf in front of him. There were some Devourer creatures who were much stronger than average Devourer beasts, but they were just powerful variants of normal beasts affected by the Devourer curse. Oberon was affected with mindless rage, so why do you think he called his disease Devourer curse and not the Rage curse? Varen questioned, understanding Alex's surprise. I always thought that the curse was called Devourer curse because it consumed the sanity of a creature, but it looks like that is not the complete truth. Alex thought, understanding that his knowledge of the Devourer curse was only at the surface level. Domain ruler, if you don't have questions, I will start the explanation of the Devourer curse, Varen said, seeing Alex standing silently. The Devourer curse could infect any living creature, including every intelligent race, even though the intelligent races could resist the curse for much longer than pure beasts. After an individual pure beast or intelligent humanoid is infected with the Devourer curse, it will slowly start to consume his sanity, and rage will slowly become dominant with each passing day. In a period of 1 to 10 years, with time being different depending on each individual's mental state, the consciousness of the affected will get completely consumed by unending rage, turning him into a mindless monster hungry for destruction. The beast who has their consciousness completely consumed by rage will go on a rampage, and the worst thing about them is that their rage will never end, and they never get tired or have a decline in strength to the moment they take their last breath. Albeit the rage beast needs to consume a lot of mana-rich organic matter to stay alive, because if they can't consume enough organic matter, then the endless rage will consume their life force, tuning them into dried husks in a short time. The organic matter will be a problem if these beasts were left in an empty desert, but in a continent brimming with life, there is 0 chance of these monsters dying because of hunger, Alex thought. Domain ruler, after we are done here, I will take you to a place to show you some rage beasts in action, so now if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them before we go to the second room, Varen said with a smile as he didn't just explain about a world-ending terror. He forgot to tell that the rage beasts could quickly regenerate from even deadly wounds, don't feel any pain, and could somehow gather together and create a massive horde of destruction. Alex thought, remembering the real terror of the beast infected with the Devourer curse. I want to know about the minimum and maximum time it will take before a pure beast and intelligent humanoid species has their consciousness completely consumed with endless rage. I also want to know if there is a way to detect if a person is infected with the Devourer curse, Alex asked to fill the gaps in his previous life knowledge. A pure beast consciousness will get consumed by rage in 1 to 6 years, while for the intelligent humanoid race, it will take between 5 to 10 year time, with there being few exceptions but very few. There is no way to detect if the curse has infected an individual or not, until he starts showing symptoms, which will take at least half the total time before his consciousness is consumed with endless rage, Varen replied. This doesn't make any sense because if the time for even the pure beasts is so different, how could millions of beasts turn into rage monsters in just a single night? Alex questioned. Alex was confused because he had personally witnessed a completely fine beast turning into a raging beast in just a few short seconds. The symptoms shown by the infected creatures are not too apparent, and an individual could stay fine until the last second before his brain go blank, and his clear consciousness is consumed with endless rage, Varen said, seeing Alex deep in thoughts. I know he is still hiding information on the truth of the Devourer curse, but it doesn't matter because I will eventually find it, Alex thought as he looked toward the raging wolf, whose mouth was forcefully closed by Varen using telekinesis. Alex believed that Varen was hiding the complete truth just because of the unusual event that introduced the Devourer curse, later named the Night of Terror. The Night of Terror was when hundreds of millions of normal beasts turned into raging monsters and attacked the elven cities amid the elven continent night cycle that only stayed for 7 hours, and the night cycle only came after 60 days. All the game minor to major events had logical reasons and causes behind them, and there were always curious players searching to find the truth behind each event, hoping to get some exceptional benefits, so there were always many speculations about the cause of each event. It was speculated that the Devourer curse was controlled by something from the shadows, just because of the unusual timing and the high number of beasts that turned into raging monsters in short few hours, because it was too perfect to be just a coincidence. The only way that the Night of Terror makes sense is that the rage beasts were actually controlled by something, Alex thought, confirming a terrifying truth. Domain Ruler, this portal will take you to a room with two chained beasts at the endless hunger stage of the Devourer curse, and they both don't look very nice, so prepare your mind before entering, Varen said as he opened a new space portal. This will be my first time seeing a second stage Devourer beast and how different they look from a normal rage beast, Alex thought as he walked toward the dark revolving portal. The moment Alex stepped to the other side of the portal, he heard two thundering roars that sent shivers down his spine, and after seeing the source of these roars, only thought in his mind was to run to save his life. What the hell are these abominations? Alex thought, looking at two monsters chained like the wolf, but the room was much larger and cleaner. This abnormal monstrosity is the lava wolf, Alex thought as he checked the status window of the grotesque creatures who looked nothing like lava wolves. Lava wolf mutated. Title: Rare Species Rage Beast Hunger Beast. LVL 413. Rank 4th Rank Middle. HP 18,800,000 9,800,000. MP Low Condition Enraged Starving. Skills Plus Description: a beast gifted in the lava element with high immunity to fire. Important note: the lava wolf has been affected by the Devourer curse, second stage endless hunger, making the beast have an unending thirst for any organic matter. Player level needs to be higher to see any more information. Alex was so shocked after seeing the wolf stats window because he knew the system wouldn't lie to him, but it was hard for him to believe that the horror in front of him, who looked nothing like a wolf or a four-legged creature, was a real lava wolf. The abnormal monstrosity stood at 7 meters in height, with 8 thick muscular legs covered in giant earthworm-like veins and a massive long skull with no ears or visible eyes. The best skull was at least 6 feet long, and he had opened his long jaw unnaturally wide, and inside the mouth there was not just one row of teeth but 3 rows with abnormally pointy and sharp teeth, and a large red tongue that was hanging out from his mouth as he roared at Alex. The creature's skin was completely hairless, displaying its abnormally muscular body, and he also had a long, thick snake-like tail. The other creature was a kangaroo standing at 6 meters in height, with 3 bulging sets of arms and massive dark horns on his head with 3 pairs of eyes, and its face looked hideous as it had no skill till his abnormally long neck. I am 1,000% certain that I have never seen or heard of such abnormal creatures in my previous life, Alex thought as he took deep breaths to calm his raging heartbeat. Domain Ruler, these 2 creatures are at the peak of the second stage, and if they can consume enough organic matter, they will enter the last stage, becoming the true Devourer beasts, Varen said after appearing next to Alex. I wonder what the evolved Devourer beasts will look like, Alex thought, seeing Varen forcefully close the 2 beasts' mouths by using his telekinesis to stop them from roaring. Alex had many questions about the hunger stage, but knew Varen would answer them shortly, so he didn't utter a single word and just patiently waited for him to start his explanation. He stays calm and collected even after learning such a disturbing truth, while knowing that the domain he will rule is infected with the same curse. I wonder if I should change my decision to hide the true nature of the Devourer curse. But what if, after knowing the truth, he became discouraged, which could massively affect his journey as the ruler, Varen thought, looking at Alex, who was visibly shaken by seeing the 2 creatures but was getting calm with every passing moment. The endless hunger stage begins after an infected has stayed in the endless rage state for 3 to 7 years, with there being few exceptions taking a longer period, Varen said, seeing Alex wasn't asking any questions. In the time of 3 to 7 years, the infected internal body system will start to mutate and will also get strengthened to abnormal limits. The strengthened internal body system makes the infected capable of consuming immense amounts of organic matter and digesting and converting it to pure energy needed for the second stage. After the strengthening of the internal body system is completed, the infected pure beast or intelligent humanoid will enter the second stage, and his body will start to mutate. The infected body will start to mutate on the cellular level while giving him the second trait of endless hunger, which will make the infected actively hunt for any living creature. All the consumed organic matter will get used to complete the infected evolution, and the time of the evolution will depend on how much time an infected will take to consume the required organic matter. After the evolution is completed, a beast will enter its final stage, becoming a true devourer beast with only two emotions of rage and hunger, Varen said as he opened another portal in front of Alex. Alex had a few questions, but he was more curious to know the final product of the terror known as the Devourer Curse, and he knew it was on the other side of this portal. I wonder if the Devourer Beast will look better or worse than these two anomalies, Alex thought as he entered the portal. Alex exited the portal and appeared in a massive room, but he heard no thundering, angry roar that he expected from the raging beast, and after a quick look around the room, he found the reason for it. This looks like a saber-toothed behemoth, but a heavily mutated variant, Alex thought, looking at a massive creature chained inside a protective transparent barrier, which was why there was no sound in the room. The creature looked terrifying, but it was not as hideous as the two hunger beasts, as the creature looked like any normal saber-toothed behemoth, even with his few mutations. The creature stood at 80 feet tall with a body like any normal saber-toothed tiger, with the mutation being the fleshly bat-like wigs, and also a bone exoskeleton covering his whole body like a suit of armor. The creature was chained with dark chains that were covered in purple runes, and the beast's mouth was also closed using the same chain, making it impossible for him to roar even though he wasn't even trying. What the hell? Alex thought after checking the stat window of the creature. Saber-tooth behemoth, mutated variant. Title: Rare Species Devourer Beast, LVL 587. Rank 5th rank middle. HP 141,141,000,000. MP low condition enraged starving. Skills plus description: saber-toothed behemoth is a beast of the noble bloodline who controls unparalleled strength and defense in the same rank. Important note: a creature of endless rage and hunger who could endlessly consume organic matter and refine it into pure energy, which will get used to increase his strength. Player level needs to be higher to see any more information. A true devourer beast could increase his strength by just consuming, Alex thought with a shocked look as he repeatedly read the system's important note. Alex didn't know if the devourer beasts could grow endlessly by just consuming organic matter, as the system information was too unclear, but the ability to grow in strength by just consuming other life forms was enough to make them a walking calamity. This is Devourer Curse's true terror, Alex thought as he imagined the terrifying sight of millions of rampaging beasts destroying a continent while actively growing in strength. Alex had seen the terror of the Devourer Curse's first stage, and it was an extinction-level threat to any continent, so just imagining thousands, let alone millions, of rampaging creatures who could grow in strength by just consuming sent chills down his spine. I just hope the condition of Malifie's domain and its inhabitants is not too bad. Alex thought as he took deep breaths, knowing even in the best-case scenario, the Malifie's domain was in terrible condition, and he was supposed to make everything right as its new ruler. The benefits a ruler could receive are too magical, so there should be something that could help me find a cure for the Devourer Curse. If there were no guaranteed cure, then the clan leaders wouldn't be asking for help from a kid like me, Alex thought, shaking the useless worries off. Alex knew deep down that the condition of the Malifie's domain was more messed up than he wanted to believe, but he also knew that overthinking things would not change anything. While Alex shook the feeling of hopelessness, Varen stood by his side with a bright smile on his face. Domain ruler, do you want to ask any specific questions related to the Devourer Beast, or do you want me to explain it briefly? Varen asked after silently standing near Alex for a few seconds. Alex shook his head, telling Varen to start the explanation, understanding that knowing a thing a few moments earlier or later would not make any difference. After an infected of the Devourer Curse survive the first two stages and complete its evolution, he will obtain a body with abnormal defense and strength compared to the same rank creature. The Devourer Beasts also have very high rank regeneration ability that allows them to survive even the deadliest of wounds, and they could also build immunity to almost all the available elements, making them one of the deadliest foes to face. All Devourer Beasts have constantly evolving bodies, so the more they battle, the stronger they become, and even though their consciousness is consumed with rage and hunger, they could easily retreat from a losing battle because of their abnormal instincts. I don't know if Varen plans to encourage or scare me to death, because the more I hear about these extinction terrors, the less I want to do anything with them, Alex thought while looking at the wolf staring at him with his bloodthirsty giant eyes. If Alex didn't know about the Devourer Curse and hadn't seen a living, breathing Devourer Beast, he would have easily believed these terrors to be some mythical creature from a fairy tale. Varen explained many scary abilities of the Devourer Beasts that become weirder and weirder, but after telling about many horrifying traits of them, he reached the topic that Alex was anticipating to know from the start. The devourer beasts could consume organic matter to increase their strength, but that takes a massive amount of organic matter and time. The devourer beasts don't have any limit to their strength, and if given enough organic matter and time, they could even reach the first transcend rank and even surpass it. The devourer beasts don't have any limits, but to advance to the 7th rank other than requiring a monumental amount of organic energy, they will need not years but more than a century, Varen said, looking toward Alex with his shining black and white eyes. This officially makes the devourer beasts the strongest and most broken creatures in this world, even with these limitations. Alex thought as he looked toward the chained devourer Sabretooth. If I told him the true nature of the devourer curse, it would only overwhelm him with what the future holds for him, but giving him a clue to keep him motivated is not a bad idea. Varen thought as his shining eyes returned to being normal. After a devourer beast consumes the organic matter required to advance his strength to the next rank, he will hibernate to complete the process. The hibernation of a devourer beast could last from a few years to a few centuries, depending on the rank he advancing to, and the state of hibernation is their biggest weakness. In the state of hibernation, it is easy to kill a devourer beast because they can't wake up until the procedure of their rank advancement has been completed. All devourer beasts ready to increase their rank will go to a designated place to hibernate, which will be guarded by the strongest of the devourer beasts, so even though killing them is easy, reaching them is quite difficult, Varen said. This confirms the theory that devourer curse is a controlled phenomenon by something, but now the scary question is what could control the devourer curse to produce these abominations, and for what purpose, Alex thought. Domain ruler, if you have questions about devourer beasts, please let me know, Varen said in a friendly tone. I already know more than enough about devourer beasts to understand their threat level, but it would be great if he could tell me about their origin and purpose, even though I am sure he wouldn't do that, Alex thought. Alex was smart enough to understand that the true devourer beasts took too much time and effort to produce, so using them just to cause destruction was a monumental waste of time and resources. Alex believed that the devourer beasts had a different and more valuable purpose, because to cause destruction, just the rage beasts would be good enough as they could be produced in a short time and didn't even require many resources. I want to know the devourer beast's true purpose, Alex asked, knowing that Varen was not obliged to answer any of his questions. Domain ruler, the information about the true nature of the devourer curse will only do you more harm than any good, so I need to apologize as I can tell you anything about it, at least for now. But if you could advance your ruler authority to the 4th rank in 3 years, then I will happily tell everything about the devourer curse, Varen replied, giving Alex some false hope. I just need to kill 70 demons of the same rank to advance my ruler authority to the 3rd rank, which will be a piece of cake after the demon invasion starts on the human continent, Alex thought with a smile. I wonder if he would show such happiness if he knew that Ahura, the previous ruler, took 7 years to reach the 4th rank of ruler authority. Ahura had the most outstanding talent second only to the first ruler, and even Elder Erebus took 3 years, even with his monstrous talent and pure ancient Titan bloodline. Varen thought, seeing Alex smirk after hearing his set condition. I suppose you also don't plan to tell me about the Malafy's domain's dark past. Alex questioned, already knowing that the answer was a no. Alex knew that something very messed up happened in the past, and the previous ruler, who everyone respected greatly, was partially responsible for it. Alex was very interested to know about the Malafy's domain's past, but he also understood that the individual who knew the truth wouldn't reveal it to a new ruler like him who could be gone in little over a year. Domain ruler, I will tell you everything after your domain connection has advanced to 4th rank, Varen said calmly. I know advancing my domain connection and ruler authority to the 3rd rank will be of no problem, but I am pretty confident that advancing both of them to the 4th rank would be difficult. I don't know how difficult it will be, but with all my future knowledge and benefits I will obtain from the Malafy's domain, 2 years should be more than enough. Alex thought, not too worried about fulfilling the conditions set by Varen. Domain ruler, if you don't have no more questions, I would like to show you something special, Varen said as he opened a new portal. I wonder what special thing he wants to show me, Alex thought as he entered the portal without asking any questions. The moment Alex exited the portal, he was welcomed by a terrifying sight of thousands of standing coffins, and inside them were the bodies of individuals belonging to different races frozen in ice. What the hell is this place, and what is going on with these coffins? Alex thought with wide-open eyes as he looked at the unbelievable scents in front of him. The coffins were made from dark crystal-like material with a transparent front, allowing Alex to see the inside without any hindrance. Alex stood stunned as he looked at thousands of straight lines with millions of similar coffins, each with a frozen individual inside. This place is called the Eternal Resting Place, and the coffins are used to place the domain inhabitants who have their consciousness consumed by the Devourer curse into a deep slumber to stop their bodies from mutating, Varen said with genuine sadness in his tone. After hearing Varen's sad voice, Alex came to his senses and quickly looked at him, ready to listen to everything he was about to say. All the inhabitants of the Malefe's domain are infected by the Devourer curse, but their situation is not completely hopeless, as Guardian Elmara has created antidotes that could delay the effect of the curse by up to 4 times. It is because of the help of antidotes that the inhabitants could live a few decades of peaceful life after being infected, but the Devourer curse is only delayed, not cured. When an individual reaches the end of his borrowed time, he is put into a deep slumber, and his body is frozen in this, using Ice Law Rune to keep him alive and stop his body from mutating in the hopes of using the cure to save his life in the future, Varen said. This doesn't make sense. Alex thought, confused by Varen's explanation. Alex was confused because, from Varen's explanation, he understood that every inhabitant was living a free life while being infected with Devourer curse, which doesn't make sense as an infected individual could turn into a rage monster in a short few seconds, making him a threat to every living being. Alex had many questions, like how they know if an inhabitant is even infected, and how they find out if the infected individual has reached the end of his borrowed time, but Varen answered his question before he could even ask it. Guardian Elmara has created a magic bracelet that could monitor a person's brain activity, and when the brain activity of an individual reaches a certain condition, it marks the end for him, so proper measures are taken before he could enter the endless rage state. What about the true beasts on the Malefe's domain? Alex asked, knowing they won't act like good citizens following the rules created by higher authorities. Domain ruler, you should already have guessed that the Devourer curse is not natural and controlled by something, and that something is demons, Varen said calmly like he hadn't revealed any significant information. After roaming in the capital city, he will easily find out that the demons are responsible for the Devourer curse, so telling him this much won't do any harm, Varen thought, looking at Alex, who had a blank expression showing his surprise. The demons are specifically targeting only the intelligent races of the Malefe's domain, to the point that before a child could even reach the age of 10, he will be infected with Devourer curse. If you want to know the truth about the demon's purposes, Malefe's domain's dark past, and Devourer curse's true nature, then you must fulfill my given conditions, Varen said calmly. After hearing the information, Alex was shocked to his core, as he knew about the terror of demons and the Devourer curse, but never even in his wildest theories had he ever thought that the 2 deadliest disasters he knew about were connected. I thought Varen didn't plan to tell me anything related to Devourer curse, so was this just a slip of the tongue? But a person of his strength will never make such a childish mistake, Alex thought as his head filled with questions he had no answer to. Domain ruler, the information that Devourer curse is a bloodline ability of demons is common knowledge to the inhabitants of the Malefe's domain, and even the ancient races like the elves and dragons would have hidden records about the demons, Varen said like he knew what Alex was thinking. So Varen said it intentionally, and didn't just suddenly change his mind to enlighten me on the whole messed up truth, Alex thought, understanding what Varen was trying to say. I don't know if you will reveal any information about demons, but asking for it won't hurt, Alex thought as he took out a tattered black diary from his inventory and handed it to Varen. The diary belonged to Senior Lucius, and Alex acquired it from the Assassin's Cave, and the content of the diary revealed sensitive information about the demonic cult and the names of a few of the cult members. Alex was required to deliver the content of the diary to someone of authority in the human empire to complete his quest, and even though he met with Prince Wenries and had an easy chance to complete the quest, he didn't do it. Alex didn't reveal any information to Prince Wenries because after reading the big names written in the diary, he trusted no one, and unless he was sure of his safety, he didn't even plan to think about informing the Empire. Varen didn't say anything and took the diary, and after flipping the pages rapidly, his expression turned serious for a moment before becoming normal. Domain ruler, you don't need to worry about the demons because they can't leave the demon continent, and the best they can do is run a cult to control the Empire from the shadows. But the Empire is too strong for some measly cult member to take over with tricks, Varen said as he closed the diary and returned it to Alex. I know that Varen won't lie about something, but maybe he doesn't know demons could leave their continent, Alex thought, knowing a demon invasion would happen in less than 2 years. Varen, I have also found information that demons will invade the human continents in some time, Alex said to see how Varen would react to this information. The information about the demon invasion came from his future knowledge, and Alex revealed it to Varen, knowing he won't ask for evidence as he could easily see through lies, and because the information was accurate, Alex had no worries. After hearing about the future demon invasion, Varen's eyes changed for a split second, but Alex saw nothing. The bastard Ahriman should have already discovered that a new ruler has been selected, and knowing his ambition, he would do everything in his power to find the identity of the domain ruler. So maybe this invasion is to discover the identity of the domain ruler. It can't be, as domain ruler found out about the demon invasion in one of his adventures, so Ahriman's purpose for invading the human continent must be something else. Varen thought after hearing Alex's statement. Let me rephrase my sentence, Varen said with a smile. The demon could leave their continent by opening a continent portal after paying a huge price, but that portal is not sustainable for a long time, and demons could only open the portal once every few months. Only rank 3 demons, with a limited number of rank 4 demons, could use that portal to travel before all its energy is consumed, and it becomes unstable and collapses. The portal could be used by even rank 5 demons, but too much energy will be used, making the portal collapse in much farther time, and I don't believe the demons will be idiotic enough to send few useless rank 5 demons to any continent after paying a huge price required to open the portal. As for the demon invasion on the human continent, I am sure it will be used as a distraction to accomplish a bigger goal, Varen replied, revealing a lot of valuable information. The question is, what could Ahriman wants that is important that he is willing to sacrifice the lives of 7 high-ranking demons and a vast amount of rare resources to open a continent portal to create a distraction? Varen thought. Varen revealed a lot of valuable information, and after hearing it, Alex immediately started using it to make sense of the demon invasion from his previous life, and without facing any issues, he easily understood the big picture. Now I understand why only 3rd and 4th ranked demons came out of the portal, and I have a feeling that great feat of destroying the portal done by Captain Aldwulf Ernisius were also pre-planned. Alex thought as he connected the dots to solve the puzzle of the demon invasion. Varen, I want to know if there is a way to destroy the demon entry portal, and also the maximum number of demons that could use the portal before its energy runs dry and it collapses, Alex asked. Alex knew Varen wouldn't reveal any sensitive information related to demons, but he shouldn't have any problem with any other trivial information. The portal could be destroyed, but only by someone who understands the element of space to a very high degree. As for the number of demons, that will depend on the amount of resources used to open it. If the demon invasion did happen, there should be at least a few million rank 3 demons, with rank 4 demons being less than 10,000 if only very few rank 5 demons used it, Varen replied. I wonder if the purpose of the demon invasion was to push the demon slaves like Captain Aldwulf to a higher position or something much bigger, or maybe both. Alex thought with a smile, happy with the new discovery. Captain Aldwulf Ernisius was a noble and army captain, and he received the most generous benefits from the demon invasion, as he destroyed the demon portal that was well guarded by 3 peak rank 5 demons and a few hundred rank 4 demons. Captain Aldwulf was given many benefits after destroying the portal and stopping more demons from entering the human continent. As his reward, Aldwulf was promoted to Major General in the Empire Army, a rank only lower in authority than the Supreme General and the King, and his noble rank was promoted to that of a duke, while he was also married to the 6th royal princes, making him a royal. There were no complaints from the royals or the army about the benefits Aldwulf was given, because everyone understood if he hadn't risked his life to destroy the portal while it was still unstable, then the portal would have completely stabilized, and strong demons would have come to the human continent, which would have been devastating. Alex understood that the portal was not stabilizing but destabilizing, and even without Aldwulf's effort, it would have automatically closed. Domain ruler, we should get going, Varen said as he started walking in a straight line, not waiting for Alex's response. I wonder what he wants to show me, Alex thought as he followed right behind Varen. Alex stopped thinking about the demons and their plans for the human continent and silently followed Varen. Varen didn't change any direction and kept walking in a straight line at a moderate speed, and after walking through the sea of coffins for 10 minutes, Alex saw a massive building in the distance. This must be our destination, but why didn't Varen just open a portal in front of it? Alex thought, looking at the big building in the distance that was circulated by at least a few million coffins. I didn't open a portal in front of the building because I can't do it, as that building is a research center managed by Second Guardian Elmara, and she doesn't like visitor, so she has created a big barrier around the research center to stop everyone from entering, Varen replied like he read Alex's thoughts. Varen, you are reading my thoughts, Alex asked. No. I explained about the barrier and the research center because they will help you better understand the personality of the Guardian Elmara, Varen replied. Guardian Elmara is a researcher who loves experimenting, learning about new things, and gaining more knowledge, so her personality is a little different from normal people. Guardian Elmara, just like me, has more than one bloodline, and because of her bloodline and her true researcher mentality, she doesn't like talking about anything other than the topic that could provide her with new knowledge. After the demons infected the inhabitants of the Malefy's domain with the Devour curse, Elmara has been researching for the cure, and in the last few decades, her personality has changed drastically for the worse. I'm just trying to say, if Elmara talks to you rudely, please don't hold it against her, as she is not a bad person at heart, Varen said while walking toward the research center. I appreciate his concern, but I am not some rich young master who can't handle some insult. Alex thought, not caring about the second guardian's personality. Varen, you said Guardian Elmara's personality is partially different because of her bloodline, so do you mind telling me about her bloodline? Alex asked, interested to know more about the second guardian. Elmara has the bloodline of ancient dwarf and mystic giant, Varen replied. I know a little about the mystic giant from the few history books I read, and they are one of the wisest known creatures, and as for her unique personality, it's not surprising as all dwarfs have that, and ancient dwarfs will not be any different, Alex thought. After getting the answer, Alex didn't ask any other questions, even though he had a few more questions related to the domain guardians that he would like answered, but he was not desperate to gain that information. Alex silently walked toward the research center in the distance while trying to imagine what a person would look like who had the bloodline of a dwarf, known to be short in height, and a giant, known to be one of the tallest species. After walking for a few minutes, Alex and Varen reached the building's front gate, which had 2 words inscribed on it in some ancient language. Fuck off, Alex heard a clear voice as he looked toward the words inscribed on the gate. Varen didn't say anything about the words and walked toward the gate and placed his hand on it, and after a few moments, the plain-looking gate got covered in brownish rusty runes that vanished as quickly as they appeared, and then the gate got slowly opened. After the gate fully opened, Varen entered it, and Alex followed behind him, and after navigating through many complicated passages, they reached a black iron door that was in the depth of the building. This building is massive, with at least a few hundred rooms, but I saw no staff, Alex thought as he silently stood a few feet behind Varen. The building was well lighted, with the ceiling having light stone every few feet making the empty and silent building less gloomy. Domain ruler Lady Elmara is over 200 years old, Varen said as he walked toward the iron door. Why is he telling me her age? Alex thought, not understanding what Varen meant by his statement. Varen didn't open the door but knocked on it, stepped a few steps back, and silently waited for it to open. After waiting in silence for 10 minutes, the door slowly opened, and a breathtaking beauty exited the room. I am not certain, but she could be the most beautiful woman I have seen in both of my lives, Alex thought with wide eyes as he looked toward the elegant beauty. The lady was wearing a silver dress that completely covered her body, leaving nothing bare other than her face, and even her hands were covered in dark gloves, but her face beauty alone was off the chart. She must be the assistant of Lady Elmara, Alex thought, not taking his eyes off her. Alex was silently admiring the otherworldly beauty of the lady when she started speaking, and even though she clearly insulted him, which should have made him a little mad, but for some reason, he felt very good about the insult. Varen, why have you come to disturb my peace? And who is this hormone-loaded cockroach? The lady asked in her calm and sweet voice. Lady Elmara, this gentleman here is the newly chosen domain ruler, so I will really appreciate it if you show him appropriate respect, Varen said as he snapped his finger, making a dark runic symbol appear on Alex's forehead, helping him return to his senses. What the fuck was that? Alex thought as he rewound the last few seconds of his life. After laying eyes on Lady Elmara, Alex felt like she was beautiful, but in moments, that feeling of admiration for her beauty turned to deep affection, and even the insult she threw at him felt like the greatest of compliments. I wonder what kind of magic she used on me to affect my feeling to such a degree in mere moments, Alex thought. Now I understand why Varen told me her age. Alex thought as he warily looked toward Lady Elmara, while constantly reminding himself she was 200 years old. I was getting too comfortable around these monsters knowing they can't harm me, Alex thought with a wary smile, understanding that these behemoths at the top of the food chain could do many things to him without ever harming him. He could have my respect when he could see me in my eyes without getting help from anyone, Lady Elmara replied, not giving a crap about Alex's ruler's status. Alex didn't say anything back to Lady Elmara, because he clearly understood that a guardian's duty was to protect the ruler and the domain, but being respectful to the ruler, or being his lapdog, was not their duty. I believe you have come here because you plan to use a Nirvana elixir, so don't waste time giving me that old frigid look and come in quickly, Lady Elmara said with a smile as she walked back into the room. Domain ruler, the inside of the Elmara research room is not pretty, so I will advise you to mentally prepare yourself before entering, Varen said as he entered the room. Alex took deep breaths to stay calm and quickly followed Varen, entering the room knowing that whatever messed up thing he would see inside couldn't be worse than the destroyed cities of elves littered with blood and gore. Alex had seen many messed up things in his previous life, and the Devourer Beast rampage on the elf continent was the worst thing because any city lost to the Rage Beast was left with nothing but blood and mangled body, part of elves and NPC adventurers. I underestimated her spirit of the researcher, Alex thought as he looked at the clean yet messed up inside of the research room. The room was massive, and everything was clean, but the things inside it were not very nice, as there were at least a few hundred glass pods filled with different color liquids, and inside the pods were unknown body parts and incomplete bodies of different creatures. The pods were organized neatly in the whole room, with a few being placed on stands and some hanging from the ceiling, but what surprised Alex was that many of the specimens were alive as he could see their eyes moving, which were filled with nothing but torment. I don't know why these specimens are conscious in the first place, but I can't do anything about the situation, so there is no point in even trying to act like a hero, Alex thought, knowing he couldn't change the miserable condition of these specimens. After a brief look around the room, Alex stopped looking around and walked toward Varen and Elmara, who were having a casual discussion. I am going to prepare my equipment, so don't bother me, Elmara said as she vanished, leaving Varen alone. Domain ruler, would you like a moment of peace, or do you want me to explain our purpose for visiting this not-so-nice place? Varen asked with a smile in a calm and friendly tone. I would like to know about our purposes for this visit, Alex said, already knowing what it could be. We are here because I want to demonstrate something very special to you, Varen said as a small vial appeared in his hand. The Nirvana elixir, Alex mumbled as he looked at the small vial in Varen. The small vial looked ordinary, and it only had a single shimmering drop of gold liquid inside it, but even a mortal could tell that the drop of liquid was extremely special because even while being inside the vial, it was gathering a ludicrous amount of mana from the environment toward it. This is indeed a vial with Nirvana elixir, which is also the only known cure for the Devourer curse, Varen said as he handed the vial to Alex. After hearing the name of this elixir, I had a feeling that it could be a cure to the Devourer curse, Alex thought as he looked at the vial in his hand. The Nirvana elixir could cure the Devourer curse, but only the individuals at the second stage of the curse and their strength need to be lower than the elemental ruler rank. There are no methods to produce Nirvana elixir, and it could only be acquired from the ruler's shop, Varen said, bringing Alex back to reality. I believe my ruler's authority needs to be at the 4th rank before I can buy Nirvana elixir. Alex guessed it based on the condition placed by Varen. The previous ruler bought a small quantity of Nirvana elixir when his authority was at the 5th rank, but you might be able to buy it at the 4th or even the 3rd rank, Varen replied. Alex understood that Varen or anyone else wouldn't know for certain what benefits Alex could receive as the ruler, because each ruler walked a different path with different circumstances, and the domain provided things that could give the best benefits to the ruler. This was the reason why there were no roadmaps left by any of the previous rulers for the next generation of rulers to follow because they understood that their help would do more harm than good. How many Nirvana elixir vials do you have? Alex asked, knowing every elixir vial should be a valuable resource for research. There are a total of 3 vials of the elixir, with each guardian owning one of them, and after today only 2 will be left, Varen replied casually like it was not a big deal. So there are 3 guardians, Alex thought. Alex was surprised by the small quantity of the elixir vials, and was ready to ask Varen if he was using his elixir vial for him, or if it was pre-planned to be used and he just happened to be present. But Varen answered his question before he even asked. Domain ruler, I have selected the 3 most valuable people whose revival could help you gain many benefits, so please choose wisely, Varen replied. All Nirvana elixir vials are an irreplaceable resource for the research of the cure, and we will never use it unless it could provide much more benefits than just curing a single individual. There were 10 vials of elixir placed in the treasury by the previous ruler just as a valuable item, as they could cure a person from many diseases and natural to unnatural conditions. After the disaster 7 decades ago, the elixirs became the only hope to finding a cure for the Devourer curse. In the last 7 decades, Lady Elmara has used 7 vials of elixirs, and by gathering information from every use, she has created many antidotes and has improved them throughout the years, helping the inhabitants live a life of peace. Lady Elmara has improved her equipment, and after thorough testing, she has decided to use another elixir to gain fresh and improved data to hopefully create a much better version of the antidote. I have decided to use this chance to help to gain the favor of a big clan that could help you improve your strength faster, which will also make the difficult path to increase your ruler's authority a little easier, Varen said. I will not disappoint you or the domain inhabitants, Alex said with a smile. I think you should quickly choose the person you want to cure because Elmara will get angry if we delay her experiment, Varen said with a smile. The first candidate I have selected for you to choose is the wife of the second elder of the undead clan, and she is also the sworn sister of the Regrim, the clan's leader. The second person is the youngest child of the Telarian, the leader of the dragon clan. The third is the third daughter of Queen Bellatrix, the matriarch of the vampire clan. Alex knew that even if the other clan leader didn't know about this revival, they would eventually find out, and no matter which one he chose, he would be pissing off every other major clan. Alex knew that none of the clan leaders hated him, but they were doing what was best to save their people by not offering him free loyalty, because those old monsters understood clearly that too much power and influence would only corrupt a child like Alex. Alex respected the clan leader's decision, because he was not delusional to believe he wouldn't be corrupted by great influence and power. Alex had that mentality not because he didn't believe in himself, but because he knew it was human nature to get complacent when things become easy and have no or minor consequences for them. The logical choice would be to select between the candidate from the Dragon Clan and the Undead Clan, but the best choice would be choosing the daughter of the Vampire Queen. Alex thought, domain leader, you can freely choose any one of the candidates without worrying about the clan leaders, because no one can select the person for cure other than the Guardians. If they even knew that you selected the candidate, they would not be petty enough to hold it against you for not prioritizing their relative, Varen said, seeing Alex in deep thought. I will be choosing the daughter of Vampire's Queen. Alex thought after considering all the choices for a few seconds. Alex was choosing the Vampire Queen's daughter not just to repay her kindness, but to build a better relationship with her and her clan. I want to give this opportunity to the daughter of the Vampire's Queen, Alex said, not overthinking his decision. I knew he wouldn't make a stupid decision, but it is good to know that his human greed does not control him. Varen thought with a smile after hearing Alex's answer. Lady Elmara should be done with the preparation in a few minutes, Varen said. Alex didn't ask any questions to Varen but just silently looked at the floor, not interested in watching the creepy specimens hanging all over the place. You decided on the guinea pig. Lady Elmara appeared in front of the Varen and asked in a casual tone. I have decided to cure Lady Cordelia from the vampire clan, Varen said. I don't give jack shit about who you choose to cure. Just quickly fetch her coffin to my lab so I can start the treatment. Lady Elmara replied after looking around but finding no coffins. I think you forgot that I can control space element. Varen replied calmly, not saying anything about Lady Elmara's loud shouting. Fuck you, old geezer. Lady Elmara said out loud and vanished from her place. She must have messed up some equipment preparation in the excitement to gain new and improved data, Varen said, not looking offended by being cursed. Domain ruler, I will be back in a few moments, Varen said and vanished, leaving Alex alone. I wonder what kind of personality the third guardian has, Alex thought as he stood silently waiting for Varen to arrive. After a few seconds of wait that Alex spent watching the clear blue floor, Varen appeared by his side and opened a space portal that led straight into the lab. This lab looks much better than the previous room, Alex thought as he looked around a big clean room. The lab room had minimal, futuristic equipment that looked like a mix of technology and magic. After looking at the unique equipments placed in the room, Alex walked toward Lady Elmara, who was standing next to a floating crystal coffin and a stone bed that looked like it was part of the dark marble floor. I will be starting the treatment, Lady Elmara said with a smile as she removed the glass lid of the coffin using telekinesis and removed the frozen body of a lady. Lady Elmara placed the lady on the stone bed, which instantly cuffed her arms, legs, waist, and neck, and then slowly the whole stone bed was covered in milky white and silver runes that vanished after illuminating for a few moments. I was expecting her to have many equipments to monitor the effects of the Nirvana elixir, but it looks like she will not use anything other than this stone bed, Alex thought, seeing Lady Elmara ready to feed the elixir to the sleeping beauty. This stone bed is the Elmara workbench, one of her greatest creations that she could use for a multitude of things, as it could change its shape according to her needs. The milky white runes you saw on the workbench before were responsible for scanning the body of Lady Cordelia, with the white runes being responsible for recording the scanned data, Varen said, and he was about to continue his explanation, but was stopped by the statement from Lady Elmara. Old geezer, my beloved child, is much more complicated than you are describing it to be, but I will let it slide because the small brain of the cockroach will explode if you tell him every feature in detail. Lady Elmara said while not even looking at Alex and Varen. I will telepathically explain things as they progress, Varen said. My first impression was that Varen was the youngest guardian, but maybe he is the oldest of the three or at least older than Lady Elmara. Alex thought, not caring about the insult. Alex wasn't a bit affected by being called a cockroach, as he heard much worse remarks from players and NPCs, but it doesn't mean he liked it. I wonder if I could do something to get a little revenge on Lady Elmara while not getting on her bad side, Alex thought as he looked at Lady Elmara, who was ready to start the treatment. These runes must be responsible for observing and recording the effects of the Nirvana elixir on Cordelia's body, Alex thought, looking at the now well-lit workbench with thousands of small and big runes. The white and silver runes have the same purpose as before, while those dark green runes are responsible for monitoring every change in Lady Cordelia's body, and the black runes are responsible for monitoring the work of the elixir. Varen informed telepathically. The elixir looks much better outside the vial, Alex thought, looking at the shimmering drop of Nirvana elixir falling into the vampire lady's mouth. After the golden drop of elixir entered the body of Cordelia, it instantly started its work, and in a few seconds, her frozen and dried-up skin regained a fair color and began to come back to life. It only took less than 2 minutes before the frozen body of Cordelia, which looked dead, was completely rejuvenated with life, making her look alive again. Cordelia's skin was glowing with unnatural shine, and Alex could see her body absorbing a ludicrous amount of mana with every passing second. The process will continue for at least 30 minutes as Lady Cordelia is a peak 6-rank warrior, but it could be longer if her ancestral bloodline was awakened or some magical physique, Varen said telepathically. Alex was a little confused after hearing the statement, but Varen quickly cleared the confusion as he started explaining the effects of the Nirvana elixir. The Nirvana elixir could cure any disease or abnormal condition, but that is just a little part of the true benefits it could provide. The elixir would heal an individual body to its perfect natural condition and help the individual cleanse the unnatural impurities in his body, while also helping unlock or awaken a person's latent potential. The Nirvana elixir would reform an individual body until all the golden dew is completely used, and all the mana being absorbed by Lady Cordelia is being used as the fuel to complete the process, Varen said. If this elixir has many more functions than just being a high-grade healing potion, its price won't be cheap. I don't know the price of the elixir, but I am certain there is no way I will be able to earn enough ruler coins to buy millions of these vials to cure every infected inhabitant in a short period, Alex thought. Domain ruler, you don't need to worry about buying potions for every infected inhabitant, but you just need to find a recipe for an alternative to the Nirvana elixir that could be mass-produced, and I am confident that the ruler's shop would provide you with it, Varen said. I hope there is an alternative potion that could cure the Devourer course, and I can acquire it without much trouble, Alex thought and stopped worrying about the unknown. The healing process continued smoothly even after 30 minutes, with the only change being that Cordelia's body absorbed much more mana than at the start. Alex silently waited for the process to end, and after 1 hour, something unexpected happened as Lady Cordelia's body started releasing a large amount of crimson-red blood from every pore on her body. Alex was startled at first after seeing the blood, but seeing both guardians standing calmly, he understood it should be a part of the healing process. In a few seconds, the workbench's surface was entirely covered by blood, but before the blood could fall to the floor, Lady Elmara took out a giant glass container, and by using her telekinesis, she stored every last drop of that blood. The blood being released by Lady Cordelia's body is the mutated blood, Varen said telepathically. The healing process continued for a few more minutes before Lady Cordelia's body condition became normal, with healthy skin and stable breathing, but she was still unconscious. I wonder what kind of benefits she gained, Lady Elmara mumbled as she placed her finger on Cordelia's forehead. Lady Elmara removed her finger after placing it for a mere moment, but the moment she removed it, Lady Cordelia's body was covered with hundreds of light blue runes that slowly disintegrated to light partial in a few short seconds. After the magic runes vanished, Alex expected Lady Cordelia to regain consciousness in a few seconds, but she was comatose even after 10 minutes. Sleeping Beauty, you should wake up quickly, or I will start dissecting you to get my answers, Lady Elmara said as she snapped her finger, creating a blue rune above Cordelia, releasing bone-chilling cold air on her. After being showered with cold air for a few seconds, Cordelia regained consciousness as she slowly opened her eyes, which were unfocused and filled with confusion. Cordelia looked around at the 3 people in the room with a confused look, and without saying a word, she sat in a meditation position and closed her eyes again. After meditation for a few minutes, Cordelia opened her crystal red eyes, which now had much more clarity. Guardian Varen, Guardian Elmara, you both have my eternal gratitude for curing me of the curse. Cordelia left the bed and said as she slightly bowed her head, Lady Cordelia, you should thank Domain Ruler as he is responsible for selecting you, Varen said with a smile. Cordelia looked confused at first as she looked toward Alex, but slowly her confusion turned to shock and excitement. Domain Ruler, I, Cordelia Anemus, the 3rd daughter of Bellatrix Anemus and Damascus Tresner, pledge eternal loyalty to you, Cordelia said, appearing before Alex and kneeling while looking at him and giving him a breathtaking smile. I don't know why she is doing this, but let's humbly accept her loyalty as I did with the leaders. Alex thought, started by the kneeling beauty in front of him. Alex was about to accept her pledge when he heard Lady Elmara loudly laughing as if she had just heard a hilarious joke, and before he could even look toward her, he heard Varen's voice in his head. Domain ruler, Lady Cordelia is not just pledging loyalty, but asking to be your eternal servant, and I think you should reject her request as Queen Bellatrix won't be happy knowing her beloved daughter has become a servant, Varen said. Lady Cordelia, I respect your decision, but I can't accept your pledge, Alex said. I didn't consider it, but being an eternal servant is no different from being a slave. Alex thought, domain ruler, if I have permission from my mother, then there shouldn't be any problem, right? Cordelia asked with a smile. Lady Cordelia is only 42 years old if you don't include her being frozen for 3 decades, and a 42-year-old vampire is considered a mere child by vampire age standards. Varen said, she doesn't look anything like a child to me. Alex thought, looking at the face of Cordelia that matched any 20-year-old beauty with the body that would put any supermodel to shame. Lady Cordelia, I can't accept you as my servant even if Queen Bellatrix allows it, Alex replied as he took the lady's soft hand to make her stand from her kneeling position. Cordelia was sad that Alex didn't accept her as his servant, but she didn't persist and just told him the offer would stand if he ever decided to change his mind. I can't believe she is a peak dual element 6th rank sorceress, Alex thought, looking at Cordelia, who was lying back on the workbench as Lady Elmara did some tests. Alex knew that Cordelia was extremely talented as she had no legacy and still reached the peak of the 6th rank while mastering 2 elements at the mere age of 42 while being a vampire. Alex was surprised by Cordelia mastering 2 elements to such a high level because vampires were known to have a very bad affinity with any element other than the blood element, making it very rare for them to use a different element, let alone master it to a very high level. I can't accept her as my slave in any condition, but building a good relationship with her will be a good idea, Alex thought, silently standing and waiting for Lady Elmara to finish her tests on Cordelia so they could leave. Varen hadn't left the research center with Alex because he planned to drop Cordelia at the vampire clan main castle because it was too far away from this place, and Cordelia couldn't travel that far in her current condition. I wonder what her reaction would be if I showed her the Necro's legacy item, Alex thought, remembering the first legacy item he acquired. Alex acquired the legacy item after clearing the Forchester Castle hidden chamber, but to use it, he needed to complete the quest given by Clifford Forchester, which was no easy task as it required him to find and kill an unknown demon noble. Alex was not thinking of showing Lady Elmara the legacy item belonging to an advanced ancient civilization just to get his little payback, but to be on her good side and slowly establish a good relationship knowing her expertise could help him tremendously. The more important question is, can Lady Elmara even gain anything from the legacy item as it is currently sealed? Alex thought as he found a bigger problem with his plan. All legacy items were sealed until an individual cleared their requirements to become the legacy holder, and even after an individual acquired the legacy, he wouldn't have access to all the benefits, but he would slowly gain them as he achieved more milestones. I believe it is possible to forcefully bypass the restriction if one is stronger enough, but I wonder if Lady Elmara could do that as AI-0 is responsible for sealing the legacy. If the sealed legacy item could gain Lady Elmara's interest, then great. If not, I can just clear the restriction and unseal it. I am confident that the remaining 2 hidden chambers of the Forchester Castle should lead me to the Demon Noble, but I will need to prepare a lot before I can clear the 2 hidden chambers, Alex thought, looking at the quest window. Clifford Forchester request SSS. Conditions 1. Clear the remaining 2 hidden chambers in this dungeon. 022. Find and kill the Demon Noble. 01. Reward Necro's Legacy SSS. Time. I should discuss my little plan with Varen to know if it will work or not, Alex thought as he walked toward Varen. I want to discuss something in private, Alex said to Varen, and he immediately opened a portal without asking any questions. Alex walked into the portal that took him back to the room filled with creepy specimens, but he didn't look at them and waited for Varen to arrive. After Varen arrived, Alex quickly took the golden ball from his inventory and handed it to him. I wonder what kind of benefits Varen's magical eyes provide him, Alex thought as he watched Varen's eyes change from normal to pitch black with a straight white line in the middle of the eyes. After examining the legacy item for a few seconds, Varen's eyes returned to normal, but he kept staring at the golden ball with a smile that intrigued Alex's interest. What do you think about this sealed legacy item? Alex asked, seeing him not saying anything. This is a priceless treasure, Varen said with a smile. You know about its origin? Alex asked, knowing Varen knew more than he did to make him look this happy. This legacy item holds the abundance of knowledge related to the advanced human civilization that caused their destruction with their greed, but it is still a priceless treasure as it had beneficial lost knowledge stored in it, Varen said as he returned the legacy item to Alex. Domain ruler, you are really lucky to have discovered this legacy item, because there should be very few legacies related to the lost human civilization left in the world as the Demon King erased everything related to them, Varen said. You can uncover the information inside this legacy item. Alex asked the question that would decide the success of his little plan. Alex was interested in knowing about the history of the advanced human empire, but he was with Varen for less than a day and knew nothing about his personality. Varen was answering all his inquiries without rejecting them, but Alex still wanted to avoid asking unnecessary questions, as the knowledge gained from such questions would be useless and only make him look bad. The Watcher has sealed the legacy item, so acquiring the legacy without meeting the requirement is impossible or without his permission. And as for the information, it is also sealed in separate stages and will unlock after the legacy holder meets certain conditions. But it will not be impossible to unlock the first few sealed information stages and gain some valuable information, Varen replied after a small pause. This is great news. Alex thought with a smile, knowing that with Lady Elmara's personality, she would want the legacy item to do her research. Domain ruler, you want to lend this legacy item to Lady Elmara to gain her favor, Varen asked, guessing his plan. I know that with Lady Elmara's strength, it will take me forever to fulfill her condition, so the only way to gain her favor quickly should be by providing her with something she will be interested in, Alex replied as he placed the golden ball back into his inventory. Varen, what rank will I need to reach to meet Lady Elmara's gaze? Alex asked. You don't need to worry about ever meeting her condition, because she is too interested in the unique things from Ruler's shop to leave you alone, Varen said with a wary smile. I am not surprised that someone like her will be interested in the things from Ruler's shop when it could provide things like the Nirvana elixir, Alex thought as he entered the portal. After returning to the main lab room, Alex silently waited for Lady Elmara to get free from her test to give her the legacy item. After waiting patiently for 20 minutes, the tests were done, and Varen was told to take Alex and Cordelia and leave the lab immediately. Lady Elmara, I have this legacy item that might be of interest to you, Alex said as he took the golden ball out of his inventory. I wonder if she used teleportation magic or some other ability, Alex thought, seeing the legacy item vanishing from his hand. This looks interesting, very interesting. Lady Elmara said after she examined the legacy item for a few seconds. Domain ruler, I will keep this legacy item until I am done with my research, but as payment, I will help you if I am not too busy with my work, Lady Elmara said with a smile. She looks more pleased than I thought, and surprisingly she even called me domain ruler, Alex thought, seeing Lady Elmara's reaction after checking the legacy item. As there was no reason to stay any more time, Varen opened a portal that led straight to the vampire's main household, and in a few seconds Alex was standing at the front gate of a massive castle. This place looks amazing, Alex thought as he looked at the breathtaking view around him. Alex was standing in front of a castle built at the edge of a cliff, and looking to the side, he could see that the cliff was hundreds of meters high, and at the bottom of the cliff he could spot a bustling city. I wonder what this area's night and day cycle is, Alex thought, looking at the clear sky filled with shining stars. Alex didn't know about the night and day cycle of the Malifis domain, but knew that continent was too big not to have areas with different night and day cycles, as even the human continent, that less than a third of its size, had many areas with different night and day cycles. I wonder if Queen Bellatrix will offer me generous benefits for saving her daughter, or just some increase in the duration that her clan will keep supporting me, Alex thought, looking at the mature beauty sitting in front of him. Alex was sitting on a luxury sofa inside a medieval room with minimal antique furniture built from wood and different unique materials. After Alex and the party appeared before the vampire castle, they were welcomed by the vampire Queen Bellatrix, who was shocked at first after seeing her daughter, but her surprise quickly turned to happiness. After seeing her daughter, Queen Bellatrix completely ignored Alex and Varen and just hugged her daughter while dropping a few tears of happiness. After the short family reunion, Queen Bellatrix returned to being calm, but she had a bright smile as she gave words of gratification to Varen for saving her daughter. Varen updated Lady Bellatrix about the circumstances and the choice he gave to Alex, telling her how he was responsible for choosing Cordelia to be cured, which surprised Lady Bellatrix but also broadened her smile. After a few words of gratification from Lady Bellatrix, Varen and Alex were invited into the castle as she wanted to have a short talk with Alex. Domain ruler, you have my eternal gratitude for saving my daughter's life, Lady Bellatrix said with a smile. Lady Bellatrix, I did what I felt right, but I want to request that you keep my involvement in this matter a secret, Alex said with a smile, and Lady Bellatrix nodded in approval. Alex knew the leaders wouldn't blame him for his choice, but the same could be said for their clan people. I'm willing to give you 5 entry slots to the ancestral blood ground, Lady Bellatrix said with a smile. I don't know what this ancestral blood ground could be, but by its name, I think it should be related to a vampire ancestor, which should automatically make it something special, Alex thought, not knowing what kind of benefits he could acquire. The ancestral blood ground is the legacy ground built by the vampire progenitor to find a candidate to inherit his legacy. The ancestral blood ground was built by the vampire progenitor, but he was not alone in its creation, as many ancient beings of immense power from the ancient era were responsible for its creations. Now this is getting interesting, Alex thought as he got fully focused, not missing a single sentence, knowing the ancestral blood ground was more than just special. The ancestral blood ground is filled with many legacies belonging to mighty beings who lived in the ancient era, and even though the legacies are the most valuable price, but there are also other things with great value that could be gained. The valuable things one could gain from the ancestral ground are many with artifacts of the highest quality, legacies of different ranks, lost knowledge related to magic, and other sources of power, bloodlines of ancestors being the few most valuable. Lady Bellatrix said and then stopped her explanation to give Alex a few moments to digest the information. Now I understand why she said it could benefit me greatly, but she also offered me 5 slots to entry, which means there should be a limit on how many people could enter this special place, Alex thought. After waiting for a few seconds of wait, Lady Bellatrix started her explanation. The ancestral blood ground is only accessible through a space portal that opens in a designated space after every 100 years, and only allows 100 participants to enter it before it closes again. The 2 restrictions for entry into the ancestral blood ground for any individual, regardless of race, are not having reached the age of maturity, which in human years means less than 40 years of age, and the second requirement being that he needs to be a 4th-rank warrior. Lady Bellatrix said with a smile, "How do the 100 entry slots are allocated?" Alex asked. I will not be surprised if the common folks of the domain don't even know about the existence of the ancestral blood ground as with how special it is, but there is no way the big clans don't know about its existence, Alex thought. Alex knew that even if the vampire progenitor was a key figure in the creation of the ancestral blood ground, the vampire clan would still not be able completely to monopolize it, and would be forced to share the slots with other big shots in the Malefi's domain. Alex was not really interested in the ancestral ground entry slot distribution, but he just asked to find out if he, as the domain ruler, would get any free slots, knowing that there should be a monopoly system among the clans. My clan has the 10 entry slots, which is the highest among all the clans, with the other 6 big clans given 6 each and 3 entry slots belonging to the domain guardians and 1 to the domain ruler. I am only given just 1 entry slot, Alex thought, a little unsatisfied with his share. The remaining 50 entry slots are not given but earned through an open power tournament in which anyone who could fulfill the 2 requirements to entry could participate, even if the individual belongs to the 7 big clans, to earn an entry slot, Lady Bellatrix said with a smile. The 1 free entry slots don't sound so bad after all, Alex thought, understanding how big of a competition it would be for the 50 entry slots. Queen Bellatrix is really generous to have given me half of her clan's entry slots, and because of her generously, I would have 6 entry slots, which should mean I can have 5 companions. Alex thought, happy with the gift. How much time has left in the ancestral blood ground opening? Alex asked the most crucial question. The ancestral land will open in 2 years and 11 days, but the tournament for the 50 slots will start half a year before the opening, Lady Bellatrix replied. This is great news, as the 2-year time should be enough for me to gather the 5 companions I could trust. I wonder if I should choose the 5 people for whom I already have a perfect legacy planned, or those with an immense natural talent for whom I have nothing planned, Alex thought, searching his memory to remember the best of the best players from his previous life. Alex planned to recruit many talented players for his organization who he knew had achieved great things with or without ample opportunities, but in this life, he planned to handpick every one of them and provide them with the best of opportunities to turn them into their best versions. I have 2 years to select the 5 companions, and in that time, I should be able to build a solid foundation for my organization, and then making this decision will be a lot easier, so let's see how things turn out in 2 years, Alex thought, focusing back on his current situation. Alex was so hell-bent on creating a strong organization, not just because he wanted to have authority and control enough strength to be on the same level or above the top guilds, but because he needed a strong organization if he wanted to gain anything good from the galactic shop. Queen Bellatrix, I greatly appreciate your generous gift, and even though I can't give you anything of value, I will do my absolute best to change that in the near future, Alex said with a smile. Alex knew the entry slots were just a generous gift, as Lady Bellatrix knew it was ultimately Varen who was responsible for her daughter's treatment, but probably as a mother she couldn't care to be stingy with repaying the favor. Domain Ruler, I am delighted to know that you are happy with the entry slots. Lady Bellatrix replied, Domain Ruler, I will be holding a grand welcome party for my Cordelia recovery, and you are the first guest I am inviting, so please join the party. Lady Bellatrix said, knowing it was time for them to leave. There was no welcome part for me becoming the ruler. Alex thought, but he still replied with a smile. I will be waiting for the invitation, Alex replied. Domain Ruler, do you want to see some rage and devour a beast in action, or would you like to return to the palace? Varen asked telepathically. Let's return to the palace for now, Alex replied, and Varen immediately opened a portal. Queen Bellatrix, Lady Cordelia, it was a pleasure meeting you, Alex said as he walked toward the portal. I wonder if there is a kingdom or domain treasury, and as its ruler, am I allowed to take stuff from it without restriction? Alex thought as he exited the portal before his dark and memorizing throne. Alex climbed the 7 steps and sat on his comfortable throne while Varen silently appeared by the throne's right side and stood silently like a guard on duty. I will ask Varen about the treasury later, but for now, let's ask him about the magical fruits and which one he thinks is the best choice for me. Alex thought as he opened the ruler's shop and selected the replication and evolution fruit. Varen, I want your guidance on which magical fruit will be the best choice for me and could provide both short and long-term benefits, Alex asked as he made the floating windows visible to everyone. The system windows were private by default, but they could be shared with others by a single and even become public, letting everyone around the user see his system screen. Alex had no clue that Varen could easily see the system window even when it was in private mode, and he wouldn't know about it until he discovered it by accident or was told by someone. Domain Ruler, do you want me to advise between these 2 magical fruits, or are you open to my suggestions? Varen asked after looking at the system window with a quick glance. I am open to any of your suggestions, Alex replied, knowing Varen would advise him from his experience and knowledge. Domain Ruler, did you consider the unknown ancient bloodline fruit? Varen asked. I did, but there is just too much unknown about it, making it very risky, so taking the risk when I don't need to is just idiotic, Alex replied. Alex didn't select the bloodline fruit, even though he knew that the domain would not give him anything useless and would give him the most suitable of things, but still, he couldn't convince himself to take the risk when other less risky options were available. Alex knew that the bloodline fruit Varen asked about was the same one he eliminated, but he still opened it in a separate system window for him to see. It is a good decision with logical thinking, but I will tell you what I know about the bloodline fruit, and then you can decide if it is worth it or not, Varen replied in his friendly tone. The bloodline fruit must be something special for Varen to even consider explaining about it, Alex thought, happy with not selecting fruit in his moment of greed. Alex knew that he was so close to selecting the replication ability fruit, and if he had selected it, then there was no going back as the ruler's gift was not refundable or exchangeable, making him stuck with his decision and probably regret it in the future. The bloodline fruit is unique among all the available fruits because it doesn't give a predetermined bloodline, but a bloodline that will be different from ruler to ruler. I was hoping he would tell me about the exact nature of the bloodline, but it looks like my theory about it being different from ruler to ruler was correct. Alex thought, disappointed by the information. I know the domain would not give me something useless, but to my understanding, an unknown bloodline is still a gamble because I will be stuck with it for the rest of my life, and I am not willing to make such a big decision with so many risks, Alex thought. Alex didn't want to choose the bloodline fruit because he knew any bloodline would permanently alter his life. Alex knew that a high-ranking bloodline would give him numerous benefits and provide many advantages, but there would also be disadvantages. Only 2 rulers had chosen the bloodline fruit to this day as their ruler gift, and each of them has received a different bloodline that suited them perfectly. I will briefly explain about the both of the rulers and what bloodline they received to make it easier for you to understand and help to make your decision more clearly, Varen said. The 4th ruler, Gaylard Arard, had great talent in the element of death, and he was the first ruler to select the bloodline fruit in hopes of changing his race to something more gifted in mana. The 4th ruler was born on the Turbis continent in the great Inanos family as the son of the family patriarch. I wonder if it is a hidden continent, Alex thought, hearing a new continent name. The Turbis continent is different from the 7 commonly known continents, and it is located in a remote area of the world, with the closest continent to it being the Elf continent, Varen said, knowing Alex would be curious about the new continent. As the young master of a great family, the 4th ruler was taught about magic from a very young age, and because of his great natural talent, he reached 4th rank at the age of 15. The fourth ruler should be a monster in human skin to have reached the fourth rank at a tender age of just 15. Alex thought, surprised by the crazy progression speed. Alex was surprised because it was common knowledge among the NPCs that it was much harder for even talented individual to advance their strength before their bodies reached the age of maturity. The age of maturity was different for every race, and for humans, it was between 16 to 18. The fourth ruler's progression after reaching the fourth rank became much slower, not because of his body not being mature enough to handle the process of elemental refining, but because of his human race. The human race is gifted with excellent adaptability, allowing them to become great mages like the elves or be legendary blacksmiths like the dwarfs, but being good in everything has its advantages and disadvantages. The human bodies are one such disadvantage, as it is not very gifted in adapting to mana, making them progress their strength at a much slower rate compared to the gifted races like elves and dragons. The disadvantage is not a problem for 99% of the human race, as they will never be talented enough to be troubled by it, but for the talented individuals who have great talent, it becomes a hindrance, making them progress their strength at a much slower pace. This is really funny, as all my life I believed that being less talented was a problem, but ironically, being too talented will also have its problem, Alex thought. The fourth ruler understood his human limits would only get worse as he progressed, so to find a solution to his problem, he left his home on a journey to find a solution, and at the age of 17, he discovered the legacy tomb of the first ruler. Sir Erebus selected Gaylard as the fourth ruler, and as his ruler gift, the fourth ruler selected the bloodline fruit in the hopes of getting a bloodline gifted in mana, Varen said, and after a short pause, he continued his explanation. The fourth ruler received the bloodline of Noxus High Elf, who are incredibly gifted in mana, but their best attribute was their great mastery over the death element. The fourth ruler's natural talent was improved after his race change, and even though it was speculated that he received the bloodline that best suited his wishes, but without more information, it was impossible to confirm it, Varen said. Domain ruler, you have any questions? Varen asked, and after seeing Alex shake his head in refusal, he continued with his explanation. Alex had many questions he wanted to ask, but knowing that the explanation was yet to be completed, he patiently waited to gain more information about the bloodline fruit. The bloodline fruit was selected next by the seventh ruler in the hope that the fourth ruler hypothesis was correct. The seventh ruler Ulzrintit Ilzrim was a dragon born from parents belonging to nature and dark dragon clans, granting him great talent in dark and life elements. The seventh ruler selected the fruit in hopes of obtaining dragon progenitor bloodline, and even though he failed in obtaining it, but the theory that the bloodline fruit provides a bloodline, according to one's desire, was still confirmed. The seventh ruler didn't obtain what he wanted, but he still obtained the next best thing, as he obtained the bloodline of ancient colossal dragon, who were the first descendants of the dragon progenitor. The seventh ruler didn't obtain the bloodline of the dragon progenitor because the bloodline that could be gained from magical fruit was limited to the ancient grade, and the bloodline of the progenitor was of a much higher grade. I believe this should help you make a better decision, and if you have any questions about the bloodline fruit or anything else, please let me know. I will answer then to the best of my ability, Varen said, concluding his explanation. Why didn't the seventh ruler choose the evolution fruit, as it could have evolved his bloodline and given many more benefits? Alex asked. The seventh ruler didn't choose the evolution fruit because it had the great risk attached to it, even though it is undoubtedly the best magical fruit a ruler could choose as his gift, Varen said, and then quickly explained the reason. I will first briefly tell you about my understanding of the difference between the evolution fruit and the bloodline fruit, because it is essential to understand the value and risks of both fruits. The bloodline fruit will forcefully devour and replace an individual bloodline, which is a very complex procedure, but a very safe one. As the bloodline fruit will give a bloodline of the ancient grade, so if the individual consuming the fruit doesn't have a higher grade bloodline than the ancient grade, then the bloodline replacement procedure will be a guaranteed success, Varen said, and took a short pause to let Alex digest the information. The bloodline fruit would provide great benefits with close to no risks attached to it, but what about the evolution fruit? Alex thought as he silently waited for Varen to tell about the evolution fruit. The evolution fruit, on the other hand, will forcefully evolve an individual bloodline, physique, and so on, which is countless times harder and dangerous and more complex procedure than just replacing the bloodline with a more powerful bloodline. In the process of forceful evolution, there are bound to be mutation, as the process is not completely controlled, and there is a very high chance that those mutations will destabilize the most basic structure of the individual bloodline. Domain ruler, what do you think will happen in the condition of the bloodline structure is destabilizing? Varen said in a serious tone. The evolution procedure will be immediately stopped, and all the left energy from the bloodline fruit will be wasted. Alex replied, understanding the risk. I wonder if the failure of the forceful evolution has any side effects, and if it does, how severe will they be? Alex thought as images of some abominations flashed through his mind. I will tell you about the two rulers who selected the evolution fruit and what they gained to help you make a better decision, Varen said in his friendly tone, seeing Alex's unfocused eyes. The evolution fruit was first chosen by the first ruler Sir Erebus, and the benefits he received were so good that compared to them, the ancient colossal dragon bloodline acquired by the seventh ruler will look lackluster. The second ruler Raymarth Kidwa also selected the evolution fruit, but the benefits he received were nothing special, and compared to them, even half of the ancient colossal dragon bloodline will look more lucrative. The benefits both rulers received were so different because the first ruler had a much purer ancestral bloodline, making his bloodline accept the forceful evolution for a longer period, granting him tremendous benefits from the evolution fruit. The second ruler, on the other hand, had the bloodline of Nether Hydra, and even though his bloodline was pure, it was not good enough to handle the forceful evolution, making it mutate in the wrong direction much quicker, granting him very few benefits. Domain ruler, do you want me to explain what benefits both rulers gained from the evolution fruit, or do you want to know something else? Varen asked. Varen, you said that Sir Erebus's bloodline accepted the forceful evolution for a longer period, so did he gain complete benefits from the evolution fruit or not? Alex asked. The first ruler indeed didn't gain the complete benefits from the evolution fruit, and according to him, 34.5 energy from the evolution energy was left when his bloodline started to become unstable, resulting in the evolution process being stopped. If more than 30 energy of the evolution fruit got wasted, how did he gain more benefits than the seventh ruler? Alex questioned before Varen could continue explaining, as things didn't make sense to him. I forgot to tell you the uniqueness of the unknown bloodline fruit, Varen said, and with a small answer, he cleared Alex's doubts. The law energy percentage that each magical fruit will require to mature given by the domain is completely accurate, but the bloodline fruit is unique. Bloodline fruit gives its consumer an ancient-grade bloodline, but they differ from ruler to ruler, as all the ancient-grade bloodlines didn't have the same level of potential, so because of that, every bloodline fruit will require a different amount of law energy, with 97 being the maximum amount that any ancient-grade bloodline could require, Varen said. This makes sense, as it would be a scam if both the elf and dragon bloodline needed the same amount of energy required, Alex thought. If 63.5 of energy from the evolution fruit could provide enough benefits that ancient colossal dragon bloodline will look undesirable, then the energy required by its bloodline fruit shouldn't be too much. How much law energy did both bloodline fruits consume to mature? Alex asked. The Noxus High Elf bloodline fruit consumed 41 law energy from the Dawn Tree, while the ancient colossal dragon bloodline fruit consumed 53 of the law energy, Varen said, replied. The energy consumption is higher than I thought because 13 more energy should not make too much difference in the benefits. Alex thought, confused by the energy percentage of the bloodline fruit. Domain ruler, you're thinking in the wrong direction, Varen said, seeing Alex deep in thought. The bloodline fruit will require such a vast amount of law energy because it will create a completely new thing, same with all the other magical fruit categories, but the evolution fruit is special in this scenario. The evolution fruit doesn't create something completely new, but works and improves on an already established thing which requires a lot less law energy, and because of that, it could provide many more benefits with the same amount of energy than any other magical fruit. This makes sense, but now I am more curious to know what benefits Erebus gained from the evolution fruit. Alex thought. Do you mind telling me about the benefits that first and second ruler gained from the evolution fruit? Alex asked with a smile. Varen started by first telling about what benefits the second ruler gained and how much evolution fruit energy was used before his bloodline became unstable. Varen explained everything in detail by giving a few examples to let Alex comprehend the benefits' true value and make it easy for him to compare with the ancient colossal dragon bloodline. The benefits are not great compared to the bloodline that the seventh ruler gained, but they are not worse than the fourth ruler's bloodline. The overall benefits the second gained are still good considering he gained so much while more than 80 evolution energy was wasted, Alex thought after making a few comparisons. Second ruler's benefits from the evolution fruit included around 40 boost to his natural talent of darkness element, while he also awakened the top grade talent in the illusion element. The elemental physique that the second ruler had was upgraded from legendary to the mythical grade, and even though his bloodline didn't evolve a complete grade, but still, his bloodline potential was enhanced, evolving him from a 7-headed Hydra to a 9-headed Hydra. The second ruler gained a massive boost to his physical and mental strength, and even his ability to sense and control mana was greatly improved, allowing him to progress his strength much faster. The overall benefits that the second ruler gained were great, considering only 16 of the evolution energy was used before his body became unstable and the evolution process was stopped. Domain ruler, do you have any questions you want to be answered, or do you want me to start explaining the benefits that the first ruler received? Varen asked. I just want to know if the second ruler or the first ruler faced any issues in their life because of the forceful evolution and wrong mutations. Alex asked. There are no side effects to the forceful evolution process because the process will be stopped before it could develop in an unwanted direction, Varen replied. Varen started explaining the benefits gained by the first ruler, and after the first benefit to the last, Alex's eyes stayed wide open while his mind told him it was absolute bullcrap, but he knew every word he heard was true. H-O-O. Alex took deep breaths to calm his raging heart after Varen stopped talking. Domain ruler, you need water, Varen said, and seeing Alex nod, he took out an ornate silver glass and instantly filled it with crystal clear water using magic and handed it to Alex. If anyone else had told me that someone gained such ridiculous and broken benefits by just consuming a magical fruit, I would curse his 7 generations for fabricating such a ludicrous lie. Varen has no reason to lie to me, which means everything he said is true. Alex thought, still shaken by hearing the benefits that the first ruler gained. Domain ruler, the benefits received by the first ruler may look excessive as they came from a welcoming gift to the newly selected ruler, but you should also consider the requirement needed to obtain those benefits, Varen said as Alex finished the glass of water. The requirements might be impossible to complete, but still, the benefits are just too ridiculous. But then again, all the benefits from the domain a ruler could receive just break any common sense, Alex thought. The first ruler received all the benefits that the second ruler received and more, with all the benefits being so good that the ancient colossal dragon bloodline didn't look lackluster, but it looked trash in comparison. The first ruler had the bloodline of the ancient titan, a bloodline of the ancient grade, and even though the evolution fruit didn't evolve its grade, the bloodline evolved to the World Eater Titan. Varen didn't have much information about the World Eater Titan bloodline, as the first ruler didn't leave many records about it, but he did know that the ancient Titan bloodline was insignificant compared to its evolved version, even though both bloodlines belonged to the same grade. The first ruler's natural talent in the darkness element was boosted to unknown heights, while he also awakened 2 superior elements, chaos and destruction, and he had a great affinity with both of them. The first ruler gained a massive boost to his mana sensitivity and mental strength, which allowed him to accomplish things tens of times faster than he could previously do. The overall benefits that the first ruler gained boosted his talent to such a level that he could create a new peak 5th rank spell in just 6 hours while being a 5th rank warrior. The 10th ruler, hailed as the greatest talent after the first ruler, took 5 days to create a peak 5th rank spell while being a 5th rank warrior. The list of benefits received by the first ruler went on and on because as he reached higher ranks of strength, his gifts only became better. Varen, did the first ruler didn't have any elemental physique, or did you forget to tell me about it? Alex said after thinking about it for a few seconds. The first ruler had an elemental physique, but like many things, he didn't disclose anything related to it and kept it a secret to himself, Varen replied with a wary smile. It is good Erebus didn't reveal all the benefits he received, because too much information will only make other rulers feel bad about the benefits they will receive, Alex thought, not even interested in knowing more. Now the logical choice is to choose the bloodline fruit by first selecting a good bloodline that will best suit me, but then again, missing on the evolution fruit after knowing about the benefits it could provide just doesn't sit well with me, Alex thought. Varen, so which fruit would you recommend that I should choose? Alex asked. Alex knew he could waste all the time he wanted, but there was no way he would make a decision he wouldn't regret. The bloodline fruit is the safest option, but if you are willing to sacrifice guaranteed benefits to take a greater risk for better rewards, then choose the evolution fruit, Varen replied with an emotionless face. I was hoping he would give me some false hope and make select between the 2 fruits without regretting my decision, Alex thought with a wary smile. Alex knew that the bloodline fruit was the best and only logical choice, and even thinking about the evolution fruit was a stupid thing, but as a human, greed was a big part of his life, and there was no changing it. Any bloodline of the ancient grade will give me great benefits in both the short and long term, because the benefits will only get better as I progress through the ranks and gain more strength, but the benefits will be limited to just the bloodline. The evolution fruit, in comparison, could give me all the benefits of the bloodline and many more, and even though the risk is crazy high, but so are the rewards. Alex thought, conflicted about his choice. Varen, do you know if I could get the evolution and bloodline fruit of the same quality from the ruler's shop? Alex asked. Domain ruler, in my knowledge, the unknown bloodline fruit and evolution fruit of the same quality won't be available for purchase, but their variants will be available. The evolution fruits available for purchase will only evolve a specific thing, and the bloodline fruits with predetermined bloodlines will be available, and their quality will be proportional to your ruler's authority, Varen replied. This solves the problem. Alex thought, making his decision. Varen, do you think it will be a stupid decision if I chose the evolution fruit? Alex asked, knowing Varen would tell him the truth without sugarcoating it. I will be choosing the evolution fruit, Alex said, not overthinking his decision. I hope my body can handle the forceful evolution until at least 15 to 20 evolution energy gets used, as that should provide me with enough benefits not to regret my decision. Alex thought, hoping for the best. Alex was not delusional in believing that he would have a better result than the first ruler when he had the most common bloodline, but his bloodline was also why he didn't miss out on the evolution fruit. The human bloodline's greatest advantage was its adaptability, and Alex understood that, and because of it, he was willing to take the risk, knowing this was his only chance to use an evolution fruit of such quality. Let's get my gift, Alex thought as he opened the ruler's shop. Alex quickly went to the gift section, and without looking at any other magical fruit, he went to the evolution fruit and swiftly claimed it as his ruler gift. Evolution fruit claimed, I thought the magical fruit would mature in a few days, but I didn't expect it to take 30 days. Alex thought, looking at the newly available option on his ruler window. Malify's domain ruler profile. Name hidden ones. Status domain ruler. Domain connection rank 0010. Authority rank 0010. Shop missions of Dawn Tree. Dawn Tree available law energy 100 law drops. Available magical fruit evolution fruit. Name evolution fruit. Resource magical fruit. Category special. Quality ancient. Effects evolution. Maturation period 29 days 2359 minutes. Maturation state 0.1100. Description: a magical fruit that evolves the consumer's bloodline, physique, natural talent, and so on to their maximum potential. The evolution fruit wasn't given to Alex, but it was directly growing on the Dawn Tree in the castle garden, and he only took it after it matured completely and was ready to use. Varen, do you think my strength will affect the forceful evolution process? Alex asked. Alex had no clue if using the evolution fruit while being a mortal rank warrior or a 5th grade warrior made any difference, but he wanted to do everything possible to increase his success rate. The first ruler used the evolution fruit when he was a 5th rank warrior, and the second ruler did the same, and you already know both of their results. I believe strength doesn't make any difference, but to be on the safe side, you should consume the fruit after reaching the peak of the 3rd rank, as it is the limit of the mortal rank, Varen said. In 30 days, I can advance to the 2nd or even the 3rd rank if the promotion quest of my legacy is not too difficult, and reaching the 3rd rank peak should be easy. I would like to consume the fruit after reaching the 5th rank like 1st and 2nd ruler, but I know it will take me a lot of time, even with the help from my legacy, Alex thought. If an NPC had achieved such a feat of reaching the 5th rank in mere 1.5 years, he would be the most remarkable talent to ever exist on the planet, but for a player, it was possible because of their cheats. An NPC needed to learn the mysteries of their element and accumulate mana inside their bodies to slowly reach a limit and break it to advance in ranks. The player completely skipped this process and replaced it with levels, making them kill anything to gain exp and increase their level to reach that limit, and to break it, they just needed to clear a promotion quest. This was the reason why all players could reach the peak of the 3rd rank by just leveling, and only a minority of NPCs will ever reach that level of strength. The evolution fruit could be consumed anytime after it matures, as it will never spoil, so there is no need for me to rush to reach the peak of the 3rd rank in just 30 days. Alex thought, dropping his crazy idea. Alex had the idea to use power level services to reach the peak of each rank and quickly complete the promotion quests to reach the peak of the 3rd rank in 30 days, but after remembering his past life mistakes, he immediately dropped the idea. Alex understood that if his foundation was weak, it would only get worse as he progressed to higher ranks, and eventually he would hit a barrier that he couldn't break, and it would be too late to correct his mistakes. Let's ask Varen about the treasury, Alex thought with a hidden smile. Varen, I was told by Sir Erebus that as the ruler of the Malify's domain, I will also be the ruler of Abruz's kingdom, Alex asked. Alex's end goal was the kingdom treasury, but he couldn't just shamelessly ask about it, so he decided to use the conversation flow to learn about it. Yes, you are the ruler of the Abruz's kingdom, but you don't need to worry about managing it, as the whole kingdom is made out of big and small clans that each has a chosen patriarch, and they are perfectly managing their clan, Varen replied. It is good I do not need to waste time playing the role of the king, but there is a problem, Alex thought. In a kingdom, a king has absolute authority, which I clearly don't have as most, if not all, clan leaders don't really recognize me as the ruler. So doesn't that make me just a king in name and status with zero authority? Alex said. Alex was not upset by his conclusion, as he didn't give a crap about being a king or his kingly duties, because they were just extra headaches that he never planned to handle in the first place. You are right about your thinking, because the status of the ruler and the king are closely linked, but your status still grants you many privileges, Varen replied. I wonder how much and what will be the yearly tribute, Alex thought, only focusing on the good part. Varen, do you have anything important to tell me about the Malifis domain? Alex asked. Domain ruler, there are many things, but you will learn them as you spend more time in the domain, so for the time being, just focus on increasing your strength and making progress as the ruler, Varen replied. Varen, if there is nothing important that needs my presence, then I want to go to the human continent, Alex said. I will ask Queen Bellatrix to send a few of her trusted clan members who will accompany you as your shadow guards, Varen said. I thought Varen would accompany me, as he is a guardian with the job of protecting my life. Alex thought. You are not coming with me as my guardian, Alex asked. I can't leave the domain for a long period because of a few special circumstances, but the vampire clan member who will accompany you will be qualified to handle any situation, Varen replied as he took out a communication slip in the shape of a plain white badge. I should tell Varen that I will be meeting with people from the human empire who probably don't have good intentions, as they have arranged a forceful meeting using Badger, Alex thought. Alex didn't have any clue about the intention behind the search for him by the people from the empire, but he was not worried about meeting them because of Varen. Varen, I want to tell you something important, Alex said, seeing Varen place the communication slip back in his space ring. After gaining Varen's attention, Alex started explaining the situation with Badger and the forceful meeting arranged by the people from the human empire. Domain ruler, if the human empire or anyone else intends to harm you, they will regret it, Varen said with a smile. Domain ruler, the vampire clan member, will arrive in a few hours, so in the meantime, why don't I give you the tour of the palace, Varen said. The palace tour should also include the tour of the treasury. Alex thought with shining eyes and stood up from the throne, ready for the palace tour. Varen led the way and started introducing different areas of the palace and palace staff, which included maids, royal guards, knights, and so on. Domain ruler, my name is Iliro Feroris, and I am the head maid of the palace, a beautiful elf lady said while slightly bowing in a show of her respect. This is just ludicrous, Alex thought, looking at the head maid stat window. Name Iliro Feroris. Race Wood Elf. Class Grand Magician. Title Nature Daughter Element Ruler Head Maid, LVL 597. Rank 6th rank Peak. Condition. She's a peak 6th rank magician and she is working as just a maid, Alex thought, astonished. Lady Iliro, it is my pleasure meeting with you, Alex said, not introducing himself because Varen had already told everyone in the palace about him, or at least that is what he told him. Domain ruler, if you need anything done in the palace, please ring this bell and I will be by your side to complete all your wishes, Iliro said with a pretty smile as she handed him a small black bell. Alex received the bell and placed it inside his inventory without checking it, and then the palace tour continued. The next 40 minutes of the palace tour passed quickly, but for Alex, those 40 minutes were very, very long as he felt one shock after the other. The palace was massive, with hundreds of rooms and tens of floors, and every floor was a piece of art as the clinging walls, the corridors, stairs, and even the handrail were built with unique and luxurious materials, but all that was more digestible than the people roaming the palace floors. Alex had seen close to 1,000 people roaming the palace floor, which included maids, chefs, gardeners, musicians, and guards, with each being a 4th or above rank warrior, and the best thing was that everyone showed him respect in their own way. I am certain that I have seen more 4th and 5th rank NPCs in the last 40 minutes than I did in my last life. Alex thought as he nodded toward the 2 5th rank royal knights clad in full body black and gold armor, who just saluted him by thunderously smashing their dark spears on the floor. Varen, why are so many talented people working these mundane jobs in the palace? Alex asked as they walked through a long, empty corridor. Alex was genuinely surprised by the palace staff, as everyone was above the 4th rank, with there also being a few 5th and 6th rank warriors. They work these jobs because the palace has the best training chambers in the whole Malifis domain, allowing anyone to make progress at a much faster pace, and every palace worker can use them, albeit there are a few conditions. The pay is also great, and other benefits for being a worker in the palace, so these talented people don't feel any shame working the mundane jobs, but believe me, they are very proud of their jobs, Varen replied. The benefits the training chambers could provide must be otherworldly to make these proud people with such strength to do these mundane jobs. Alex thought as he silently followed behind Varen. The weather looks perfect. Alex thought as he reached the end of the corridor and saw the shining sun, clear sky with a few white clouds. This is the palace guard training ground, Varen said as they reached a big area. All of them are palace guards, Alex thought, looking at few thousand jacked men in a vast, empty area. The few guards Alex used appraisal on were all middle to peak 5th rank warriors, which didn't surprise him much at this point. The moment Alex entered the training ground, all the guards immediately looked toward him, and like waiting for his arrival, they stopped what they were doing and assembled into 10 straight lines. Greeting Domain Ruler, a hulking giant man appeared before Alex and said with his neck straight in a deep voice, and even though he didn't bow like everyone else, his eyes showed no disrespect. Greetings, Domain Ruler, all the guards said in unison. Domain Ruler, my name is Grildrin Mardekrig, and I am the Royal Guard Chief Captain, the man said with an emotionless face. It's my pleasure to meet you, Chief Captain, Alex replied with a smile, and in reply, the big man just nodded at him. After the greeting, the Chief Captain gave Alex a black bell similar to one the head maid gave him, and told him to ring it if he ever needed his help, and then he and Varen left him alone with the Guard Regiment Captain. I am not surprised that the Guard Chief Captain is a peak 8th rank warrior, but even the 7 regiment captains are early to mid 8th rank warriors, Alex thought after he was done meeting 7 of the 10 Guard regiments captain. Grildrin, the chief captain, was a berserker and belonged to the dragon race, while the 7 regiment captains belonged to different races, and surprisingly one of them was an orc who looked nothing like the ugly orcs. I wonder if I will receive more of these black bells, Alex thought, checking the stat window of the black bell. Alex received 9 black bells, 1 from the head maid, 1 from the chief captain, and 7 from the regiment captains. Each bell had a sole imprint of the individual who gave it to him, and when Alex will ring the bell, it would send a signal to that person of his exact location from any distance, and the best thing was that the bell signal couldn't be blocked with any kind restriction magic. Alex spent around half an hour touring the training area, and it was an absolute blast for him, because he only ever had talked with very few 5th rank warriors in his life, and they were all very proud and cocky and treated him like heir. But now there were thousands of rank 5 and above warriors all around him trying their best to start a conversation with him, and even though Alex understood it was only because of his status that he luckily acquired, but he also knew this was his new reality. There were 10 palace guard regiments, but Alex only met with 7 because the other 3 captains were out doing missions and couldn't make it to the palace at short notice. I'm getting addicted to this kingly treatment, and if I am not careful, it will mess with me very badly. Alex thought about the serious issue, but he still had a big smile. If Varen planned to show me the whole palace, then it would take a whole day to get to the treasury, Alex thought as he finished the most delicious meal of his life. After leaving the training area, Varen took Alex to the palace kitchen that had a few hundred chefs working nonstop, making different dishes from high-grade ingredients, making the whole kitchen smell incredible. The head chef was a kind old grandma belonging to the human race, and not so surprisingly, she was a 7th rank warrior with the occupation of the spirit chef. The head chef prepared her best recipe as a welcome gift to Alex, and he enjoyed it, taking his time to savor the dish while also enjoying the crazy short period buffs he received. Varen, what are the most important places in the palace? Alex asked as they left the giant kitchen. The palace garden, library, hunting grounds, armory, lab areas, sealed rooms, training chambers, mana land, dungeons, art gallery, and the palace treasury. There are many more places, but they are not too important, at least not for the time being, Varen said. At least there is a treasury, Alex thought. Varen led the way, and Alex silently followed his lead, and in the next 4 hours, they visited the palace garden, library, and the hunting grounds. The hunting ground was the least surprising of the 4 places, as it was a large, beautiful jungle at the back of the palace filled with different beasts ranging from 1st to the 7th rank. Alex was still surprised by the quantity of named monsters and wandering world bosses he saw while floating above the vast jungle, but the shock he got after visiting the other 3 places was much bigger. The palace garden was the next place Alex visited after leaving the kitchen, and it was surprising, to say the least, as the garden was a few hundred meters in area at a minimum, and it was still inside the boundary of the palace. The garden was filled with rare plant resources of high quality, and even though Alex only knew the basics of alchemy, but after a quick walk in the garden, he understood that this place was more than a treasure trove for any alchemist. The next place they visited was the library, and just like the garden, it was a huge and magnificent building with 7 floors, each with better material than the last, and to Alex's delight, he could visit any floor without any restriction. The library only had 7 floors, but each floor housed thousands of shelves, with millions of books ranging from common to priceless treasures that even the strongest of people would desire for themselves. The library had books of alchemy recipes, blueprints of accessories, magic spells, ancient knowledge parchments, skill books, and everything else that could be put into words. After spending a whole hour in the library, Varen used the levitation spell on Alex, making him float in the air. I knew the palace would be big, but this is just unexpected, Alex thought as he floated higher and higher in the air. The palace was built on a massive mountain chain, probably covering close to 7 to 10 kilometers of the mountain surface. The palace building was massive, reaching a few hundred meters in height, and huge black walls completely circled the palace, making the boundary. The palace building was in the center and took close to 2 kilometers of the area, while the space between the boundary walls and the palace was divided into different sections, as few had giant mansions and few had towering buildings. The whole area in the boundary walls was flat ground and looked nothing like the top of a mountain, and looked more like a bustling city as people could be seen walking around. This is Talai's mountain range, and it is located in the center of the Malefe's domain, and even though the palace doesn't have any official name, people call it the King's Palace, Varen said, seeing Alex scanning the whole mountain range. After telling him about the mansions and the building, Varen took Alex above the vast forest at the back of the palace. This is the Evam Forest, and it is also the oldest and the most dangerous forest in the Malefe's domain, Varen said, standing by Alex's side as they floated high above the forest. I am at least a few kilometers above the ground, and I still can't see the end of this sea of trees, Alex thought as he looked at the sea of towering trees. Varen briefly told Alex about the forest and showed him a few good areas for hunting, and then they returned to the palace. Domain ruler, let's do the palace tour another time because the vampire clan members will be arriving shortly, and we still need to visit the palace treasury for you to get some good equipments, Varen said as they landed in the palace boundaries. This is great, Alex thought after hearing about the treasury and good equipments. Varen opened a portal, and Alex entered it with a bright smile while imagining some wild and broken equipments. But surprisingly, the place he appeared at wasn't the treasury room but the throne room. This is the throne room, Alex thought, looking at the black throne in front of him. Domain ruler, you need to place your hand on the wall behind the throne to open the portal to the ruler treasury, Varen said, seeing Alex look confused. I thought the treasury would be placed on some highly guarded underground floor, but the throne room is not bad, Alex thought as he quickly climbed the stairs and walked toward the plain black wall. I am not surprised that appraisal shows it as a common wall, Alex thought. Alex placed his hand on the wall, and immediately foreign energy passed through his body, which startled him for a moment, but he regained his calm, understanding it should be an identification process. In the next few seconds, the plain wall started to twist and turn, and slowly, a swirling portal manifested on it. After the portal opened, Alex immediately walked into it, and after a moment of darkness, he appeared inside a giant room. This place looks much more organized than I imagined, Alex thought as he looked at hundreds of items displayed on plain black crystal-like stands. This place looks more like a collection vault than an empire treasury, Alex thought as he looked around, only seeing accessories. Alex already talked about the restrictions with Varen, and to his delight, there were no restrictions on the quantity or the quality of the item he could take. Alex was now roaming around the vast room looking for the best armor and 2 magic rings, as he planned to replace all his equipments with the best available in the treasury. There should be a little over 1,000 items in this room, which is surprisingly very low, but the good thing is they are all of the high quality, Alex thought as he checked the displayed items. Alex spent the next hour roaming around the room, checking every item one by one, making notes using the system, and placing each item into one of the 3 categories: okay, good, and excellent. Alex was making a catalog of every item while searching for the one he wanted, because he planned to give them to his future companions, as every item in the treasury was above middle unique quality, with there also being a few legendary quality items. Zero restricted Alex from selling anything gained from Malefe's domain that he didn't acquire using his strength, but that restriction didn't stop him from giving away items freely. Alex planned to arm his companion with the best of the best equipments, but as the quantity was very limited, only the deserving member of the organization would ever get the chance to earn them. After 1 whole hour, Alex had checked all the 1,073 equipments, and now he was browsing through his catalog to choose the best 3 equipments. This armor is custom made for a battle mage like me, Alex thought, checking a full set of cloth armor. Name: Runic Custodian Set. Equipment: 6 pieces armor set. Quality: legendary middle. Grade: unranked. Bound: nuns. 1 effect: increase magic physical attack damage by 150. Increase mana health recovery by 300. Increase all element resistance by 500. 2 effect: increase defense by 250. Increase resistance to all abnormal statuses by 100. increase resistance to critical hits by 100. 3 effect, increase vitality by 200, increase stamina by 100, increase strength by 100. Skill. This is what real broken buffs look like, but unfortunately they will be downgraded to match my strength the moment I bind the armor with me. Alex thought as he took the armor from the display stand and started wearing it. In Ancient World, all equipments above silver quality had their original stats with restrictions, but they could be down or upgraded by a blacksmith to be used by an individual of any rank. For example, gold quality sword of 5th rank could only be used by a 5th or above rank warrior, but a blacksmith could place limits on the weapon and down or upgrade it to any rank between 1st to 5th rank, making the weapon usable for the warrior of any rank. All legendary equipments were forged with the ability to automatically adjust their stats depending on their user's strength, and because of this unique ability, there was no need to visit a blacksmith to upgrade a weapon rank. Alex quickly wore the full armor set and then cut his palm with Umbris and let the blood flow onto the armor, and in a few seconds the blood was absorbed into the chest, and he received the system notification of successful binding. I look like a king in this armor, Alex thought, looking at himself in the system mirror. The armor was a 6-piece cloth armor set: chest, leggings, belt, gloves, shoes, crown. The armor was made from sleek black leather with intricate details made from gold material, and even though those details only added little protection, they made the pure black armor look much more incredible. The armor chest piece was made from a full-sleeve leather shirt and a sleeveless coat above it that was designed similarly to the medieval aristocrat coat, with small gold buckles on both sides that were connected with thin black chains, firmly holding the chest piece in place. The leggings of the armor were plain black leather pants with golden lines on both sides, and the belt piece had a golden buckle with tiny golden runes completely covering it, making them hard to notice. The shoes were knee-high boots and had 4 black leather straps with golden buckles on each shoe, and the gloves had intricate details made from golden material covering their back. The unique piece of the armor set was its crown, made completely from a black material, and even the diamonds embedded into it were pure black, which blended perfectly with the crown. The armor fitted Alex perfectly because of the unique ability. Each legendary equipment had that let them adjust their size according to their users. Let's check the armor downgraded stats, Alex thought as he opened the armor set stats. Name: Runic Custodian Set. Equipment: 6 pieces armor set. Quality: Epic Legendary. Grade: Mortal Rank Growth Type. Bound: Hidden Ones. 1 effect: increase magic physical attack damage by 20. Increase mana health recovery by 50. Increase all element resistance by 50. 2 effect: increase defense by 30. Increase resistance to all abnormal statuses by 30. Increase resistance to critical hits by 20. 3 effect: increase vitality by 50. Increase stamina by 50. Increase strength by 50. Skill: 1 miasma field. A miasma field with a 10-meter radius will be created around the user, and the miasma attribute will depend on the element mana used. Mana required: 100 per second, no cooldown. The destructive power of the miasma field and its radius could be increased by the amount of mana used. 2 Rage Embodiment: use the stored resentment energy to boost player strength without any side effects. 10 to 1000 mana, required cooldown 1 to 100 minutes. 3 Psychic Shield: protect the player's mind from any psychic attacks. Passive limited to 3rd rank, mana required. Description: a armor set forged by Armdar Berthoreher, a dwarven blacksmith emperor, for his beloved friend, using the hide of a spirit draconic chimera. The stat boosts are not downgraded too badly, and the skills also look good, Alex thought as he opened the second skill to check its details as it had confusing information. Name: Rage Embodiment. Grade: Mortal Rank. Stored Resentment Energy, 0-100. Use the stored resentment energy to boost player strength without any side effects. Cooldown, 1 to 100 minutes. Mana required, 10 to 1000 mana. The cooldown and mana usage will depend on the resentment energy used. Description: a small amount of resentment energy will be passively absorbed from the newly killed organisms in a 10-meter radius around the player. The skill looks good as it comes with no side effects, and it works similarly to a berserk skill, but I need to do some testing to understand its potential, Alex thought, happy with his new armor. The Psychic Shield skill is good as it works passively, while the Miasma Field skill looks like a crowd control skill with few solid restrictions, Alex thought as he happily closed the system window. Let's quickly get my 2 new rings as well, Alex thought as he walked toward the corner of the room, but Varen stopped him. Domain ruler, the vampire clan member have arrived and are waiting for you in the throne room, Varen said after appearing in front of Alex like a ghost. I just need to pick these 2 rings, and then we can leave immediately, Alex said as he quickly walked toward the corner of the room. Alex quickly picked up the 2 legendary quality rings and placed them into his inventory, leaving the binding process for later. Let's get going, Alex said as he walked toward the portal with a happy smile. Alex entered the portal after Varen, and in an instant he was back in the throne room, and the first thing he noticed was 2 pairs of red eyes looking toward him belonging to the 2 vampires, one male and one female. Greetings, Domain Ruler. My name is Darian Anemus. Darian introduced himself to Alex while giving Varen a slight nod. Darian looked like a middle-aged man with cold eyes, an emotionless face and pure white skin, and he had 2 protruding fangs, and overall everything about him screamed danger. Sir Darian, it is my pleasure to meet you, Alex said with a smile. Domain Ruler, you look more handsome than I heard. The lady vampire appeared face to face with him, startling him a little as she was gorgeous. Lady Margaret, it's nice to meet you, and as for helping Cordelia, I didn't do much, Alex replied with a smile, trying his best to control his eyes to not look at Margaret's cleavage. Margaret was the same height as Alex, and she was wearing a long red gown dress that was tightly fit and perfectly outlined her body. I am surprised that these 2 are elemental rulers, Alex thought silently, standing next to Varen and 2 of his shadow guardian. Darian and Margaret were middle 8th rank warriors, and after the introduction, they both casually took the law oath to protect Alex's life for the next 2 years. The law oath tied the life of 2 elemental rulers with Alex's well-being, which was very surprising, but also made it clear that Alex was getting the treatment because of his status and needed to work hard to keep it. Domain Ruler, Darian will be your guardian and teacher, as he will be responsible for teaching you physical and magical combat, while Lady Margaret will teach you about mana and everything related to it, Varen said. Learning from 2 great elemental rulers will be a great experience. Alex thought happy about the news. Domain Ruler, do you know how to use your continental teleportation skill? Varen asked. Domain Ruler, you must precisely follow a few steps to use the continental teleportation skill, Varen said, seeing Alex shake his head in decline. You need first to sense your connection with the domain, which will be the easiest step, and then you will see an astral projection of the whole world, which will be very overwhelming, and you will probably lose consciousness. After you can maintain your consciousness while seeing the astral projection of the world, you need to mark the continent and select a safe place for teleportation, Varen said. What astral projection? Alex thought, trying to make sense of the newly gained information. Domain Ruler, to sense your connection with the domain, you just need to concentrate and feel the mana inside your body and then gather the mana in your heart, and then everything will become clear to you, Varen said. Let's do what Varen says and see what will happen, Alex thought as he closed his eyes. After emptying his mind of all the thoughts, Alex started sensing the mana inside his body, which was an easy thing to accomplish because of his past life training, and just as Varen said, he easily guided the mana to his heart. After guiding mana to his heart for a few seconds, Alex felt a jolt of shock, and then his mind went black for a moment, and the next thing he saw wasn't pitch darkness but the incredible view of a giant world. Alex stood in a dark, empty vacuum of space in ghost form, and in front of him was the view of the giant, colorful planet that he was very familiar with as he saw it every time he entered the game. This is the ancient world. Alex was a little confused as he looked at the giant, colorful world before him. Alex was confused because the world in front of him was the ancient world he saw every time he entered the game, but it looked much different from the one he remembered. This should be what the real ancient world looks like, Alex thought as he stood in a dark vacuum of space. The ancient world Alex was looking at looked completely different from the one he remembered, as it showed 5 large continents on just the one side of the world that he could currently see and not the usual 1 or 2 continents. This overly green continent is Mother Adobe the Elf continent, and this continent with the sky-piercing mountains is the Dwarven continent. But what about these other 3 unique-looking continents? Alex thought, intrigued by the new discovery. I still haven't lost my consciousness like Varen said I would, which is a good thing, but now the question is how do I mark the human continent, which is on the other side of the world? Alex thought as he stood silently. How did I do this? Alex thought as his vision zoomed on to one of the 3 unknown continents. I was thinking about what this giant volcano looks like from up close before this happened. Alex realized and immediately tried to return his view to normal, and without any delay, his sight returned to normal. This is great, Alex thought as he focused back onto the unknown continents that was filled with thousands of small and big volcanoes. This is so much fun, Alex thought as he focused on the volcano with a tremendous amount of lava oozing out of it. Alex played with his ability for 2 minutes, and while he was searching the volcanic continent to see if there were any man-made structures on it, his head went blank and he lost consciousness. What is going on? Alex thought as he opened his eyes to the sound of system notifications ringing in his head. Congratulations, player hidden 1. Astral world projections skill gained. Continental teleportation skill gained. Domain ruler, how was your first experience with the astral world projection? Lady Margaret asked. Alex looked around and found himself in a luxury room, lying on a bed, and around the bed stood Varen, Lady Margaret, Darian, and the palace head maid. I think this is what Lady Margaret meant by losing consciousness. Alex thought as he took an upright position on the bed, still slightly startled by the unique astral projection experience. I was able to see many unknown continents that I had no idea existed, and I was able to closely view any place and adjust my sight by just thinking about it. Alex replied with what he experienced. Domain ruler, you can do that, and you can also teleport to any place in the world of astral projection, but with your current mental strength, the time you can stay in there is very limited, and it will get shortened every time you do something as it will consume your mental strength. Lady Margaret said with a smile, my mental strength should have run out, making me unconscious. Alex thought as he opened the system window. Domain ruler, drink this potion as it will help you quickly recover your mental strength. Eliel, the head maid, gave Alex a potion bottle with transparent liquid inside. Domain ruler, you just need to think about marking a continent after teleporting to its surface, but keep in mind that a maker is a permanent thing. So carefully select the human continent and mark a safe place away from population, and to exit the astral world, you just need to think about leaving it. Lady Margaret said. Varen, I want to ask if the astral projection skill shows a perfect replication of the real world. Alex asked Varen, knowing he would know more about it as a guardian. Alex asked the question that was in his mind from the moment he realized he could zoom in and out of any place he wanted. The astral projection only shows the natural state of the world without any artificial structure, but it will change as your ruler's authority increases, Varen replied. The astral projection is a really broken skill, Alex thought with a smile. Alex drank the potion and asked a few more questions about the unknown continents he saw in the astral projection, but he was told to search for answers in the palace library. After an hour, he was back in the astral projection world, and without wasting any time, he teleported to the side of the world with the human continent, and within 1 minute, he was done marking it as his teleportation destination. After exiting the astral world, Alex received the continental teleportation skill, and now, he was checking the system information of both newly gained skills. Name, astral world projection. Quality, mythical unique. Grade, mortal rank, growth type. Cooldown, none. Description, the skill allows the player to see a perfect replica of the world in its natural state in astral form. Name, continental teleportation. Quality, mythical unique. Grade, mortal rank, growth type. Marked continent, 2-2 Malifis domain human continent. Cooldown 12 hours. Description, the skill lets the player teleport to the designated continents with up to a maximum of 2 companions. I can teleport with 2 companions with me, and I could do it after every 12 hours without any restrictions. Alex thought with a smile, happy with both skills. Alex needed 0 mana to use the continental teleportation skill, and even with the extra companions, it cost him nothing. Domain ruler, enjoy your journey, Varen said as Alex prepared to use the continental teleportation skill. Alex closed his eyes while holding hands with Lady Margaret and Darian, and then used the continental teleportation skill, and as the only set destination was on the human continent, it was automatically selected. In the next few seconds, a dark purple rune started to appear, making a large magic circle with Alex in the center. After the magic circle was complete, which took less than 5 seconds from start to finish, it shone brightly, and the next thing Alex saw was pitch darkness which disappeared after 2 seconds, and the scenery was also completely changed. Alex had marked his teleportation location in the endless forest near Nova, the capital city of the White Flame Empire, because it was the best place on the whole continent. After getting teleported to the human continent, Alex equipped his epic cloak and used the invisibility skill because the teleportation area was a rank 4 beast zone, and without the invisibility, he would be dead in no time. Alex, 2 shadow guardians, would only help him if he was in a situation with serious consequences or if he asked them to help him, which he didn't plan to do unless the situation was terrible. Alex was happy with his shadow guardian's decision because he understood that his being an immortal adventurer would have no meaning if they rescued him from every danger. After reaching the city, Alex rented a luxury room for a few months in the best available hotel, and now he was lying on the bed while being a little anxious and excited about the future. I will meet Badger and find out what the people from the human empire want from me, but more importantly, Let's meet with Zero and see if he can give me what I want by using my one-time wish. Alex thought with an anxious heart as he used his wish. Alex closed his eyes, drifting into slumber, and when he opened them again, he saw sand and a calm ocean. Alex appeared on an empty while wearing shorts, short-sleeve shirts and sandals, and to his right side, 2 deck chairs were placed, and on one of them was a man lying while holding a glass of juice. Adventurer, we meet again. Come take a seat and get comfortable and tell me what you want for your wish, Zero said as he waved toward Alex. Alex walked toward the deck chair and took his seat, and after taking a deep breath, he told Zero what he wanted. I want a cure for the Devourer curse that could heal the infected on a large scale, Alex said while holding his breath, fully prepared for a direct rejection. Do you want something like the Nirvana elixir? Zero asked as he took a sip from his fancy juice glass. I want a cure that doesn't have any limitations like the Nirvana elixir, and it could also be produced quickly with relative ease in large quantity, Alex replied, a little relieved that his wish wasn't outright rejected. This was an excellent joke, Zero said as the juice glass vanished, and he took an upright position coming face to face with Alex. There are many ways to cure infected individuals with Devourer curse or other abnormalities, but the higher the infected individual's strength, the rarer and harder it is to produce the cure. I can give you a recipe that could cure even a peak elemental ruler, but know this: the resources needed to produce that potion will be very hard to acquire, even with the help from Malafy's domain, Zero replied with a smile. I knew there was close to zero chance that a cure of miracle quality could be produced easily, but at least I tried. Alex thought, not disappointed with the answer. What is the best that you can offer me? Alex asked. I can give 6 potions that will cure 6 infected individuals with no strength restrictions, like the Nirvana elixir. Or I can tell you where to get an item that could cure any infected individual of any rank with the help of easily available resources, but do know it will be very hard for you to acquire it even with the help of Malafy's domain. Zero casually replied, this is a tough choice. It would be great to have 6 fully healed elemental rulers, but I can't use their strength for much with the restrictions, so there is no point in even considering this option, Alex thought. I will choose the second option, Alex said, and the emotionless face of Zero was replaced with a bright smile. Your chances of getting the item are only 11, while the chances of your avatar getting permanently killed while trying to obtain it are 36, with the other 53 possibility left to the unknown future, which will definitely not be pretty. I am telling you this because after I tell you where to get the special item, you can't go back on the deal, and the same deal will never be available even if you pay for the highest grade wish. So you still want the information on the item, or do you want to get the miracle potions? Zero said with a wide smile, like he was enjoying the situation. If I can't get a similar deal even with a platinum wish, then it is more of a reason to choose the second option, Alex thought. A player could buy wishes of different grades from Zero, and to buy a wish, a player needed to pay a certain amount of galactic shop coins, which was the currency a player would earn after reaching the 4th rank. I will take the second option, Alex replied. The special item is a peak legendary quality ring archaic ring, and its current holder is a demon prince named Rongredin, and to acquire it, you need to visit the demon continent and kill him. Rongredin is a peak 5th rank warrior, and he is the youngest child of the current demon king, and to get more information on him, go visit the demon continent. Archaic ring is just half of the item, and the other half is an ancient red gem which is already in your possession, and with this, your wish is completed, Zero said as he snapped his finger, sending Alex's consciousness back to the game. I wonder how he will react after finding that the red gem would have automatically led him to the ring location after advancing to a certain quality. He didn't even let me ask any question, Alex thought, pissed at Zero for the limited information as he regained consciousness. Let's forget about Zero and organize the information he told me, Alex thought. I can't go to the demon continent until I increase my ruler authority and raise my continental teleportation skill rank, but I can easily complete the condition of the ancient red gem. Alex smiled as he looked at the red gem stat window. Name ancient red gem 1-2. Equipment type accessory. Quality common mythical plus. Bound hidden ones. Skill 1 appraisal A skill that could help the player appraise things and understand their real value. Skill 2, sealed 14 1000 to unseal the second skill. The player needs to appraise 1000 different forging materials. Skill 3, sealed 0. I have time until the meeting with Badger, which should be more than enough to buy and appraise 1000 different forging materials. Alex thought as he quickly opened the player auction forum. Alex started buying any and every listed forging material on the forum, not caring about their price, and in 15 minutes, he was gone purchasing over 1000 different quality forging materials. Let's start appraising these expensive rocks, Alex thought as he started the long, continuous task of using the appraisal skill. While Alex was excitedly appraising colorful metals one after the other, a meeting between two individuals was happening, which would start a chain of events that, unbeknownst to him or anyone, would massively change the future of this world. A dark, unknown room. A man reaching 9 feet in height, covered in a dark cloak, kneeled in front of a shadowy, twisted mirror in a poorly lit room. "My queen, what this loyal servant can do for you." A deep voice echoed in the room. "A noble sacrifice." A bewitching voice came from the mirror. "It is my honor to sacrifice my life for the greater good of my race." The cloaked man replied with his head down. "The king has decided to change his plans for the human continent, and you are required to play the key role in it, so listen carefully because there is no room for error. The demon invasion will start in 4 months, the voice said, and then it started telling the cloaked person the complete plan. "This is the last forging material I need to appraise, and the second condition will be completed." Alex thought after 50 minutes and 985 appraisals later. Alex used the appraisal skill on the last, and as the second condition was fulfilled, Alex instantly received the system notification informing him about it. Forging materials appraised 1,000 completed. Ancient red gem, second seal unlocked. Skill devour unlocked. Alex thought, seeing the unlocked skill name, and quickly opened the red gem stat window to check its details. Name: Ancient red gem 1-2. Equipment type: accessory. Quality: common mythical plus 0-100. Bound hidden ones. Stored energy 0-10,000. Skill 1, appraisal, a skill that could help the player appraise things and understand their real value. Skill 2, devour, consume materials living and non-living of the same quality as the artifact, which will then be converted into energy points. Skill 3, sealed 0-10,000 to unseal the third skill. 10,000 energy points are required. These are some interesting changes, Alex thought as he started checking the system description of every new change. The devour skill allows the red gem to consume any material living or non-living, and convert them into pure energy points, which will be stored inside the gem and could be used to unlock the new skill or upgrade it to higher quality. The limitation was that it could only consume material of common quality, which Alex thought wasn't a big deal as it could be solved easily by upgrading the red gem quality. The gem devoured 472 forging metal, and it only gained 4.8 points of energy, which means I will need 20 times this amount to get the 100 points required for the quality upgrade. I need to do some testing on the corpses of mortal rank beasts to see the energy conversion rate with them, and then I can go with the fastest route to upgrade the gem quality, Alex thought as he placed the gem back into his inventory. I need to go to the meeting location in 10 minutes, but before that, let's feed my little companion, as he should be starving, Alex thought as he used the system to summon his vulture, SHHRRIEKKKKK. I need to think of a name for you, my little friend, as you grow bigger every day, and staying without a name is not good, Alex said as he placed a giant chunk of chimera meat on the floor. The little vulture height was grown by almost 20 inches, doubling his size in the last week, as the only thing he did was eat like a glutton and sleep in the system companion's space. "Why don't I call you Glutton?" Alex said, seeing his little companion looking a bit fat. SHHRRIKKKKK. "What about Ricin?" Alex said, seeing his vulture not happy about being called a glutton. SHRRIEKKK. "Your name from this moment will be Ricin," Alex said, seeing his vulture reacting positively to the name. After 5 minutes, Alex left the hotel room toward another hotel in the inner circle of the capital city, not even a bit worried about the people from the Empire. After 10 minutes, Alex was sitting in the hotel room in front of Badger, who looked nervous and relieved, and Alex was also shocked after learning about the people hiding in the shadows. "Domain ruler, you don't need to worry about your safety," Lady Margaret said telepathically. "I am not worried about my safety, but I am losing my mind knowing there are beastmen among the people hiding the shadows," Alex thought as he remembered his first conversation with Zero. "Zero said that I was able to reach the Darkness Legacy throne because of my beastmen friends, and at the time I didn't think much of it, but now if my theory is correct, then everything makes sense. If a group of strong beastmen was following me when I had the last meeting, then it makes sense how Vlad, Badger, and Hecate were forced into a contract, and as only Badger knew my game identity, he got forced to arrange this meeting." After Alex connected the dots, the big picture became clear to him, and even though he had a few unanswered questions, what he understood was enough to send chills down his spine. "Sir Hidden One, I am sorry," Badger said with his head down, not looking Alex in the eyes. "Mr. Badger, you did a great job, and as promised, neither you nor your friends will be harmed but will get immensely rewarded for your cooperation." A person appeared beside Bader and said while giving Alex a friendly smile. Mr. Hidden One, my name is Tyron Andrini, and I am the 1st Division Captain of the White Flame Empire Royal Guards, Tyron said with a prideful tone, but he got a little surprised seeing Alex giving him no reaction. He must be too shocked by his current situation to react to my great name, Tyron thought, seeing Alex silently staring toward him. Mr. Badger, now you can leave as I will discuss a few private matters with your friend, the person said, and Badger nodded his head like a chicken. Badger stood up and quickly left the room with his head down, and Alex didn't say anything, even though he was itching to have a friendly conversation with the Beastman leader. Clap, clap. Mr. Hidden, congratulations on acquiring the legacy from the Darkness Throne. Tyron clapped twice and said with a friendly smile, I don't know what you want, but before you tell me about it, I want to know how did you find me, and I will appreciate it if you tell me the truth. Alex said to understand how the human empire was involved with him if the Beastmen were the ones who followed him. Tyron raised an eyebrow in surprise, seeing Alex's calmness, but as he had already prepared for such a situation, he calmly answered, Mr. Hidden One, I think you don't know, but your presence in the Death Miasma field created quite a big disturbance in the Forbidden Land, and which attracted the attention of everyone, including the Sanguine Doom Guards. The Sanguine Doom Guards went to the Death Miasma field to find the reason for the disturbance, and they found the reason, which was the Darkness Legacy Throne, and guess who was seated on the throne? After the phenomena created by the throne ended, you got teleported to some place while the legacy throne crumbled to dust, Tyron said and stopped giving Alex the time to digest the new information. If something like this happened, it should be known to the players, Alex thought, surprised by the new information. Alex quickly opened the game forums and searched for posts about the Forbidden Land of Darkness, and he found hundreds of posts, with the most trending post being about the shrinking of the Death Miasma field. After seeing Alex regain his focus, Tyron started explaining things in a way to lead the conversation how he planned. As you know, the Forbidden Land of Darkness is located on all 7 continents, and each Forbidden Land has a Darkness Legacy Throne, and when the throne that teleported you crumbled, the same thing happened to every other Legacy Throne. Domain Ruler, everything he said to this point is true, Lady Margaret said telepathically. The situation is much more complicated, Alex thought after getting the confirmation from Lady Margaret. The crumbling of the Legacy Throne would have created quite a big ruckus on each continent as it is related to the mysterious Forbidden Land of Darkness, which would mean every ruling power will be looking for the reason behind the unique phenomenon. Alex thought, you should understand that every big and small power should be looking for you, and this was why we used your friend to contact you, and as to how do we locate them, it was quite easy. After some searching, we found your connection with the Shadow World organization, and with the help from our connections in your organization, we discovered your immortal adventurer friends and arranged this meeting as secretly as possible. Domain Ruler, now he is lying. Lady Margaret said, I know he is lying, but the question is, how much do they know about the Darkness Legacy Throne, and what do they want from me? Alex thought. The information that you are responsible for the Forbidden Land phenomena is only known to the trusted people of the Empire, and we promise not to reveal it to the world, and in return, we just want one small favor from you. Mr. Hidden One, I am here on the order of the Emperor, and the Great Emperor has invited you to the palace to have a friendly talk with you, and this is the only demand the Empire has to keep your secret, Tyron said with a friendly smile. I'm trying my best to stay low-key among the players, but now I am probably the most wanted player among the NPCs, Alex thought, understanding he couldn't do anything about his situation. They can't do anything to me, but they can definitely mess with Hecate and Vlad guilds. This whole situation is a mess, Alex thought after thinking about the consequences of every action he could take. Domain Ruler, you should meet with the human emperor, and then we will ask him nicely to stop messing with your friends, Lady Margaret said, like knowing what Alex was thinking. I'm happy to meet with His Majesty the Emperor, Alex said after thinking about Lady Margaret's suggestion. Alex agreed to meet with the Emperor because the suggestion from Lady Margaret was the best option he had to save everyone from trouble. Alex planned to learn about the Emperor's motives for this meeting before using force to solve things, because the Empire might be weak compared to the overwhelming strength of the Malefe's domain, but it was not weak by any standards. Let's get going, Tyron said as he stood and walked toward the door. I wonder what His Majesty wants from a weak adventurer like me, Alex said softly. The question was not for Tyron but for his 2 shadow guardians, as he had a theory but couldn't ask it out loud, and he couldn't use telepathy and couldn't say it out loud, as 17 people were following him from the shadows. Adventurer, you will gain all your answers after meeting with the Emperor, Tyron said as he kept walking in front of Alex with quick steps. Domain Ruler, I am certain that the human Emperor knows you are connected to the Malefe's domain. You have the legacy of First Ruler, and you acquired it by clearing the test of a Darkness Legacy throne, which I am certain would have looked exactly like the real ruler throne, because the first ruler was very fond of using the ruler throne," Lady Margaret said. The Darkness Legacy's throne and the ruler's throne, in essence, were completely different things, but look-wise, they both looked exactly the same. Alex knew that anyone who had seen even a picture of the ruler's throne would know the perfect-looking legacy throne wasn't a coincidence, and he was certain there would be records of how the ruler's throne looked. "I was hoping that the Emperor would want to know about the truth of the forbidden land of darkness that I know nothing about, but the throne is a big giveaway, and any big power like the Empire with a long lineage would know about the Malefy's domain. I need to make sure these beastmen and Emperor don't reveal my identity to anyone, because it will bring me too much unwanted attention, and too much attention will bring many problems," Alex thought, fully committing to his plan. Alex knew he could say he got the legacy and knew nothing about the Malefy's domain, but his lie will be quickly discovered with minimal effort by even a small power, let alone the human empire. Alex silently followed Tyron while thinking of a plan to achieve his goal, and after 10 minutes, Alex exited a luxury carriage in front of the Empire Palace doors. This palace is good, but it is nothing compared to the one in the Malefy's domain, Alex thought as he walked through a corridor while following Tyron. "Adventurer, I will suggest that you cooperate to the best of your ability, and in return, I can guarantee that you will get rewards of unimaginable value," Tyron said after reaching close to the giant white doors to the throne room. "I plan to flip this palace upside down if your emperor disagrees with my demands," Alex thought with a smile. "I will do the absolute best that I possibly can to help myself and everyone," Alex said with a smile. "I hope he is sensible enough not to be controlled by his pride," Alex thought, knowing that things might get out of hand very quickly. Alex walked into the throne room, and the first thing he saw was the magnificent giant white throne, and the man seated on it looked at him with a cold gaze. The throne room was empty, with the only person present being the Emperor. The Emperor Melvin Gavin Magmes, Alex thought, looking eye to eye with the human continent ruler. The Emperor was a giant among men as his height reached above 8 feet, packed with enough muscle to make him look good but not buffed. The Emperor had a handsome face with long white hair reaching just below the shoulder, and his eyes' pupils were gold with a tint of red, and he had an aura of superiority and pride around him, making him look intimidating. "Long live the great Emperor," Tyron shouted aloud as he kneeled on one knee with his head down. "Malefy's domain ruler, welcome to my humble adobe." The Emperor said with a smile. "Let's ask him nicely," Alex thought. Alex didn't try to deny the Emperor's claim, knowing he couldn't do anything to hide his identity as the Emperor just needed to use a truth crystal to find the truth. "Emperor Melvin, it is a pleasure to meet you," Alex said. "Domain ruler, act like a ruler," Darian said as he appeared by Alex's side, calmly looking toward the Emperor, who still had a smile as he looked eye to eye with Alex. "I don't know if he wants me to act nicely and humbly or with arrogance and pride," Alex thought, not knowing how he should act. After thinking for a moment, Alex decided to go with the second route, even though he first planned to have a friendly conversation with the Emperor to learn more about what he wanted, and then make his request according to the situation. As clearly, there is no need for introductions, so let's not waste each other's time and talk about what we want from each other. "I want you and everyone who found my identity from the event that happened in the Forbidden Land of Darkness to take a law oath to keep it to themselves. The additional conditions being if even a single person is left out who hadn't taken the law oath after 2 days, every one of you will die," Alex said. Alex didn't sugarcoat his words, knowing the Emperor needed to accept this demand as it would automatically solve all the problems, so asking him nicely or not won't change the result he wanted. BOOMMX4. The moment Alex finished his statement, Darian released such heavy mana pressure that it increased the gravity in the throne room by many times, making 4 people hiding in shadows crash face first on the floor while making many lose their invisibility. Darian's little stunt made it clear that the following words of the Emperor would decide in which direction things would develop. "This is a reasonable demand, and I am willing to agree to it," Melvin said with a smile. "This was easier than I thought." Alex thought, surprised by the quick agreement to his unreasonable demand. "All of you heard him," Melvin said, and immediately 17 more individuals became visible, making the total number of individuals present in the throne room 36. Emperor Melvin was the first person to take the law oath, and one by one, every individual in the room took the law oath, and in under 5 minutes, Alex's unreasonable demand was completed. Alex could tell that most of the individuals taking the oaths were confused by the whole situation, as they definitely had no clue what Malefy's domain was and what Alex's status as its ruler meant. Alex was beyond surprised by how smoothly things went because the punishment of the law oath was death, and conditions were very strict. If even a single individual who found Alex's identity from the event of the Forbidden Land of Darkness was left out and didn't take the law oath, everyone who had taken the law oath would die after 2 days, which included the human emperor. I thought the group of beastmen was separated from the human empire, but seeing how the emperor trusts them with his life, they must be his loyal subject. Alex thought, looking at the 17 beastmen silently standing in a group. Emperor Melvin, I appreciate your cooperation, but before we discuss anything, I want to know how did you locate my immortal adventurer contacts? Alex said, even though he was certain about the answer. Sir Asgrel, people helped us locate your immortal adventure friend, and how they knew about him that I don't know because the truth is only known to them, Melvin said, looking toward the Beastman group leader. Domain ruler, my name is Asgrel Toweret, and I am the current patriarch of the Toweret clan. The Beastmen, a peak 7 rank warrior, came forward and introduced himself. He is the Toweret clan patriarch. Alex thought, instantly remembering that Yanrick, the Beastman he made a business deal with, was also a member of the same clan. All of this couldn't be a coincidence, Alex thought, looking at Asgrel. I know you have many questions that you would like to get answered, and I am willing to answer all of them to the best of my ability, but we need to find a more private place for our conversation. I will be waiting outside the throne room, Asgrel said, and then he and his group walked to the throne room door. After Asgrel and the Beastman group left the throne room, the Emperor also ordered everyone else to leave the throne room. In less than 2 minutes, the only individuals left in the room were the Emperor, Alex, and his shadow guardians. After everyone left the throne room, Emperor Melvin used a golden scroll that, according to Lady Margaret, was a unique quality one-time use scroll with a 7th rank space spell stored on it. The spell isolated the throne room in its separate space, making it impossible for anyone to spy on them or enter the room for its active duration. After the Emperor was satisfied with the privacy, he left his throne, appeared before Alex, and then directly told Alex about his request, which took him by surprise as it was not what he expected the Emperor to request. Emperor Melvin, you want me to ask Guardian Elmara to concoct a potion for you? Alex asked. Domain ruler, I know from the records left by my ancestors that Guardian Elmara of the Malefe's domain is a legendary alchemist. I have the potion recipe and the ingredients, but no alchemist on any known continent could concoct that potion. Even the chief elder of the Alchemist Guild and Elf Empress have failed to concoct it successfully. The potion recipe should be incomplete for even the greatest known alchemists to fail at concocting it, Alex thought, hearing the names of 2 big shots of alchemy. I hope Guardian Elmara can concoct the potion, but I can't enter the Malefe's domain and ask for her expertise because of the barrier, Melvin said, silently waiting for Alex's response. He is an elemental ruler, so he shouldn't have any problem passing through the mana storms around the Malefe's domain, so what is he talking about? Alex thought, confused by the statement. What is the rank and quality of the potion? Alex asked, not dwelling on the unknown for long. The potion is unranked, with its quality being legendary, and its name is Elixir of Rebirth, Melvin replied. Domain ruler, the Elixir of Rebirth is the creation of Guardian Elmara, but I am not sure if she will concoct the potion, at least not anytime soon with her current mentality. Lady Margaret said, this is surprising information, but it makes things much easier for me, Alex thought after hearing Lady Margaret's opinion. Emperor Melvin, I am willing to ask Lady Elmara to try concocting the potion, and I hope she succeeds, but if the result is not positive, then there is nothing I can do about it, Alex said with a smile. Alex didn't know if Lady Elmara would accept his request, and even if she did, he didn't know how much time she would need to concoct the potion, but all that didn't stop him from gaining the favor of the most influential person on the human continent. I will be an idiot to lose on such a God-given opportunity, Alex thought, seeing the Emperor having a bright smile on his face. Domain ruler, you have my eternal gratitude, and if you ever need anything, please allow me to repay some of your kindness, Melvin said. The potion must be of great importance to him. Alex thought, this space ring has the potion recipe and all the ingredients required for making it with few other resources as a humble gift to Guardian Elmara. As for Lady Elmara's expertise fees, please inform me about them, and I will do my absolute best to fulfill them, Melvin said as he handed Alex a silver ring with intricate designs carved on it. Domain ruler, this space ring has a few gifts for you that will make things more comfortable for you on the human continent and influential powers allied with the Empire, Melvin said as he handed Alex a new similar-looking space ring. I want to deny it, but the things he will offer will certainly be good, Alex thought, not immediately accepting the ring. Domain ruler, the ring has an honorary noble badge that could help you avoid any unnecessary problems and will also help you save time. I am doing this for my people's safety as it will help you avoid taking any drastic action, so please accept it as a token of goodwill, Melvin said, seeing Alex not accepting the ring. If it's just that, then there is no problem, Alex thought. I appreciate your kindness, Alex said, accepting the ring and placing it into his inventory without checking it. Alex had a small conversation with the Emperor in which he didn't ask for anything related to Malefe's domain, but mostly offered sneaky benefits with a clear intention to build a good relationship with him. After leaving the throne room, Alex met with Asgrel, the Beastman group leader, and they went to a private hotel to talk. Mr. Asgrel, I want only the truth, so be careful of your words, Alex said in an emotionless tone. Yanrick is my son, and he is also responsible for sending a group of his people to keep watch on you from the shadows, but he did it with no intention to harm you, but he sent his people to protect you, Asgrel said with a calm tone. I fucking knew it. Alex thought, pissed by the confirmation but also relieved that he was out of such a bad situation. Alex knew that if he hadn't had the lucky opportunity to become the ruler of Malafy's domain and had just acquired a SSS rank legacy as planned, he wouldn't have known anything about the Beastmen group, and things would have become terrible for him in the near future. I know Yanrick didn't send a group of strong beastmen just to protect me out of goodwill for being his business partner, so tell me the real reason, Alex asked. Yanrick came to the human continent to locate a mythical item that has great importance to the beastmen, Asgrel said and calmly started explaining Yanrick's unique bloodline situation and why he came to the human continent. It is sad that Yanrick is born with a sealed bloodline, but at least he is not dead, at least for now, Alex said, blatantly threatening, not caring about Asgrel's fatherly feelings or his status. Alex was beyond pissed by imagining how he was inches away from hungry predators ready to use him for their purposes. Alex wanted to make the beastmen regret their choice, but he also understood that in this world ruled by the strong, they hadn't done anything wrong, and according to them, they had pure intentions, and that was the only reason he was even entertaining the conversation. My ancestors have left records of a mythical artifact that could purify their bloodlines and do many other unbelievable things, but it was lost in an unfortunate event. Asgrel was stopped mid-sentence by Alex. I will be happy to hear about your ancestors' past and a mythical item, but you see, I am not in the mood right now, and the only thing I want to know is, Alex said in a calm tone, but his next word had nothing calm about them. Why the fuck your people followed me around and make sure to tell the truth, and also hope it is very reasonable and good because if it is not, then every one of you will die. Alex said, not interested in a history lesson. Alex was a very calm and reasonable person, but he knew that to achieve certain things, using force was the only option, and this was such a situation. THUDDDDX7. The moment Alex finished his blatant threat, Darian released intense blood-curdling killing intent, which made the lively face of even Asgrel a peak 7 rank warrior white as it could get with clear dread and fear in his shining eyes. The group of 16 beastmen standing behind Asgrel had it worse as 7 collapsed unconscious, while the remaining 9 felt the full brunt of the killing intent, as their bodies trembled and their eyes filled with horror like seeing their inevitable death. Alex didn't feel an ounce of killing intent, but by just seeing the miserable condition of the mighty group of beastmen, he felt terrified, but more than that, he felt excited. You ugly hippo heard him, so start speaking before I make you, Darian said as he stopped releasing the killing intent. Asgrel took a deep breath, and then the black ring on his finger turned into a black bracelet that he placed on the table. This bracelet was forged by Monarch of Forge, a dwarven blacksmith, in hopes of replicating the capabilities of the true ancient treasure that was capable of purifying anything, but he failed, Asgrel said. Alex was ready to tell Asgrel to get to the point and answer his question, but he swallowed his words after hearing his following words. The ancient treasure was made of 2 individual items that could work separately just fine, but they showed their true value by being combined, and their names are the ancient red gem and the archaic ring, Asgrel said. Their purpose was the ancient red gem, Alex thought. Sir Indrat Thabal Monarch of Forge failed in creating an item that completely replicated the ancient artifact, but he did create something that could do the same thing even though on a much lower quality. The artifact created by Sir Indrat was just like the ancient artifact made of 2 individual items, this nexus bracelet and a dark gem, Asgrel said, pointing at the bracelet placed on the table. The dark gem was destroyed in an unfortunate event, the same event that made the beastmen lose the real ancient artifact. The ancient red gem and the archaic ring are both of above legendary quality, but only the gem could be bound to a person, and after that person dies, the gem will be randomly teleported to someplace in the world. This explains why they didn't outright kill me to get the ancient red gem, and here I thought these bastards were nice and didn't want to harm me, and wanted to build a good relationship with me using the beast ingredients business. Alex thought, I will explain everything in detail to make you understand our motive clearly, because I don't want to die for not giving a proper explanation, Asgrel said, seeing Alex giving him a cold stare. The archaic ring has the ability to locate the red gem, and as the Nexus bracelet is forged to replicate the real archaic ring, it also has the ability to locate the dark gem, but it could also help locate the red gem. The Nexus bracelet could tell the general direction of the red gem and give a strong reaction when it is near it. And as you can guess, Yanrick came to the human continent to search for the red gem. After 2 years of searching, Yanrick and his group made no progress, so to search on a large scale with more freedom, and without being hindered by the human empire, he decided to use the Beast Continent resources to build a big merchant group. Yanrick needed a good partner he could trust, and with his help, do business on the whole human continent, making him efficiently search for the red gem. Yanrick needed a noble to back his business with nobility in all 3 kingdoms and the empire, but that is a rarity among nobles, and no noble who had such authority will ever risk his nobility for some money. This problem left Yanrick with the only option of making a deal with some immortal adventurer who could meet the condition and buy his loyalty by giving him lucrative benefits, but each immortal adventurer who met the condition belonged to some big guild who wanted access to the Beast Continent in return for their corporation, which we can't do. This doesn't make any sense, Alex thought. If Yanrick just wanted to open a business while using it as a cover to search for the red gem, why he needed a noble to find just one noble when he could get 4 different noble to back 4 different businesses in each kingdom? Alex asked. The people of the empire strictly watch all beastmen businesses, and if Yanrick has chosen this route, he will be discovered very quickly, which will cause a big problem. If the human emperor discovered that beastmen are on his land for a purpose, he would not rest until he finds out the truth, and if he knew that we are searching for an artifact that purifies our bloodline and make us strong, he would do everything in his power to stop us. This was why I sent Yanrick to locate the red gem, because he is the perfect candidate who could have strong guardians and do things that will not look suspicious, Asgrul said. This makes sense as Yanrick could go wild searching for something, and even if the emperor suspected him, he could get away by telling the truth. Alex thought, understanding the bigger picture. Alex understood that Yanrick was searching for a cure for his sealed bloodline, but if his clan showed too much involvement, the emperor was bound to get suspicious. The black market gatekeeper reported to Yanrick about your royal family guest noble badge, and with little help from the city guard, he led you to his shop to offer you the business deal. As luck was shining on my child, the moment you entered the range of Nexus bracelet, it detected the ancient red gem on you, and Yanrick took the opportunity to close the business deal with you, Asgrul said and waited for Alex's reaction. Domain ruler, you should understand how much value the ancient red gem holds to us beastmen, and it can't be taken from you, so you hold the same value to us, and it was the reason we sent a group of strong and loyal members for your protection, Asgrul said after seeing Alex staying silent. Domain ruler, everything he said is true, and he meant it when he said the group was sent to protect you, Lady Margaret said. It is great that they didn't want to harm me and wanted to offer me a generous deal, but this still doesn't change the fact that the group of beastmen know about my secret, and also know what I did in the past weeks, including the contents of my meeting with Vlad, Badger, and Hecate. Alex thought, I just have a question for you, and your answer will decide whether you guys live and have a friendly relationship with me or die with the regret of being greedy, Alex said with a smile. When do you plan to kill guild leader Hecate and take the key of damnation that you know will open the tomb of a dragon monarch? Alex asked. Alex knew that the beastmen would want the key and the dragon tomb treasure as the tomb belonged to a monarch, because it would be guaranteed filled with lucrative treasure that no person would want to miss. I hope they didn't plan to completely mess with my plan and take everything for themselves, because if they did, then there is no excuse for their greediness, and death will be a nice end to them, Alex thought, hoping for a good reply. I won't deny that the group leader sent to protect you wanted to take the key from that little girl using force as she and you didn't look close, as our selfish decision could affect you and your organization's plans for that immortal adventure guild leader, and because of that, we decided to discuss things with you to make a deal with your organization to buy the knowledge and research records gained from the monarch tomb, Asgrul said. Domain ruler, he is telling the truth, Lady Margaret said. A friendly relationship with the royal beastman clan would only benefit me, and the good thing is I have nothing to lose, Alex thought. Clan leader Asgrul, I hope you can forget my previous behavior, and we can come to an understanding that could benefit both of us, Alex said with a smile. After hearing Alex's offer, Asgrul's eyes came back to life, and the troubled look vanished instantly, getting replaced with a happy smile. Domain ruler, I appreciate your kindness, Asgrul said with a smile. If you have the strength, anything is possible, Alex thought, knowing things would have gone very differently if he didn't have the backing of strong people. Senior Asgrul, I know very little about the capabilities of ancient artifact, so I would appreciate it if you could tell me everything you know about the ancient red gem, Alex said with much more respect. Alex knew he could take what he wanted from the Asgrul with force, but why go such an extreme route when he could easily gain what he wanted with minimal effort and more? The ancient red gem is the core that holds the immense abilities of the ancient artifact, while the archaic ring is the container responsible for properly using those abilities to their maximum potential. The ancient red gem has many useful abilities, but the main ability is called refinement, and as its name indicates, it could be used to refine anything to a greater condition, or until the thing reached its limits, and it also includes bloodlines, elemental physiques, and anything that has the potential to reach a higher stage. The refinement ability evolve things or just refine things from impurities? Alex asked. It doesn't evolve things, but it also does more than just refine a thing from impurities. This space ring has all the records of information that my clan ancestors left on the ancient artifact and its abilities, Asgrel said as he placed a brown wooden ring on the table. Alex took the ring and scanned all the records in it with the help of the system to organize and translate all the information. There was a lot of information, but most of it was useless to Alex, as 60 of it was about a sub-ability of refinement called bloodline refinement, and its results on hundreds of beastmens and their gains in great detail. The remaining 35 of information was about a sub-ability called selective refinement, as its name implied it could be used to refine a selective part of a much larger thing. But all of the information on selective refinement was related to beastmen bloodline and their results. The remaining 5 of information was about the other abilities of ancient artifact, which was the most useful information to Alex, and he silently spent the next 10 minutes checking it. This information is incomplete, and most of it is useless, but at least now I know what ability I need to unlock that could hopefully cure the Devourer curse. Alex thought. The selective refinement ability could be used to cure diseases or any abnormal condition, but there was very little information on it to confirm if it could cure something at the level of Devourer curse without using the complete artifact. I need to quickly unlock the skills of the red gem to see if the restricted version of the selective refinement could cure the Devourer curse. Alex thought as he closed the system panel. The biggest problem Alex found was that all the information recorded by the beastmen was from the complete ancient artifact, making it impossible to determine to what level the abilities of the red gem would be limited. Domain Ruler, we do not have any way to locate the archaic ring, and without it the artifact's abilities will be very limited, making it very inefficient, but I believe I might have a solution to this issue, Asgrel said, seeing Alex closing the system screen. You want to replace the archaic ring with the Nexus bracelet? Alex asked, making a guess. The Nexus bracelet is made to replicate the archaic ring, and it functions very similarly, and I don't know if it will work as this is never tried, at least not to my knowledge, but trying it shouldn't be an issue, Asgrel said as he moved the black bracelet toward Alex. I know what you're trying to achieve, but if it benefits me, I have no problem with it, Alex thought as he picked up the bracelet and opened its state window. This is a good accessory for any mage category class, but I have seen much better at the peak legendary quality, Alex thought, looking at the bracelet state window. Let's first wear it, then check its downgraded stats, Alex thought as he removed the right glove of the armor and then wore the bracelet. The state boosts are good, and even though there is only one skill, it is a good one, Alex thought, looking at the bracelet's newly adjusted state window. Name Nexus 1-2. Equipment Accessory. Quality Epic Legendary. Grade Mortal Rank Growth Type. Bound None Can't Be Bound. 1 effect increase mana recovery by 100, increase intelligence by 50. Increase mana sensitivity by 20. 2 effect decrease all magic spells cast time by 30, increase spell mystery by 20. Optimize all skills magic physical by 10. Skill 1 locate allow the users to locate the second part of the Nexus bracelet. 2 morph change the shape of the equipment into any accessory form. 3 copy allow the user to copy and store 3 magic spells and use them at their full potential without any cast time. Description: an accessory forged by Indrat Thabal Monarch of Forge to replicate an artifact of the ancient era. Let's see if it is compatible with the red gem and could do the work of the archaic ring, Alex thought as he took out the red gem and placed it in the empty space in the middle of the bracelet. At first, nothing happened, which disappointed everyone in the room, but as Alex was about to pick up the red gem, a jolt of shock went through his body, making him black out for a moment. What just happened? Alex thought, returning to his senses while feeling light-headed and nauseous. Domain Ruler, the ancient red gem sapped you out of all your mana to complete, and is still doing it to complete whatever it is doing, Darian said while placing his hand on Alex's shoulder. This explains why I feel drained out of life, Alex thought, looking at the shining red gem covered in an uncountable number of micro-runes and the black bracelet with a similar look. Darian was directly supplying Alex with pure and refined mana, making him recover his mana at a crazy speed, but it was being sucked out of him by the ancient red gem at a smiler speed. After 10 minutes of not so good experience for Alex, the red gem stopped absorbing mana and returned to normal, with the only difference being that the bracelet with Silty changed to perfectly hold the red gem in the center. It looks like it worked. Alex thought, seeing the flawlessly looking bracelet with a crimson gem perfectly fitted in the middle. Alex quickly opened the stats of the new bracelet, and as he had hoped, there were many significant changes to the artifact stats windows. This looks different, but the stats are essentially the same with no new skills unlocked, Alex thought, looking at the newly changed stat window. Name Ancient Nexus, Equipment Type Accessory. Quality Gold Mythical plus 0, 100,000. Grade Mortal Rank Growth Type. Bound Hidden Ones. Stored Energy 4.81 million. Skill 3 Sealed 0 10,000 to unseal the third skill. 10,000 energy points are required. Effects expand to see more. Skill Appraisal Devour Locate Morph Copy Unlink. Description: the unlink skill allows me to separate the bracelet and the ancient red gem, which is good as it would be a disaster if they get fused permanently. Alex thought, checking the new skill. The quality has changed, and the storage capacity for the energy point has also increased tremendously, and maybe the skills have also become better, but without testing, I can't determine that, Alex thought, closing the system window. Senior Asgrel, the experiment looks to be a success, but I will need to do some testing to see the improvements, Alex said as he wore his armor glove piece back. Domain Ruler, I am happy to be of any help, and I just want to request that you please don't forget about my clan after you unlock the Bloodline Refinement skill, and in the meantime, my clan will do its absolute best to look for the archaic ring. I understand that the artifact belongs to you, and with or without my clan's help, it will be working completely fine, but I am just requesting that after you unlock the Bloodline skill, please help out my clan, and in return we are willing to meet any condition, Asgrel said with a smile. I like his proposal. Alex thought with a smile. I will continue my business deal with Yanrick, but I want 60 profits of the business. As for the deal you want to make about the Monarch Legacy Tomb, I will tell you about it in 1 month when I meet Yanrick to complete the procedure of opening the business, Alex said as he stood ready to leave. Alex understood Asgrel wanted the ancient artifact not just to cure his son, but to increase his clan's overall strength, but because of the current situation, he doesn't have any choice but to agree to any of his demands. I appreciate your kindness, Asgrel said as he stood up and offered a handshake. After the handshake with Asgrel, Alex left the room and went straight toward his hotel as he was eager to do some tests on the newly gained artifact. After Alex left the room, it stayed silent for a few seconds as every member of the Beastmen group enjoyed the feeling of being alive, and a young lady asked the question in every member's mind. Father, who was that person? A female standing behind Asgrel asked in a shallow and trembling voice. A lucky immortal adventurer who now controls enough strength to completely decimate the beast continent without any chance of failure, Asgrel replied as he relaxed on the sofa, not going into the details. Why were you calling him the Domain Ruler? And even that proud human emperor talked to him respectively, and what is even Malafy's domain? The lady said. You will know when you reach the elemental ruler rank, as you might have the chance to visit that magical place, Asgrel said, not telling any details. The situation didn't escalate for the worse, but my first impression was not good while that bastard human emperor should have already started his plan to be the good side of that kid. Asgrel thought as he sighed in relief. Luckily, we have the advantage of the business deal, and if handled correctly, my clan could gain the access to the Malafy's domain. Asgrel thought as he tried to come up with a plan to get on the good side of Alex. I should use the Devour skill to convert the same quality and quality of forging metal into energy points, as I previously did with red gem alone to accurately determine the level of improvement. Alex thought, standing in his hotel room. After making a simple plan, Alex opened the player auction forum and started buying the same forging metal he had bought last time, and within 5 minutes, he was done with the purchase and was ready for the experiment. Now that the quality of the gem is much higher, it should have improved its skill, so let's check the Devour skill details first before using it. Alex thought as he clicked on the skill to check its details. This looks much better, Alex thought, looking at the skill's new details. Name Devour. Grade Mortal Rank. Effect Consume materials living and non-living of the same quality as the artifact in a 50-foot radius, which will then be converted into energy points. Important note, materials that could be consumed and turned into energy points. Living organic materials equal rank same as the artifact quality up to rare epic. Non-living materials forging metals ingredients etc. equal rank same as the artifact quality up to rare. The living carcass of the beasts the Devour skill could consume are capped at the rare epic quality, while the materials are capped at the rare quality. This doesn't look bad, but only doing tests will tell how much energy point the materials of higher quality will provide. Alex thought, seeing the changes to the skill. Let's test the skill on the common material and see the difference. Alex poured exactly 472 forging metal ores on the floor and used the Devour skill. A system window appeared in front of Alex with the list of all the available items in the 50-foot radius that could be consumed and turned into energy points. And not so surprisingly, it included everything in the room, but he just selected the forging metal ores. After Alex confirmed his choice, the red gem shone brightly and released a dark red mist that covered the ores lying on the floor in a thick blanket of red energy. After 2 minutes, all the red mist was absorbed back into the gem, leaving no trace of the hundreds of metal ores. This time, the gem converted the same quality and quantity of materials to 6.25 energy points, which are around 30 more than the previous 4.8 energy points. Alex thought, checking the results. I don't know how different this result is compared to the real ancient artifact, but at least it is better than using the red gem alone. Alex thought with a smile as he reopened the auction forums. I have 45 million gold coins, so let's go crazy. Alex thought as he started buying every material that could be used and turned into energy. After 1 hour of buying materials of any available quality, he closed the auction forum not because he was spending too much money, but because his inventory was completely full. I never thought I would be able to fill the 100,000 item capacity of the inventory. Alex thought, proud of his achievement. I should rent a big secured chamber to turn these items into energy points, as a chamber will have a lot of space, which will help me spread all the items at once and then quickly turn them into energy, making me save a lot of time. Alex thought and quickly left his hotel room. This place is nice. Alex thought, standing in a large empty room around 100 meters long and 30 meters wide. Let's spread all the items in piles and quickly turn them into energy points. Alex thought with a smile. After 1 hour of hard labor, Alex was done spreading the 100,000 items in the room, and now the whole room looked like a landfill of garbage. After Alex was done, the room was filled with metal ores of different sizes with mangled bodies of monsters and many unique plants in the mix, making the whole room smell anything but pleasant. Let's get done with this, but before that, let's first test on a few items of each quality from each category to get an estimate of how much energy each material will provide. Alex thought as he started walking to the nearest pile of materials. After 5 minutes, Alex was done testing both the living and non-living categories of materials, and the results were very satisfactory. Non-living materials, forging metals, ingredients, etc. quality, equal energy points 1, common equals 0.0132, uncommon equals 0.7 to 1.43, rare equals 70 to 110. Living materials, monster carcasses 1, common equals 0.0182, elite equal 1.5 to 2.13, rare elite equal 13 to 29, 4 epic equal 80 to 135, rare epic equal 100 to 230. The results are very good, seeing as all these materials were of mortal rank, Alex thought, happy with the number of energy points. Let's quickly finish these materials. Alex thought as he started the laborious task of using the Devour. After 2 hours, the room was completely clean from all the materials, and Alex could be seen lying on the floor, facing the ceiling with dead, tired eyes and an exhausted look. I forget that the skill will consume mana at every use. Alex thought with a self-mocking smile at his stupidity in making such a beginner mistake. After using the skill on half the available materials that required him to just use the skill 8 times, Alex's mana fell critically low, making him realize his mistake, and even though he had mana potion, they weren't of any help because of their low quality. Alex didn't ask for help from his shadow guardians, but instead paid a premium price to buy high-grade mana potions from the player auction forum and pretended that he didn't make any mistakes. At least I gained enough points to unlock a few of the skills of the artifact, Alex thought, looking at the energy points. Stored energy, 462,462,145.051 million. Domain ruler, I hope you learned something from your mistake, Darian said as he appeared next to Alex. It is a nice ability to get things with the help of Watcher, but in a battle of life and death, a single second could decide the result, so it will be better if you keep that in mind, Darian said in his emotionless voice. This is different, Alex thought, feeling like Darian sounded annoyed. Domain ruler, I believe you are wasting time on this incomplete artifact when you could unlock its seals in a much shorter time after reaching a higher rank of strength, Darian said. He has a point that I should be training to get stronger and not waste time, but he doesn't know about the abilities of this incomplete artifact. Alex thought as he took the ring with the records of the ancient artifact. Alex understood that Darian wanted him to get stronger and become a permanent domain ruler, while working hard to increase his ruler authority rank and get the cure for domain inhabitants as quickly as possible. Alex only had 21 months to clear 3 domain promotion missions, because if he couldn't, his status as the ruler would be revoked, and the hope of the Malafy's domain would be erased, so wasting time on something useless was not an option if he doesn't want to fail. Elder Darian, I am doing what is best for the domain inhabitants, Alex said as he handed Darian the space ring. Please read the records inside, Alex said, seeing Darian giving him a blank look. Darian took the ring and emptied all the contents of the ring, which was a few books bound in leather, and in seconds he flipped through all the pages of each book using telekinesis, and in the whole period, the surprise Alex expected didn't appear. Domain ruler, I believe you know that the Devourer curse is a curse ability and not a disease, so knowing that, do you think we haven't already tried every available option in the search for a cure? Darian asked, not sounding annoyed. I will need their help to get the archaic ring from the Demon Prince, so telling them now or later wouldn't matter. Alex thought as he decided to tell his guardian. Elder Darian, I understand what you are implying, but what if I tell you that this ancient artifact can cure the curse with a guarantee? I am not saying it because I blindly believe it, but I believe it because this information is given to me by Watcher, and you should know that I am not lying, Alex replied with a smile. You are not lying, Lady Margaret said with apparent disbelief as she appeared next to Alex. This is unexpected. Alex thought, seeing Lady Margaret's eyes getting wet as tears rolled down her cheeks, while Darian stood with a frozen expression. Domain ruler, the Watcher gave you the location of archaic ring, Lady Margaret asked in a shocked tone. After hearing Alex's shocking statement, both of his shadow guardians were in shock for a few seconds, but they didn't doubt it because the only stranger any NPC could blindly trust was AI-0. The archaic ring is in possession of the demon prince named Rongredin, and he is just a peak 5th rank warrior. Alex stopped mid-sentence as his vision turned black, and he heard no sound even when he could clearly sense he was able to speak. What is going on? Alex tried to shout out loud, but he heard no sound. System notification. Player Hidden 1 can't disclose the information related to archaic ring because it will break the first restriction placed on you. First restriction 1, Player Hidden 1 can't use his authority as the ruler of the Malafy's domain to attack any organization run by the players or NPCs. Time 5 years. I didn't expect this to count as breaking the restriction, Alex thought after reading the system notification. After thinking for a second about the consequences of his action, Alex came to a logical conclusion that made sense to him. This sounds logical because after knowing how to acquire the archaic ring, all big shots of Malafy's domain will do everything in their power to acquire it. This will result in many deaths as they will be targeting a demon prince, which will be considered attacking the demon royal family, and I will be directly responsible for it, Alex thought. This means I can't take help from the Malafy's domain, Alex questioned as his eyesight returned to normal. I can't ask them to kill the demon prince, but what if the demon prince try to kill me and in return get killed by my shadow guardians, because this shouldn't be considered as me breaking the first restriction? Alex thought, thinking of a solution. I need to test this theory on some weak opponent before trying it on anyone strong, Alex thought. Domain ruler, I just heard you say the archaic ring is in the possession, and I know you said something else, but I heard no sound. I wasn't even able to guess by lip reading because your face became blurry to me as the space in front of it distorted. Lady Margaret said in a serious tone. It looks like I can't reveal the information to you because Watcher won't allow it because of my agreement with him, Alex said with a wary smile, knowing things just became very difficult for him. If Watcher is responsible, then this strange phenomenon makes sense, Darian said, looking less alert than before and didn't ask anything about the Alex-Watcher agreement. I can't give them the direct information, but can I give them clues? Alex thought, and without delay he tried it. Demon Continent, Alex shouted out loud, and as he hoped, nothing happened, making his voice boom in the closed room. The archaic ring is on the Demon Continent, so does it have any connection with the Demon King? Darian asked in a serious tone. Seriously, 0, Alex thought, looking at the system notification. Player Hidden 1 is prohibited from revealing any clues that have a chance of breaking the restriction. I can't confirm or deny it because of the Watcher, Alex said, knowing there would be consequences if he tried to act slick with 0. If it is a yes and the ring is in some way related to the Demon King, then it is the worst possible scenario. But even if it is not, then getting it from the Demon Continent will be very problematic, Darian said in a grim tone with a troubled look. Domain ruler, let's continue this discussion after we return to the Malafy's domain, Darian said. I wanted to know more about the demons in Demon Continent, but it looks like I have to wait, Alex thought. Elder Darian, you want to return to the Malafy's domain after the continental teleportation skill is off cooldown, Alex asked. Domain ruler, you should reach peak 3rd rank minimum and increase your ruler authority, by at least 1 rank before we even consider the matters related to the demon continent. This should also give you enough time to unlock the selective refinement skill of the incomplete artifact, test its potential, and see if it could cure the Devour curse, Darian said and vanished from his place, and after giving him a smile, Lady Margaret also became invisible. I never plan to visit the demon continent while just being immortal, as I still don't know if my plan will work or if Zero will stop it, Alex thought as he opened the system window of the bracelet. Let's start by unlocking the third skill, Alex thought as he clicked on Sealed Skill and used 10,000 points to unlock it. Energy points 10,000 completed. Ancient Red Gem third seal unlocked. Skill Philosopher Library unlocked. I expected this broken skill to unlock at 5th rank, Alex thought, shocked by the skill name. Alex quickly clicked on the skill to check its details to see if it was the same skill he had read about in the Beastman records. Name Philosopher Library. Grade unranked. Effect allow the user to gain new knowledge or improve existing knowledge by using the Philosopher's points. Grade 0. Locked 0 100,000 energy points are required to unlock Grade 0 of the Philosopher Library. Description: a skill created by the thinker, the most knowledgeable and wise ancient titan to live in the ancient world, which allows the user to access the personal library of the thinker. Important note: 1 philosopher point could be gained after spending 10 energy points, or a certain number of points could be gained by discovering new knowledge that is not present in the Philosopher Library. The player needs to use the appraisal skill on any living or non-living materials to check if their information is recorded in the Philosopher Library. This is the real deal. Alex thought extremely happy with the new skill. Alex had read about this skill in the Beastman's records, and even though there wasn't a lot of information, what was available was more than enough to convince Alex of its extreme value. The skill allowed Alex to buy new or upgrade the existing knowledge, which included everything that could be considered as knowledge, including the understanding of world laws, but there were 2 limitations: the unlocked grade of the Philosopher Library and the price. Alex could buy the law understanding required to reach the peak 7th rank if he had enough philosopher points, and the 7th grade of the Philosopher Library was unlocked. In theory, the Philosopher Library should have a cure for the Devourer curse, but I am pretty confident that the ingredients will be either extinct or extremely rare, Alex thought, remembering the experience of the Beastman with the skill. The Philosopher Library was great as one could buy almost any kind of knowledge, which was outstanding in the case of acquiring ancient skills or unique techniques. But sometimes the ancient knowledge of forging, potion concoctions or fighting techniques, or potion or forging recipes could be useless as it was impossible to use them because not being able to fulfill their requirements. Let's unlock the 4th skill, and hopefully it is the refinement skill, Alex thought as he clicked on Sealed Skill and used 100,000 points to unlock it. Energy points 100,000 completed. Ancient Red Gem 4th seal unlocked. Skill Refinement unlocked. Let's check the skill, Alex thought with a happy smile as he opened the skill details. Name Refinement. Grade Mortal Rank. Effect allow the user to refine anything. Unlocked abilities Minor Refinement. The user can refine living and non-living things from minor impurities and slightly improve their quality. Could be upgraded. Cooldown 10 minutes. Mana usage will depend on the quantity and quality of the selected item. Sub-ability 1. Non-living material refinement. 1 metal refinement, locked 0 10 million energy points are required to permanently unlock the metal refinement skill. 2. 3. Description: an ancient refinement skill of unparalleled potential created by the wise thinker. What the fuck, Alex said out loud, seeing the ridiculous requirement of energy points just to unlock the first sub-ability. I spent around 500,000 gold coins to get these materials that gave me 472,000 energy points, meaning I will need around 10 million gold coins worth of material to unlock just 1 sub-ability. Alex thought with a blank look. At least the sub-ability will get permanently unlocked. Alex thought about the only good thing about the skill. I didn't plan to ask the Varan to give me materials until I can't afford them, but it looks like I will need to ask him to help me, Alex thought, not planning to waste all the hard-earned money when he planned to spend it on other important things. The best way to quickly gain points will be by using higher rank materials, and to use them I need to reach a higher rank, so let's postpone the skill unlocking until I reach the 3rd rank, Alex thought, closing the system window. Domain Ruler, you are an immortal adventurer, and unlike inhabitants of this world, You can reach the requirement for rank promotion by just killing other living beings, which is wonderful, but it will make progressing your strength very difficult after you reach the peak 3rd rank. My advice to you will be to take full advantage of your gift but not fully depend on it, Darian said as he appeared before Alex. Domain ruler, the best way to recognize an individual weakness is in the heat of the battle, so for now, you should go and try fighting a tough opponent, which will help me determine what you need to focus on at your current stage, Darian said and vanished back into thin air. I know with my current stats I can brute force through any mortal or even first-rank creatures, but a peak first-rank creature should be challenging to fight, Alex thought. Let's equip my ring before leaving this place. Alex thought as he took out both legendary quality rings from his inventory. I only have 2 accessory slots, and I selected 2 rings now focused on mana and the other one on the strength, but now that I have the new and improved Nexus bracelet, I will need to decide between the 2 rings, Alex thought, looking at the black and golden rings in his hand. All players only have 2 slots for equipping accessories, and in the accessory category, everything from rings, earrings, bracelets, bangles, etc. was included, and at a time a player could only equip 2 of such items. A player can switch between accessories as he pleases, but certain conditions need to be met for it to work. There were few restrictions to prevent players from breaking the game balance by continuously switching between different items and using their skills. A player can't equip an unequipped item for 1 hour, and if the item in use has any of its skills on the cooldown, it can't be unequipped, and these same restrictions were applied to weapons and armor. I plan to equip both of these rings to boost my mana and strength, but now that I have acquired the Nexus bracelet, which provides pretty good mana boosts, so choosing the strength-oriented ring is the only option, Alex thought, looking at the pitch-dark ring. The physical stats boosts are great, and the skills are also good, Alex thought as he looked at his new ring stat window. Name: Ring of Valor. Equipment type: Ring. New small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L letter 1D04 hapters are published on animerecommendations.net. Quality: Epic Legendary. Rank: Mortal rank. Growth type: Bound hidden 1/1 effects, increase melee attacks damage by 20, increase critical hit chance by 20, increase critical hit damage by 30. 2 effects, increase strength by 50, increase vitality by 50. Increase stamina by 50. Skills: 1 life-siphoning blade aura after use. Cover any bladed weapon in a unique aura for 3 minutes that siphon the enemy's health and heal the user after every successful strike. Mana required, 100 to 300 cooldown, 30 minutes. 2 blade intent after use. Cover any bladed weapon in weapon intent for 2 minutes that increases all weapon attack damage by 30, while the critical hit chance is increased by 15. Mana required, 400 cooldown, 20 minutes. 3 tenacity after use. The player will become immune to physical and magical damage, but 500 mana will be used for every second the skill is in usage. Mana required, 502, cooldown, 10 minutes 2, limited to 2nd rank. Description: The Emperor Artisan Burkhard Stratford forged this unique ring for his friend, the legendary knight Graciano Padley. The tenacity skill is just downright broken, and even though the mana required for using it is very high, but for me, who had a ridiculous amount of mana, this is just the perfect skill, Alex thought. The tenacity skill was the reason that Alex chose this ring over other better strength-oriented rings, because the skill value would only increase as he reached higher ranks and fought more dangerous and intelligent creatures. This ring looks very nice, but unfortunately, it will be hidden by my armor glove, Alex thought as he removed his right glove and wore the ring. The ring was pitch black, carved out of a crystal-like material that looked and felt smooth as a mirror with no imperfection. I want to test the restoration and limits of my legacy weapon if it has any, but with the consumable weapon being limited to just mortal rank, it will take too much time to see any proper results, so doing it after reaching a higher level will be the best choice, Alex thought, looking at his legacy weapon stats. Name: Umbrus, weapon type: Unknown. Qualities: Unique mythical, grade: Mortal rank. Growth type: State: Damaged. Restored 0.00002, 58100. Bound hidden ones. Let's leave this place and buy the essential potions and food before going to the endless forest to find a tough challenge, Alex thought as he walked toward the exit door. I want named creatures and only those at the peak of the 1st rank or those at the beginning of the 2nd rank, Alex replied as he casually threw a second while flame coined toward the man. After leaving the secured chamber, Alex went straight to restock on supplies, and after he was done shopping, he decided to visit the main headquarters information den an NPCs-run organization that sells information. Alex decided to visit Information Den because he decided to change his plan from fighting just any peak first-rank creature to fighting a named creature, and as those creatures were not commonly available, so as not to waste time searching for one, he decided to buy the location of such creature. This is the exact location of the 5 creatures that fit your criteria, and I have added the location of 2 more creatures at the early 2nd rank, with both of them being pure blood, but be warned that their inhabitant area will pose a tremendous challenge to even a peak 2nd rank warriors, the man said as he handed Alex a small map with a few marked areas. Alex took the map, left the building, and started sprinting toward the city exit, and in 15 minutes he was standing outside the endless forest. He wasn't lying when he said that the environment will be challenging to fight in, as one area is the lifeless swamp, with the creature being a pure-blood poison alligator. The other area is in the far north area frozen Death Canyon, with the creature being the ice spirit bear, and fighting such a true predator in such a bad environment will end badly even for a peak 2nd rank warrior, Alex thought, looking at the system map he synchronized with the map he received from the organization. I want to kill both of these creatures as they will give a hefty amount of exp and challenging battle experience, but fighting them with my current stats will be suicidal, Alex thought, looking at his new stat window. Player names hidden 1. Class Battle Mage. Title Monkey Killer Conqueror Legend Prehistorian Guest Noble Mana Loved Domain Ruler Valiant Warrior Battle Emperor Chosen by Death. Legacy Darkness Ruler. Physique Dark Ancient Physique LVL 1. Rank Mortal Warrior. Stats STR 420, 105 plus 105 AGI 210, VIT 420, 105 plus 105 STA 420, 105 plus 105. INT 3755 plus 1105. HP 4200 4200. MP 37,550 30 7,550. Unassigned stat points 0. Hidden stats. Luck Charm Reputation 10,000. Condition Healthy. Equipment Cloth Armor. Skills Class Skill Weapon Summon. Physique Skill Eyes of the Ancient. Equipment Skill Miasma Field Rage Embodiment Psychic Shield Absorb Morph Weight Manipulation Life Siphoning Blade or a Blade Intent Tenacity. Learned Skill Parry 3 slashes of Death Magic Spear. Touch of Decay Shadow Summon. I can start by killing the first rank named creatures to quickly reach level 20, and if the opportunity presents itself, I will try fighting the 2nd rank creatures, Alex thought as he walked into the forest. After navigating through the dance for 4 minutes, Alex reached the nearest location marked on the map, and after some looking around, he found his target resting on the thick tree. Let's use the artifact appraisal skill and see if it has changed like the devour skill, Alex thought as he used the skill on peacefully sleeping Shadow Panther. Shadow Panther Rare Epic. Title Shadowborn Named Creature Natural Predator. Name Grimraz. LVL 99. Rank First Rank Peak. HP 157,000 157,000. See more. Condition Healthy Slumber. Skill Shadow Clone Shadow Merge Shadow Weaponry Shadow Armor Curse of Blindness Phantom Steps. Description: a nimble creature with high agility as his greatest attribute with great affinity with shadow element. Important note, all the information about this specimen is already recorded in Philosopher Library. What is this new option? Alex thought as he clicked on the See More option. Shadow Panther Rare Epic. Stats: STR 488 AGI 832. VIT 711 plus 859 1570 STA 643. INT 217. HP 157,000 157,000. I can check details, Alex thought, surprised by the appraisal skill's new function. The improvements to the appraisal skill are very good, but I will need to do a lot of testing to know its potential because the skill description is too vague, Alex thought after checking the detailed description of the Shadow Panther. This area is perfect for a predator like this panther, as there are a lot of thick trees with giant shadows making him use it for his advantage. The area had giant trees a few feet away from each other with heavy crowns making the area dark and shadowy, but there were enough lights to not hinder Alex's sight by much. I know the panther will fight me using his agility and taking advantage of his natural environment, and the only way for me to win this battle is by fighting him head-on, because if the battle is stretched for long, I will be the one to die, Alex thought as tried to come up with few plans. The panther has twice the agility as me, and even his strength is higher than mine, and with such a large reserve of health, killing it in a short time will be very hard. I need to target its legs early into the fight to take away his biggest advantage, then dealing with his will get much easier, Alex thought, using the additional information to devise a solid plan for victory. The skills I need to be wary of are the shadow clone and phantom steps, as every other skill could be countered with some effort, but with these two are real trouble, and if he used them in combination, then I would be real trouble, Alex thought, recalling the skill details. The shadow clone skill will let the panther make a clone of himself with 50% of his stats by using 50 of his mana, while the phantom step skill will increase the panther's already high agility by 50 for 5 minutes. The phantom step skill had the side effect of making the panther lose half his agility for half an hour after using it, but the 5-minute agility boost with a clone of himself fighting beside him was more than enough to end a battle. If these skills were used in perfect combination, then Alex could only have one way to save his life, which was utilizing the tenacity skill and wasting 15,000 mana or more to become invincible until his miasma domain was completed. I will create a plan according to the situation, Alex thought as he silently summoned the legacy weapon. Alex's legacy weapon was currently in the shape of a great sword that looked nothing fancy, with a spotless silver blade and a black iron hilt with a comfortable leather grip. Let's get this over with, Alex thought as he stretched his shoulders and neck and walked toward the tree with the sleeping panther. Hey, Black Beauty, wake up. I'm here to send you to your maker, Alex shouted as he got near the tree. Alex usually would have taken full advantage of the panther's sleeping condition and would have attacked him to do some heavy damage, but this fight was a test to check his capabilities, so fighting a head-on battle while being at a disadvantage was the best option for the best results. Gruulul. The panther woke up from his slumber, looked toward Alex with his black crystal-like eyes, and growled at him while releasing killing intent. Thud, let's test the sharpness of my legacy weapon, Alex thought, seeing the giant 10-foot panther crashing onto the ground while staring him right in the eyes. Alex took a normal defensive sword stance and got ready for the panther to pounce at him at any second, but even after a few seconds of stare down, the head-on attack he expected didn't come. Alex was getting impatient with the panther's passiveness when a few system notifications rang in his head, surprising him momentarily. Player is attacked with Curse of Blindness. Psychic Shield has blocked the Curse of Blindness. 400 mana used. This fucking bastard is more intelligent than I thought, Alex thought as he instinctively placed the flat side of his great sword in front of his face. Boom. Alex felt the heavy impact as the panther claw smashed onto his sword, making him take a few steps back to stabilize his footing, but knowing the following attack was coming, he immediately squatted down and thrust his sword upward with all his might. He is faster than I thought, Alex thought as he felt his sword pierce through nothing but air. Alex understood that the moment he got impatient and lost focus, the panther used the Curse of Blindness to make him blind and immediately used the Phantom Step skill and pounced at him for the kill. Alex wasn't worried about the Curse of Blindness skill because he knew that his Psychic Shield skill would protect him, but the defense and attack he did were completely out of his instinct after he saw a flash of darkness in front of his eyes. I don't need to worry about going blind, but I need to do something about his agility, Alex thought on full alert as he searched for the panther. I have a perfect counter for your sneaky attacks, Alex thought, knowing quick attacks were coming at him at any moment, and without wasting a second, he decided to use the Miasma Field skill. Let's test the Miasma Field skill on you, and then we can have an equal battle of strength. Alex thought as he used the skill, and immediately, a small magic circle appeared under his feet that started releasing a vast amount of darkness. Alex knew he couldn't react in time when Panther had his agility boosted above 1,000 points, and the only way to slow him down and have a head-on battle was by using the Miasma domain because even at mortal rank, the skill was strong enough to slow down the Panther. Cling 600 HP. Cling 250 HP. The darkness was starting to spread out to make the miasma field when Alex got attacked twice, first from his back, then from his right side, making him lose balance and stumble onto one knee. After getting attacked twice in milliseconds of difference, Alex knew something was not right and immediately rolled twice to the front to make some distance. How did he make his shadow clone this quickly? Alex thought, surprised to see two exact-looking panthers growling at him on his left and right side. Alex was surprised to see two panthers because he knew that the panther would need 1 whole minute to make his shadow clone, which was the reason he decided to use his miasma field skill. This panther looks a little smaller, Alex thought, and after a quick appraisal, he found the identity of the second panther. Shadow Panther Rare Epic. Title: Shadow Born, Shadow Blessed. LVL 140. Rank second rank. HP 292,292,000. See more. Condition healthy. Skill Shadow Merge, Shadow Weaponry, Shadow Armor, Curse of Blindness, Shadow Poison Fangs, Shadow Spear, Shadow Chains. Description: a nimble creature with high agility as his greatest attribute with great affinity with Shadow element. Important note, all the information about this specimen is already recorded in Philosopher Library. I am fucked. Alex thought, looking at the second-rank female panther that was slightly smaller than the male but in reality was much stronger than him. The bastard from the information hub didn't tell me anything about the named panther having a strong guardian as his lover. Alex thought, looking toward the female panther who gave him the death stare. I need to calm down. The worst that could happen is me dying and returning to the real world and spending 12 hours with my family, which sounds good, but I am not dying alone. Alex thought as he steeled his nerves, not accepting his death. The miasma field will need 60 seconds to complete, but my mana will be gone in 60 seconds if I immediately use the tenacity for invincibility. I need to protect myself for as long as possible from their fast attack before using tenacity skill, because I need to save all the mana I can to make a potent miasma field to at least kill the Grimras, the named panther. Alex thought as he slowly stepped back. The miasma field was the best damage dealer skill that Alex had, and it required 1,000 mana to activate it, and required 100 mana for every second the domain was active. But the best thing about the skill was its ability to increase the domain size and do more damage by consuming more mana. Alex hadn't tested the miasma field skill even once, and this was the first time he was even using it, but his hope of successfully executing his plan entirely depended on how it will perform. GRO. The female panther growled at Alex as she vanished from her place and appeared before him with her jaw wide open, aiming straight for his head, ready to crush it in one bite. Alex was ready for her to attack, and the moment she vanished from her place, he jumped back with all his might, and like a loaded spring, his body was propelled back, making the female panther chomp on nothing but empty air. She will again go for my head, but the same trick won't work on her this time, Alex thought, making a prediction, as he perfectly landed on his feet. Alex knew what attack was coming and instantly swung his sword with all his might at the empty air in front of him, and as the blade reached its full momentum, it clashed with something solid, but it didn't stop and sliced right through it like paper. CLASHHHH 3000 HP, this felt good. Alex thought as he moved back with rapid steps, looking at the blood-stained paw of the female panther. Growl. The attack exchange only took 3 seconds, and other than flawlessly executing a sword strike and drawing his first blood, the only thing Alex achieved was to piss the mighty panther off. The miasma domain will need 36 seconds to complete, and for my plan to work, I need to stall for at least another 6 seconds before using the tenacity skill, Alex thought as he rapidly moved back, trying to make some distance. The miasma field was moving with Alex as the center, and at this moment, it was a small 2-meter circle of darkness that looked scary to see, but it did no damage. This doesn't look good, Alex thought, seeing both panthers vanishing from their place like ghosts. I hate these speedy bastards, Alex thought as he jumped to the side to avoid the one shadowy blur he could see coming at him. The speed difference was too great for Alex to keep track of both panthers' movements, but he was experienced enough to react quickly at the moment's notice. Crash. Alex successfully avoided the attacks from the female panther by jumping and rolling to the side, but before he could stand up and defend himself against the male panther, chains made out of shadows manifested around him and captured and immobilized him. Alex used his sword to immediately break the chain bind, and even though he was successful at it, he was a little late in doing it, as before he could even stand up, the panther's wide-open jaw was inches away from crushing his face. I have no choice. Alex thought as he instantly used the tenacity skill to save his life. Alex knew that the panther attack wouldn't kill him, but it would be enough to completely immobilize him, and then it would be just a matter of seconds before the two panthers ripped him apart. Crush. Growls, the panther growled in confusion as he saw Alex's face protected by a thin golden barrier, making it impossible for him close his jaw and crush his target. You are dead, Alex thought as he used the blade intent and life-siphoning blade aura, and immediately thrust his sword upward, directly targeting the panther's brain. The panther was in a state of confusion by his failed attack, but Alex was not and took full advantage of the small window of opportunity and made an all-out attack and went straight for the kill. The panther sensed danger to his life and tried to back off, but the distance between the sword and his neck was too short for him to evade it in time, and just like Alex wanted, the sword pierced right from under his neck and came out from the face, slicing everything in the path. 72,000 HP critical hit. Shadow Panther Grimras will lose 500 HP every second until the bleeding stops. Plus 3,500 HP gained, the bastard saved his brain from getting sliced. Alex thought, seeing the disfigured panther with a wide blade sticking out of his face. The panther had his neck pierced wide open with everything inside it, and one side of his face was ripped apart by the wide blade, completely destroying his left eye and heavily damaging the right side of his skull, but his brain was safe, making him live. If any living creature's vital organ was destroyed, its death was certain, so killing a creature instantly was possible, but practically doing it on the same level of strength was very difficult. Alex wanted to slice right through the panther's brain and end his life in a single strike, but the panther moved back just enough to save his brain, making him save his life. ROARRRRR. You should have chosen the painless and quick route to death, Alex said as he pulled back his sword toward himself with all his might, slicing the panther's jaw and neck clean. ROARRRR 8,000 HP plus 400 HP gained. The panther roared as the left side of his skull and neck heavily bleed, making him feel agonizing pain, but Alex didn't mind the loud screaming and stepped back to finish the job. Alex was about to swing the sword with an overhead slash, but before he could move his sword, his body was sent flying through the air as the female panther tackled him at incredible speed. BOOM. Alex crashed into a tree, making a big impact, and even though he received no damage, the experience of flying through the air and smashing into a hard tree was not very nice as his whole body felt like it was run over by a truck. I thought I would become invincible to attack under the third rank, Alex thought as he took a few deep breaths to calm his mind. Alex was thinking about a reasonable answer when a spear of shadows blasted him right in the face, and even though the barrier protected him, the impact from the second rank attack knocked him back to the ground. It looks like I can't receive damage, but I will experience the impact of the attack and the pain that come with it, Alex thought as he stood up and stepped to the side, avoiding a shadow spear aimed at his head. The pain is annoying, but it is not a problem, Alex said as he sprinted toward the female panther who stood like guard beside her injured lover. The miasma field will be completed in 21 seconds, but I must kill Grimras before my mana runs dry, Alex thought as he bent his body down to avoid another magic spear. Alex reached the attacking range and swung his sword, and his attack was met with by the female panther, who was covered in shadow armor, stopping his blade in its path and forcing Alex to take a few steps back. Alex didn't back down as he charged back, swinging his giant sword with full power as he kept an eye on the Grimras and his current HP, who was getting drenched in his blood. 15 more seconds, Alex thought as he got pushed back every time his sword clashed with the female panther. Alex exchanged blows with the female panther, and in 15 seconds he successfully drew blood, but the amount of HP she lost was a drop in her massive HP pool. Finally, the miasma field is completed, Alex thought as he watched in satisfaction as the 10-meter land in a circle around him, covered in pure darkness, started releasing fumes of darkness into the air. Now I need to find a way to kill that bastard before my mana runs dry, Alex thought as he watched his rapidly draining mana. MP 18,350 30, 7,550. The female panther was attacking Alex, making it impossible for him to reach Grimras, whose bleeding had slowed down significantly, and he still had more than 50,000 HP left. Let's increase the mana output of the miasma field by 3 times and see the result, Alex thought, seeing the female panther losing only 20 HP while standing in the miasma field. The miasma field consumed 100 mana every second after getting activated, but the mana consumption could be raised to increase the potency of the miasma, and Alex raised it to 300 per second to check the result. ROARRRRR. After feeling no threat from the dark miasma, the female panther manifested a shadow spear above her, directly launching it at Alex, and followed right behind with rage-filled eyes. Alex easily parried the spear and thrust his sword straight like a spear with all his strength, while seeing the darkness fumes released by the field getting faster and thicker with every passing second. CLASH8. Alex kept getting pushed back as the female panther kept attacking him head-on while targeting different areas of his body with shadow spears, but 10 or so seconds later, the miasma around her became visibly thicker and started to do more damage than she liked. 200 HP, 300 HP. 1000 HP. 1000 HP. ROARRRRR. This is what I like to see, Alex thought as he watched the female panther's skin sizzle from every place as the darkness miasma burned her skin like potent acid. The female panther was losing close to 2,000 health every second while experiencing the pain of her skin getting erased, but Alex did not fare too well, as his mana was going down at an extreme speed. The female panther quickly stepped back, exiting the 10-meter radius of the miasma field, and went on the full defense as she watched Alex with eyes filled with fear. I need to cancel the tenacity skill if I want to keep the miasma field active for a few more seconds. Alex thought and immediately canceled the mana hungry skill. This should be enough to keep the miasma field active for 30 seconds. Alex thought, looking at his mana. MP, 8850 37,550. I have 30 seconds or less to kill Grimras. Alex thought as he sprinted toward the Grimras, whose bleeding completely stopped, and looked at him with eyes filled with rage. ROARRRRR. The female panther roared toward Alex as she shot a shadow spear at him while making distance afraid of the miasma field. Alex parried the shadow spear and sprinted toward Grimras, who had yet to move from his position as he stood like a statue, but seeing his enemy coming at him, he roared as his shadow started to cover his body. In the blink of an eye, Grimmer's own shadow merged with his body, increasing his height by 2 feet while his muscle became bigger, and then, with a thundering roar, he charged toward Alex. ROARRRR. I was worried how I would create an opportunity to engage in a close battle with you, but I didn't expect you to present yourself to me. Alex thought as he used his sword to block the incoming paw while having a smile on his face. Alex didn't know if Grimmer's attacked him in his injured state to defend his beastly pride or just out of anger, but he was happy with not wasting his limited time struggling with the second-ranked panther while finding an opportunity to attack. 1300 HP. 1300 HP, the Shadow Merge skill has boosted his strength by at least 40%. Alex thought as he felt the raw power behind the Panther attack. The Shadow Merge skill was like the Berserk skill, but without any rage side effect, as it increased its stats by half the percentage of maximum mana used to activate it, and by the looks of it, Grimmers had used 80 of his mana to activate the skill. THUDD 840 HP. SHHINGG 470 HP, this FG is annoying me. Il cursed after he was smashed by a shadow spear from his side, making him get struck in the chest by the Grimras. Alex didn't focus on the female panther because even after Grimras entered the miasma field in his injured condition, she stayed outside, not showing any signs of joining him in the battle. I just need to hold on for 7 more seconds, Alex thought as he looked at the remaining HP of Grimras. HP 27,000, 157,000. Alex went on the full defense as he regained his footing while keeping an eye out for the female panther attack. Alex struggled to keep up with Grimras, as with every passing second, he became more ferocious because he was losing close to 4,000 HP in each second, but he didn't back down but attacked with even more ferocity. Grimras' attack became faster and stronger each moment, blowing through Alex's defense, chipping away his HP, and the constant shadow spears from the female panther only worsened the situation. I need to hold on for just 2 more seconds, Alex thought, seeing his red HP bar about to reach 0. HP 625 4200. As adrenaline rushed through Alex's blood, he felt everything slow down, making him watch a shadow spear coming from his right and a wide open jaw of Grimmers a few inches away from his neck. Alex did what he could to save his life and immediately dropped his sword, and then he bent his body down and tackled the panther, catching him in a bear hug and pushing his back enough to avoid the spear. 250 HP, I am not dying before you, Alex thought as he started to punch the panther in his ribs while feeling the pain of sharp teeth digging into his shoulder. The struggle with Grimras didn't last long, as after a few solid punches, Alex heard the system notification that he desperately wanted to hear. Congratulations, player, Hidden 1. Shadow Panther Grimras is killed. EXP gained. Level up X17, I survived, Alex thought with an exhausted smile as the panther's giant body went limp on him. Alex pushed the dead panther's body aside and stood up after his health, and mana was restored to full because of the level up. I won't survive against her even with full health, but if I can execute my plan perfectly, I might just kill her in one shot, Alex thought as he quickly picked up his sword while keeping an eye on the female panther standing in the distance. 100 unassigned stats points to agility stat and 70 stat points to strength, Alex said, giving the system a command which was instantly executed. Alex's agility was pushed from 210 to 310 points while his strength went from 420 to 490, and with the additional boost from his equipment, his strength was boosted to 560 points. The female panther kept looking at the dead panther's body for a few seconds, and then, with a thunderous roar, she charged toward Alex at breakneck speed. ROARRRRRR, I will only have one chance to make this move, Alex thought as he charged toward the female panther, and when he was just a few feet away from her, he jumped into the air using every ounce of his strength. After reaching high in the air, Alex took the posture of overhead slash while holding the hilt of his sword with all the grip strength he could muster, and then he descended toward the ground with eyes set on the female panther charging toward him. Alex swung his sword with all his might moments before he crashed into the female panther, precisely targeting her head, and as his sword reached the peak of its moment, he used the weight manipulation skill, changing the 8.2 kg weight of the sword to the maximum 200 kg. In her rage, the female panther took the blow head-on, and the mountain of a sword crashed into her shadow armor-covered head. After a slight resistance, the female panther's head didn't get sliced, but it exploded like a watermelon into a gory mess of bone and meat, and the sword crashed into the ground, cracking the ground and giving Alex a destructive aftershock. 274,000 HP critical hit. BBOMMMMMM. The bones in Alex's arms got destroyed by the aftershock he received from the sword's impact on the ground, and his arms' muscles were ripped apart as bone fragments stuck out of them, making his arms a complete mess. Alex was feeling a lot of pain, but he had a broad smile on his face as he watched the headless corpse of the female panther drop on the ground, and his head rang with system notifications. Congratulations, player, Hidden 1. Shadow Panther is killed. EXP gained. Level up X2 limit reached. Conqueror title evolved into Indomitable Conqueror. This was a lucky shot. Alex thought as he dropped his sword and fell on his back to let his mangled arms heal. After recovering from his injuries and taking a small rest to recover mentally, Alex opened his eyes to system notification, and the first thing he checked was the conditions of his rank promotion quest. I barely killed a second rank creature using a trick with a lucky shot, but now I am supposed to kill 10 of them. Alex thought, looking at the rank promotion quest conditions. Rank promotion legacy, quest rank 1. Objective 1, kill 200 common monsters, kill 50 elite monsters, kill 20 rare elite monsters, kill 5 epic monsters. Objective 2, kill 50 first rank elite monsters, kill 20 first rank rare elite, kill 10 second rank epic or above monsters. In case of quest failure, player will not be given the promotion quest for 1 month. Rewards, promotion to first rank. Rewards will be determined by player performance. Important info, the player needs to kill the beast alone, as any outside help will not contribute toward the quest. Quest progress, see more. Accept yes number. Important note, after the promotion quest is accepted, the player needs to complete it in 48 hours, and the less time is taken, the better the rewards will be. The worst thing is I can't even level up to increase my strength, Alex thought, seeing his level capped at 20. A normal player can gain XP and level up even after reaching the condition for rank promotion, but the legacy holders didn't have the same privilege and were required to clear the rank promotion quest to gain any more levels. Alex didn't even consider choosing the easy route, knowing that the rewards he would receive will be garbage compared to what he will gain for completing the promotion quest on hard difficulty. Domain ruler, you don't look happy, Lady Margaret said. Lady Margaret, I need to kill 10 second rank creatures to complete my rank promotion, and I need to do that in 48 hours, which is close to impossible with my current strength, Alex said, making his system screen public for his shadow guardians to see. Domain ruler, it will be impossible for a normal mortal warrior to kill a second rank creature with their strength, no matter how talented they are, because of the massive strength difference, but you are different. You struggled against the panther because of her superior agility, and with your current capabilities, you will experience the same situation against any second-rank creature, Darian said, standing before Alex. You are supposed to give me a solution to my problem, not point out the obvious. Alex thought, as I said, you are different, and you have the means to kill a second-rank creature, albeit with some effort. Domain ruler, your biggest advantage is not your unusually high strength and other stats for a mortal, but your large reserve of mana that is even higher than a peak second-rank magician. You just need to utilize your mana correctly, and then any second-rank creature will pose you no threat, and handling them will be easy, Darian said. I might have more mana than a second-rank magician, but I don't have any good spell to utilize it on, Alex replied, pointing out the obvious problem. Alex was conscious about his huge mana reserve, but he also understood that to use it, he needed strong spells, but with his current strength, he couldn't learn anything above the mortal rank without wasting a lot of time. You just need to learn higher rank spells, Darian said with a blank face. Domain ruler, you know that you can learn any rank of magic spell manually without the help of your system, Darian said. I know I can learn spells and skills manually, but the learning process will require a lot of time, and then the even bigger problem is being able to utilize it subconsciously in the heat of a battle, Alex said. If a player wanted to learn spells or skills of a higher rank than his own, he needed to do them manually, and the system would be no help. After learning a spell skill, the player needed to utilize it manually without any help from the system, and learning to do that subconsciously was an arduous and time-consuming task. Domain ruler. The biggest problem you immortal adventurers has is that you depend on the system given by Watcher too much, which has many advantages, but it also has a few drawbacks, and those drawbacks are enough to never let you reach your full potential. You have only one choice if you want to clear your legacy promotion quest with the best possible result, and that is to learn to utilize your mana, but you can always choose the easy route, Darian said calmly, like choice did affect him in the least. In my previous life, it took me 40 days to learn and master a basic ice element 3rd rank spell, but with my talent in darkness element and the help from these 2 behemoths, I should be able to learn new skills in a much faster time. But the question is how fast, as I can't waste months learning new skills that will become useless in the near future after I reach higher ranks of strength. Alex thought, weighing the pros and cons of his decision. Domain ruler, I believe with your talent, you should be able to learn 3 2nd-rank spells with a few 1st-rank spells and master them for battle in 1 month, Lady Margaret said, like knowing what Alex had on his mind. Lady Margaret, I appreciate your encouraging words, Alex said, knowing achieving such results would be impossible, or so he thought. Your choice? Lady Margaret asked. Lady Margaret, when and how do you want me to start training? Alex asked as he cracked his neck, ready to do some hardcore training. You should first return to the city and rent the best available training chamber, Lady Margaret said with a smile. After leaving the forest, Alex rented the best training chamber available for him by using his noble authority at the price of 1,500 gold coins an hour. Domain ruler, you should start by reading the basics of mana and detailed theories on magic spells, Lady Margaret said as she handed Alex a book. I already know about the basics of mana and spells, but all my knowledge comes from the public libraries and forums, so this book may have more valuable knowledge than I know. Alex thought as he took the book, sat on the ground, and started reading it. Alex spent the next 6 hours reading the book, and even though most of the things written in the book were known to him, the detail and clarity they were explained were just mind-blowing. This should be classified as highly advanced knowledge for mana and spells in the mortal or even in the elemental's rank. Alex thought as he read every word with complete focus, worrying he would miss something important. Alex had the understanding that mana is a universal form of energy that could be used as fuel for magic spells, skills, and ultimately controlling the worldly law that keeps the balance of the universe. Alex's understanding of mana was correct, but in a very primitive and crude way because, in the book, there was a much different and better explanation. The mana was the energy that could be used as fuel, but that was just a straightforward use of it. But in reality, the mana was a universal energy that could be converted into any form of existing energy. This was the reason why pure neutral mana could be used to create any type of spell or ability and be given any elemental attribute. The spells and abilities used different methods to convert mana into elemental energies, ranging from small force attacks to apocalyptic horror strong enough to destroy giant continents. The mana was the base of everything and could be manipulated and converted into anything, so the better a person has control over it, the easier it will be for him to learn and utilize its different use cases. Alex gained a lot of amazing and beneficial knowledge from just reading the book, and now he was even more excited to learn new spells, as even the impossible felt possible to him. Domain ruler, you have any questions? Lady Margaret asked, seeing Alex close the book. Alex asked a few questions that he didn't understand clearly, and after an hour of question answers, he had all his doubts cleared as Lady Margaret explained things to him in detail and by showing him practical examples. Domain ruler, you should start by learning a few mortal rank spells that will help you get the hang of the experience helping you with higher rank spells. These are a few of the darkness element mortal rank spells I have in my possession, so choose one you like and we can start the practice. Lady Margaret said as she handed Alex a few white parchments. I should choose the spells with high utility. Alex thought as he skimmed through all the available 20 or so spells and selected 2 skills he felt were the best. These should do for now, Alex said as he looked at the system information of the 2 spells. Name Darkness Bind, Category Darkness Spell. Quality Rare. Grade Mortal Rank. Requirement 90 Intelligence Stat. Description: allow the user to create solid binds to immobilize his enemy. Name Darkness Beam. Category Darkness Spell. Quality Rare. Grade Mortal Rank. Requirement 140 Intelligence Stat. Description: allow the user to shoot a condensed beam of darkness that does much damage. The parchments Lady Margaret gave were physical copies of the magic spell, with the precise drawings of magic circles required to cast the spell and basic instructions on each step. The intelligence stat requirement was what an individual needed to learn the skill, but even without meeting it, an individual can still learn the skill, albeit the process of learning the skill will be more difficult. Now that you have decided, let's start the training. Domain ruler, do you know how to control your mana? Lady Margaret asked, and Alex instantly created a ball of mana above his hand that he split into two, which turned into big rings and then stars while not losing any of their volumes. My control over my mana felt too smooth compared to when I tried it with death-attributed mana. Alex thought, surprised by his ability to manipulate mana into any shape by just thinking about it. Domain ruler, you need to memorize the magic circle drawn on the parchments and then create it in reality by using your mana, Lady Margaret said, not asking Alex any questions about his mana control. Alex did as he was told and started memorizing the magic circles drawn on the parchments, and as mortal rank spells have a very basic-looking magic circle, he memorized the darkness bind spell in less than 5 minutes. Alex tried creating the magic circle by imagining what he remembered, and on his first try, he successfully made the magic circle structure. As instructed, Alex tried to use a precise amount of 70 mana points, and even though the illusionary circle brightened for a moment, but it quickly crumbled into practice, resulting in the first attempt being a failure. After failing for the first time, Alex tried once more, and this time he successfully executed the darkness bind spell, which surprised him a lot, but he stayed calm and started remembering the second spell. Alex learned the darkness beam spell in just 10 minutes and executed it perfectly, and then Lady Margaret gave him 2 more spells, Darkness Shield and Darkness Blast, which he also learned to cast in a little over 30 minutes. Domain ruler, I believe learning 4 mortal rank spells should be enough, and now you should practice them to a level where you can instantly cast them, Lady Margaret said in her serene voice, seeing Alex successfully casting the 4th spell. She doesn't look surprised that I was able to learn 4 spells in less than an hour, Alex thought as he heard the system notification. Congratulations, player hidden one. Darkness spell Darkness Blast successfully learned. I don't know if this amazing learning ability is all because of my talent or because of my past life experience, or maybe both, Alex thought as he started practicing the Darkness Bind spell. Domain ruler, you can attack me when you are ready, Darian said, standing 10 meters away from Alex. Let's do this, Alex thought as he loosely gripped a common-looking long sword. Alex mastered instant casting of all 4 spells in just 2 hours, and now he was going to test them in the heat of a fast-paced battle. Alex sprinted toward Darian, who stood silently like a statue, and just as he made the magic circle to cast the Darkness Blast spell, a spear made from blood zapped through the air and destroyed it before it could even get completed. What the hell, Alex thought, surprised by the sudden attack, but he didn't linger on that thought for even a second and instantly cast the Darkness Shield skill, which was smashed by a heavy impact moments after it came into existence. Boom, he is ready to kill me, Alex thought as he jumped to the right to save his life as a second blood spear tore through his newly created Darkness Shield. Alex rolled on the then used the Darkness Beam skill, and after a split second later, a beam of condensed darkness was shot toward Darian, but before it could travel half the distance, it was obliterated by a blood spear. After destroying the beam of darkness, the blood spear zipped through the air and came inches away from Alex's head, which he parried using his sword, changing the spear's trajectory and saving himself from getting one shot. This should be enough, Darian said as he appeared before Alex. Domain ruler, you have good fundamentals for fighting with both sword and magic, and even though you make many mistakes, those could be corrected in time with practice, but I want to ask you a few questions. What was your class and rank before you acquired the first ruler legacy? Darian said. I was a first-rank warrior, with my base class being a swordsman and my second class being a magician, Alex replied. One last question, what weapon do you prefer? Because I have seen you use a great sword and a long sword, and your mastery of both weapons was on a similar level, Darian asked. I never really cared about my choice of weapon in my previous life, as I used whatever good quality weapon I could find, Alex thought, trying to pick a favorite. Alex had learned to use from one-hand swords to dual battle axes and sometimes magic staffs as he was a mercenary who took every mission, and becoming the damage dealer for rich newbie players to taking the role of a tank meat shield was a normal day in his previous life. I will pick the long sword as my favorite weapon to use, Alex replied after deciding between the great sword and the long sword, but after thinking for a few seconds, he chose the long sword because of its reach and mobility. Domain ruler, you will spend 2 hours every day for the next month learning the basics of wielding a long sword, Darian said. Domain ruler, these are the first-rank version of the 4 spells you have learned, and as these are just the advanced version of the same basic spells, learning them would take less effect, Lady Margaret said as she handed 4 new parchments. I need to log out in a few hours as it is already over 2 days since I last ate something in real life, Alex thought as he picked the first parchment to memorize the magic circles. 23 days later, finally, I did it, Alex thought as he collapsed his back with his body drenched in sweat and blood. Alex had just finished a battle with Darian, and just like every time, he didn't hold back and forced him into situations to utilize specific spells to save his life. Alex's daily routine in the last 23 days was unpleasant, as he spent all his time learning the complicated spells of second rank that he failed to cast more time than he could count. The little break Alex had in the 24-hour was spent learning the way of the sword in intense gravity that started from 10G, and on the 23rd day, it was set at 32G, which was enough for him to feel like his inside was getting crushed. The only time Alex truly took a break was when he logged out for 8 hours after every 3 days, and that time he spent on was taking a nap, eating, showering, and spending time with his family. Alex had spent the last 23 days doing nothing but learning new spells and mastering them in a fast-paced battle, and the results he achieved were even beyond his wild imagination. Alex's swordsmanship and fighting skills were also improved significantly under the teaching of Elder Darien, making him a much stronger warrior than he was just 23 days ago. Congratulations, Domain Ruler. You have learned to wield all your current spells in the heat of battle without losing focus. Lady Margaret said with a bright and happy smile, standing beside Alex. I can't believe I learned 5 second-rank spells in just 23 days, Alex thought with a broad smile as he looked at his character Window's newly learned spell section. Manually learned spells, second rank, Chains of Darkness allow the user to create up to 7 solid chains of darkness that he can manipulate at will. Mana required, 1,000 every minute. Dome of Darkness create a dome of darkness around the user with the defensive capability to perfectly neutralize any attack up to mid-third rank. Mana required, 2,500 every minute. Corrosion Beam launch a condensed beam of darkness that erodes the target body, destroying any living and non-living material. Mana required, 6,000. Darkness Blast create a concentrated orb of darkness that does a massive amount of darkness elemental damage in 10 feet radius, with a small probability of making the target lose his senses for a certain period. Mana required, 4,000. Darkness Spear allow the user to create up to 5 darkness spears, with each spear capable of doing early second rank damage. Mana required, 1,500. First rank Darkness Bind, Darkness Shield, Darkness Blast, Darkness Beam, Darkness Spear, Curse of Blindness. Mortal rank, see more. The best thing is these magic spells don't have any cooldown, and with enough mana, I can spam them all day without worry. Alex thought as he felt the soothing sensation of the healing spell performed on him by Lady Margaret. Domain Ruler, you have improved greatly in the way of sword and battle, but you still have many flaws that could only be corrected in the heat of a challenging battle. So even though you only require to kill second-rank creatures of any stage, I recommend fighting the strongest at the peak of the second rank, as it will help you get comfortable with your new capabilities, Darien said. I never plan to pick easy opponents, Alex said with a smile. After leaving the training chamber, Alex went to the information hub and bought the location of 10 peak second-rank creatures who were either pure blood or named. After leaving the city, Alex went straight toward the northern area of the Endless Forest, as the snow and ice-covered area was a high-level area making the population of rank 1 creatures quite abundant. After sprinting for close to an hour, Alex reached the northern area, and with a bit of effort, he located an ice cave and a perfect creature to start his hunt with. This should be a good opponent to test a few skills, Alex thought, looking at a beautiful white lion. Snow Lion Rare Epic. Title Snow Blessed Named Creature. Name Rothug. LVL 99. Rank First Rank Peak. HP 197,000. See more. Condition Healthy. After accepting the rank promotion quest starting the 48 hours, he left the tree cover and started walking toward the lion. ROARRRRRR. The lion roared, seeing a human enter his line of sight, but Alex didn't even unsheath his sword and casually walked toward the lion, wondering if he should drag this fight to test some of his skills or end it as quickly as he possibly could. The fight with the snow lion was not difficult for Alex, as he only used 2 spells to toy with the unlucky lion and killed him in 3 minutes without taking any damage. I should start doing the ruler missions to complete the first-rank domain connection promotion quest and gain that juicy reward of a 4,000 stat increase in intelligence. Now that I think about it, there were a few missions that I should be able to complete right now as I complete my rank promotion quest. Alex thought as he quickly opened the ruler mission panel. After looking at the 6 available missions, Alex selected one that perfectly fits his current situation. Test of Might. Objective: kill 10 peak second-rank creature with traits, 0-10. Time 48 hours. Reward: 1,000 ruler coins plus random skill. Description: a test for the ruler to prove his might by achieving a challenging feat while being immortal. Except, yes no, the Malifie's domain has even higher standards than Erebus, but I hope they both give me something good as the reward, Alex thought as he accepted the mission. There is one more mission that requires me to reach first rank, so I should complete this mission first, and then accept that one before clearing the promotion quest. As this way, I will complete 2 of 10 missions required for the first rank domain connection quest, Alex thought as he sprinted toward the old woods area. 22 hours later, Alex was standing in front of a giant cave entrance at the base of a giant ice mountain range, and all around him were tens of dead bodies belonging to snow-white humanoid apes, and their blood was covering the snow-covered ground. This clan of Yetis was the biggest challenge I faced today, but it was also the most fun, Alex thought as he drank advanced grade mana and a health potion for recovery. This marks the 9th second-rank creature that I have killed. Now I just need to kill the frost bison to complete the most difficult condition of the promotion quest, Alex thought, looking at the dead Yeti before him. Let's collect the loot, Alex thought as he moved forward to touch the body of Yeti's clan leader to take the loot, but before he even touched it, he heard a thundering roar from above. What the? Alex thought, shocked, as he looked above and saw a giant creature with towering height, covered in blue lightning, standing at the entrance of a cave high above the ice mountain. Alex jumped back to save himself from getting crushed by whatever that creature was, seeing him leap into the air and descend toward his location. Boom. Alex used his sword to stabilize his footing and immediately used appraisal on the creature to see what kind of enemy he was facing. This is just effing awesome, Alex thought as he checked the nightmarish creature's state window. Glacial Lightning Yeti Rare Epic Pure Blood. Title: Rare Superior Species, named Creature Half-Breed. Name: Valkush. LVL 199. Rank: Second Rank Peak. HP 610,000. See more. Condition: Healthy Enraged. Skills: Ice Boulder Shower, Thundering Roar, Ice Weaponry, Glacial Lightning, Spear, Glacial Lightning, Breath, Glacial Lightning, Armor, Berserk, Elemental Flame Manipulation. Description: a rare creature born from the parentage of 2 closely related species, one being the 4th rank Glacial Yeti, while the second parent being the Lightning Yeti King, a creature of the 6th rank. Important note: all the information about this specimen is not recorded in Philosopher Library. To record all the available knowledge, kill or detain the specimen for in-depth scanning to extract the information. At least he is in the boundaries of 2nd rank, even though his stats match what a 3rd rank creature should have, Alex thought after checking the Yeti stats. The Yeti could control a mutated variant of lightning with the added attribute of ice element, and this alone will make him more challenging to fight than any of the previous 9 opponents, Alex thought as looking at the abnormal Yeti, who stood silently looking at the dead body of the Yeti clan leader. The Yeti Valkush looked like a mix of Yeti and human, as he stood 8 feet tall with a muscular build, with his physique closely matching a human warrior with well-toned muscle covered in thick white fur. Let's get this over with, Alex thought as he slowly walked toward the silently standing Yeti while slowly creating the magic circle of the corrosion beam spell. The beast looked toward the human walking toward him and roared with anger as the blue electricity on his arms started to visibly thicken. But Alex had a smile on his face as he heard a system notification that he was waiting for with anticipation. System notification: player is in a hostile situation with a creature that is 2 ranks higher in strength. Indomitable Conqueror Tittle effect activated. All base stats increased by 20, my lovely title with its broken effect, Alex thought as he used the required mana to complete his unfinished magic spell, and instantly a thick beam of concentrated darkness was launched at the enraged Yeti standing a few meters away. BOOMMM 42,000 HP critical. The corrosion beam hit the Yeti straight on his chest, pushing him back by a few steps while going a good chunk of damage, and then the darkness of the beam started to spread like a virus on his body, doing constant damage. 2,000 HP, 2,000 HP, 4,000 HP critical hit. Alex didn't wait for the Yeti to recover from the corrosive energy eating and destroying his flesh, and instantly casted the Darkness Blast spell. In just a few moments, the magic circle was completed, and then a tiny orb of darkness appeared on the palm of Alex's left hand, which slowly increased in size and density and became as big as a football. Alex tossed the orb using his physical strength, making it zip through the air like a cannon and crash at the feet of the Yeti. BOOMM. The moment the dark orb touched the hard ground, it exploded with high intensity and covered the 20 feet radius in a circle. 38,000 HP, 2,000 HP, 2000 HP, this was a good start. Alex thought as he casted the darkness spear, instantly creating 5 spears of darkness, making them float around him as he silently waited for the darkness in the area to dissipate. After waiting a few seconds, the darkness was gone, and the Yeti was revealed, who stood at his location like a statue staring toward Alex with bloody red eyes filled with rage. This is unexpected, Alex thought, seeing the Yetis revealing a menacing smile as blue elemental fire covered his chest, destroying the corrosive energy eating at his flesh. Alex quickly fired all 5 darkness spears at the Yeti that the creature took head-on, not even making an effort to block or avoid them. 11,000 HP, 22,000 HP critical hit. This is going to get ugly, Alex thought, looking at the Yeti who had his torso protected by ice armor with blue lightning flowing on it. Alex calmly gripped his pitch-dark long sword and used the blade intent skill covering his blade in thin white edge, and then he used the Chains of Darkness spell, making 7 snake-like long chains appear around him. Boom. The Yeti sprinted in Alex's direction and appeared before him, swinging his fist with nothing but brute strength, but he was stopped in his tracks as the Chains of Darkness coiled around his body, immobilizing him. Alex didn't miss the opportunity, and using all his strength, he thrust his sword straight toward the Yeti's eyes. But even though he was quick in his attack, the Yeti had a faster reaction, and by slightly moving his head upward, he avoided the critical attack. He is more intelligent than I thought, Alex thought, seeing his sword pierce the cheek of the Yeti and get blocked by the dense bone of his skull. Oh no, Alex thought as he saw the Yeti opening his mouth wide open, and without hesitation, Alex pulled back his sword and immediately used the first-rank Darkness Shield spell. BOOMMM. The Yeti had used his glacial lightning breath, and as the skill was used without charging, Darkness Shield prepared by Alex was enough to neutralize it completely, but because of the close range, it was still strong enough to push Alex back by 20 meters. I need to engage in close combat because, with his massive HP pool, my mana will be gone by the time he loses just a third of it. Alex thought, seeing the Yeti cover his hands in blue elemental flame and destroy the darkness chains with a bit of effort and brute strength. I will go with that safety plan, Alex thought. Hey, ugly mug, the old buffin laying dead over there. Is he your father or something, because he was pretty weak just like you? Alex said out loud, taunting the Yeti to make him lose his sanity and go berserk. I will be dead in a few minutes if the fight continues at this rate, Alex thought as he dodged one icy spear covered in thunder while praying the second one with his sword. Clang. Alex's plan to enrage the Yeti to force him to use his berserk skill failed, as even though his nasty remarks pissed the creature off, but it didn't achieve the desired result he wanted and only made the Yeti attack more violently. System notification, 15 minutes completed. Battle Emperor Tittle effect activated. All stats increased by 15. All my stats are boosted by 35, and with the bonuses from my equipments, they are all up by 70, but even then he is stronger than me, Alex thought as he swung his sword to meet the flamed-covered fist of the Yeti. In the last 15 minutes, Alex had burned through 70 of his mana and had lost 60 of his HP, and the Yeti still had 68 of HP left, and with each passing second, his attacks were becoming faster and unpredictable, making it difficult to defend. I am getting slower with every passing second, Alex thought, feeling his arms getting heavier every time his sword clashed with the freak of nature because his stamina was at rock bottom. I guess this is my current limit without using the Rage Embodiment skill, Alex thought as he used the stored 100 points of resentment energy to get the best stat boost he could get and go all out. Rage Embodiment skill activated. All stats increased by 200 for the next 3 minutes. I missed this feeling, Alex thought as he felt his stats triple instantly with newfound strength and vitality flowing through his body. Clang. You are dead, Alex said with a wide grin as he easily parried the flaming fist with his sword. Fourfold thrust, Alex mumbled as he executed one of the moves he learned from Darian in his sword training session. After contracting the muscle in his right arm to their limit, Alex moved his sword at a lightning pace 4 times, each strike aimed at the heart of the Yeti with great precision. 15,000 HP, 30,000 HP critical hit. You look scared, Alex said, seeing the Yeti jumping back like a scared cat. I might as well just end this fight before he goes into the berserk state, Alex thought as he covered his sword in a vast amount of darkness mana that made it look like the blade was on fire. Alex sprinted toward the retreating Yeti, and after reaching optimal distance, he jumped high into the air while positioning his sword over his head as he descended toward the Yeti. Weight manipulation 4.8 kg 200 kg, darkness slash. SWINNGGG 260,000 HP, critical hit. BOOMMMMM. ROOI. The bastard survived my trump card. Alex thought, seeing the Yeti roaring at the top of his lungs as a fountain of blood gushed out of his cleanly sliced right shoulder. The Yeti's right shoulder and arm were gone cleanly cut off, leaving a massive injury that was bleeding a tremendous amount of blood, making the creature roared in pain and agony, but Alex still didn't feel satisfied as he was unable to execute the strike flawlessly. Alex had used the Darkness Slash skill, which did 600 physical damage with added damage from the Darkness element, and combined the sword attack with his sword weight manipulation skill at the last moment before clashing to vastly increase the damage. Alex had learned the Darkness Slash skill manually, and after perfecting it, he combined it with his sword weight manipulation skill, knowing the boost it could provide. Alex's target was Yeti's head, but because of the creature's superior instinct, he was able to tilt his body to the side, making it to save his life by losing his right arm and taking significant damage. "Let's end this battle," Alex said as he pulled his sword out of the destroyed ground. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr already stopped by burning his flesh using the elemental flames. Boom. Alex swung his massively weighted sword without issue, meeting the thunder cover claws of the Yeti. After staying on the defensive for 1 minute, Alex created the opportunity he was waiting for by using the chains of darkness. It was a good fight, darkness slash, Alex said as he slashed his sword at the Yeti's neck, cleanly decapitating him and ending his life. System notification. Congratulations, player Hidden 1. Glacial Lightning Yeti Valkush is killed. Domain mission, test of might completed. Peak 2nd rank creature killed 1010. Time taken 22 hours and 17 minutes 1000 ruler coins gained. Skill minor chaos manipulation gained. Alex's head went blank as a vast amount of information entered his brain, and after a few moments, he lost consciousness. 9 hours later. Domain ruler, do you feel anything wrong? Lady Margaret asked in a worried voice. I am all right, Alex said as he looked at the remaining time of the promotion quest. Remaining time, 16 hours 33 minutes. I lost 9 hours, but what the hell happened that made me lose consciousness? Alex thought as he opened the system log to check all recent notifications. System notification. Skill minor chaos manipulation gained. What minor chaos manipulation? Alex thought, shocked by the domain mission reward. Name minor chaos manipulation. Quality mythical unique. Grade mortal rank growth type. Mystery 0-100. Description allow the user to learn and manipulate the primal energy of chaos, a superior element of the universe known for its destructive power. This is awesome, Alex thought with a broad smile as he looked at the generous reward from the domain mission. I didn't know the domain would be this generous, Alex thought, smiling from ear to ear. Alex was so thrilled because elemental manipulation was a skill that every elemental ruler had, and even though it was possible for an individual with 6th rank or lower strength to acquire it, but the chances were beyond low. The only way to acquire an elemental manipulation was through ancient elemental chambers, but unlike the extremely rare legacy tombs, the elemental chambers were beyond rare. In Alex's previous life, only one ancient elemental chamber of wind element was found by the Asgardian Guild, and in 3 years, only 7 players were successful in gaining the minor wind manipulation, with the best player having the epic quality manipulation. The ancient elemental chambers were unlike the legacy tombs and could be used without limits, but the chances of someone acquiring the manipulation were beyond abysmal. Now that I have protection from my Shadow Guardian, shouldn't I monopolize the elemental chamber of wind and sell its entry for a fee like the Asgardian Guild did and become rich through it? Alex thought, remembering the money-printing elemental chamber. I have about 6 months before the Asgardian Guild gains the first piece of the Ancient Winds token, and for me to collect it and the other pieces, I need to be at the peak of 3rd rank. Alex thought, domain ruler something of concern. Lady Margaret asked, seeing Alex in deep thought. I was just surprised that I received minor chaos manipulation as a reward from the domain mission, Alex said, reveling about the manipulation. Alex knew that learning to use manipulation would be extremely difficult, and if he wanted to make significant progress in a short period, he needed help from the Malefy's domain. 4 hours later, the only 2 people who could help me learn about the chaos element are the Elder Dragon and the Bone Emperor Patriarch of the Undead Clan. But as the Elder Dragon is not in the condition to teach, the only option left is the Bone Emperor. The Bone Emperor will not help me for free, but if the refinement skill of the red gem could cure the Devourer curse, then I wouldn't be facing any problem in gaining his help. Alex thought as he stepped to the side, avoiding the thick tree vine. You should enjoy while I am letting you live, Alex said as he sliced the next tree branch thrown at him. Alex stepped forward and sliced the monstrous tree in half. System notification. Congratulations, player, hidden 1. Frost Treenum Bertalin is killed. The rank promotion quest conditions should be completed with this kill, Alex thought as he opened the quest panel. Legacy promotion quest progress, first rank elite monsters, 50/50 plus 71. First rank rare elite, 20/20. Second rank epic or above monsters, 10/10 plus 2. Remaining time 12 hours 16 minutes. Complete quest, yes no. Important note, the more creature the player kills, the better the reward he will receive, but the player can choose to end the quest right now, and he will receive the designated reward for completing the promotion quest at hard difficulty. The designated rewards for the hard difficulty won't be changed in any way, even if the user ends the promotion quest at the last second. There is no hidden condition like the regular promotion quest, but this open condition is just the worst as I have no clue how many monsters I need to kill to acquire the best reward, Alex thought, pissed by the open condition. This is the best I can do in 12 hours, Alex thought as he took deep breaths to calm his rapid breathing. Alex was lying on his back on the blood-stained snow, and around him were mangled bodies belonging to tens of frost wolves. Legacy promotion quest progress, first rank elite monsters, 50/50 plus 242. First rank rare elite, 20/20 plus 83. Second rank epic or above monsters, 10/10 plus 41. Remaining time 1 minute 43 seconds. Complete quest, yes no. Important note, the designated rewards for the hard difficulty won't be changed in any way, even if the user ends the promotion quest at the last second. In the last 12 hours, Alex had hunted any creature of first and second rank he could find, and as he wasn't explicitly searching for just named creatures like before, the amount of beast he had massacred were in the hundreds. Alex didn't know if the quality or quantity of the killed creatures would have any effect on his reward, but he chose the option of quantity as the promotion quest didn't have any condition. Alex wanted to achieve the best possible results, and to achieve his goal, he took the help of his shadow guardians, which was why he was able to kill such a ridiculous amount of creatures in just a little over 12 hours. Lady Margaret took the role of finding the area with the most number of monsters and made sure that no abnormal monsters like the Yeti were among them, and then Darian teleported Alex to that location. And just like that, his last 12 hours were spent. Let's just hope the rewards will be worth the effect, Alex thought as he clicked yes to complete the promotion quest. System notification. Congratulations, player, hidden 1. First rank legacy promotion quest completed. Evaluating results. Hard difficulty cleared plus 1,000 skill points. Bonus difficulty cleared. Evaluating bonus results. All hard difficulty condition cleared by an extra 411 plus 4110 skill points. Evaluating overall performance. Performance SSS plus 10,000 skill points, 108 named creature killed plus 1080 skill points, 41 second rank creatures killed plus 410 skill points. External help taken 1,000 skill points. Total points acquired equal 15,600 points. I never heard of any legacy holder receiving more than 7,000 skill points, let alone more than 15,000. Alex thought, shocked by the number of skill points. The skill points were given to all legacy holders after clearing a legacy rank promotion quest, and as their name, they could be used to select new skills or upgrade their existing ones. The choice to select their skills and upgrade the existing class skill was only available to legacy holders, giving them way more freedom than all the other players. I lost 1,000 skill points for getting help, but the gains outweigh the loss massively, Alex thought as he proceeded to class selection. Choose class Dark Battle Mage SSS, an individual that could harness the power of darkness element while having the strength of a warrior, making him a dangerous foe both in the physical and magical realms of battle. Specialty, the class holder can wield all darkness element aspects with a 10 to 30 less penalty while having a 20 boost in damage understanding of all first-rank darkness element skills spells. See more. Eldritch Knight SSS, a knight blessed by the darkness capable of harnessing the powers of death, allowing him to summon and create undead as his minions to do his bidding, while having the physical capabilities to rival any opponent in battle. Specialty, the class holder will gain a 30 boost in damage understanding of all first-rank death element skills spells. See more. Runic Berserker SSS, an individual capable of harnessing the power of destructive elemental runes, allowing him to wield magic without using magic circles. The Runic Berserker can carve destructive elemental runes on his flesh and bones to become a true incarnation of rage with unparalleled strength. Specialty, see more. Important note, the player's choice will heavily impact the future advancement of his class, so wisely decide, because there will be no reset to your choice. I would like to have an army of undead while having my magical and physical capabilities, but the Eldritch Knight will limit my element to just death element, which is very restricting compared to having full control over all aspects of the darkness element. The darkness element was the root of all dark aspects, and with darkness mana, all dark aspect skills spells could be executed. The only downside of using darkness mana to execute other dark element skills spells was that they consumed more mana than normal while doing less damage than the original skills. The Runic Berserker is also a good class, but it's just not made for me, while Dark Battle Mage is just the upgraded version of normal Battle Mage. Alex thought, contemplating his decision. I am certain that in the future, the limitation on the Eldritch Knight will be gone as it advances through the ranks, but the main issue is that it is a Necromancer-based class, meaning most of the skill will be related to the undead, and death in general, even in the later stages. The Dark Battle Mage is the most neutral class and fits my playstyle, so let's go with it, but just to be certain, I should discuss it with my Shadow Guardians. Alex thought, making his decision after thinking for a few minutes. Alex understood that no matter which class he chose, his future advancement would eventually lead to the main legacy class Darkness Ruler, but what attribute he would have in the end would be determined by his choices. Domain Ruler, I have sealed this chamber. You can start your rank promotion, Darian said. Alex was back in the training chamber, ready to accept his reward and complete the first rank promotion. Alex had a discussion with his Shadow Guardians and learned a lot about all three available classes, and they both recommended him to take the Dark Battle Mage as his first advancement class. I wonder how many skills I can get with my 15,000 skill points. Alex thought as he accepted the promotion reward. Alex's sight went blank as he lost consciousness, and then a cocoon of pitch darkness slowly materialized around that started to gradually absorb the rich mana present in the training chamber. After more than 2 hours passed, the cocoon of darkness that was absorbing mana like a hungry beast slowed down its devouring speed, and in the next few minutes, it was slowly absorbed into Alex's body. System notification. Please select your skills. Alex's head rang with a notification as he regained consciousness. I think I was too tired from all the hunting to feel this good after the rank promotion, Alex thought as he stretched his body. Let's select the skills, Alex thought as he clicked on the system notification. Available skills, Darkness Element skills, see more. Battle-oriented skills, see more. Sub-element skills, Death Element, Chaos Element, Illusion Element, Shadow Element. Let's check the Darkness Element skills. Common skill, Darkness Element skills, Darkness Healing, cost 700 skill points. Night Vision, cost 900 skill points. Battle-oriented skills, Guard Break, cost 400 skill points. Sprint, cost 600 skill points. Blade Aura, cost 1050 skill points. These common skills are just a waste of time to look through, Alex thought after checking tens of skills, hardly finding any useful skill that he couldn't learn from a skill book. I hope the unique skill section has some good skills stored for me, Alex thought as he opened the second skill section. Unique skill, Darkness Element skills, Cloak of Emptiness Eye, cost 3,800 skill points. Battle-oriented skills, Air Jump Eye, cost 1,800 skill points. Counter Eye, cost 2,100 skill points. What the hell are these ridiculous prices of these unique skills? Alex thought as he checked the small quantity of available unique skills. The available common skills for the darkness and battle-oriented section were close to 30 in both sections, with a little over 10 skills in each sub-element section, but the unique section had very few skills, with each being ridiculously priced. The unique skills might be high-priced, but each one is a treasure in its own right. Alex thought after checking the detailed stats of a few of the available skills. I thought I would struggle to spend my 15.6 thousand skill points on good skills, but now I regret not having more skill points to spend. Alex thought with a wary smile as he felt anxious about selecting skills. The eye sign in front of each unique skill indicates that they could be upgraded to a higher rank after Alex reaches the second rank, even though it will cost him skill points. All the available skills were just first rank, including the unique skills, but each unique skill was special, and even though Alex knew about a few of them, but he had no clue how to acquire them without the help of the system. Elder Darian, I need your help in selecting the best skills, Alex said as he made the system screen visible. After discussing with Darian about the skills he could acquire without the help of the system, Alex selected the skills that best suited him. These skills have great potential and will significantly complement my playstyle, Alex thought, looking at his chosen 7 skills. 1 Name Life Drain Eye, grade 1st rank. Cost 600 skill points. Effect Allow the user to drain the life force from living dead organisms. Description The user's hand will be covered in darkness energy for 30 seconds, which will drain life force from any living dead organism and use it to recover the user's health or waste it. Mana required 1500 cooldown 2 minutes. 2 Name Mana Drain Eye, grade 1st rank. Cost 800 skill points. Effect Allow the user to drain the mana from living dead organisms. Description Mana required 1500 cooldown 2 minutes. 3 Name Air Jump Eye, grade 1st rank. Cost 1800 skill points. Effect Allow the user to create a platform of solid mana under his feet for 3 seconds. Description The user can create an invisible solid mana platform that could be used to extend his jump. Mana required 1000 cooldown 5 minutes. 4 Name Counter Eye, grade 1st rank. Cost 2100 skill points. Effect Allow the user to disrupt a target's physical attack and create a counterattack opportunity. Description There is a 20 chance to stun the target 1st rank for 5 seconds. Mana required 500 cooldown 90 seconds. 5 Name Death Illusion Eye, grade 1st rank. Cost 1400 skill points. Effect The user can place a single target in the illusion of death. Description The skill allows the user to put his target 1st rank in an illusion of death for 30 seconds, which will also paralyze the target's body for the effective time of the skill. Mana required 6000 cooldown 90 minutes. 6 Name Doppelganger Eye, grade 1st rank. Cost 3800 skill points. Effect Allow the user to create a doppelganger of himself with 20 base stats. Description The created doppelganger appearance will replicate the user appearance to the last strand, including all the equipment. To control the doppelganger, the user will manually need to command it with the help of the mana link. Mana required 10,000 cooldown 3 hours. 7 Name Summon Elemental Eye, grade 1st rank. Cost 5100 skill points. Effect Allow the user to summon an elemental creature of darkness to aid him in the battle. Description The summoned elemental creature's strength will be determined by the amount of mana used to summon him, and the creature will vanish after 30 minutes or when its health reaches 0. Limited to 3rd rank. Mana required 6002, cooldown 6 hours 2. I really want those broken skills of sub-dark elements, but each one costs over 10,000 skill points, Alex thought as he started buying his selected skills. Alex had chosen all skills after thoroughly thinking about each of them because each skill would stay with him forever, and choosing something that would eventually get useless will be a tremendous loss in the long run. All skills could be upgraded to the same rank as Alex by paying a fraction of the skill points that a skill of that rank will usually cost. I just hope that Summon Elemental is the same skill as Darian believes it to be, Alex thought, looking at the skill. Alex had selected the Summon Elemental skill not because of its ability to summon a rank 3 elemental, but because, according to Darian, the first ruler had a skill of similar nature. The Summon Elemental skill that the first ruler had was broken on another level because, at his peak of strength, the skill had allowed him to summon a dark elemental creature of transcendent rank. There are so many differences in both skills, but the difference in rank is also too great to make a comparison, Alex thought as he bought the most expensive skill. Alex was not delusional in believing that both skills were the same, but he was also not an idiot to miss on such an opportunity, even if it cost him enough skill points to buy 2 to 3 good skills. System notification. Congratulations player hidden 1. Promotion to 1st rank complete. Class change from Battle Mage to Dark Battle Mage. All base stats increased by 100. Ruler mission, 1st rank promotion complete 1000 ruler coins gained. This is the best feeling in the world, Alex thought as he experienced the euphoria of all his stats becoming double. Alex had accepted the 2nd domain mission before he even started the hunt for bonus progression, and now he was just 8 missions away from getting a 4000 intelligence stat increase. I was skeptical about my mana stats, but it looks like the mana boost from the Malifie's domain connection is also considered my base stats, Alex thought, checking his newly updated character window. Player names hidden 1. Class Dark Battle Mage. Title Monkey Killer Indomitable Conqueror. legend prehistorian guest noble mana, loved domain ruler valiant warrior, battle emperor chosen by death. Legacy darkness ruler. Physique dark ancient physique, LVL 20. Rank first rank. Stats. SDR 1120, AGI 620, VIT 960, SDA 840, INT 7514, HP 9600 MP 75140, 75140. Unassigned stat points 0. Hidden stats. Luck charm reputation 10,000. Condition healthy. Equipment runic custodian set epic legendary. Ring of Valor epic legendary ancient, Nexus gold mythical plus. Weapons Umbrus unique. Skills class skill, weapon summon life, drain mana drain air jump counter, death illusion doppelganger summon elemental. Physique skill eyes of the ancient. Equipment skill miasma field rage embodiment psychic shield, absorb morph weight manipulation life siphoning blade, aura blade intent tenacity appraisal devour locate morph copy philosopher library refinement. Learned skill parry 3 slashes of death magic spear touch of decay shadow summon. Manually learned spells skill, spells, 2nd rank, chains of darkness dome of darkness corrosion beam darkness blast darkness spear. 1st rank see more, mortal rank see more. Skill 2nd rank darkness slash. 1st rank 4-fold thrust overhead slash. My mana stat has reached the boundaries of pack 3rd rank, which is terrific, but the only loss is I will lose the 20 mana boost from my prehistorian title after the 2nd rank promotion. Alex thought as he closed the stats window. Alex gained the prehistorian title from learning the history of the ancient advanced human civilization, and it provided him with a 20 mana boost, but it was not without limitations. The prehistorian title had the limitation set on 10,000 mana stats, and after Alex reached that point, the title would become useless and would provide no new buffs, while all the previous boosts would be gone as well. Let's test all the new and old skills while also checking all the changes to my equipments, Alex thought as he started by checking the changes to his equipments. 3 hours later. In the first few minutes, Alex checked all his equipments for any changes, and other than the rank upgrade with minor upgrades to the skills, there were 0 changes to the boost that each piece of equipment provided. Alex understood that for his weapons to show even a portion of their true worth, he needed to advance through the mortal rank and reach the 4th rank. Alex spent the remaining time testing his new and old skills on the battle puppets, and now he was sitting in a meditation potion, rethinking his future plans. I have 4 main priorities for now reaching 4th rank, as fast as possible reaching 3rd rank of ruler authority, training to become better and kick-starting my organization. I also need to go to the location of the instance dungeon to complete my deal with Vlad and get the 2 incomplete legacy items, while I also need to gather the remaining parts of those legacies. I will start by completing the first step of my plan to kick-start my organization, and then I will visit the location of the instance dungeon while using that opportunity to reach the level cap of 100 to get the 2nd promotion quest. I will need to visit the Ugly Merchant Guild to complete the first stage of my plan, but before leaving, let's check their trade website and make a list of all the players I want from their guild, Alex thought as he opened the Merchant Guild trade website. The Ugly Merchant Guild was 5th ranked among the top 100 guilds, and they traded in anything that could give them profit, and there were very few things that a person could want, and the guild couldn't sell it. Alex's reason for visiting their guild was to buy contracted players, or more specifically, players who had sold their freedom to earn a living in the fast-changing world. The Ugly Merchant Guild trade website had listed all the available players for sale, whom a player could hire for mercenary work or outright buy them. All the contracted players, in simple terms, worked for the Ugly Merchant Guild as after signing their contract, they would receive a certain amount of salary every month, which would increase according to their worth, and in exchange, they would do what the guild want them to do. The contracted players were nothing more than slaves, as the contract strictly bound them to the agreed conditions, and once a player signed such a contract, their chances of regaining their freedom were very low. Alex knew the names of hundreds of players who started as slaves, contracted players, and with their talent and hard work, reached the world's apex and made a name for themselves, and he planned to pick the best of them to start his organization. In a luxury room. Mr. Tommy, the 312 players on your list are available for sale at this moment, and if you buy all of them, it will cost you 12 million gold coins with a 10 discount. A lady with great beauty said to the cloaked man sitting before her. It is good news that all the players I want for my organization are available for purchase. Alex thought, sighing in relief. Alex was currently in a meeting with the higher-up from the Ugly Merchant Guild to purchase all the contracted players that he had spent the last 3 hours selecting. Alex had selected every good player he could find on the guild trade website, while adding close to 170 unknown players to his list with unknown potential, while the remaining 142 players were those whom he knew for sure had enough potential to rival any top player. I will buy all of them, Alex replied. I want to ask if you know about the difference between the white and red contracts, the lady asked, and Alex nodded in confirmation, knowing the difference. The players contracted by white contract had the freedom to deny doing any extreme things, and they would not be penalized for breaking any conditions. The extreme things included mass murder, killing children or elderlies, and body abuse in any way, etc. The players contracted by red contract, however, don't have any of these choices and will be required to do anything their contract owner wants them to do, and in case they don't comply, there will be harsh consequences. There was no way a player would break the contract if he valued the game, because the penalty for the majority of contracts was the permanent elimination of the player's game avatar. Please sign this contract to complete our deal. The lady said as she passed a holographic contract to Alex. After reading the contract, Alex signed it anonymously and placed a space ring with the 12 million gold coins on the table to complete his part of the deal. The 272 players that you have selected are white contracted players, while the remaining 40 are red contracted players, and after 4 hours, they will be yours to command as you please. The lady said with a smile as she signed the system contract to complete the deal. It was a pleasure doing business with your guild, Alex said after receiving the system's notification about the contract completion. Mr. Tommy, if you need anything, our guild will be at your service, the lady said, offering Alex a handshake. There are a bunch of things that are in her guild possession that I want, but it will be stupid to ask for them, Alex thought as he shook her hand. 6 hours later. A street of the royal capital. Brother, how do you think the new contractor will treat us? A man with a heavy accent asked. Andre, does it matter? A cloaked figure questioned his brother back. I just hope the new contractor gives me the job of hunting and gathering beast material like the Merchant Guild, Andre said as he bashed his massive fist together. I just hope he is not an asshole rich bastard belonging to some shitty guild, the cloaked man said, shaking his head. Brother, you don't sound happy, Andre said. I was planning to quickly reach the 4th rank to show my worth to the guild and get the privilege contract and become a member of the guild, but now that plan is down the drain, the cloaked man said with a slight chuckle. The same scenario was happening with many of the 312 players Alex had bought as they made their way toward the training chambers where they had all been ordered to come. In the training chamber. The training chamber had close to 290 players silently staring at the cloaked person who was seated on a dark throne-like chair wearing a blank white mask. These 2 idiots are finally here, Alex thought with a bright smile behind his mask as he looked toward the 2 men entering the training chamber. Alex had less than 10 real friends who he knew for sure would be there when he needed them, and among them there were only 2 friends he considered like his brothers, and the 2 players who entered the chambers were those 2 brothers. Sir, my name is Benedict Makarov, and this is my blood brother Andrei Makarov. The cloaked player in the front removed his hood and introduced himself. Alex just nodded his head while controlling his emotions not to stand up and bear hug his 2 brothers and thank them for everything they did for him. After 10 minutes, all the 312 players were present in the room, silently standing, waiting for Alex to say something. All of you separate into groups according to your strength, Alex said, and within seconds 3 groups were created. The information on the web was not as up to date as I expected. Alex thought after counting the number of players in each group. Alex had selected 312 players in total, and among them, 207 were mortal rank warriors, with 88 being 1st rank and the last 17 being 2nd rank warriors, but now the number of mortal rank warriors was a lot less, which was a problem. The reset of a single player will cost me around 70,000 gold coins even with the discount, so the question is, do I want to waste more than 3 million gold coins on players with unknown potential? Alex thought, contemplating a decision. All of the unknown players Alex had picked were mortal rank warriors with few notable traits, and he planned to tell them to clear the first promotion quest with the hidden class conditions in return for freedom and the promise of wealth and strength. Alex planned to do the same with all the other players, but to do that, he needed to reset their strength back to mortal rank, which was possible with the reset process that the Adventure Guild could accomplish. If they can't clear the promotion with hidden conditions and gain a hidden class, I can just make them do something useful for my organization, Alex thought, justifying his wastage of 3 million gold coins. Those of you in the mortal rank hear me with focus because my following words will decide your future, Alex said as he stood up. All of the players felt restless after hearing Alex's words, as they could mean anything from good to really bad. I want all of you with mortal rank strength to complete your first rank promotion quest by clearing these conditions, Alex said as he used the system to project a giant holographic with the hidden class conditions. Sir, these conditions will be impossible to complete in just 20 hours, a female player wearing green mage robe said after a slight hesitation. Those who can complete my mission will get their freedom and the chance to join my organization, so do you still think it is impossible? Alex said in his emotionless voice. All the players were shocked to hear the offer as they all knew that even the cheapest among them costed above 10,000 gold coins, and setting them free was very generous. How much time do we have to complete this mission? A lady wearing a red assassin cloak asked. 1 month, Alex said. If you guys don't have questions, then you can leave after signing this contract, Alex said as he sent the group of 157 players the contract with the added condition of not revealing the hidden class condition to anyone. The players had questions that they wanted, but they kept them to themselves and signed the contract. This is a small gift for you to get better equipments which will increase your chances of completing the quest, Alex said as he sent each player 6,000 gold coins. The group of players was shocked after receiving a healthy sum of 6,000 gold coins, and each of them looked to their left and right to see the same expression in their fellow players' eyes, confirming they were not hallucinating. The amount of 6,000 gold coins was nothing much in Alex's eyes, but to the mortal rank players who were bound to a contract that promised them 1,000 gold coins each month for not so pleasing work, it was a lot of money. All contracted players received a guaranteed monthly salary, which was the main reason most players got contracted, and for the first-rank player, it was 3,000 and 10,000 for the third-rank players. The monthly salary was good for an average player, but the massive downside was that they didn't own anything, and everything they had belonged to the contract owner, including any of their lucky encounters. After 10 minutes and asking a few questions, the group of mortal rank players was gone, excited to do their best to complete the mission, leaving Alex alone with the group of players he handpicked for his organization. Adventurer Guild Main Building. Brother, why do you think the new boss will spend so much money on us to reset our progress when he could just find mortal rank players to clear the promotion quest with those hard conditions? Andre asked the question to which every other player wanted to know the answer. The group of 155 players was standing in the hall of the Adventurer Guild main building, silently waiting for Alex, who had gone to the upper floor with one of the receptionists. After hearing Andre's question, the majority of players looked toward the two brothers, interested in knowing their point of view on this absurd situation. You should have guessed that clearing those challenging conditions would give a better reward than the advanced version of the promotion quest. There should be more to this than meets the eye, because not even a top guild will waste 100,000 on a player to reset his progress even if he had good potential, let alone on 155 random contracted players, Benedict replied in high enough voice for everyone to hear. I think he is just a rich young master with a lot of money, and we were selected because we just got lucky. A player giving his opinion. You don't know anything about the requirements to use the reset process, do you? A female magician said with a slight chuckle. A player needs to be Noble Baron or a D-grade Adventure Guild member and pay the fee of 100,000 gold coins to use the reset process, but a person with the title of Noble Viscount or C-grade guild member could buy the reset service for other peoples who don't meet the conditions. The player replied, not looking confident with his words. You're correct, but Noble Viscount or a C-grade guild member could buy the service for 10 people maximum in 1 month, and we are 155 players, and he said each of us will be resetting our progress. The female magician replied in a serious tone. You have any clue about the authority a person needs to buy the reset service for more than 100 individuals? A person covered in a dark cloak asked the magician. You need to be a noble marquis or a grade adventurer guild member to buy the reset service for more than 100 individuals, the female said after taking a deep breath. The minority of players who knew about this condition took a deep breath, while those who didn't felt like the hard group had vanished from under their feet. Adventure Hidden 1, this golden privilege badge gives you the majority of the benefits an elemental ruler has, which means now you have the same level of authority as an S-grade adventure guild member, but without any responsibility. An old man wearing golden magician robes while holding a dark wood cane said with a sincere smile. Grand Elder, I appreciate your help and hospitality, Alex said as he placed the empty cup on the wooden table. Alex was seated before the Grand Elder Nielsen Braxton of the Adventure Guild, a Peak 7 rank archmagician, and an aloof existence that even the Emperor needed prior notice before the meeting. Alex came to the Adventure Guild main branch to get the golden privilege badge that represented him being a SSS rank legacy holder and provided him with all the benefits that came with it. Alex understood that his meeting with Grand Elder was not a coincidence because to get his privilege badge, he just needed to meet with a high elder for appraisal to get the badge, but the guild receptionist led him straight to the big boss. Adventurer Hidden One, if you need anything from the Adventure Guild, please let me know, Elder Nielsen said as he poured Alex some more tea. Grand Elder, I want to buy the progress reset process for 155 individuals, Alex replied. It will cost you 7.8 million gold coins with a discount of 50 for purchasing the service in large quantity, Elder Nielsen replied. I was expecting only the 25 discount, but it looks like I will save some money. Alex thought, happy with the discount. The reset process to get completed on all individuals will take around 5 hours as the guild member who will do it are not available at this moment but will arrive at short notice, Elder Nielsen said. The reset process worked by replicating the body cleansing process, which was done through a cleansing chamber and with the help of 5 5th-rank warriors. The 5 individuals at the 5th-rank stage will be responsible for supplying the cleansing chamber with pure elemental flames that the chamber will control to cleanse the person's body inside from all its strength without doing any damage. You can give the money to Lyrisol, and she will handle everything. Elder Nielsen said, seeing Alex finishing his cup of tea, if you need help with something related to Adventurer Guild, let this old man know, and I will try to help you to the best of my ability. Elder Nielsen said, Senior, it was a pleasure meeting with you, Elder Nielsen said telepathically. 10 minutes later. I will meet all of you after 1 month, so if you have questions, you should ask now, Alex said, standing before the group of players. Sir, what are the consequences if any have failed to complete your mission in 1 month? A female magician asked. In my past life, I never would have believed that Sahira, the mistress of White Flame, would look this timid. Alex thought, looking at the breathtaking beauty who looked very nervous. There are no consequences, but I can promise you that you will lose the biggest opportunity of your life, Alex said with a smile, and his words didn't ease the tension in the crowd but only made them more nervous. If there are no more questions, I will be taking my leave, Alex said, ready to leave the Adventure Guild. Boss, what about the welcome gift for new equipments? A player said before Alex could take even a few steps. This big idiot will always stay the same. Alex thought with a smile as he looked toward Andre, who was getting stares from every other player and had just experienced a quick elbow from Benedict. Andre was 7'4" with a body built like a mountain that had muscle on top muscles, and he looked like a berserker on steroids, and his deep voice and cold blue eyes gave him the expression of a straight-up killer. In reality, Andre was the nicest person that Alex knew as he had an upright personality, and he wasn't the type to hide his feeling and lie about them. I miss the good old days, Alex thought as he sent 60,000 gold coins to Andre while giving everyone else 6,000. Alex gave Andre extra gold coins knowing his brothers needed them at this stage of their life, and even though he wanted to do much more for them, but for now, he needed to take things slowly and build back their brotherhood. After sending the money, Alex left the Adventurer Guild building with the dumbfounded Andre, who looked at his new balance. Brother, the boss has accidentally sent me 60,000 gold coins, Andre said, trying his best to lower his voice to the minimum. He didn't do it accidentally because if he did, then each of us would have received 60,000 and not the 6,000, so stay silent and enjoy the generous gift. Benedict replied, shocked by his brother's words. 6 hours later. BOMMM. System notification. Corpse Eater killed. Exp gained. These ugly undead creatures give a lot of exp, Alex thought as he stepped to the side and punched a dog-like creature with a few hundred HP left in the face, sending him flying back. Boom. LVLUP, now I need to look for more creatures, Alex thought as he silently started collecting the loot from the creature he had killed. After leaving the Adventure Guild, Alex went straight toward the location of an instance dungeon, and for the last 5 hours, he was wreaking havoc in the undead cemetery. The undead cemetery was located in a very remote place, and to reach it, one needed to travel for close to a day with a rank 4 flying mount, and even though it was filled with 2nd and 3rd rank creatures, it had nothing special or so player believed. Alex had taken help from his guardian to reach this place, and his purpose was to reach as close to the level 100 cap as possible and discover the instance dungeon that he needed to complete the deal with Vlad. I have leveled up to level 41 in just 5 hours, which is great, and even though each level up will take more time as I progress, I should be able to reach level 60 before I can collect the required bone fragments, Alex thought, looking at a dark bone fragment he got from one of the enemies. This is the 11th fragment, and now I just need to get 9 more, and I will be able to unlock the secret passage to the instance dungeon, Alex thought, looking at the dark bone fragment. Name: Corrupted Bone Fragment. Material: Alchemy. Quality: Common. Description: a bone fragment from a creature corrupted by chaotic energies, could be used as a material for dark element items. These corrupted bone fragments were a common material, but the creatures of the undead cemetery rarely dropped them, and even though there was nothing special about them on the surface, but in reality, these common bone fragments were the key to opening the hidden passage. Alex kept finding new creatures to hunt, and after 6 more hours, he was done collecting all the 20 bone fragments needed to unlock the entrance to the secret passage. This should be the location. Alex thought as he read the name engraved on a gravestone. Alex stood in a graveyard with thousands of graves, and the one he was standing next to didn't look anything special, and there was no way to distinguish it from the other graves, and without prior information, there was zero chance for someone to discover its secrets. I wonder how that player found this hidden passage, Alex thought as he took out the 20 bone fragments and placed them on the grave. In Alex's previous life, an unknown player discovered the instant's dungeon and sold its entry tokens in a private auction setting, and even though he never revealed his identity, he made a short post telling how he unlocked the secret passage. After a few seconds, the dark bone fragments placed on the grave started losing their pitch-black color as a large, intricate dark magic circle began to appear on the grave. The bone fragments crumbled to dust in the next few minutes, and the magic circle was completed, and after shining for a few seconds, the magic circle vanished, and the grave crumbled into the ground, with stairs leading underground appearing in its place. I never came here to explore these underground tunnels, but I should be able to locate the instant's dungeon by the richness of mana, Alex thought as he descended the stairs. The secret passage led to an underground tunnel system that was very complicated to maneuver through and filled with undead creatures of second and third rank. Alex was not worried about spending some time searching for the instant's dungeon while dealing with monsters, as more monsters meant more exp and level up for him. 8 hours later. System notification. Undead ghoul Svostax killed. Exp gained. LVL up, I think I am very close to the instant's dungeon, Alex thought as he collected the loot from the mangled body of the ghoul. Alex had been roaming the cave system for the last 8 hours and killing any creature he came across, which had helped him reach level 72, and by feeling the rich mana in the air, he knew he was very close to the instant's dungeon. I don't know if I have spent too much time in this undead-infested area, but this rotten stench of flesh and gore is getting worse the closer I get to the source of this rich mana, Alex thought, feeling disgusted with every breath. Alex continued his journey, and after an hour of walking, he exited a narrow tunnel and entered a big open area with a very high cave ceiling. Alex was happy the moment he examined the empty area, not just because he located the portal to the instant's dungeon in the center, but because he knew that he wouldn't be fighting any nightmarish battle. I was expecting a fight with a strong creature, but this is quite unexpected, Alex thought, looking at the creature standing right next to the portal. Alex knew there would be a guardian near the instant's dungeon portal because of the highly rich mana, and a tough battle with him was inevitable, but after looking at his opponent's stats, he was not worried. Abyssal Lick Rare Epic Mutated. Title Variant Species Named Creature Corrupted Spawn. Name Valfrid. LVL 291. Ranks 3rd rank Peak. HP 1.4 million 1.4 million. See more. MP 200,000 200,000. Condition Healthy Enraged. Skills Summon Undead Summon Death Knight Miasmic Spears Miasmic Chains Bone Spikes Touch of Decay Bone Shield Curse of the Dead Curse of Blindness X6. Description: a creature of death with tremendous mana and mastery of summoning spells, and a creature of true terror who could rival thousands of opponents in strength and drown them with his uncountable summons. Important note, all the information about this specimen is not recorded in Philosopher Library. To record all the available knowledge, kill, or detain the specimen for in-depth scanning to extract the information. The Lick had the body of a human, with his height reaching close to 8 feet, and his body had many areas with visible bones, and his flesh was rotten and dried up, giving him quite a hideous appearance. The area around the Lick was covered in hundreds of mangled bodies of undead that released such horrible stench that any weak-willed person would go unconscious by either the terrible stench or the gory sight. I don't need to worry about his curse skills, as my skill Psychic Shield will passively protect me from them, and even though the Summon Undead skill will be annoying, it won't be a problem. The only skill I need to worry about is the Summon Death Knight, Alex thought, looking at the Lick who stood with his eyes closed. Alex was worried about the Death Knight because a Death Knight summoned by the Lick would be a 3rd-rank creature, and fighting it would be already hard enough on its own, but fighting it while getting attacked by other undead would be a nightmare. This fight could be tough or easy, depending on how I handle it, Alex thought with a smile as he stepped toward the Lick. FFFFILTHY creature of living flesh, the lick said as he opened his deeply sunken dry eyes. I will skin you alive and consume your vitality, giving you the gift of death in the most gruesome and painful way possible, the lick said in his irritatingly loud voice, and started laughing like a madman. KKKKKK. System notification. Player is in a hostile situation with a creature that is 2 ranks higher in strength. Indomitable Conqueror Tittle effect activated. All base stats increased by 20. You rotten bag of bones, do you think you have the time to make threats? Alex said as he sprinted toward the lick, who kept laughing, not minding his charge. A lick's biggest advantage was his huge amount of mana and his ability to control countless undead and use them to defeat their enemies with greater numbers. But if one could stop a lick from summoning his minions than killing, it was much easier because of their trash defense. Blade Intent Miasma Field. Alex used the Blade Intent skill to increase his sword damage, while he used Miasma Field to start building the elemental AoE field, knowing it would take 50 seconds to complete and take effect. Chains of Darkness. Alex used the Darkness Chain to bind the lick in place, as he pushed forward with all his strength to deliver the strongest strike he could while the idiot lick was underestimating him. You think a quick shield can save you? Alex thought, looking at the massive shield of bones appearing in front of the lick. Darkness Slash. Alex used the Darkness Slash and swung his sword, slicing right through the bone shield and smashing into the lick, sending him flying from his position as the force from the sword was enough to break the Darkness Chain. 70,000 HP. The bastard robe is quite sturdy and definitely has a crazy damage reduction effect. Alex thought, realizing that his strike should have sliced through any low-quality robes, or at the very least should have done a lot more damage. Filthy Scum the lick screamed as he regained his footing, and before he could summon his undead minions, Alex was already on him, swinging his sword covered in pitch darkness. Your robe can protect your body, but what about your uncovered, ugly head? Alex thought as he brought down the sword, using the Darkness Slash dead on the lick's head to do maximum damage. Boom, 130,000 HP. TINGG, this is bad. Alex thought as he defended against a barrage of miasmic spears that pushed him back. Alex's second attack was perfect as it could get, as the blade descended right on the lick's head with a fully powered Darkness Slash. Alex was confident that the strike would be enough to do tremendous damage with a guaranteed critical hit, but to his surprise, just before the sword impact, the lick's body was covered in a thin barrier that took most of the damage before breaking. I can't let this bastard summon Death Knight, Alex thought as he avoided the incoming spears and pushed back toward the lick to not give him a chance to summon his minions. I underestimated his ability to summon his undead minions, Alex thought, looking at the lick, who was surrounded by nearly 100 undead of different categories and had just summoned a first third-rank undead. It's been 10 minutes since the fight started, and even though Alex was successful in stopping the lick from summoning a Death Knight, but other than that, he hadn't done anything significant. In the first few minutes, Alex completely dominated the lick by spamming the Darkness Slash skill, chipping away almost half his HP, but until this point, the lick was able to summon 50 or so first-rank undead, which completely halted Alex's aggressive barrage of attacks. After that, things just got worse and worse as the lick kept summoning first and second-rank undead, which he used as shields against Alex to summon stronger undead. Alex was able to stop the lick from preparing the magic circle to summon the Death Knight, but other than thinning the number of undead using the Darkness Miasma field, he couldn't do any damage. All of Alex's second-rank spells did minor damage to the lick, and even though the Miasma field was doing consistent damage, but the mana it was consuming to accomplish the results was also tremendous, which was impossible to maintain for a long time. I can't have a battle of mana with him, so the only option left is to use the Rage Embodiment skill and pummel him with brute strength, Alex thought, looking at his available mana decreasing by 400 points every passing second. MP, 45,890, 75,140. GGROARRRRR, let's hope the collected resentment is good enough to give me the maximum stat boost, Alex thought, looking at the third-rank undead charging toward him. The Rage Embodiment skill gave Alex anywhere between 100 to 250 stat boost depending on the quality of stored resentment energy, so even he was clueless about the exact boost he would receive. Rage Embodiment skill, activated 120 resentment energy points, used. All stats increased by 230 for the next 4 minutes, not bad, Alex thought as he stepped forward and swung his sword to meet the bone club of the undead. Alex's strength stat was already on par with early third-rank warriors, but after the boost, it was boosted to even higher the peak of the third rank, CLANGG. Boom! Alex's sword sliced through the undead bone club and smashed into his side, sending like flying into the horde of undead protecting the lick. You think I let you cast your big spell?" Alex chuckled, seeing the Lick preparing a large dark magic circle. Alex casted the darkness spear spell and launched a spear in the dead center of the unfinished magic circle, destroying it before it could even get completed. "My subjects GORIP apart this filthy living flesh." The Lick screamed toward Alex, seeing him destroy his summoning spell magic circle. Alex didn't wait for the undead to come and charged toward them with his eyes set on the Lick, who was continuously summoning more undead minions. Alex ripped through the undeads and charged toward the Lick, but before he could even get close, the Lick vanished from his place. Where did he go? Alex thought, momentarily stunned by the situation. He must have an item with invisibility skill. Alex thought, quickly realizing the reason, and without hesitation, he continued charging forward, hoping to catch the Lick before things turned for the worse. All humanoid creatures could wear magic items and use them, and even the beastly creatures could use them, but for that, they needed to unlock their mana stat, which opened after they reached the 4th rank. In a few seconds, Alex reached the previous location of the Lick, and even though the darkness miasma field was doing constant damage in the 20-meter radius, but there were no signs of Lick showing. The easiest way to nullify the effect of the majority of the invisibility skill was by doing damage to the user, and Alex was hoping to do just that before the Lick could summon a Death Knight. What direction did that bastard go? Alex thought, looking around, trying to spot any place with a magic circle, but the horde of the undead around him was completely obstructing his view. Alex jumped high in the air to get a clear 360 view, knowing he only had a few seconds to disrupt the summoning before the Lick successfully summoned a Death Knight. "Found you." Alex thought, and without hesitating, launched 5 darkness spears straight at the unfinished magic circle, but like expecting his attack, the Lick used his body to stop all 5 darkness spears. Air jump, Alex used the skill to create solid footing in the air. Alex knew shooting any darkness spear would be useless as the Lick's back was toward him, completely hiding the summoning circle, and any long-range spell he could throw would be blocked and wouldn't be strong enough to disrupt the summoning spell. Alex decided to throw something that would get stopped but would be strong enough to disrupt the Lick's focus, destabilizing the summoning spell and achieving his goal. "I hope this works," Alex thought as he covered his sword with a massive amount of mana, rewound his arm, increased the blade's weight to 50 kg, and then thrust it toward the Lick with every ounce of strength he had. The sword whistled through the air like a bullet and stuck the focused Lick on his back, throwing him forward face first on the floor while destroying his almost finished summoning spell. BOOMMMM, weapon summon. Alex crashed into the undead horde, who started smashing him with bone clubs and rusty swords, but he calmly summoned his weapon back in his hand and began destroying any undead near him. In a few seconds, Alex ripped through any undead near him and made his way toward the Lick, who was spamming him with curse skills, but to his dismay, they were all blocked by his passive psychic shield skill. "You are dead," Alex said as he smashed the 2nd rank undead blocking his path to the side and caught the Lick by his neck. Life drain, mana drain. Alex's health was close to 40, while his mana was less than 30 and was getting drained with each passing second, so he decided to recover some by using his new skills. Plus 4,000 HP plus 2,000 MP. Alex recovered his HP in just a few seconds, and his mana was getting recovered by 2,000 every second, while he only spent 400 to maintain the miasma domain. Boom. Alex swung the Lick like a puppet, smashing him at the undead, who came near to attach while tightly holding him by the neck. The Lick used everything in his arsenal, from using his curse skills to throwing miasmic spears in Alex's face, but nothing worked as his mana got sucked out, and he got flung around, smashing into his minions. The sight was pretty funny to Alex as he swung his arm, smashing the Lick into his minions, and when there was nothing around, he smashed the Lick into the ground, and even though the damage he was doing was less than what his life drain skill did, but it was still satisfying. BOOM. Alex threw the Lick into the last few remaining undead as the timer of 30 seconds ended, and both skills went on cooldown. "I really like my manually learned skills as I can spam them without limits or worry of cooldown," Alex thought as he gripped his sword tightly and stepped forward to end the battle. "You filthy scum, I will rip you apart." The Lick screamed like a madman as he smashed his bone staff on the ground, and the skull on top of the staff was shattered to pieces, revealing a small black cube embedded on top of the staff. "Summon Death Knight." The Lick screamed as he again smashed his staff on the ground, and instantly a giant dark magic circle appeared on the ground. "What the FK?" Alex thought, looking at the fully completed summoning circle that shined with such intense darkness that the natural light in the area got dimmed massively. "Filthy human, you will die. You will die." The Lick roared as he laughed like a maniac. This is not a circle to summon to just a third-rank dead knight, but more importantly, how the hell did this bastard even instant cast this summoning spell? Alex thought with a serious expression as he looked at the vanishing summoning circle that he could do nothing to stop from doing its intended work. The circle completely vanished in moments, and what was left in its place was a giant circle of pitch darkness that even the sight alone gave the feeling of death. I like to give a shout-out to Cervantes91 for giving the story a big gift of a magic castle. I can't kill the lick in time to cancel the Death Knight summon, Alex thought, his brain gear tuning non-stop to think of a way to save his life. Alex knew if he fought the Death Knight, his death would be guaranteed even with his boosted strength, and even if he used the upgraded tenacity skill, it won't be of any help as it could only protect him against the mid-third rank attack. My best fort is mana. Alex thought of an idea as he quickly canceled the darkness miasma field. I hope this works. Alex thought as he used his summon elemental skill, summon elemental. Alex used the summoning spell for the first time using 60,000 mana, which was 10 times the amount of normal summoning, while hoping to summon an elemental creature of peak third rank, because that was the only way he would have a chance against the Death Knight. After Alex used the spell, a large magic circle appeared in front of him on the ground, instantly turning into a calm circle of pitch darkness, but to his disappointment, it was not even half the size of the Death Knight summoning circle. It looks like today will be my first death, Alex thought, knowing that if his summon couldn't help, then his fight again the Death Knight was lost for certain. Let's beat this bastard until the Dead Knight gets summoned, Alex thought as he firmly gripped his sword and sprinted toward the lick. K-K-K-K-K-E, K-A-K-A-K-A-K-A-K-A. Human, you will die. The lick roared as he created a bone shield and laughed like a maniac. I planned to do some damage, but now I have changed my mind, Alex said as he pierced his sword into the ground and charged toward the lick barehanded. Alex knew that the best he could do in a few seconds was chip away a few thousand points of HP without using his strong skills, so he decided to pummel the lick to at least enjoy his time. The lick was surprised by Alex's actions, but before he could even understand the meaning behind his words, Alex was right in front of him with his hand reaching for his neck. Boom. Alex smashed the lick on the ground and then mounted on the lick to properly throw some punches. Filthy human, get away from me. The lick screamed as he swung his arm with the staff toward Alex. I wonder if you would feel pain or humiliation if I punched you a few times in the face, Alex said as he caught Lick's arm and placed it under his knee, and then he did the same with the other arm. I will skill you alive. I will burn your soul. Boom X2. This is fun, Alex said after throwing 2 quick punches on Lick's face, stopping him from completing his threats. Boom X32. Alex started throwing punches, not even caring for the damage, just enjoying punching the rotten face of the Lick and the enraged curses that the Lick threw at him. Boom X243. After 25 seconds of throwing non-stop punches, Alex heard a booming loud noise, and looking to the side, he saw a creature of pitch darkness looking toward him which put a smile on his face. The creature that got summoned was not the Death Knight but the elemental summoned by Alex, and with a quick glance at the creature's stats, it placed a bright smile on his face. Darkness Elemental. Type Guardian. LVL 280. Rank 3rd rank. HP 3.2 million, 3.2 million. Condition healthy. The summoned elemental stood 11 feet tall with a body made from pure darkness, covered in solid heavy armor made from darkness, and he had a giant shield and a sword in his 2 hands. It looks like I am not dying today for certain, Alex thought, but before he could order the elemental to come and attack the Lick, he saw the calm pool of darkness shrinking rapidly. You think your little puppet could stand a chance against my Death Knight? The Lick said in a low voice and then started laughing like a maniac. The pool of darkness slowly gathered toward the center and took the shape of a giant dome that slowly disintegrated into dark particles, revealing a creature of true terror. The creature roared toward the ceiling, which caused a slight tremor. I am dead, Alex thought, looking at the stats of the Death Knight. Death Knight. Name Magdalene's. LVL 392. Rank 4th rank peak. HP 17.2 million, 17.2 million. MP 1.1 million, 1.1 million. Condition healthy enraged. Skill. The Death Knight stood at 8 feet tall, wearing dark full body armor covered in spikes, holding a great sword, and his eyes were oozing with darkness while his body released a heavy pressure. System notification. Player has been affected by death stare. All stats are decreased by 50 for 10 minutes, defend me. Alex sent an order to his summon, seeing the Dead Knight staring at him and hearing the system notification. Kill this filthy animal, the Lick screamed toward the Death Knight. Tenacity, Alex used the skill instinctively as he saw a dark shadow in front of him, and then he felt an impact on his chest, and the next thing he knew, he was zooming through the air like a missile. BOMMMM, I would have been one shot without using the tenacity skill and his help, but then again, I will still die. Alex thought, looking at the dark giant right in front of him. The summoned Darkness Guardian came in front of Alex and used his shield to take the full brunt of the Death Knight's attack, which sent him flying into Alex, making them both zoom through the air and crash into the wall. I'm not going to die without at least doing some damage. Alex thought as he eyed the staff in Lick's hand. Go and distract that knight and use just defense. Alex commanded his summon as he stood up, ready to follow right behind his summon. You brainless idiot, don't attack me. The Lick screamed to the Death Knight as he got up after being flung around with Alex. Boom. The Lick got punched in the face by Death Knight, making him crash right next to Alex. Gro, the summoned guardian, charged toward the Death Knight like a mad bull with a door like the massive shield in front of him. This makes things easier, Alex thought, seeing the Lick beside him while the Death Knight was busy ripping his elemental apart with his broad sword. It looks like your summon doesn't like your ugly face, Alex said to the Lick lying a few feet away from him. I will take this. Alex thought as he quickly went ahead and picked up the staff and placed it into his inventory. It is not a bound item, Alex thought after successfully placing the staff into his inventory. A player could steal items from other players and NPCs, but doing so would make the player get in trouble with the other party, and if he got killed in the next 60 minutes, the item would drop with certainty. You filthy human, give me my staff back. The Lick screamed in horror, seeing Alex taking his staff right before his eyes. You don't need to thank me. Alex just said some bullshit to piss the Lick. Elder Darian, please take care of my equipments, Alex said, knowing after his death he would drop the staff and one more item from his inventory. Alex didn't plan to take help from his guardian to save his life, but he didn't have any problem asking for some minor help. You did good work, my friend. Alex thought, looking at his element, which was just sliced into 2 halves, making him lose all his HP. Summoned elemental has been killed. Kill this bastard, the Lick roared, seeing Alex not intending to return his staff. Skeleton, stop ordering me, or I will kill you first. The Death Knight spoke in his dry and hoarse voice, pointing his sword toward the Lick. Alex was not surprised that the Death Knight could speak because any creature at the Fourth had the same intelligence as normal humans and summoned creatures were no different, so being able to talk was normal. Summon weapon 4-fold thrust. Alex used the sword skill, aiming straight at the unprotected neck area of the Death Knight. I was hoping to land at least one strike, Alex thought with a wary smile. Human, give that bone staff to me and I will let you leave this place alive. The Death Knight said after casually taking 4 straight stabs on his neck and receiving 0 damage. What the hell is going on? Alex thought, confused by the new development. If you want to decline, think twice about that. The Death Knight said as his hand got covered in gray elemental flame. You filthy knight, you are summoned by me. The Lick roared as he stepped toward the Death Knight, but before he got near him, his body was engulfed in gray flames. The Lick screamed in agony, rolling on the ground as the elemental flame burned his body while the Death Knight coldly stared at the Lick. If you don't want to experience the same fate, be an intelligent ant and hand over the Lick staff to me. The Death Knight said as he threw another gray elemental fireball at the screaming Lick. I have seen some summoned creature going rouge and not listening to the orders of their summoner, but this is new even for me, Alex thought, looking at the Lick and then at the Death Knight. It looks like you need to experience the pain of getting your body burned by the elemental flame, the Death Knight said as he extended his flame-covered hand toward Alex, but it was stopped inches from Alex's neck. You should have controlled your greed, inhibitor of Mystic Realm. A calm voice came, which placed a smile on Alex's face. The Death Knight started shivering with fear as the raging gray flame on his hand, and the screaming Lick vanished as even the sword in his hand was dropped to the ground. Domain Ruler, you want to kill them, Darian said while releasing a suffocating aura that kept the Death Knight and Lick from moving a finger. Nope, Alex said, shaking his head, knowing he would gain 0 XP even if he killed them with the help of Darian. Gore Domain. Darian didn't ask twice and calmly said 2 words, and instantly everything around him turned to a land of blood and gore, with mangled bodies of small and big creatures lying everywhere. Alex was beyond shock as he could see the ocean of blood and mangled bodies stretched in all directions for as far as his sight could reach. The new development messed with Alex's brain as he knew that the area of the cave was only a few hundred meters, and what he was looking at was at least a few kilometers in each direction. True blood rot. Darian said a few words, and instantly the bodies of both the Lick and Death Knight started to turn red and then disintegrate, and in a few moments, they were turned into nothing but gooey blood that got mixed into the ocean of blood and gore. Snap. Darian snapped his finger, and the ocean of blood and gore vanished without leaving any mark on the ground like it was never present in the first place. Alex's brain went blank seeing the insane development, and it was hard for his brain to not just explain the phenomena as nothing but an illusion, but the empty robe and the ring of the lick and the spiky armor of the Death Knight told Alex that everything was true. What the hell just happened? Alex thought, his heartbeat going wild as he looked toward Darian, who stood silently, giving him a black look. Darian, you could have killed these weaklings without unleashing your elemental domain, Lady Margaret said telepathically. I wanted to show him what true strength looks like to make sure his ego doesn't inflate too high after fighting higher rank opponents. Darian replied, looking at Alex, who had a lost look. This was definitely the scariest experience I had in both of my lives. Alex thought as he took a deep breath, as even imagining the last few seconds sent chills down his spine. Alex had seen the cities filled with blood and mangled bodies, which even to this day made him feel a little fear, but compared to the ocean of blood and gore that he just saw, those cities looked like flower fields. Domain Ruler, the technique I just used, is called the Elemental Domain, and it is an exclusive skill of all elemental rulers. The elemental domain, in essence, is a law zone of my element in which there are no elemental laws other than blood which I have complete control over. So unless my opponent is an elemental ruler and could create his own elemental domain, he has no power inside my domain, Darian said, seeing Alex regaining focus. I knew it should be the legendary elemental domain. Alex thought, returning his breathing to normal. Alex knew that elemental rulers were at the apex of the world, and they had the strength to move kingdoms if they so desired, but he had never seen one in action, so the respect he gave them was just for being strong. Domain Ruler, you don't need to overthink about the elemental domain, as it was just a little trick that you will be able to do in the future, Lady Margaret said in her sweet and energetic voice. I will achieve it before any other player, Alex thought, making a goal to accomplish. Alex knew he was destined to reach the elemental ruler rank because of his legacy, and in his past life he would be satisfied with achieving that. But after his encounters in the last few months, he understood that achieving that level of strength meant very little in the grand scheme of things. Domain Ruler, can you show me the Lick Magic Staff? Darian said, and Alex instantly took the dark bone staff out from his inventory and handed it to him. This is good, very good, Darian said as he held the bone staff that slowly crumbled into dust, leaving only a small dark cube behind that was previously embedded on top of the staff. I never imagined I would see one of the Doom creations in the hand of a weak undead. Lady Margaret said with surprise as she looked at the dark cube floating in the air. Doom, Alex thought as he quickly used appraisal on the cube, and what he saw was surprising enough that he felt like the hard floor had just vanished from under his foot. Name Infinitus. Equipment type Mana Enhancer Core. Quality, rank, skills, 1 mana barrier passive. The user will have an active mana barrier that will protect him from rank attacks. 2 Doom Cast. Allow the user to increase the strength of any magic spell by up to rank. Description: an item created by the Doom to be used as the core of a magic artifact. I have seen items capable of enhancing a skill spell power to a higher stage, but those items could only enhance skill spell from just a particular element by 1 rank at most. But from the looks of it, this cube doesn't have the element or the just 1 rank enhancer restriction. This is a completely broken item, Alex thought, looking at the 2 skills with ridiculous effects. Domain Ruler, congratulations, you found yourself an amazing treasure, Lady Margaret said with a bright smile. I have read that Doom artifacts are one of the greatest artifacts to be found in this world, and seeing one, I can see those words are not exaggerating, Alex said to gain some knowledge on the Doom. There is no solid information on the Doom artifacts and their creator, but indeed every Doom artifact that has appeared throughout history was a priceless treasure that strong people gambled their life to acquire, Darian said as he gave the cube to Alex. Domain, you will need a proper vessel to use the capabilities of this cube, and I think I know the perfect magic staff, Lady Margaret said, and seeing Alex interested, she continued with her suggestion. You should place this cube as the core of hubris, and I like to inform you that it is a peak mythic quality staff that was the personal magic staff of the 4th ruler Gaylord Erard, Lady Margaret said, saying everything with respect and pride. The 4th ruler was a great magician, probably one of the best this world has seen, so his magic staff should also be one of the best, but the question is, how will I acquire it? Alex thought. You can take the magic staff from the ruler's treasury after you could access the second portion of the treasury, which you will be able to do after you reach the 4th rank, Lady Margaret said. What? Alex thought, confused by the new information about the treasury. Lady Margaret, can you please briefly tell me about the royal treasury? Alex asked, intrigued to know more about the treasury. It looks like Guardian Varen didn't explain about the ruler treasury. There are 2 treasuries in the royal palace, first the royal treasury, and the second the ruler treasury. The royal treasury holds all the treasure and items belonging to the kingdom, while the ruler treasury holds valuable things that were once the previous ruler's personal possessions. the ruler treasury could only be opened by the domain rulers and is divided into 3 sections, which a ruler could access after meeting the conditions. The rulers could access the first section without fulfilling any condition, and to access the second section, the ruler needed to reach the 4th rank. To access the 3rd section, which has the most valuable things stored in it, could only be accessed after the ruler reached the elemental ruler rank and the 6th rank of ruler authority. This is all I know about the treasuries, Lady Margaret said with a smile. If the first section had so many good items, I wonder what kind of wild items the other 2 sections have stored for me, and then there is also the royal treasury. Alex thought, trying to control his emotions and expectations. The items are not bad, Alex thought after checking all the items that the Lick and Death Knight dropped. The only noteworthy item among the loot was the Death Knight sword of middle unique quality, while his armor was peak epic quality, which had worse stats than Alex's previous armor. Let's get the instance dungeon entry token and leave this place, Alex thought as he walked toward the instance dungeon portal. Congratulations player, hidden 1. Instance dungeon forgotten land of ashes discovered. Dungeon entry token gained 200. EXP gained. Level up X9. The moment Alex touched the instance dungeon portal, he received the system notification and the dungeon entry tokens. I plan to sell this complete dungeon to Vlad, but after finding the Doom Cube, it should be better if I explore this place myself with capable comrades, Alex thought, looking at the dungeon information. Name Forgotten Land of Ashes. Type Instance Dungeon. Quality Intermediate Grade. Time 60 days. Inhabitants level 250 to 399. Participants 0-200. Restriction: only players with dungeon entry tokens could enter the dungeon once. Description: an unknown dungeon filled with treasures of high value, but be aware those treasures are safeguarded by extreme danger. I will need a group of rank 4 players to explore this place, which is not happening, at least not anytime soon, Alex thought as he took out a return scroll, ready to teleport back to the capital city. 1 hour later. Worcester Castle. After getting the dungeon entry tokens, Alex returned to the Empire's capital city and took the teleportation service to the Ice Kingdom. Alex had returned to the Ice Kingdom to clear the remaining 2 hidden chambers of the Worcester Castle, the same place where he completed his first promotion quest. Alex was currently in Worcester Castle and was navigating his way through the castle's ground floor toward the castle library. I am at level 81 and need 19 more to reach the 100 to get the 2nd rank promotion quest, which I should easily reach after clearing the 2 chambers, Alex thought as he entered the library area. The castle library was filled with old documents and books on history, which players could read but couldn't take out of the library. As there could be valuable information or clues to some hidden treasures in the books, many players were always present inside the library, and today was no different. Alex ignored the few players checking the books and went toward the leftmost corner of the library and directly went to the last shelf with 0 books placed in it. There should be a keyhole somewhere in this place, Alex thought as he closely checked the shelf, and after carefully checking, he found the keyhole on the middle bar of the shelf. Let's open the secret passage before some idiot come to this place, Alex thought as he placed the key in its place. After a few seconds, the wooden shelf got spilled from the center and opened like a door, revealing a hidden staircase that led underground. Alex took the key back and then started descending the stairs, while the wooden bookshelf returned to its normal condition, closing the hidden passage. I should be able to clean this place within a few hours, Alex thought as he stretched his body to get ready to quickly clear the 2nd hidden chamber. After 3 hours. Congratulations player, hidden 1. Undead magician Zevisvok Worcester is killed. Worcester Castle 2nd, hidden chamber cleared. EXP gained. Level up: I killed close to 200 monsters and I just gained measly 3 levels, Alex thought, standing next to the decapitated undead ghoul and a magician. I didn't gain any new information, which is disappointing, but let's hope the final chamber can give the whereabouts of the demon noble, Alex thought as he left the boss room. Alex left the way he came, and after navigating through long and empty passages, he reached the stone brick wall with a keyhole. Alex used the key to open the entrance, and after taking the key, he left the library, with the only difference being an open passage that led to an empty underground chamber. After leaving the library, Alex quickly navigated his way to the castle's 2nd floor and then went straight to the mistress room, as the entrance to the 3rd hidden chamber was inside. There should be a keyhole somewhere in this place, Alex thought, looking at the wooden floor, and with some effort, he located the keyhole in the right corner of the room. I wonder if the players in the library would locate the second chamber entrance before I am done clearing this chamber, Alex thought as he inserted the key into the floor. After a few seconds, a magic circle appeared on the floor, which started gathering an insane amount of mana from the surrounding, creating a mana storm around Alex which destroyed the wooden floor, and in just a few seconds, the whole room was a mess of broken items. This will gather a lot of attention, Alex thought as darkness covered his eyes. I hate this feeling of forceful teleportation, Alex thought as he felt his body being pulled in a different direction. After a few seconds of uncomfortable experience, Alex was teleported to the third hidden chamber that was located underground. It will take a lot of time to clean this place, and in that time, some big guild would barricade the dungeon area to find me as they did in my previous life, Alex thought, looking at the narrow passage in front of him. In Alex's previous life, the disturbance caused by the teleportation circle garnered the attention of many players, and because of that, the whole area of the Forchester Castle was sealed by a guild knowing that the disturbance could be related to the hidden chamber. The guild that sealed the castle area was successful in catching the mercenary group when they exited the hidden chamber through its only entrance, which got open in the castle's garden after the chamber was cleared. I would have been caught like the mercenary guild members, but with the help from Elder Darien, I can leave this place without any issue as the low-level ceiling barriers used by the guild couldn't possibly hope to detect an elemental ruler, let alone stop him, Alex thought with a smile. The Forchester Castle dungeon was in the territory of a 10th-ranking guild, and in his previous life, after founding the news of the disturbance, they used a ceiling barrier that stopped anyone from leaving the area for the next 24 hours. 11 hours later, it took me longer than expected, but the good thing is I should be able to reach the level 100 cap after killing the final boss, Alex thought, standing in front of the final boss room. Alex could have cleared the chamber much faster if he had just focused on quickly clearing each floor, but as he hoped to gain some extra information, he did it slowly, cleaning each floor to avoid missing anything. The information Alex gained from the floor guardians was not anything significant, as it just explained the things that he already knew in detail, with some added information that was useless to him. The next fight is going to be a real tough battle for me, and this time, Elder Darien will not be present to save me, Alex thought as he pushed the door open and entered the boss room. The hidden chambers had a level cap that forced every higher-level player to stay outside, and even though Alex's guardian knew the location of the hidden chamber, but they couldn't enter it, at least not according to Alex's knowledge. The room was lit brightly with tens of light stones embedded in the ceiling, and in the middle of the room, a man was seated on the big chair with two females standing to his left and right. The female on the left side of the chair was wearing full-plate Dark Knight armor with a crimson lance in her hand, while another female wearing pitch-black skin-tight clothing was standing on the opposite side. I don't see Lady Lorella, Alex thought as he checked the stats of all three creatures. Undead Swordsman Rare Epic Boss. Name Ludroth Forchester. Title Lord of the Forchester Household Noble-born Demon Slave. Ranks 3rd rank Peak. LVL 299. HP 2.2 million 2.2 million. Skills Summon Undead Phantom / Skull Crusher Savage Charge Cloud Steps Death Curse Mindless Curse Bone Spike Death Spear Berserk. Description Ludroth Forchester, the last lord of the Forchester household, was betrayed and killed by the one he trusted and got turned into an accursed undead. Undead Assassins Rare Epic. Name Duhildren Hilbadargi. Rank 2nd rank Peak. LVL 200. HP 250,000. Skills Vanish Backstab, Rapid Shots Critical Strike Dagger, Through Darkness Bind Curse of Blindness. Description Undead Knight Rare Epic. Name Zofra Manzifk. Rank 2nd rank Peak. LVL 200. HP 450,000. Skills Knight Defense Berserk Haste Knight Valor Bone Shield Death Empowerment. Description The mercenary group clearly said that the second hidden chamber had Lady Lorella and an assassin with the final boss. Alex thought after scanning the room and not finding the person of interest. Lady Lorella was the mistress of the Forchester household and the wife of the castle lord, and not finding her with the final boss monster raised many questions for Alex. Alex had passed life information, and he understood that there should be a reason that made the mercenary group lie about killing the castle lord's wife. What could be the reason for the mercenary group to spread false information? Alex thought, silently staring at three creatures who had yet to move to attack him. I need to kill the two guards as fast as possible, Alex thought of the attack combination he could use on the knight or the assassin, depending on which one will attack him first. The third hidden chamber cap was only level 200, and every monster inside was in the boundaries of the second rank, but the castle lord was different as he was at the peak of the third rank. Alex was not afraid to fight the castle lord as he had enough means to go toe-to-toe with him, but he needed to play his card right to win the battle. I was hoping the boss would send the ladies first, and I can use that opportunity to finish one of them, but it looks like that's not happening, Alex thought, seeing Ludroth leave his seat and walk toward him. Ludroth stood 7 and a few inches tall with a muscular build, and was wearing black leather armor with a saber hung from the hip, and even though he was undead, his demeanor and face made him look no different from a proud warrior. I need to create an opportunity to summon my elemental, Alex thought, seeing Ludroth slowly advancing toward him with a cold look. Alex took his sword out and patiently waited for Ludroth to get near him before moving in for an attack, but just as he was about to move forward to attack, the boss stopped and bowed his head. "Adventurer, please listen to my request," Ludroth said with his head down as he stood a few meters away from Alex. "What is going on?" Alex thought, not expecting the dungeon boss to do anything remotely close to that. Alex was not surprised by how Ludroth was able to speak, and was trying to start a conversation and not attack him like a boss because he was not a normal boss, but more like a free-willed NPC caged inside the dungeon who couldn't leave the dungeon even if he wanted. Clifford said his father made a contract with Demon Noble and was possessed by him, so I don't even know if this bastard is the real Ludroth or just a brainwashed pawn of the demon, Alex thought, not letting his guard down. Alex had seen cases of the player helping special dungeon bosses get free from the dungeon, but the problems they needed to go through to achieve that was not worth it. "Adventurer, I will give you this saber and my life to you if you help me complete my request," Ludroth said as he threw his black saber toward Alex. "Clang, he will let me kill him, so he doesn't want to get free from this dungeon," Alex thought. "I don't know what is happening, but let's check the saber." Alex thought as he cautiously picked up the sword. What the Alex thought, stunned as he checked the sword's stats. Name Stormridge. Weapon type saber. Quality legendary middle. Grades 3rd rank. Bound Ludroth Forchester. Effects. Skills. Description: a saber forged from the Thunderian metal and imbued with the core of Storm Serpent. This is Forchester household heirloom, and it's not just a legendary saber, but also a ticket for the holder to join the prestigious Thunder Knights Order, Ludroth said after a few seconds of silence. He must be lying, Alex thought, not even considering that Ludroth was telling the truth. The prestigious Thunder Knights Order was a mercenary organization with close to 20 known SS-rank adventurers present in their organization, and there were also 2 known elemental rulers as their elder, and it was rumored that their leader was an 8-rank warrior and SSS adventurer. The Thunder Knights Order was one of the backbones of the Adventure Guild, and any of their members had the same privilege as the high-ranking nobles. In Alex's previous life, every player and NPC wanted to join the Thunder Knights Order because of the ancient arts and skills available to their members. The saber holder needs to reach the 4th rank before he can join the Thunder Knights Order, and Stormridge could be yours for just accepting my request, Ludroth said. "I don't know his motive, but I will find out shortly," Alex thought. "What is your request?" Alex asked, not blindly agreeing to his request, as he was here to get the whereabouts of the demon noble to complete Clifford's request. "I want you to kill Lorella Nilbontaire," Ludroth said, while gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Ludroth Forchester request SSS. Conditions: kill Lorella Nilbontaire. Reward: Stormridge Saber. Description: accept, yes, no. I don't think the name is a coincidence, but more importantly, what the hell is this difficulty? Do I need to kill some elemental ruler? Alex thought, looking at the system notification. Alex wanted to directly reject the quest after seeing the ridiculous difficulty placed by the system, but he knew it was related to the demon noble he needed to find and kill. "I will consider accepting your request, but first, explain to me who is the demon noble you contracted, and who is this person that I am supposed to kill," Alex said, having already guessed who this Lorella person could be. "How much do you know about the disaster of the Forchester household?" Ludroth calmly asked, but there was clear madness in his eyes. Alex told him everything he knew, but he kept his deal with Clifford a secret, as there was no need to reveal that. "I joined a demonic cult, which gave me the blueprint of the magic circle I needed to draw with the name of the demon, and the number of people I needed to sacrifice to establish contact with the demon. I made a deal with the demon noble, a Marquis-ranked demoness with the strength of peak elementalist, to be specific. You would be thinking why the demonic cult would give me such rare resources to a mere mortal like me with strength no greater than a slightly stronger 3rd-rank knight. The demonic cult people told me that the demon's name belongs to a low-ranking demon baroness, but they lied to me as everything they did was planned from the start before I even joined the cult. The demoness had everything planned, and she poisoned me with her lies and promised that she could help me heal my wife, and slowly she convinced me that the only way to heal my wife was being contracted to a demon. Guess who wanted to be contracted to my wife? Ludroth said with a sad smile. Why would Marquis Demoness would want to get contracted with a dying and weak mortal? Alex asked the logical question. Because my wife had the legendary grade elemental physique of ashen flames, and her disease was because of her physique awakening. The doctor responsible for my wife's treatment belonged to the demonic cult and realized the reason for her diseases, which he reported to his higher-up, who came to check the elemental physique grade, and even with the best of the available equipment, he was not able to evaluate it. The higher-up told the information to his contracted demon, who worked for the Marquis Demoness, who then manipulated me into making my wife become her contracted slave. My wife trusted me, and as I was convinced into believing that my wife would stay the same even after the contract, I convinced my wife to accept the contract, which was the last and biggest mistake of my life. After the contract was completed, the demoness instantly possessed my wife's body, and then she thanked me as she slaughtered everyone in the castle. She was able to kill us even with the weak body of my wife because of her mastery over worldly law, and with the strength of all my knights, we were unable to do anything to her. The demoness bitch told me everything in detail as to how the demon contract allows the demons to forcefully possess the bodies of their contracted slaves, but once they do that, they can never return to their real bodies, meaning they lose all their strength. The demons only used this skill as a safety measure to prepare a vessel in case they needed it one day. The demoness told me how she planned to possess a great vessel with great potential, and was looking for it for years as her real body was dying, and my wife just happened to fit her requirements perfectly. The demoness killed every person by showing them illusions of how they got killed by me, and kept me alive till she killed the last person of my household. The Watcher turned my household into a dungeon and everyone who died into an undead creature while giving me free will and told me that one day I might have my revenge, Ludroth said in a sad and enraged tone. It looks like I found the demon I need to kill, but the question is, where do I find her, and what is her current strength? Alex thought after digesting the new and mind-boggling information. So I need to join the demonic cult to find the whereabouts of the demoness. Alex asked Ludroth. I don't know how difficult it will be to join the demonic cult, but even if I can join, how much effort do I need to put in to find information on the demoness, and what is the guarantee that the demoness hasn't just returned to the demon continent? Alex thought. Alex knew he needed to find and kill the demoness if he didn't want to lose the SSS legacy, and to achieve that, he needed the help of the castle lord, but he didn't like his suggestion. As you said, this is the year 11,367 of the ancient calendar, and the disaster of the Forchester household occurred in the year 11,294. I am certain that the demoness would be in contact with the demonic cult, so the only way to locate her should be through the cult, Ludroth said. I don't think it is worth it to go through so much trouble to gain just one SSS legacy when I could gather tens of those with less effort and time, but if there are no penalties to the quest, I will accept it, Alex thought. I know that my request is quite troublesome and put you in danger, and that's why I am giving you the saber as the advance reward that will give you the opportunity to join the Thunder Knights, and after you complete my request, you will get additional rewards, Ludroth said, seeing Alex staying silent. What are the addiction rewards? Alex asked, curious about what other treasure he was willing to offer. As you know, I discovered the ruins of the ancient human civilization on the Giants' continent, and other than me, only my youngest son knew about it, who is now dead. Those were not ruins, but special legacy ground built by them in which any human could participate and gain rewards depending on the trials he can clear. I was the first human to discover that place in thousands of years, and as a reward, I gained the knowledge of their history and the purposes of those legacy grounds. I can't share my knowledge or the location of the legacy ground with you right now, but if you complete my request and kill the demoness, you will gain all of that as your reward, Ludroth said. Quest updated. Ludroth Forchester request SSS. Conditions: kill Lorella Nilbonter. Reward: Stormridge Saber plus Ancient Human Civilization Legacy Ground Location. Time description: Ludroth Forchester has given you the task to find and kill the demoness who possesses the body of his wife Lorella Nilbonter. Accomplish the task and you will gain rewards of immense value. Except, yes, no, if Zero recognizes the ruins as legacy ground, then it means he is not lying, Alex thought, looking at the updated quest window. There is no time limit to the quest and no punishment, and I am also getting a free legendary grade saber with added benefits, so there is no reason not to accept it. Alex thought as he accepted the quest. Alex nodded and asked Ludroth to tell him everything he knew about demons and the demonic cult, which he disappointedly knew very little about. After 15 minutes, the conversation ended, and even though Alex didn't gain any solid piece of information, but Ludroth did tell him the method he could use to gain entry into the demonic cult. When you kill the Fu Ing Bai H, tell her that Ludroth Forchester has sent his regards, Ludroth said with a smile. I'm ready to die, Ludroth said as he removed his armor and threw it to the side, and just like waiting for the moment, both females removed their protective armor and came forward, ready to accept their death. Let's finish this, Alex thought as he moved closer to Ludroth. I wonder which grade of Wish Zero will give me for clearing the hidden dungeon. Alex thought as he stood near the corpses of 3 decapitated undead. Congratulations, player, Hidden 1. Undead swordsman Ludroth Forchester is killed. Forchester Castle 3rd, Hidden Chamber cleared. Hidden Dungeon Forchester Castle cleared. EXP gained. Level up level cap reached. System reward for clearing the hidden dungeon. Legendary magic staff Oathkeeper gained. Gold grade system wish acquired. This is very unexpected. Alex thought, shocked, as he looked at the reward for clearing the hidden dungeon. Alex knew he would be rewarded for clearing the hidden dungeon, but he expected that he would get some epic to unique quality weapon with bronze, or, if the system was very generous, a silver quality wish, but not even in his wild imagination did he expect to receive such generous rewards. This dungeon is related to some big events, so the rewards make sense, Alex thought, realizing that the demonic cult and the ancient human civilization were significant events that could greatly affect the world. Let's check the magic staff. Alex smiled as he opened his inventory and took out the newly gained staff. This is a beautiful staff, Alex thought, mesmerized by seeing the simple yet amazing appearance of the staff. The staff was 6'1" ft long, built from red crystal-like wood with a captivating head and a long handle with beautiful patterns inlaid on with golden material, and on top of every inch of the staff, tiny runes were engraved. The head of the magic staff was carved into a crimson eagle with 3 pairs of wings that were spread open, and the details in which the eagle was carved made it look alive and intimidating. The eagle had a milky white crystal ball in its sharp claws, but after looking closely, one could see that the crystal ball was transparent and had a thick white gaseous material flowing inside it like calm clouds. Name Oathkeeper. Weapon type magic staff. Quality legendary peak. Grade unranked. Bound none 1 effect, increase mana recovery by 500, increase elemental damage by 100. Increase mana sensitivity by 102 effect, increase all air element resistance by 200, decrease all air element spells cooldown by 20, decrease mana usage of all air element spells by 20. 3 effect, increase intelligence by 200. Increase vitality by 100. Increase stamina by 100. Skill, quintuple casting summon mystic rock magician, focus elemental barrier meteor, rain cataclysmic quake. Description, a magic staff forged by the 6th Dwarven King Elcamli Kragex, using the wood of a millennium-year-old ember dragon tree as its vessels, with its core being the refined law core of pure mystic rock. This is a fantastic staff, as even after getting downgraded to my current strength, the buffs this staff will provide would be amazing, but regretfully, I won't be able to dual-wield it with my sword, at least not for now, Alex thought, smiling ear to ear as he checked the Cray stats boosts and skills. Alex could technically dual-wield the staff with his sword, but he would gain 0 benefits from the staff, and it will be just a good conductor for his mana and would provide a minor boost to his magic spells. In the ancient world, a player needed to reach the 4th rank before they could learn the dual-wield skill, properly wield 2 weapons, and gain all their benefits without any restriction. I wonder what kind of changes will happen to the magic staff if I change its core with the Infinitus, the mana enhancer core I got from the Lick, Alex thought, looking at the pure white law core. I don't know how one could even replace the law core without breaking the staff because the core is the only thing attaching the handle and the head, Alex thought, raising a logical point. Let's forget it for now, Alex thought, not focusing on something he had no clue about. Domain Ruler, this is a very nice magic staff, and this saber is also of outstanding quality, Lady Margaret said as she appeared next to Alex and used telekinesis to pick up the saber lying on the floor. Watcher gave the magic staff to me for my accomplishment of clearing the hidden dungeon, and I received the saber for accepting a request, Alex replied. I think we should get going because those adventurers will arrive in this place in a few minutes, Darian said as all the loot lying on the floor floated next to Alex. I completely forgot that the chamber entrance will get open after I kill the boss. Alex thought as he quickly placed all the items into his inventory. Let's get going, Alex said, and Darian placed his hand on his shoulder, and after that, everything became a blur to him. After Alex left the chamber, close to 40 fully armed players entered the empty boss room, completely blocking the entrance, and without saying anything, they started spamming magic spells bombarding every inch of the big room. After a few minutes of bombardment, they stopped with absolute rage on their faces as they saw no player appearing in their sight. Let's bind with magic staff, Alex thought as he made a small cut on his finger. After leaving the dungeon, Alex returned to the capital city, and after eating a big meal, he returned to his hotel room, and now he was sitting on the bed with his new magic staff in his hand. The blood got absorbed by the magic staff, making the runes shine with intensity, and after a few seconds, Alex received the system notification of the successful bind. The stats are good, and the skills are even better. Alex thought, looking at the adjusted stats of the magic staff. Name: Oathkeeper. Weapon type: magic staff. Quality: legendary peak. Grade: first rank. Growth type: bound hidden 1/1 effect. Increase mana recovery by 100. Increase elemental damage by 20. Increase mana sensitivity by 22 effect. Increase all air element resistance by 50. Decrease all air element spells cooldown by 5. Decrease mana usage of all air element spells by 5. 3 effect: increase intelligence by 50. Increase vitality by 50. Increase stamina by 50. Skill: 1 dual casting passive. The skill helps the user maintain the structure of the magic circle of 2 spells simultaneously for extended periods. 2 summon Mystic Rock. Allow the user to summon the spirit of the Mystic Rock with the strength of peak first rank. Mana required: 7,000 cooldown, 1 hours. 3 Earthquake. A minor earthquake is created for 6 seconds in a radius of 20 meters with the user as the center. Mana required: 1,200 cooldown, 6 minutes. Description: a magic staff forged by the 6th Dwarven King Elkemli Kragex, using the wood of a millennium-year-old ember dragon tree as its vessels, with its core being the refined law core of pure mystic rock. I will need to do some practice, but with the help of dual casting passive skill, I should be able to quickly learn to simultaneously cast 2 spells. Alex thought with a smile, most thrilled about the dual casting. Alex could perfectly dual cast his mortal and first-rank spells, but his mastery of second spells was not at such a level that he could simultaneously cast 2 spells. The most useless buff of this magic staff is the elemental resistance, as I have 0 resistance to air elements, so even boosting it by 1,000 would give me 0 benefits. Alex thought, trying to remember how he could gain resistance against the air element. I could buy potions from the Alchemist Guild that could give me permanent resistance, but those will be hella expensive. Alex thought as he considered other better options, but he was disturbed mid-thinking by the loud noise. Shhrrrriekkkkkkk. Ryson, you have become a fat glutton, so get prepared to lose some weight, Alex said, but still took out 10 or so pieces of chimera tail meat and placed them next to him. Alex's companion beast, whom he named Ryson, looked nothing as he did a few months ago, as he had grown from being a little bird with fluffy feathers to now standing close to 6 feet tall, with a wingspan of a little over 16 feet. The good thing is he is already at the peak of second rank. Alex thought, checking the stats window of Ryson. Poisonous Vulture, Rare Elite. Name: Ryson. LVL 192. Rank: second rank peak. Bound hidden ones. HP 380,000 380,000. See more. Nature: curious. Condition: hungry. Skills: Poison Claw, Poison Wing, Poisonous Mist, Acid Rain, Poison Empowerment, Poison Spear, Poison Shield, Poison Armor. I plan to acquire the Evolution Potion as it is a money printing machine, and to use it to evolve Ryson's bloodline to help him break his limitation. But now that I know the capabilities of Red Gem, I should first unlock the Bloodline Refinement skill and use it to see the results it could provide. Alex thought, remembering the unbelievable gains that the Beastmen received from that skill. I should rest to recover mentally and physically to my best condition before I take the second-rank promotion quest, Alex thought as he placed the magic staff into his inventory. After Ryson went into companion beast space to rest, Alex logged out and returned to the real world, and as it was the middle of night in the real world, he just took a cold shower and went to sleep. After 10 hours. After logging back into the ancient world, Alex ate a meal at the hotel. and after getting a few necessary potions, he took help from Elder Darien to take him to the Eternal Frozen Mountain Range, an area with a huge abundance of the second and third rank creatures. I know I can kill peak third rank creatures with traits with my current strength, but can I kill 10 of them at the peak of the third rank and still save enough time to complete my second rank promotion quest in 48 hours? Alex thought silently, staring at the ruler's mission window. Test of might II. Objective: kill 10 peak third rank creature with traits 0-10. Time 48 hours. Reward 5,000 ruler coins plus random skill. Description: a test for the ruler to prove his might by achieving a challenging feat while being immortal. Accept, yes, no. The hard difficulty of Alex's second rank promotion legacy quest was the same as his first promotion quest, but the big twist was that he needed to kill 23rd rank creatures in 48 hours and not 10 like last time. The number of elite and rare elite creatures he needed to kill was also doubled, with their strength requirement set at second rank. If I do things the right way, I think I can accomplish both missions in 48 hours, but I will definitely lose the bonus skill points, making me lose on some potentially good skills, but the mission rewards are too lucrative to miss. Alex thought, making his decision. The best way I could save time is by first locating the 10 creatures that fit the requirements of my missions, and then accept both the ruler's mission and my promotion quest before starting the hunt, Alex thought. Alex had yet to start his second rank promotion mission, so he didn't need to worry about wasting time and could prepare the best plan to achieve the best possible results. Alex quickly started remembering all the locations with the densest population of creatures and then opened his system map to mark all those locations. After 15 minutes of standing in the freezing wind, Alex was done with a rough plan, as he had chosen close to 20 locations near each other where he would search and locate peak third rank creatures. I just wonder what kind of ridiculous requirement I need to complete for my third and above rank promotion quests, Alex thought with a wary smile as he sprinted toward the nearest location. While Alex was running around the ice field looking for creatures of interest, the hand-picked players of his organization were tackling their own first-rank promotion quest. In a gloomy forest, a mountain of a man roared at the top of his lungs as he descended toward a crimson tiger with hands gripped together to make a massive fist hammer. The tiger roared toward him with his jaw wide open and his eyes filled with rage, and the next second his open jaws were met with the man's massive fist, resulting in his front tooth getting broken and his face brutally crashing into the ground. BOOMM. The tiger roared as he tried to lunge toward the man with his bloody mouth, but the man one step quicker, and a barrage of fits came crashing onto the injured tiger, destroying his cracked skull and the brain inside it, instantly killing the beast. I just need to kill one more epic-grade monster, and I will be done with my promotion quest, the man mumbled as fresh blood and brain juice dripped from his icy white gauntlets. The man was Andre, and from his blood-covered appearance, one could easily tell that he had been fighting monsters non-stop for the past few hours. I should have taken my brother's advice more seriously, because then I wouldn't be in this bad situation, Andre mumbled as he looked at his quest progress. Hidden Class Quest Progress: 1. Common Monsters 150-152, Elite Monsters 70-73, Rare Elite Monsters 40-44, Epic Monsters 2-3. Time left 41 minutes. Important info: players can only acquire the hidden class in the first promotion quest. I don't have time to waste, Andre mumbled as he took off sprinting in a random direction, but not before taking his loot. Andre and his brother Benedict were not the only ones to take their promotion quest, as almost every selected player did the same, leaving only a few exceptions. The player took the quest this early because they knew even if they failed, they would still have enough time to try it 2 more times, while few took it to prove their capabilities to their new boss and separate themselves from the masses. If my plan worked without any major problem, then I should be able to complete all the conditions of both the promotion quest and the ruler mission in 40 hours. Alex thought, looking at the holographic map with multiple lines drawn. Alex had spent the last 6 hours checking more than 20 locations and making notes on each area and the density of monsters. Alex spent an additional hour planning the routes he would take and the time he would spend in each area, and now he was done making a proper plan and was ready to execute it. I need to reduce the number of these lizard men and kill the heavy hitters before the big boss shows up, but I also need to prolong the battle for at least 30 minutes and make sure I don't create too much ruckus, Alex thought, standing above a hill and looking down at a small lizardman settlement. Alex needed to kill 10 peak third-rank creatures who had a trait like being named or having the title in just 48 hours, which would be impossible with his current capabilities. Alex had two methods to go toe-to-toe and win against a peak third-rank creature, with the first one being he needed help from his elemental summon skill, which had a 30-hour cooldown period if he summoned a third-rank elemental. So using elemental summon skill 2 times in 48 hours was impossible, let alone doing it 10 times. The second method was a little tricky to achieve but was much safer, and if executed without error, it guaranteed that Alex would win the battle against any peak third-rank creature. The method required Alex to engage in a battle for 30 minutes to gain the full 30 stats boost from his Battle Emperor title, and then engage with the third-rank creature using the Rage Embodiment skill. The method was very risky because if things didn't go as Alex wanted them, it would waste his already limited time, and he would need to run to save his life. The only solution to this problem was for Alex to learn third-rank spells, improve his strength, and then do the quest, but that would require months, which he didn't have the luxury to waste. Let's get going, Alex thought and jumped from the cliff, and before he landed on the ice, he casted the Darkness Shield skill under his feet. This is fun, Alex thought as he used the Darkness Shield to skate his way to the ground. After reaching the ground, Alex sprinted toward the main gate of the settlement, and he could see the lizardman guard already noticing him and advancing toward him. ROARRRRR. Alex summoned his weapon and charged toward the roaring lizardman and easily blocked his sword strike while easily avoiding the arrow from the archer, standing on top of the wood wall frozen in ice. I just need to kill enough to only invite the big boys and not the boss, Alex thought as he avoided the next arrow and delivered a quick slash to the lizardman guard. 26 minutes later. CLANNGG. System notification, 26 minutes completed. Battle Emperor Tittle effect activated. All base stats increased by 26. Alex was engaged with a giant named Lizardman at the early stage of the third rank, who was bleeding from his right eye, but he didn't seem to care and was swinging his giant claw without stopping. Human, you are something else to survive this much time against me, the Lizardman said with a wide, ugly smile as he tried to bite Alex's face. I think it time to end this battle and slaughter as many Lizardmen as possible before the boss shows up. Alex thought, knowing the settlement leader should be irritated by all the noise and would come out at any moment. Alex's fight with the second strongest lizardman was going on for the last 11 minutes, and in that time, he only had lost 1200 HP while the hulking lizardman's HP was down to 58. Alex hadn't gone wild on killing the lizardman, but instead, he had selectively only engaged with the strongest of lizardmen in the settlement and stretched every battle for a few minutes, slowly chipping away their health and killing them. Darkness slash. Alex bent his knee down to lower his position and swung his sword from down to up, deeply slicing the lizardman from his right side of weights to his left shoulder. 190,000 HP. ROARRRR. The lizardman was on full offense, not expecting any deadly attack from Alex as all he had seen to this point was defense and a sneaky attack to the vitals. Fourfold thrust. Alex didn't miss the opportunity and thrust his sword at the lizardman's right eye 4 times. And as he did it too quickly, he missed twice and only did half the damage. 80,000 HP, 240,000 HP critical hit, Darkness Slash. Alex followed up with a Darkness Slash to the left injured shoulder, ripping the deep cut open, making the blood spill from the lizardman's chest like a waterfall. Alex stepped back to dodge the frenzied attacks of the lizardman as he casted the Spear of Darkness spell, and fired all 5 spears on the face of the lizardman while keeping going back to make the distance. Alex didn't need to do much, as the lizardman's health kept going down as he lost more and more blood, making his attack becoming more sluggish and slow. Alex created an opportunity by firing a darkness spear into the healthy left eye of the lizardman, and then used the darkness slash to slice the creature's throat, chipping away all his remaining health. Let's go on a killing spree, Alex thought as he drank an advanced quality health potion and followed it up with a mana and stamina potion. Alex charged into the 40 or so lizardmen, who had a look of horror on their faces as they saw the dead body of their clan general. The remaining lizardmen were in the first and second ranks, and with Alex's current stats, he sliced through them like butter, and in the next 3 minutes, he killed 21 of them when the door of the biggest hut was sent flying. A massive lizardman exited the hut with his height reaching over 10 feet, his body covered in thick muscles and blue and white scales with deep scars all over his body, making him look menacing. You have disturbed the sleep of this king, and a quick death will be a very light punishment for you. The lizardman spoke in his deep and hoarse voice after lazily looking at all the dead bodies and blood littering the ground. System notification. Player is in a hostile situation with a creature that is 2 ranks higher in strength. Indomitable Conqueror Tittle effect activated. All base stats increased by 20. 30 minutes completed. Battle Emperor Tittle effect activated. All base stats increased by 30. Now all my physical stats are above the 2000 mark, and after the Rage Embodiment skill boost, they should cross the 3000 point mark, which should be more than enough to dominate him. Alex thought, checking the stats window of the Lizardman leader. Frost Lizardman Rare Epic Pure Blood. Title Intelligent Species, named Creature Battle Hardened. Name S. Roughrock. LVL 286. Ranks 3rd rank Peak. HP 3.14 million, 3.14 million. See more. Condition Healthy. Skills Ice Boulder Shower, Frost Camouflage, Dominating Roar Ice Weaponry, Frost Spear Ground Tremor, Frost Breath, Frost Armor Berserk. Description: a frost lizardman had a thick hide, strong jaws, sharp teeth and claws, and high resistance to cold elements. Where is the king? Because all I can see is a big, ugly lizard, Alex asked as he activated the Rage Embodiment skill. Rage Embodiment skill activated. 120 resentment energy points used. All stats increased by 240 for the next 3 minutes. The remark pissed the lizardman leader, and that was what Alex wanted, as while the creature was distracted by his emotion, he moved forward like a bullet, swinging his sword using the darkness slash skill. BOOMM. The lizardman was ready to say something in return when he saw the human move toward him at astonishing speed, and he instinctively raised his arms in defense. The next moment, the lizardman leader felt a heavy impact, and then he was sent flying backward, crashing through walls of woods and ice at incredible speed. Alex sprinted through the destroyed huts, happy with the damage number floating at the corner of his eyes and his strength. ROARRRRR. Psychic Shield has blocked the Dominating Roar 3000 mana used. Alex didn't slow down and met the lizardman leader's claw with his sword, and without any resistance, knocked him back and instantly followed with a fourfold sword thrust to his neck. ROARRR Darkness Shield. The lizardman leader sent a half-cocked frost breath with a bleeding neck that Alex easily blocked using the first-rank spell. BOMMM. Crag. The lizardman leader slammed the ground using his ground tremor skill, making the ground shake at high intensity, resulting in ice cracking rapidly. Alex wasn't affected by the tremor, as the moment he felt the ground shake, he jumped high into the air and descended straight onto the lizardman, ready to deliver an overhead slash.